The apocalypse has arrived, and humanity awakens the animal talents they just consumed. Some eat ribs and awaken with pigskin. Some eat donkey meat and awaken with donkey endurance. And Chen Xiao, who has been reborn, chooses to gnaw on fossils. I didn't expect this. I have done good deeds my whole life. And in the end, I was betrayed by my girlfriend. If I could start over, I would never be soft-hearted. To hell with your virtue. To hell with your kindness. No, it's more than that. The most important thing is, I will never be a chicken again, with a tragic crow of a rooster. Chen Xiao self-destruct, leaving nothing but a pile of feathers. Chen Xiao, stop pretending to be asleep. I know you're awake. Let's break up. A tall girl with a ponytail crossed her arms, coldly staring at Chen Xiao. The plain yet familiar voice entered his ears. Chen Xiao slowly woke up. The white light was a bit glaring, and there was an IV drip hanging at the edge of his vision. He could still smell the scent of disinfectant. Animal world in a hospital? Then, Chen Xiao's pupil shrank as he suddenly realized a huge problem. Wasn't he supposed to have died in resentment? Didn't he self-destruct in frustration? The pain of his shattered body was still vividly felt. Recalling these, Chen Xiao couldn't help but shiver. Could it be rebirth? Before he could think more, the familiar voice continued ringing in his ears. Chen Xiao, are you deaf? Are you not listening to me? Chen Xiao turned his head and saw a delicate and beautiful face. Only then did he notice that beside his hospital bed was a youthful girl dressed in a gray hospital uniform. At this moment, she was staring at him with big, watery eyes. Cheng Yuyu? A younger version of Cheng Yuyu. It was only at this moment that Chen Xiao finally confirmed his current situation. He had indeed been reborn. Looking at the face in front of him that showed no signs of aging, he couldn't help but sigh. Being young is great. Of course, it would be even better if she hadn't brought a dozen people to hunt him down. Thinking of the events of his past life, Chen Xiao's eyelids involuntarily twitched, and he sighed, asking, how long have I been asleep? Are you even listening to me? I want to break up with you. Can't you understand? Cheng Yuyu gritted her teeth and slammed her hand on the bed. If it were in the past, Chen Xiao believed his loyal dog attributes would have him desperately trying to keep her. If she said to go east, he would never go west. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao wished he could take his own head off and stuff it down the toilet. Ignoring Cheng Yuyu's murderous gaze, Chen Xiao picked up his phone and glanced at the time. -2026, June 21, 2:00 p.m. This string of numbers was deeply etched in his mind. That year, Chen Xiao was a sophomore at Jiangbei University. He clearly remembered, on this day in his past life, he had a car accident. It was roughly the same as the current situation. But that night, when he was discharged, the blood moon appeared. Animal world descended. Humans all over the world would gain animal talents and abilities. And the type of animal that awakened depended on the last food consumed. Some who ate ribs awakened pigskin, capable of withstanding blows. Some who ate donkey meat awakened donkey endurance, with boundless energy. And some even ate hot pot and awakened the demonic power of goats. And Chen Xiao, who had eaten chicken casserole before the blood moon, awakened the abilities of a rooster. At first, everyone thought this was a good thing. A new era was about to begin. Until the world's order collapsed, and the true endgame descended. Darkness, destruction, fear, slaughter, madness, distortion. These words were Chen Xiao's evaluation of Animal World. This terrifying game that affected the globe would be a nightmare for everyone. But it definitely wouldn't be his. In his past life, he missed the golden time of this game due to the car accident. This time, he could use his past experiences, even predict the future. There were still 4 hours until Animal World descended. He had to change everything that had happened before. Break up? Impossible. There hasn't been a couple relationship between us yet. Breaking up now would be such a loss for me. Chen Xiao raised the corner of his mouth, pulled out the needle from his hand, and said, You. Cheng Yuyu was instantly speechless. She hadn't expected Chen Xiao to say such a thing so confidently. When did his skin get so thick? In the past, when she mentioned breaking up, he would be desperate. Why was he suddenly acting crazy today? Chen Xiao indeed wanted to kill this shameless woman Cheng Yuyu, but he suddenly thought of a better idea. If he made it so he couldn't live or die, wouldn't that be even more wonderful? Chen Xiao jumped off the bed, put on his hospital gown, and walked toward the door, gently turning back to say, You. Thank you for coming to see me. I've ordered a large bucket of KFC for your family. Remember to check it out. After saying that, he left the hospital room without looking back, leaving Cheng Yuyu dumbfounded. Just as he stepped out the door, his originally bright eyes suddenly turned dark. A crazy plan emerged. He would rush to the prehistoric fossil museum before the game started. He would gnaw on fossils. He would become a dinosaur. Chen Xiao dashed through the hospital corridors, moving faster and faster. He didn't realize that running in a hospital gown made him look very much like a madman. Several security guards were already chasing after him, shouting "Stop!" and similar phrases. Chen Xiao naturally wouldn't pay any attention. He only had less than 4 hours. The city's dinosaur fossil museum was in the suburbs, and it took 3 hours to drive there. He had no choice. Just as he left the hospital, Chen Xiao randomly kicked a passerby riding a motorcycle. "Wow, have you played too much GTA? Sorry, dude, I'm in a hurry." Chen Xiao shamelessly sat on the motorcycle and sped away. Twisting the throttle to the max, the wind whipped against his face, the sting making Chen Xiao exceptionally alert. With his understanding of animal world, the broken DNA remaining in the fossils could definitely restore complete dinosaur forms. Once successful, he would be the only defiant existence among pigs, dogs, cows, and sheep. Time passed by the second, and there were only 20 minutes left until 6 p.m. Chen Xiao skillfully parked the motorcycle at the museum entrance, squinting at the sky, feeling an unusual heaviness. He noticed the sky was darkening at a visible speed. Just like in his past life, the blood moon was about to appear. In a race against time, Chen Xiao took out the large iron pick he had just bought on the way and charged into the fossil museum with great momentum. Before the security guards could react, they saw a madman wielding a large iron pick, smashing the glass in the fossil area. What the hell is going on? Wow, this young man. Hey, buddy, did you go to the wrong place? The bank is next door. There were only 3 old men as security in the museum, and it was their first time encountering someone attempting to rob fossils. They exchanged glances and swallowed. Although they were security guards, facing a madman with a large iron pick was still intimidating. They were security guards, not fools. Silently, they called the police, and the 3 old men just sat in a row. They quietly watched as Chen Xiao gradually smashed through the tempered glass, and then swiftly slipped inside. Chapter 2 SSSS Level Talent. Chen Xiao had no time to check the time. A dazzling array of fossils lay before him. Mammoth fossil, Megalodon fossil, Mapusaurus fossil, Tyrannosaurus fossil. No longer hesitating, Chen Xiao held a chisel and began to strike the stones one by one, consuming them voraciously. As a time traveler, he possessed a secret that few knew in his previous life. Animals could awaken not just one type of talent. After the arrival of Animal World, there was still a chance to awaken another type of food talent in the future apocalypse. So now, what Chen Xiao needed to do was eat as many fossils as possible. The Paleontological Museum in Jiangbei City was like a treasure trove tailor-made for him as a time traveler. As long as he consumed all the named fossils in the museum, his animal reserves would be a dimensional suppression compared to those who only consumed cattle and sheep. Buzz. Just as he was indulging, a buzzing sound resonated through the sky. Chen Xiao looked out the window. A blood moon hung high, shrouded in fog. He tossed the Tyrannosaurus fossil he had prepared for a long time into his blood-stained mouth. This was the last meal he had been preparing for. Immediately after, a cold voice echoed in everyone's minds. Lines of corresponding text gradually appeared before them. Food. Hunter. What is the meaning of life? Are humans really the masters? You want to know the answer too, right? Then, welcome to Animal World Buzz. Another rumble followed, instilling a strong sense of unease, as if it came from the depths of everyone's hearts. What the hell is this? Who's talking? Old Wong, did you hear that? Damn, I heard it too. It sounded like it was coming from my head. The security guards in the museum looked terrified. They had never encountered such a bizarre event in their long lives. The museum was very quiet, and Chen Xiao heard their conversation. As expected, the nationwide animal awakening had begun. Detecting the information of the last animal consumed. Detection completed. Information missing. Creating information. Completing information. Final detection result. Prehistoric Tyrannosaurus. The moment he heard information missing, Chen Xiao almost cried out. If the detection failed, would he have to live the life of a chicken again? Thankfully, it was confirmed. Chen Xiao sighed in relief and focused intently on what lay ahead. He knew the moment to awaken his talents was coming. Ding, animal no. 230001 begins animal awakening. Dragon Bone SS level strength talent. Description. The Tyrannosaurus is massive, with well-developed muscles, possessing a natural advantage in strength. Almost no animal can compare. Effect. Gain the physique and strength of a Tyrannosaurus. Dragon Breath SSSS level perception talent. Description. As the top predator, the Tyrannosaurus has super strong three-dimensional vision and the largest olfactory nerves. Effect. Possess extraordinary perception abilities, able to clearly sense the energy flow of surrounding creatures and objects. Dragon Transformation SS level transformation talent. Description. As the absolute ruler of the land, the Tyrannosaurus is renowned for its astonishing size, unmatched strength, and resilient vitality. Effect: absorb the core energy of the ancient Tyrannosaurus bloodline, instantly surpassing conventional life forms. Not only will the body's structure undergo metamorphosis, but abilities such as strength, speed, defense, and vitality will also experience a leap-level reaction. Note: after transformation, there will be a short period of weakness, and animalization will accelerate significantly. Reproduction SSS level growth talent. Description: the Tyrannosaurus has a strong learning ability and takes pride in it. Effect: intermittently enters a learning state. Note: in this state, communicating and learning knowledge has a chance to gain her talents and enhance physicality. The higher the favorability, the greater the chance of obtaining talents, and the more significant the enhancement of physicality. Note: exceeding the daily limit will not yield any attributes or talents. For talents, no. To be precise, for talents above SSS level. Truly a Tyrannosaurus, it's incredible. As the talents emerged, Chen Xiao's body visibly bulked up. His height shot up from 180 centimeters to 188 centimeters, and his muscles became more defined. He felt torrents of terrifying strength being born within him, almost like a miracle. This surge of brute force nearly sent Chen Xiao soaring. What level was the prehistoric Tyrannosaurus? It was a being that started at 10 tons. Such overwhelming power was stored within a body of less than 200 pounds. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. Chen Xiao felt as if he could instinctively wield this monstrous strength. However, he was unsure of the extent of the destruction he could cause if he unleashed his full power. Or rather, would he even get the chance to unleash it? With a bunch of pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep outside, would he not be like a Tyrannosaurus cutting through vegetables? The only potential threat to him might be those new humans. Besides the incredible exponential growth and strength brought by Dragon Bone, Chen Xiao's senses also changed. This was the ability from another talent, Dragon Breath. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could easily perceive the energy flow around him. The closer the energy source, the clearer it was. The farther away, the harder it was to sense. He clearly detected 5 energy forms in the museum besides himself. However, the energy was very weak and posed no threat to him. The most terrifying thing was when Chen Xiao curiously focused on his own energy. He was stunned. Chen Xiao sensed that within his body lay a dense mass of terrifying energy. Just a glance felt like submission. I submit to myself. Controlling the fear deep within, Chen Xiao gained a clearer understanding of himself. Perhaps he and the surrounding animals had already created an essential gap. The third talent was Dragon Transformation. The description was simply mind-blowing. Did it mean he could directly transform into a Tyrannosaurus? However, after seeing the note below, Chen Xiao pondered briefly and decided to temporarily seal this talent. Not to mention that Dragon Transformation would draw too much attention and might attract powerful monsters. The most important issue was that the accelerated animalization could be fatal. In the late apocalypse, many people began to lose their sanity and clarity due to excessive use of talents. It was caused by animalization. Although it was a precious SSS level talent, Chen Xiao decided to use it only in life-threatening situations, keeping this talent as his core trump card. As for the last talent, it was hard to evaluate. Chen Xiao helplessly rubbed his forehead, thinking, how can my SSS level talent be this? It's truly unreasonable. But then he thought about it. This talent seemed unserious, but was actually terrifying. The probability of copying talents. Chen Xiao almost laughed out loud. Soon, he realized that his behavior was inappropriate and angrily shouted, the talent is indeed affecting me. As someone who had experienced this before, he deeply understood what these 4 talents meant. In his past life, the vast majority of people only had one talent. This unique talent became their foundation for survival. Only a small fraction of true geniuses awakened a second talent. Speaking of which, he only had one talent in his past life, but fortunately, it was a high-grade talent. It was as high as A level. This gave him the opportunity to overtake others on the curve. With his tenacious willpower and skilled use of his talent, Chen Xiao once reached the forefront of all humanity and was even praised as the chicken overlord. Times have changed. With 4 SSS level talents in hand, who can stop my steps? Skillfully summoning the Animal World Panel. Animal ID 230001 Awakening. Prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex Evolution Value 0 Physical Strength. Exceeds the first stage limit. Unable to view soul strength. 50 Animal Talents. Dragon Bone, Dragon Breath, Dragon Transformation, Reproduction. Chen Xiao smirked, leaving the fossil museum under the blood-red night. Brothers, I've entered the small black room again. Some vocabulary and scenes have been harmonized. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 3. Revenge taking out his phone. The internet was a bit laggy. It might be due to too many people online, so Chen Xiao casually clicked on a few posts. The animal world is a huge conspiracy, the god slaughterhouse. Humans are just lambs to be slaughtered. Is it a high-tech trick or the true end of theology? One article after another, most lacking any substance, all rushed out. The comments below were more genuine. What nonsense! How can superpowers be determined by the Last Supper? Under this comment followed 99 others, initially with a few agreeing. Yeah, determining superpowers based on the Last Supper. What genius thought of that? Laughing to death, haha. Everyone's phones must have been hacked. I think it's a conspiracy from the beautiful country. Until, wait a minute, everyone. That voice said I had a C-level talent for gluttony, and I immediately felt unusually hungry. I've already eaten 8 hamburgers. Damn it. I've grown horns on my head. My teeth are sharper than knives now. I've awakened the talent of a pig. And now I've gained a whole circle of fat. I'm crying. I'll never eat pork again. Chen Xiao glanced briefly, shaking his head helplessly. He knew that in the next few hours until dawn, there would be a nationwide carnival. But soon, new humans would appear and begin to hunt animals indiscriminately. Chen Xiao rode a stolen motorcycle, weaving through the city's roads. The blood-red moonlight illuminated the ground, casting a large shadow like a sea of bloodstains. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Hey, Uncle, I'm fine. Uncle, I've awakened the big rooster, and I'm full of energy, haha. Okay, don't worry about me. Chen Xiao anticipated the call, answering with a smile. On the other end of the phone was the person Chen Xiao cared about most before his death. Chen Chongqing, Chen Xiao's uncle, who had also raised him. Chen Xiao tried to act as he did in his previous life, using his memories to restore things. He didn't want to change the trajectory of the world because as long as things developed normally, Chen Chongqing wouldn't die. In his previous life, his uncle joined a local organization in the capital and ended up living longer than himself. After hanging up, he felt no attachments. Chen Xiao needed to deal with his own matters now. Cheng Yuyu, did you enjoy the family bucket I sent you? Chen Xiao thought of Cheng Yuyu's parents, and hatred surged in his heart. Those 2 old bastards had targeted him before. In his previous life, Chen Xiao had been used as a pawn countless times. All thanks to those 2 old bastards. Following the familiar path, Chen Xiao arrived at the villa area of Beijiang City and climbed over. Near the wall of Cheng Yuyu's house, Chen Xiao began to eavesdrop. With the help of the Dragon Breath talent, Chen Xiao sensed there were 4 people inside the house. Their energy was almost identical and very weak. They wouldn't really all be eating family buckets, would they? Yuyu, you've been wronged. Mom knows. You couldn't stand that waste long ago, but it's not the right time yet. After all, he is the only heir of Chen Chongqing and the puppet that young Master Wang needs the most. That old guy doesn't have much time left. And when the Chen family ancestral home is handed over to that waste, haha. Cheng Yuyu sighed and looked at her mother. Okay, I know. But I feel nauseous just seeing him, a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Just then, a handsome young man walked into the room from the hall. It was young Master Wang, who comforted her. All right, Yuyu. Once he inherits the ancestral home, I'll arrange for him to die suddenly. He paused, just like yesterday. But yesterday was just to vent for you. Next time it will be for his life. An orphan with no one to rely on. Making a will to leave the ancestral home to his girlfriend. Very reasonable, right? Ha ha. A burst of laughter came from the hall, from Cheng Yuyu's father. The 4 people in the room were enjoying themselves, but their words were undoubtedly cold. Chen Xiao clenched his fists. It was only at this moment that he understood why Cheng Yuyu, who clearly hated him so much, never completely broke up. Why did he suddenly encounter a car accident? And the vehicle responsible has not been found until now. The Cheng family, the Wang family, what a good scheme. Chen Xiao checked the time. There was still some time until dawn, and he wasn't in a hurry, choosing to continue eavesdropping. Young Master Wang, today we won't mention that waste. I wonder if you could ask for a favor? Cheng Yuyu's mother rubbed her hands, hinting a bit shyly. Young Master Wang, are you saying that tonight's anomaly is too deep? I don't know much. It's best if it's a prank. Otherwise, if I, Wang Qi, awaken as a chicken, is that even reasonable? Cheng Yuyu softly said. Calm down, it must be a prank. Wang Qi inexplicably felt a bit irritated when the topic of tonight's incident was mentioned. He glanced at the time. Almost midnight. I should go. I will contact you when there is something. Take care, young Master Wang. Bye, Qi go. Bang. Just as Wang Qi stepped out of Cheng's house, a large hand slammed him to the ground. The tremendous force knocked Wang Qi down so he couldn't get up, and his whole body ached. He turned around in shock to see Chen Xiao, dressed in hospital clothes, and blurted out, Chen, who are you? Why did you sneak attack me? Chen Xiao squatted down, smiling brightly. What talent did you awaken, young Master Wang? Cough, cough. What does that have to do with you? Wang Qi coughed a couple of times, not understanding what Chen Xiao meant. Theoretically, this orphan shouldn't know him. Not listening. Seeing Wang Qi silent, Chen Xiao shook his head helplessly and pulled out the big iron hammer hidden in his chest. He swung it down at Wang Qi's legs. Why does it feel unsatisfying? Chen Xiao sighed inwardly, had to keep hammering. The force was already beyond human limits. Purely venting. The immense power broke through the defense of human bones. As if hammering cotton. Poof, poof, poof. Blood splattered, staining the stone slabs and the wall. Young Master Wang's legs burst like blood bags. Chen Xiao. You waste, you dare to break my legs. Don't get me wrong, I not only want to break your legs, I also want to smash your arms. Oh right. And the most important one. How dare you, help me. I'm sorry, Spare me, please. It seemed that the villa heard Wang Qi's screams, and the one who opened the door was Cheng Yuyu. She was shocked to see young Master Wang being held by a sturdy young man, crying out like a dead dog. And that person, she was very familiar with. Chen Xiao? Chapter 4. The Coming of the Apocalypse. You. How dare you treat young Master Wang like this? Do you know who he is? Cheng Yuyu's parents walked out of the bedroom, stunned by the bloody scene. But immediately after, they regretted their reprimands. This kid is definitely crazy. He doesn't want to live. Quickly close the door, Yu. Cheng Yuyu hadn't reacted to her father's words when the doorknob was already taken over. Chen Xiao locked the door, casually threw Wang Qi into the corner, and surveyed the people. I'll ask once, what are your talents? Chen Xiao, it's my fault. I shouldn't have mentioned breaking up. Can't you hear my question? Cheng Yuyu's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, not expecting Chen Xiao to show no personal feelings. She had never seen such a terrifying side of Chen Xiao. I am excavating. Cheng Yuyu sighed, and answered seriously. What about you guys? Chen Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the two old men, coldly saying, Chen Xiao, you can't do this. Slap. A harsh slap sent the woman flying. A trail of blood and a few teeth flew through the air. Looking at his hand that struck her, Chen Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction he had never experienced before. In my past life, you betrayed me, and today I will hit you hard. You are too much. How can a man stand by while his woman is being beaten? The man took a step forward, ready to throw a punch. Bang! Chen Xiao stepped in first, delivering a fierce kick. He almost kicked the man from the front of the house to the back, and after a muffled sound, there was no more movement. Evolution Value 1. This was the sound of the game, one Chen Xiao was all too familiar with. Killing animals or new humans could earn such evolution points. He didn't expect that on the first day after crossing over, he would already be making a profit. Cheng Yuyu was in tears. Enough. Chen Xiao, not enough. Not enough. The moment you plotted against my Chun family's ancestral home, it was already not enough. Hearing this, the few people who had collapsed on the ground instantly lost all spirit. They knew their last chance of survival had been cut off. I will ask one last time. What is your talent? Dawn. My talent is Dawn. Wang Qi struggled to crawl to Chen Xiao's feet, trying to ingratiate himself with a dirty face, showing a smile. He looked just like a pug. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao burst into laughter. He had worked hard to deliver chickens just for this talent. Wang Qi would still be useful in the early morning. Chen Xiao patted Wang Qi's head, as if petting his own pet. Oh. Wang Qi seemed to be proving his usefulness, letting out a clear and bright sound. Chen Xiao didn't expect Wang Qi to be so flexible in order to survive. Laughing good. Ha, good. Cheng Yuyu's face turned ashen. Her only support, young Master Wang, was now no different from a dog. Chen Xiao, I will do anything you want. Just spare me, okay? Chen Xiao coldly glanced at Cheng Yuyu, but did not respond. Instead, he picked up a large iron mace, step by step, slowly approaching. Chen Xiao, you can't kill me. Were your feelings for me all fake? Chen Xiao, I will be your dog. Please let me go. Have you forgotten that you promised me to let me be the most slap? A harsh slap brought Cheng Yuyu back to reality. Not a single tooth was left. Her head buzzed, her cheeks visibly swollen, and the stinging sensation made her scream. Slap, slap. Jiangbei City, Villa area. After dealing with the Chung family, Chen Xiao retied his belt and leaned against the alley entrance. He had not gained any talent. He had killed Cheng Yuyu's entire family. All she had left for him was hatred. But fortunately, Chen Xiao felt very comfortable. He made sure that in Cheng Yuyu's last moments, she saw his face. And his slap. Coming back to his senses, he found himself in front of a bustling street, surrounded by crowds. Chen Xiao carried a sack on his back, scrolling through the news on his phone. Restrictions on superpowers. How Goat Awakeners activate demon powers. Fish Awakeners may become the biggest winners. It seemed that people had begun to fantasize about a world with superpowers. Just like an anime. Chen Xiao shook his head lightly. Behind him, a head peeked out of the sack, dirty and now chattering away. Chen Xiao, let me explain. Young Master Wang, just do as I say next. Rest assured, I will let you go. Wang Qi, who was originally in a human stick position, looked like a backpack with a head after being stuffed into the sack. It evoked a strange fear. Chen Xiao estimated the time. The show was about to start. Buzz. The train in his heart started again, rumbling to the point of making one's heart race, as if calling forth the deepest fears. The cars on the road stopped, and the people on the street halted. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. In the sky, there was endless darkness. Only a blood-red moon that seemed ready to drip blood. Immediately, a cold voice reemerged. Hunting, abduction, trafficking, performance, abuse, torture, imprisonment, slaughter, devouring, skinning alive. This is your evil fruit. And your destination, animals. Please welcome the end of life. The future belongs to the new humans. The voice in his heart slowly calmed. What is this? What right do you have to make us welcome death? Who do you think you are, hiding in the shadows like a rat? Damn it. Whose conspiracy is this? Again, it's animals and new humans. Show me where the new humans are. The earth will always belong to us. Although the pedestrians on the street showed some fear, they did not suffer any substantial harm and spoke defiantly. At this moment, the sky stirred again. The rustling sound attracted everyone's attention. The pedestrians on the street, the drivers in their vehicles, and the shop owners stepping out all stared intently at the pitch-black sky. As dark as ink, as dead as can be. Suddenly, chaotic and raucous laughter erupted. It came from the depths above all the animals. The next moment, a throng of people leaped down from the sky. These people were not wearing clothes, their skin shockingly white, as if coated with layers of white ash. No one knew how high they had fallen from, as they came from the endless darkness above, under the eerie shadow. Their forms exhibited extreme and grotesque distortions. Some had their backs bending in reverse, their heads shaking crazily, as if controlled by an invisible force. Some were weak and powerless, lying paralyzed on the cold concrete, struggling. Some had their arms bending backward, their heads twisted 180 degrees, crawling on the ground with an eerie and rapid speed. Resembling evil spirits from the abyss, others even walked on their hands, their thighs exaggeratedly striking various horrific poses, challenging human physiological limits. The most terrifying were those whose heads could rotate 360 degrees without dead angles, their bodies resembling water snakes, their eyes bulging, with pure white pupils revealing madness. Despite their various forms, they all shared one thing in common. They were all laughing maniacally. The sound was piercingly hysterical. Their mouths stretched wide enough to crack. But they didn't care at all. Ah! A scream pierced through the street, filled with eerie laughter. This scream came from a young girl, appearing to be a student. She had never experienced such a terrifying scene. It was 1,000 times scarier than a horror movie. No, it was 10,000 times scarier. With her scream, more and more people on the street emerged from the earlier eeriness. They fled in madness and howls. The street was in complete chaos. The first to be attacked was the screaming girl. She was pounced on by someone, her abdomen torn open by sharp nails. With her strength, she was utterly unable to resist. Help! Get away! They're killing! It's all blood, all blood! Such scenes were happening not just on the street where Chen Xiao was, but all over the world. Chen Xiao could certainly choose to save people. But he didn't do so. He could save 1, save 10, even save 100. But what would be the meaning of it? Would it just mean letting them die a little later? Chapter 5. When darkness falls, please close your eyes. Chen Xiao stood in the alley, blending into the shadows. He watched the bloody scene on the street from the sidelines. Buzz, under the blood moon, infinite evolution, see. Opportunities for evolution everywhere. Tonight's rules. It's dark. Please close your eyes. This time, the buzzing is brighter than ever, announcing the true beginning of the apocalypse. It's dark. Please close your eyes. What does that mean? Right now, who has the heart to close their eyes? Closing your eyes is tantamount to certain death. Oh my God, help. No, these monsters will prioritize attacking those with their eyes open. Quickly close your eyes. In the chaotic crowd, some people close their eyes, some open them, some run wildly, while others are paralyzed in fear on the ground. Those with their eyes open are like lambs trapped in a wolf pack, soon surrounded. Those with their eyes closed aren't spared just because they follow the rules. This is a no-win situation. It's over. We're all going to die. There's no way out. God, what have I done wrong? No one can escape this catastrophe. Fear, helplessness, despair. A wave of death's aura envelopes everything. This game has been unfair from the start. Wails rise and fall, mixed with sounds of gnawing and piercing laughter. It's like a hell on earth. Chen Xiao slowly closes his eyes and says softly, "Young Master Wang, let dawn break." Wang Qi tightly closes his eyes, receives the command, and clears his throat. Oh, oh, oh. As Wang Qi's crowing echoes, Chen Xiao immediately feels the pressure beside him dissipate. This is the dissolution of the rules. Dawnbreak can break the rule of, "It's dark, please close your eyes." The range is about 1 meter. This is a well-known method of breaking the rules from my previous life, But now the apocalypse has just begun. Few know it. At this stage, there are very few who realize the importance of their talents. Most people die without understanding, when in fact, they had the chance to survive. A few seconds later, Chen Xiao opens his eyes again, looking at the streets running red with blood. Even the 18 levels of hell are not this tragic. As someone who has been through this, he knows that this game will kill 70 of the global population. It's a true deadlock. Only those who escape this calamity are qualified to struggle in the subsequent evolution games. Some people tightly shut their doors and seal their windows. Some rely on their talents to evade the rules, to escape the new humans. Some lucky fellows keep their eyes tightly closed, ignored by everyone. Chen Xiao actually has many ways to survive tonight, but he chooses the easiest one, which is to have Wang Qi crow at dawn every minute. This method makes it easy for him, but it's not easy for Wang Qi. Oh. After all, there are still 6 hours until dawn. As the Animal World states, the apocalypse brings not only tragedy, but also opportunities for evolution. Every time the blood moon rises, opportunities for evolution appear. This is the truth. Chen Xiao remembers that in his previous life, on the second day after the disaster struck, Jiangbei Art University gave birth to a second-tier new human. It was a 3-meter-tall giant, with speed comparable to a Lamborghini, and a body that could withstand bullets. Countless people died at his hands. It is said that the school playground was gone, transformed into a mountain of corpses. At that time, the police had to intervene, and only with overwhelming firepower could they barely resolve it. Chen Xiao can almost be certain that there will be opportunities for evolution at Jiangbei Art University. That second-tier new human is proof of it. So what Chen Xiao needs to do now is to find that opportunity before the new humans do. He carries a sack and moves quickly. Along the way, several new humans with poor vision charge at Chen Xiao. Evolution Value 1, Evolution Value 1. All are knocked down by Chen Xiao with a large iron rod, brains splattering everywhere, and he jumps to avoid it. The stench is unbearable. Don't let it get on my sick clothes. Don't think that just because Chen Xiao looks so relaxed, new humans are weak. You should know that early-stage new humans are stronger than a bull, and their skin is as tough as iron. They are essentially human-eating machines. A normal person, even with a cold weapon, would stand no chance in a 1v1. Returning to the villa area, he retrieves his beloved little motorcycle and fills it with gas. He heads north. Jiangbei Art University, Dance Academy. At this moment, the academy is in chaos, with broken corpses scattered everywhere and blood flowing down the walls. This is a disaster zone. They managed to hold on this time. Let's take a quick rest, Zhang Ming. Sigh, when will this end? In a corner of the cafeteria? Designed with 3 walls, it's a small private room. It's the existence of such areas that allows the 3 people inside to survive until now. Among the 3, there is 1 boy and 2 girls. The boy named Zhang Ming has a buzz cut, is tall and thin, looking somewhat frail, but he stands at the front. This is thanks to his somewhat special hands. It is, in fact, a cow hoof. Cow step B-class power talent. With this talent, he continuously repels the invading new humans, protecting the 2 behind him. He protects the man's dignity. Behind him, the 2 girls also have serious expressions, not daring to relax for a moment. Can we still go out, Shiru? The girl who spoke is named Li, her voice soft and weak, her appearance quite ordinary. She belongs to the type that would be lost in a crowd, with her only advantage being her decent figure. She should be a dance student. The girl being asked sighs but still firmly replies, "We definitely can, I can't die here." This girl is wearing a red bodycon dress that perfectly outlines her curves. Her well-proportioned and slightly plump thighs are exposed, stained with some blood and dirt, making her even more alluring. Her name is Tang Shiru, and she was rated as the #1 campus beauty of Jiangbei Art University by many netizens due to her perfect body ratio and enchanting eyes. I will protect you, Shiru. Zhang Ming turns back and seriously nods at Tang Shiru. Tang Shiru smiles gently. Thank you, Zhang Ming. After finishing his conversation with Tang Shiru, Zhang Ming looks at Li Li. Li Li, it's time to crow. Li Li, helpless, but resigned. She indeed needs to crow. It's the key to their survival. Oh. After crowing, Li Li clears her throat and looks at Zhang Ming, who seems enchanted, feeling somewhat speechless. She steps back 2 paces and leans against the wall. Suddenly, she hears a hurried sound of footsteps. Wait, there are footsteps, and they're coming fast. Get ready to fight. Zhang Ming. The 3 of them fix their gaze on the only opening, ready to strike at any moment. But the person coming is not one of those monsters. Instead, it's a young man in a hospital gown. However, this young man gives off a very eerie feeling. The corpses outside have piled up like a mountain. Yet this person dares to walk outside. The most important thing is that he has the same smile as those monsters. Chapter 6. This voice is really white. Chen Xiao swears that he was just happy to see a living person and could ask for directions. All the way here. Jiangbei Art University has almost been completely wiped out, leaving only new humans rushing in. Entering the campus, Chen Xiao expended quite a bit of effort. Just the evolution value alone has exceeded 200. Big brother you are. Zhang Ming feels a terrifying sense of oppression from the boy in front of him and nervously stutters. Do you know where the library is? Where there are the least people. Lili is somewhat confused. Least people? Chen Xiao corrects her and points to the new humans in the distance. Those have the least people. Zhang Ming understands the meaning and seriously replies. To the west of the cafeteria hall, there's a small door specifically for library staff. But it's hard to get in without a key. Okay, thank you. No problem. Bro, may I ask? Oh. A crisp crowing sound rings out, causing Zhang Ming and Tang Shiru to look at Li Li in confusion. Didn't we just crow? Soon, they realize that it's not Li Li's voice. The voice came from behind the boy, and only then did the three of them notice. He was carrying a burlap sack on his back, with a head covered in blood peeking out. Lili was so scared that her face turned pale. This absurd scene reminded her of a certain horror performance. The little person in the bottle. Chen Xiao politely asked, do we still need to ask? Zhang Ming, looking tense, waved his hand. No need. He was very afraid that the madman in front of him would stuff him into the sack as well. Of course. The most frightened was Li Li. After all, her talent was also Dawn. She was trembling all over, constantly backing away. You're not from our school. You came in after the disaster. A female voice came, catching Chen Xiao's attention. He turned his head and saw a girl that made his nose feel warm. She was wearing a bright red bodycon dress, and the tight cut outlined her perfect body curves. A pair of crystal clear sandals lightly touched the ground, and her long hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders, contrasting beautifully with the red dress, making her skin look snow white. He couldn't help but sigh. Her voice was so white. Drooling. Chen Xiao noticed that the girl's dress was very short, as she kept pulling her skirt down. It exposed a bit of snow-white skin and a deep cleavage. Unknowingly, Chen Xiao felt a rush of blood surging. It was as if a little sapling was growing rapidly. Oh no, this talent is killing me. Damn it, didn't they say it was a periodic reproductive phase? Why is it that I feel off just seeing a girl? Who can withstand this? Zhang Ming saw the desire in Chen Xiao's eyes and was forced to straighten his back and step forward, raising his fist. Bro, we are not easy to mess with. Think it through, there are three of us. Chen Xiao awkwardly smiled and said to Tang Shiru, it doesn't matter where I came from. What's important is that more and more people will come here. Good luck to you. The three naturally understood who Chen Xiao was referring to, and their faces turned a bit grim. Chen Xiao adjusted his breathing, but the heat in his lower body continued. According to the talent introduction, the reproductive phase lasts a full day. It's really hard to endure. If it doesn't work, I'll take care of it myself. Shaking his head, Chen Xiao felt a bit reluctant to miss out on the rewards brought by this SSSS level talent. Let us take it one step at a time. Leaving the three behind, Chen Xiao followed the wall corner to the location mentioned by the boy. On the west side of the cafeteria, there was a large iron door. It was tightly shut. Normally, without a key, you couldn't get in at all. Boom. Chen Xiao kicked the big door open and walked in. The path to the library was very safe, with the only drawback being that it was too dark. There wasn't a glimmer of light. Fortunately, Chen Xiao possessed the SSS level talent, Dragon Breath, which allowed him to sense impending danger. Currently, at the end of the small path, which was the library, there were quite a few weak energy signatures. They were probably some unfortunate new humans who had accidentally intruded. It was also possible that there were conscious new humans present. Gently pushing open the door to the library, Chen Xiao peeked inside. Under the dim, blood-colored moonlight, he saw several new humans running around. Books and textbooks were soaked in blood, flying everywhere, and corpses were scattered all around. Earlier, outside the school, Chen Xiao had seen a dim light flickering around the library. In the early morning, almost all the lights had gone out. In this world filled with dark blood, that little bit of light was particularly eye-catching. It must be hiding something. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the opportunity for evolution. Chen Xiao climbed the stairs, clearing one new human after another, and reached the top floor. Three energy bodies that were abnormal were right here, under the light. Everything was very clear. This was a place similar to a podium, where three new humans stood. They were not as disheveled and grotesque as the other new humans. They stood stiffly on the platform, motionless, which was a bit strange. As soon as Chen Xiao arrived, they all turned their heads to look at him. Hee. The three of them smiled in a somewhat eerie manner, grinning widely as they stared at Chen Xiao. What the hell? Chen Xiao was a bit annoyed by their laughter and lifted his leg to kick one of them. Unexpectedly, this new human reacted exceptionally quickly, stepping back to dodge. Hee. Oh, Chen Xiao didn't expect that it was only the first day of the apocalypse, and there were already new humans evolved to this extent. No wonder there are always some extraordinary new humans. This speed was too bizarre. Hee. Bang. This time, Chen Xiao didn't hold back. He almost exploded with the fastest speed. He put his full strength into it, and took it seriously. Boom. Evolution value 9. The grinning new human was instantly shattered by the immense force, blood splattering everywhere, leaving no corpse behind. The blood was scattered too much, like tiny molecules. And didn't he even gradually fade out? The remaining 2 new humans seemed brainless, still grinning and cackling nearby. The scene was absurdly terrifying. The next moment, the 2 new humans lunged at him simultaneously. Their speed was extremely fast. A sneak attack, but Chen Xiao wasn't fooled. He perfectly dodged to the side. Reaching into his clothing, he pulled out that blood-colored iron mace and delivered 2 blows to teach them a lesson. Evolution value 7. Evolution value 7. After eliminating the 3 new humans, Chen Xiao walked towards the light to check. There was light here, but nothing else. He reached out to touch it, and in an instant, his brain reacted. Evolution opportunity 48165000. Clearly, the 3 just now had done all the work for nothing. It seemed they were waiting for a 4th new human to gather and unlock this evolution opportunity. Chapter 7 Hidden Entries. Could it be used for evolution value? In his previous life, Chen Xiao had never received any opportunity under the Blood Moon, so he was completely unaware of these things. Although he was called the Chicken Overlord in his previous life, he was just a small character in the Apocalypse Army. He only knew that the higher the evolution value, the easier it was to organize in places, and others respected you more. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao's expression changed drastically. If this was how the evolution value was used, then ordinary people would never use the evolution value in their lifetime. Were they all working hard and risking their lives to accumulate evolution value just to use it to open treasure chests for the big shots at critical moments? Isn't this pure exploitation? Many things, when Chen Xiao combined his 2 lives, seemed contradictory and conflicting. No longer entangled, there would be a conclusion in the future. Chen Xiao's mind moved, and in his personal panel, the evolution value indeed dropped by 184 in an instant. He was left with a pitiful 26. Evolution opportunity 50005000. A terrifying number. This was almost equivalent to 5,000 lives. If he wanted to independently unlock this evolution opportunity, was the difficulty a bit outrageous? Killing 5,000 new humans? Chen Xiao shook his head. That was too crazy. The path of evolution was indeed paved with blood and slaughter. Animal No. 230001. Obtained evolution opportunity. Blood of the Black Goat. Description: drink it, drink it, drink it. Effect: gain the superior bloodline of the Black Goat. The light gradually faded, and Chen Xiao saw a small bottle of black blood neatly placed on the podium. He walked forward and drank it without the slightest hesitation. He would not miss out on this opportunity. It was his greatest reliance for a comeback in the apocalypse. The black blood was sticky and extremely bitter. The next moment, a wave of immense pain surged from his heart. The terrifying pain completely surpassed that of self-detonation. Chen Xiao gripped the podium tightly, preventing himself from falling. Half kneeling on the ground. 10 minutes passed. The pain gradually subsided, and Chen Xiao's clothes were soaked with sweat, enough to wring out water. Animal ID 230001. Unlock hidden entry. Bloodline. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao quickly checked his personal panel, and indeed, the words bloodline appeared below. Bloodline. Black Goat. Description: the Black Goat is an outlier in the species, practicing brute strength instead of magic. Its birth is a disaster for the clan. Effect 1. Ignores all elemental attacks. Effect 2. Strength increased by 50 evolution opportunity. Indeed, it is against the heavens. From this point on, Chen Xiao's most fatal weakness was resolved. Before unlocking the hidden entry, he was most afraid of being kite-flyed by speed mages due to his lack of speed. But now, with the Black Goat bloodline enhancement, he could freely approach anyone and unleash his characteristic of breaking through 10,000 laws with sheer strength. Even if he couldn't catch up, they would annoy him, but he wouldn't feel pain. What is more terrifying about this bloodline is that it increased his strength by an extra half. I'm truly walking further down the path of One Punch Man. Suddenly, Chen Xiao thought of something. He remembered that in his previous life, the second-tier new humans received an evolution opportunity that was definitely not this kind of thing. It should be a real species evolution. It seems that the evolution opportunities that can be obtained at each location, like Schrodinger's cat, are always unknown. Chen Xiao turned back to glance at young Master Wang, who was still trying hard. and found that he was tightly shutting his eyes, looking as if he hadn't seen anything. Ever since Wang Qi witnessed Chen Xiao's terrifying strength, he had been as obedient as a cat, crowing on time. Even after breaking the rules, he didn't dare to open his eyes, fearing he would see what he shouldn't. But did Chen Xiao fear him seeing? Of course not. What could he fear from a dead man? Since Wang Qi designed the car accident, he had completely cut off his own path to survival. Someone is coming. No need for your dawn in the last 5 minutes. Relying on his powerful senses, Chen Xiao had already realized that someone was approaching the library. Dragon Breath activated, confirming 3 visitors. Most likely, they were the 3 survivors he had encountered in the cafeteria earlier. They possessed the Dawn Talent Awakening, and there was a high probability they could survive the first day. Chen Xiao didn't know their intentions, and didn't plan to come into direct contact with them. He swiftly moved to a dark corner on the rooftop to observe. How did that person manage to pry open even the security door? Zhang Ming said incredulously as he walked. It wasn't he pried open, it was violently broken down. The lock is completely damaged. The one speaking was Tang Shiru, who pulled her skirt down again, feeling ripples in her heart. Li, who was beside her, complained upon hearing this. I already said to keep your distance from him. He can carry a living person in a sack. Do you think he is a good person? Zhang Ming shook his head. I don't want to be close to him either, but there is no choice. There are more and more monsters in the cafeteria. The 3 of them cautiously walked along the wall, not daring to slack off in the slightest. The new humans in the library had been mostly cleared out by Chen Xiao, so their entire journey was very smooth. Based on their memories, the 3 soon arrived at the entrance of the library on the first floor. Dim blood-red moonlight filtered through the door. This was the light of hope. The way to survive. Upon seeing the door, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Their worried faces finally showed some smiles. But soon, the corners of their mouths fell again, because they saw, outside the door, on the circular staircase, countless new humans. These monsters seemed to sense something. Who were previously aimlessly vacant, suddenly all turned to look inside the door. What the hell? Why are there so many? How could it be? Zhang Ming and Li's mental states were somewhat on the verge of collapse, their lips trembling. Tang Shiru frowned. This is too abnormal. Why are there so many monsters outside the library? Li, who had the weakest psychological endurance among the 3, finally cried after experiencing such a drastic fall from heaven to hell. Zhang Ming pondered for a moment. He knew that by now, they had to escape the academy's range. Although the library was safe right now, and there were hardly any monsters inside, who could know when that mountain of monsters outside would rush in? The library's fragile glass couldn't withstand so many steel and iron bodies. Zhang Ming pointed to a small path on the right side of the stairs. Actually, there is another way out. That small path leads directly outside the school, but it's too far from this door. Li seemed to grasp the last straw of hope, her eyes a bit frantic. Great, Zhang Ming, you run fast. When I open the door, you run first. Shiro and I are girls, we'll follow behind you. Zhang Ming didn't expect Li to say such a thing. His face darkened. In the current situation, if he dared to open the door, that group of monsters rolling their eyes would definitely swallow him whole. The pieces of broken human flesh on the ground were his fate. That despicable woman, Li actually wanted him to be the bait to escape. Zhang Ming coldly said, Li, if it weren't for your talent still being useful, just based on that last sentence, I would have thrown you into the monster pile. Li raised her neck. Her talent was her greatest trump card. She knew Zhang Ming wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Tang Shiru didn't participate in their dispute. She forced herself to calm down. There must be a way out. There must be a way out. Zhang Ming has the strongest ability, and Li's talent is the most useful. At this moment, it was obvious who was the most awkward. But Tang Shiru did not want to be the bait. Soon, a flash of determination crossed her eyes. Then, looking at Zhang Ming, her gaze inexplicably gained some ruthlessness. At this moment, she did not know that in a corner on the rooftop, an old schemer was observing the scene. He naturally keenly noticed Tang Shiru's change. Chen Xiao was also curious about how they would escape from this situation. With Chen Xiao's physical strength exceeding the first stage limit, breaking out wouldn't be difficult. However, with such a large number of new humans, there was still a risk of failure. If he could choose to sit back and enjoy the benefits, he would prefer that. Chapter 8. Academy-level performance. Tang Shiru sighed. Passing by the 2, about to open the door, Zhang Ming quickly stopped her. What are you doing? Tang Shiru turned back, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her beautiful eyes captivating and pitiful. She said with a crying tone, I'll be the bait. You guys take the chance to run in the opposite direction, anyway. I'm of no use. After saying this, Tang Shiru looked at Zhang Ming with affectionate eyes, softly saying, Minggu, you are very outstanding. I didn't cherish you before. You have to be well. Shiru is going ahead. Hearing these words, Zhang Ming was stunned. He had chased after Tang Shiru for 2 years, and this was the first time she expressed her affection for him. The woman in front of him was like a beautiful rose about to bloom. How could he bear to let her be destroyed? Zhang Ming pressed against the door, gritting his teeth. Shiru, you must live well. After saying that, he completely opened the door. Chen Xiao was shocked on the rooftop. He clapped repeatedly. Wow. Heartfelt, truly heartfelt. He could certainly see that the exceptionally skilled girl was using this foolish boy. To be honest, Chen Xiao didn't want to see this situation. Not because he was overflowing with sympathy, but because he felt a sense of reflection. In his previous life, he was also like this towards Cheng Yuyu. The endings of these two devoted admirers seemed to be heading towards the same fate. Zhang Ming pulled open the door, standing in front of it, breathing a bit hurriedly. The wind was bleak, and the waters were cold. But he hesitated, because at the moment he opened the door, all the new humans seemed to have found their target. Pure white pupils, devoid of any emotion, all fixed their gaze on Zhang Ming. Under the scrutiny of so many eerie eyes, Zhang Ming's calves began to tremble. But the next moment, he had no choice but to hesitate. A foot kicked him out fiercely. Rolling down the stairs, he instantly attracted the attention of many monsters. Lili, Zhang Ming didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless, but he had no time to think further. The speed of the new humans far exceeded his expectations, and one wave after another came rushing towards him. Despair welled up in his heart. I'm going to die. He looked towards Tang Shiru, feeling a bit reluctant. A delicate flower in the apocalypse, one he had managed to protect. Under his gaze, both Li and Tang Shiru showed expressions of joy. Then he saw a foot flying out fiercely behind Li. It kicked her several meters away, accompanied by a trail of blood. Crashing down far beyond the steps he was on, Zhang Ming gaped. The situation seemed to have taken a strange turn. I hate backstabbing the most. Chen Xiao didn't want to intervene, but he couldn't help it. After all, calculating the time, he had just been backstabbed by Cheng Yuyu yesterday. How could he tolerate this today? He had come back from reincarnation, and everything was to be done as he pleased. Whoever he called to die must die? Li flew at high speed, helping Zhang Ming share a lot of firepower. She endured the pain in her body and fiercely gazed at the entrance. She saw that terrifying face again. That hospital gown. Why did he have to meddle? Why? I just want to survive. What wrong have I done? A belly full of resentment and hatred, but in the end, she had no chance to express or take revenge. The new humans arrived, their piercing laughter echoing in her ears. She felt her stomach tearing apart, flesh peeling away. Zhang Ming, being a ox hoof talent holder, barely managed to escape the pursuit of several new humans. He couldn't care less about gratitude or concern and hurriedly ran towards a small path. Chen Xiao and Tang Shiru also didn't waste words. The time Li could buy was very limited. With most of the new humans' attention diverted by Li, the three quickly regrouped in the small path. This path was narrow and overgrown with weeds, but very safe. It seemed that due to the opportunity for evolution, the original new humans in the path had been attracted to the library. Entering the safe zone, Zhang Ming punched Chen Xiao. A great favor doesn't need to be thanked. Big brother, but I still don't know your name? Chen Xiao. Xiao Gu, if it weren't for that kick you just did, I would have been disemboweled by now. In the future, if you need anything, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Chen Xiao ignored the nonsense behind and waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me. I didn't do it to save you. Oh. Hearing Wang Qi's cries, Zhang Ming swallowed hard and mustered the courage to continue. Xiao Gu, my name is Zhang Ming. My talent is B-level, ox hoof. My combat power is quite strong. Handling 3 or 4 monsters is not a problem. Zhang Ming then pulled Tang Shiru over and introduced. This is Tang Shiru. Her talent level is very high. A level, water ball. Though she is weak in actual combat, being A level, she definitely has potential. Chen Xiao's deep-set eyes showed a slight ripple. Oh, Tang Shiru. Hearing this name, Chen Xiao recalled something. If he remembered correctly, this girl was not simple. In his previous life, she was much better off than he was. One of the most famous goddesses in Jiangbei City, revered as the Fish Spirit Queen. A powerhouse with both strength and beauty. And her talent was not some A-level, water ball, but an S-level creative talent, water source. She had established a powerful force during the late apocalypse when water sources were extremely scarce, relying on this talent. Is Tang Shiru hiding this talent? Chen Xiao didn't expose her, just nodded and looked at Tang Shiru. In his previous life, they had actually met, but weren't familiar. She had left a deep impression on him back then, because she was so enchanting that any man who glanced at her would be captivated. Even though he was devoted to Cheng Yuyu at that time, seeing Tang Shiru also made him momentarily dazed. After all, at that time, Tang Shiru held a high position, and he couldn't reach her, so some feelings were quite normal. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Tang Shiro, who appeared somewhat disheveled. But he could still see the shadow of the future goddess. While thinking, something fell off in Chen Xiao's body, forcing himself to suppress the fiery aura again. He turned to speak about his plan. I want to occupy a supermarket. Zhang Ming and Tang Shiro, both perceptive, immediately responded in unison. I'm going too. Chen Xiao's lips curled slightly, ignoring the two and walking towards the exit. Zhang Ming noticed the change in Chen Xiao just now, and his heart ached. He prayed that this big brother wouldn't have ideas about Shiro. After all, Tang Shiro had just expressed her affection for him, and he had already assumed they would walk hand in hand through the apocalypse. Tang Shiro remained silent, being incredibly low-key. It should be noted that Zhang Ming's talent, Ox Hoof, was only B level, while her talent was as high as S level, which was somewhat shocking. In the apocalypse, human hearts are hard to gauge. Once exposed, the situation would become complicated. Chapter 9, A Supermarket Soon. The three of them passed through the small path, amidst the sounds of oohing and awing. They arrived at a community. Just entering the community, Chen Xiao chose not to continue carrying Wang Qi. There were only 3 hours until dawn at 6. As long as he found a room to hide in, he would be absolutely safe. He decided to let tonight's biggest contributor rest fully. Ignoring Wang Qi's desperate pleas, Chen Xiao directly broke his neck and threw him in a trash can, then walked away without looking back. Throughout the process, Zhang Ming and Tang Shiro said nothing, as if they were blind, as if nothing had happened. Jiangbei City, Shinchihuading, Building 23, small supermarket. This supermarket was about 40 square meters. Brother Long, I have been keeping watch all night. A stout man with a face full of flesh licked his lips. In front of him stood the robust Brother Long and the female boss of the supermarket. Brother Long slapped the fat guy's face. This startled the fat guy, who quickly waved his hands. I wouldn't dare. Brother Long smiled and said, Don't worry, Fatty, with the apocalypse upon us, we are no longer fugitives. We can show our prowess. Fatty grinned broadly. Yes, Brother Long. In the future, what kind of women do we want? I, Fatty, am not in a hurry. In the corner of the room sat a middle-aged man. He wore a gray-black short-sleeved shirt and shorts, had messy curly hair, and one of his glasses was broken. Looking very disheveled. His name was Lu Mingqing, a high school biology teacher who awakened a C-level talent, temporary flight, after accidentally inhaling the feathers of a little dove. If it weren't for the special nature of this talent, which piqued Brother Long's great interest, he wouldn't have survived until now. It's worth noting that originally there were 10 people in the supermarket. In the end, Brother Long and that fat guy killed them all, leaving only him and the somewhat good-looking female boss. However, Lu Mingqing wasn't sure if someone as moody as Brother Long would kill him the next second. Brother Long, it seems someone is coming. Humph, another group of blind people. How dare they come to share the cake in this apocalyptic treasure land? Brother Long snorted, picked up a long fruit knife from inside the small room, and walked along the wall to the door. He and Fatty quietly observed from either side of the door. As soon as someone broke in, they would be the first to strike. However, something unexpected happened. Bang! The wall where Fatty was standing suddenly collapsed. The supermarket shook as if it were an earthquake. Fatty was buried alive under the rubble of the collapsed wall. Life or death was uncertain. Brother Long's brain paused for a moment, wondering if the people outside were driving a tractor. Otherwise, how could they break through the wall? That was a solid storefront wall. Chen Xiao slowly lowered his legs. He hated being ambushed the most. There were actually 2 dim-wit individuals hiding behind the wall. If it weren't for his dragon breath talent, he might have fallen for their trick. Zhang Ming and Tang Shiro exchanged shocked glances, their expressions revealing their astonishment. They knew how ridiculously strong Chen Xiao was, but they didn't expect him to be this absurdly powerful. He could kick down a solid wall. Zhang Ming awkwardly pointed at the glass door of the store. Brother Xiao. There's a door. Chen Xiao didn't want to explain, walking into the supermarket and surveying the area. The food and water on the shelves were relatively well preserved, but the checkout counter was quite messy. This confirmed to Chen Xiao that the looters must be short-sighted individuals. In the apocalypse, with this money, do they really have a life to spend it? Inside the room, there were 2 people whose breaths were so weak they seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Compared to them, the 2 at the door were indeed the main forces. Who are you? Longa didn't expect a youthful-looking person to come in. He should be a student. He felt relieved in his heart. Young people were timid and inexperienced in society, easily deceived. Perhaps he could still use this guy's brute strength. Chen Xiao coldly glanced at Long Ge and said in a deep voice, This supermarket has changed ownership, get lost. Long Ji's attempt to get close was extinguished, and he was hesitating whether to back down when the man from the inner room stumbled out. Chen Xiao? You are Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao didn't expect someone to recognize him and turned his gaze. Old Lu? Yes, yes, yes. I'm Old Lu. I didn't expect to meet you again under such circumstances. Lu Mingqing was on the verge of tears. He had witnessed Chen Xiao break through a wall. This was his chance to escape from long ago. Chen Xiao looked Lu Mingqing up and down, confirming he wasn't mistaken. This disheveled, ragged man was indeed the old Lu from his memories, always dressed in a suit. Speaking of which, old Lu had treated him well during high school, tirelessly advising him to study hard, not to indulge in games, and that getting into a 985 university wasn't too hard. Unfortunately, he wasn't that kind of material and had disappointed his expectations. He revealed a smile. Let's not reminisce. Old Lu, how did you end up here? Lu Mingqing first glanced at Long Gu, who was constantly hinting beside him, and began to recount. His tone was plain, but very sincere. He completely detailed Long Ji's evil deeds and the unforgivable actions of the fatty. Zhang Ming and Tang Shiru, who had just entered, felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Long Gu sensed something was off, and, taking advantage of everyone's attention being diverted, dashed towards the inner room, pressing a fruit knife against the owner's neck. The owner had no strength to resist Long Gu, tears streaming down her face, her gaze desolate. Chen Xiao had been watching Long Gu, but underestimated his speed. This Long Gu should be a speed-type talent user. You all stop. Give me a way out. I want to kill her. Long Gu shouted, gesturing towards Chen Xiao. Zhang Ming was so angry he stomped his feet, shameless, threatening others with a woman. What kind of man are you? Tang Shiru said calmly. Let her go. You still have a slim chance. Given my relationship with Brother Xiao, I can plead for you. Long Gu chuckled, little beauty, how about we swap hostages? You come to my arms, and I'll let her go. How about that? Seeing that Long Gu was impervious to both soft and hard tactics, Tang Shiru had to give up and looked at Chen Xiao. She was also a pitiful person. Chen Xiao shook his head upon hearing Lu Mingqing's words. It seemed they hadn't noticed what was really in the owner's eyes. It was a mixture of hatred, pain, and determination. In the next moment, the knife that was pressed against her neck twisted forcefully. She chose to commit suicide. Chapter 10. This damn talent. Seeing the owner commit suicide, Long Gu erupted in rage. That damn woman. But what greeted him was a fist that seemed to leave after images. Boom. Long Gu was suddenly blasted away, not even having the chance to let out a scream. Another wall of the supermarket was completely wrecked. Long Gu flew like a cannonball, smashing through all obstacles and landing hard on the concrete floor of the street. The new humans who were feasting on their prey suddenly gained a new target. Chen Xiao stood in place, glancing at his fist. Feeling helpless inside, I used too much strength. This supermarket was no longer tenable. It would probably fall shortly. Brother Xiao, what should we do? Let's change locations. Leaving the recently breached supermarket, Chen Xiao, Zhang Ming, Tang Shiru, and Lu Mingqing quickly found another supermarket. This one was also small, with a layout similar to the previous one. Unlike the last supermarket, this one was located in a very secluded area and was only found thanks to Lu Mingqing, who was from the district. From the outside, it looked very tidy and should not have been looted. Chen Xiao quietly probed with dragon breath and confirmed that there was no one inside. It was a fairly safe choice. After violently picking the lock, the group entered the supermarket and began to rest. Chen Xiao first removed his blood-soaked, wet hospital gown. He then took a clean set of clothes from a rack, which looked neat and tidy. It was a pure black windbreaker, fitting just right. Zhang Ming and old Lu worked together to block the entrance with a large shelf, starting to observe the new humans through the glass. With Chen Xiao around, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. This was a great opportunity to study the new humans up close. After changing clothes, Chen Xiao sat in the boss's chair, eating a self-heating hot pot. Old Lu, if I remember correctly, your home is in this neighborhood, right? Lu Mingqing nodded and tentatively said, I think the disaster isn't as fierce as it was when it first broke out. I want to take some food. My wife and children are still waiting for me. Although there was a teacher-student bond, Lu Mingqing recognized the situation clearly. So even though there was so much material in the supermarket, he still wanted to ask the true owner before taking some. After all, the Chen Xiao in front of him was no longer the little boy from before. Although he didn't know what talent he had awakened, possessing the kind of power he just displayed in the apocalypse meant he was destined to be extraordinary. Chen Xiao glanced at the time. It was already past 4. There were less than 2 hours until dawn. Although it still looked pitch black outside, Chen Xiao knew that at 6 o'clock, the darkness rule would cease to be in effect. The sky would suddenly burst into brightness. Okay, you can go back at 5. On one hand, Chen Xiao was concerned for old Lu's safety. The danger level at 5 would actually be similar to daytime. On the other hand, he was also giving old Lu enough time to gather sufficient supplies to take home, especially since he had 2 children. In the apocalypse, Chen Xiao doing this had already repaid old Lu's kindness. Old Lu joined his hands in prayer, humbly bowing to Chen Xiao twice, which left Chen Xiao deeply moved. After eating and drinking enough, Chen Xiao sent old Lu off and returned to the inner room of the supermarket. Zhang Ming stood at the door, trying hard to prove his worth. Chen Xiao was glad to have someone voluntarily keep watch, and he waved at Tang Shiru. Come sleep with me tonight. Tang Shiru trembled slightly in her heart, but she had actually been prepared for this. No one would help her for no reason. This moment had finally come. Brother Xiao. It's me, Shiru. Zhang Ming wanted to dissuade her. He didn't want to see this scene, but the moment he met Chen Xiao's gaze, he backed down. He had witnessed Chen Xiao slaughter his way from the cafeteria to the supermarket. Such a person could really kill him if they disagreed. Moreover, he owed his life to him. In the end, Zhang Ming didn't say anything more, standing at the entrance of the supermarket as if he had aged 10 years. Tang Shiru wore a red body-hugging dress and a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals. Under the blood-red lighting, she looked particularly fitting and alluring. Chen Xiao called her over to sleep, but he only wanted to have a heart-to-heart talk. Yes, a heart-to-heart talk. This woman has great potential for the future. She is the goddess of countless young and old men in Jiangbei. Her terrifying talent is enough to make her a coveted figure among warriors. Tang Shiru did not answer yes or no, but walked gracefully towards Chen Xiao. Zhang Ming watched Tang Shiru's tall and sexy figure, his heart bleeding. In his mind, they were meant to be a couple. Tang Shiru had expressed her affection for him, but now they had no choice. Zhang Ming believed that even if Tang Shiru was not his woman now, she would definitely be his woman in the future, whether it was self-hypnosis or not. Zhang Ming's mindset improved a bit. He turned his head and stopped looking at Tang Shiru's enchanting back. Chen Xiao let Tang Shiru enter the room, glanced at the serious Zhang Ming guarding the door, and felt a sense of sympathy. Ming, you can't handle this woman. If it weren't for me just now, you would have been the one to die in the trap. Of course, he wouldn't say this to Zhang Ming. He locked the door behind him. Chapter 11 Tinyi Storage. The first night that caused significant trauma to all humanity has passed. The entire Jiangbei city is enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. The once bustling streets are now deserted, with only a few new humans occasionally passing by. They are frantically searching for traces of animals. The sun is high in the sky. Chen Xiao and Tang Shiru still haven't gotten out of bed. Zhang Ming is very anxious. After hesitating for a long time, he still lacks the courage to knock on the door. Creak. The door opened, and Tang Shiru walked out with a flushed face, looking somewhat delicate. Shiru, you're awake. Zhang Ming was a bit excited. He really wanted to ask Tang Shiru what happened last night, whether she was forced. Although he heard some sounds at night, he would never believe it without Tang Shiru admitting it herself. Tang Shiru, barefoot, nodded and walked over to the shelf, grabbed a few packets of instant noodles, and then returned to the room. Bang! The door closed, and Zhang Ming felt like crying without tears. Was there even a chance to talk? It wasn't until nearly 4 o'clock that Chen Xiao lazily exited the room. He originally didn't plan to go directly to Tang Shiru, because their affinity hadn't been built up yet, and dual cultivation wouldn't have much significance. But who knew that this little girl would be so proactive? What surprised Chen Xiao was that although he didn't gain a talent, his physical strength increased noticeably, giving him 2 solid prompts. What does this indicate? Tang Shiru has feelings for him. As for the source of this affection, Chen Xiao guessed it must be that Tang Shiru is attracted to strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to develop feelings in such a short time. As for talent, that is a long way off. Increasing affinity is very important. The frequency of dual cultivation is also crucial. It requires consistent effort. As soon as he stepped out of the small room, Chen Xiao saw Zhang Ming staring with bloodshot eyes and was momentarily taken aback. He teased, "You should sleep a bit. Don't collapse in the supermarket. I still have to collect your body." Zhang Ming awkwardly smiled and then glanced behind Chen Xiao. Tang Shiru came out, stretching lazily. Still wearing that red body-hugging dress, she wiped off the bloodstains and dust, revealing her snow-white, fleshy thighs. After being washed by the water ball, Tang Shiru once again radiated an alluring charm. But Zhang Ming thought it might be an illusion. The dress seemed shorter. He swallowed hard. Tang Shiru's lazy posture made him think wildly. Ahem. Chen Xiao coughed, bringing Zhang Ming back to reality. Has anyone come while I was sleeping? Hearing Chen Xiao ask about serious matters, Zhang Ming nodded and took out a folded note from his pocket. A group of people came and slipped this note through a gap. They should be from the organization outside the community, Tinyi Storage. Tinyi Storage is a large chain supermarket with countless supplies inside, for entire floors of goods. In the apocalypse, this is the most tempting existence. Just 1 night has passed since the apocalypse, plus half a day. To survive inside and establish an organization is no simple feat. Chen Xiao opened the note, Within 3 days, transfer all supplies to Tianyi storage, and you can survive. Oh. Chen Xiao sneered. What is this? A threat? Zhang Ming had certainly read the note, and was secretly observing Chen Xiao's expression. He was waiting for Chen Xiao to make a choice. If Chen Xiao transferred the supplies, he would follow and enjoy the benefits, joining a major force. If Chen Xiao chose to confront them, he could only leave first. It was obvious that the storage group was not ordinary. There were only 3 of them, and they were no match. Even though in his mind Chen Xiao was already ridiculously strong, who knows how many such monsters were on the other side. Though he had once spoken bravely about facing challenges, who could say they weren't afraid when truly facing danger? Zhang Ming weakly asked, Brother Xiao? A wise man doesn't he suffer immediate losses? Chen Xiao handed the note to Tang Shiru, slowly sat down in the boss chair, leaned back, and asked casually. I won't deliver the supplies. You two can choose freely. Everyone has their own fate. I won't stop you. Zhang Ming was still hesitating about how to leave. But since Chen Xiao was so understanding, he decided not to think any further, feeling secretly pleased. Without Chen Xiao's pressure, he and Shiru could fly together. Becoming a couple in the apocalypse would certainly make others envious. It would be best to find a powerful force to protect themselves. After all, Shiru is so young and beautiful, there must be thieves eyeing her. Thinking of this, he subtly glanced at Chen Xiao. Zhang Ming clasped his hands and said, Brother Xiao, thank you for your care. Shiru and I still have unfinished business and can't stay here. Please let us know if you need anything in the future. Before Chen Xiao could respond, Tang Shiru hurriedly clarified, Zhang Ming, I'm staying with Brother Xiao. I'm not leaving. What? Zhang Ming felt a sharp pain in his chest. His eyes filled with disbelief. Just one night, and you've changed your heart? Just one night. I pursued you for 2 years. I almost died for you. Tang Shiru certainly wouldn't follow Zhang Ming to wander aimlessly. She only had feelings of friendship for him. With her top-tier talent, if discovered by a major force, the consequences would be dire. Tang Shiru shook her head, leaning against the table in front of Chen Xiao, casually twirling her hair. Her rounded bottom and snow-white thighs were almost right in front of Chen Xiao's eyes. The air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. An indescribable flame surged up instantly. This damn talent is utterly useless. Chen Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This fish spirit queen is truly a fairy. No wonder she did so well in her past life. Almost a revered existence. In the apocalypse, if she doesn't survive, who will? She understands it too well. Tang Shiru sighed. Zhang Ming, don't be so naive. Where can you go now? Zhang Ming's eyes became even more bloodshot. He spoke hoarsely. Why? He sensed Tang Shiru's distance, even unwilling to call him Mingge. Zhang Ming looked resentfully at Chen Xiao and then painfully at Tang Shiru. He left, quickly exiting the supermarket. Chen Xiao rummaged through the supermarket for a pack of cigarettes, lit one, slowly stood up, and walked toward the door. Tang Shiru suddenly called out to him, Brother Xiao. Can you leave a whole corpse? Sure, but I have a request. What? Tonight, do more. Can I change the request? Yesterday. No. All right, I agree. Chen Xiao smiled, flicked the ash off his cigarette, opened the door, and left, aiming to kill, leaving a whole corpse behind. He had indeed said that everyone has their own fate and wouldn't stop them. But the fate of leaving is death. What if that Zhang Ming kid is the chosen one and has some fortuitous encounter? Come back and kill yourself first. Isn't that a waste of effort? Chen Xiao wouldn't leave behind a time bomb. The first day of the apocalypse quietly passed. Chen Xiao stayed honestly with Tang Shiru in the small supermarket. The opportunities for evolution in the apocalypse are limited, and the biggest chance under the red moon has already been secured by him. He wasn't in a hurry for the next step. If he remembered correctly, the next red moon would not be far off. Just a week later. And that time would be even more bizarre. If no one disturbed him, Chen Xiao planned to wait until the next red moon to take action. This would minimize the danger as much as possible. In the apocalypse, only survival can ensure safety. Chapter 12. Fast Man on the second day of the apocalypse. Chen Xiao still hadn't gained Tang Shiru's talent, but he didn't feel discouraged. He believed that hard work pays off. On the third day of the apocalypse, Chen Xiao activated his talent again. This time, even he couldn't hold back. Intermittent talent? What the hell is going on with this daily activation? But Chen Xiao thought to himself, it was reasonable for a lonely man and a beautiful woman like Tang Shiru to be in the same room. It's just that the probability of gaining talent was too low. If he kept this up, his increased physical strength would soon break through the limits. Suddenly, a clear voice came from outside the door. Is the supermarket owner here? Chen Xiao frowned slightly. It was easy to guess who the visitor was. Xiao Gu. Tang Shiru looked worriedly at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao patted Tang Shiru's thigh, signaling her to calm down. He slowly opened the door, standing at the entrance. His gaze was somewhat cold. There were 6 people outside, dressed relatively cleanly. It seemed that there were plenty of water resources and clothes in the storage. The energy fluctuations of these people were quite ordinary. The only one who looked decent was the man standing at the front. My name is Lin Su, from Tianyi Storage. I know, let us get to the point. Lin Su noticed Chen Xiao's indifferent attitude and his expression turned cold. I'm here to help you move things. He thought there were still a few people inside the house. After all, the person who received the note wasn't Chen Xiao. No need. We refuse to join Tianyi Storage. Please leave. Haha, you say you refuse and just refuse? Do you know who I am? Lin Su licked his lips. A hint of amusement in his eyes. What? Do you want me to say it? At Chen Xiao's side, 5 people walked over. Chen Xiao had noticed them long ago, but they hadn't shown themselves. The leader was a man in a leather jacket, wearing large black sunglasses and smoking a cigarette. He looked much more confident than Lin Su from Tianyi Storage. From Nanshan Storage? Lin Su narrowed his eyes and continued, your hands are reaching a bit too far. The man in the leather jacket chuckled. I'm Yuan Yi, captain of the 9th team of Nanshan Storage, but you're mistaken, we don't intend to reach out. Yuan Yi raised his hand to signal to continue, looking like he was watching a show. Although Lin Su was wary. He wasn't afraid because they were all storage-level organizations with backing. He ignored Yuan Yi on the side and glared at Chen Xiao. 1 minute. And it'll be over. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 people beside Lin Su suddenly unleashed an astonishing momentum. Lin Su was smug. His subordinates were all elites. B-level strength talent, pig body. B-level strength talent, dog tooth. C-level agility talent, dog paddle. C-level agility talent, bull charge. C-level agility talent, swift mouse. With 5 talents above C-level, plus Lin Su's hidden talent of at least B-level, these 6 people were extremely powerful. Even Yuan Yi with sunglasses didn't expect that Tianyi Storage would send so many experts to capture a small supermarket. To know that in Nanshan Storage, nearly 200 elites had been recruited, but those with talents above C-level barely reached 50%. Captain Yuan, this supermarket can't be held anymore. These people are the elite group of Tianyi. Let us retreat. A blond man beside Yuan Yi said quietly. Not so fast, let us see what happens first. Yuan Yi waved his hand. He didn't want to give up the supplies in this supermarket. In the apocalypse, resources are everything. As long as he secured this, his position in the storage would rise again. He didn't want to let go so easily. At this moment, Lin Su waved his hand, and brown lightning flashed. Looking very impressive. I'm not afraid to tell you. Our core members of Tianyi Storage entered the apocalypse while eating eel rice. So, do you know our terrifying nature now? While speaking, Lin Su casually glanced at Yuan Yi, then burst into laughter. He had B-level magical talent, electricity of the eel. It was the true power of a demon, born from the void. In these 3 days, he had been invincible in the apocalypse. No one could withstand his powerful electricity. Impossible. Could it be that all the core members of Tianyi Storage are electric eels? If so, Jiangbei wouldn't be able to accommodate us from Nanshan Storage. All right, quiet. If you believe everything he says, you might as well let him send you to die. Yuan Yi scolded sharply, shaking his head. Lin Su's words shocked him greatly, especially with the brown lightning surrounding him, making him doubt reality. Just then, 3 agile talent holders had already closed in. You're too slow. One of the tall, slender men mocked. His swift mouse was the fastest among the 6. In the blink of an eye, he leaped in front of Chen Xiao. Yet Chen Xiao still had that expressionless face, looking as if he was stunned. So fast. This speed would rank among the top in Nanshan Storage. This speed was already comparable to our Nanshan fast man. That guy is finished. The faster he is, the greater the inertia. The people in the supermarket should get ready to collect his body. Inside the supermarket, Tang Shiro clenched her fists. She and Chen Xiao were in the same boat. If Chen Xiao was defeated, her fate wouldn't be any better. She looked at Chen Xiao worriedly, not knowing what he was thinking. She only thought that Chen Xiao hadn't reacted. After all, the tall man's speed was too fast. Bang! The next second, the tall man was finished. This sudden development left everyone dumbfounded. He died too quickly. His head was smashed, and some unidentifiable juices splattered out, landing a meter in front of Yuan Yi, making him swallow hard, his expression unnatural. That man, he actually exploded the head of someone moving at high speed with a single punch. This is unscientific. What is going on? The fast man was blown up. How did he do that? Everyone beside Yuan Yi was shocked beyond measure. They didn't expect that the seemingly ordinary man had such outrageous precision and strength. Conservatively estimated, he must have an A-level talent. Tang Shiro's beautiful eyes were filled with emotion, her delicate hands pressed on her chest, breathing in and out in a high-low rhythm. Obviously, she was also startled just now. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Chen Xiao won. The The four people who had just rushed close suddenly paused, caught in a dilemma. Let us go together. He just one person. Even if he has an S-level talent, we can make him regret it on the spot. Lin Su's inspiring words instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the four fools. But on the battlefield, they couldn't afford to be distracted for a moment. Because Chen Xiao's fists weren't to be trifled with, in just the blink of an eye, he launched a counterattack. Boom. Like a sugar-coated hawthorn. The three figures were sent flying without any obstruction. Damn. Lin Su's eyes were wide in shock, his heart roaring incessantly. Chapter 13. The sheep goddess Yuan Yi was even more surprised that the situation had changed so quickly. Tianyi storage was now suffering losses. And the only one they could rely on was Lin Su. Lin Su said he wasn't afraid, but that was a lie. Because he knew his subordinates best. They were really strong and really fast. They had already taken down over a dozen small supermarkets. However, today it seemed they had run into a wall of steel among walls of steel. Offending Tianyi storage, in this apocalypse, no one could save you. Lin Su's hands crackled with electricity. He didn't believe this young man in front of him had no weaknesses. Since he could take hits so well, he couldn't possibly have strong magic resistance, right? With this thought, Lin Su smiled and stepped forward, pressing towards Chen Xiao. With thunder, smashed the darkness. Boom. Lin Su fell. The electric shock hitting Chen Xiao felt less painful than a tickle. Yuan Yi, who witnessed the whole scene, and the few people beside him were already panicking. Are we still robbing? One not-so-bright subordinate instinctively asked. What awaited them was Yuan Yi's furious rebuke. Get the hell out of here. Chen Xiao ignored the commotion. Glancing at Lin Su, who lay grotesquely in a pool of blood, he sighed. It was obvious. He was getting further and further down the path of being a punch man, even if the opponent was a mage. His superior bloodline, Black Goat, was enough to withstand it all. Not even the sensation of pain remained. How lonely it is to be invincible. In his past life, he was a fighting machine among roosters, facing deadly battles almost every day in the apocalypse. And now, whoever he wanted dead, would have to die. Xiao Gu, Tang Shiro, seeing the battle had ended, mustered her courage to run to Chen Xiao's side. She was still holding a handkerchief, wiping the bloodstains off him. Before the two could say anything, Yuan Yi exclaimed first, Miss Tang. Tang Shiro turned her head, seemingly recalling something, suddenly saying, You're the young son of the Jiang family's steward. Exactly. I didn't expect to see you here. Chen Xiao didn't expect the two to be old acquaintances. It seemed he could save some trouble. Tang Shiro put down the handkerchief, revealing a hint of worry. Is Chugs, you okay now? Miss Jiang is the jewel of our South City storage. With her brother around, no one dares to bully her, Yuan Yi succinctly replied, understanding Tang Shiro's concern. If Miss Jiang knew you had such a powerful person protecting you, she would be very happy. Before Tang Shiro could speak, Yuan Yi's flattery came pouring in. Looking at Chen Xiao with sincere eyes. If Chen Xiao didn't know what he was up to, he would surely believe in his sincerity. Are you talking about Jiang Chugsu? Chen Xiao asked. Tang Shiro was surprised that Chen Xiao knew this name. You know Chugsu? No. Chen Xiao certainly wouldn't admit it. After all, the two really didn't know each other. But he was very familiar with the name Jiang Chugsu. The owner of the S-class creation ability, Sheep Spirit. As long as she was around, she could create sheep spirits every day for the people in the base to consume. In the apocalypse, humans were given the name of animals, while animals would gradually detach from the food chain. Early animals were just tough and bitter, and later on, they were practically inedible, foul and extremely sour. Therefore, in a base, someone with the ability to create meat would be recognized as a god by everyone. Chen Xiao didn't expect there to be some connection between Tang Shiro and Jiang Chugsu, but on second thought, it made sense. In his past life, the two were referred to as the Fish Spirit Queen and the Sheep Goddess by the people of Jiangbei. No wonder there had never been a conflict in the bases they belonged to. It seemed their personal relationship was quite good. Moreover, it was said that this woman was exceptionally beautiful, with suitors lining up all the way to the capital. Was she really that pretty? Comparable to Tang Shiro? He felt the need to meet her. On the flip side, Sheep Spirit. This ability was simply essential for the apocalypse. A must-have for hot pot. If he could have hot pot every day instead of instant noodles and canned food, how wonderful life would be. The premise was that he had to get this ability. And to get the ability, the condition was Chen Xiao. A soft voice brought him back to his senses, and he awkwardly coughed. Tang Shiro saw Chen Xiao lost in thought, and assumed he knew Jiang Chugsu. She looked at him proudly with her beautiful eyes. Chen Xiao helplessly spread his hands. I really don't know her. Yuan Yi, not understanding Chen Xiao's meaning, shouted to Tang Shiro. Miss Tang, the crisis has just begun. Dangers are everywhere. Our South City storage is rich in resources, and we have two S-class ability holders guarding it. If you're interested, we always welcome you, after all. Miss Jiang often mentions you. One sentence put Tang Shiro in a difficult position. After all, she was also in a situation where she had no say. Everything was up to Chen Xiao. She couldn't persuade Chen Xiao to take the supermarket's resources to South City Storage. For Chen Xiao, going there would also mean being alone and subordinate to others. Sorry, Yuan Yi Xiaoge. What can the resources from this supermarket get me in South City Storage? Suddenly, Chen Xiao's words gave Tang Shiro a glimmer of hope. It also brightened Yuan Yi's eyes. An opportunity to make a contribution had come. The internal beds, fixed daily food and water, occasional hot pot indulgent meals, and protection from S-class ability holders. Yuan Yi was confident he could make Chen Xiao fall for it. Even Yuan Yi's subordinates behind him began to whisper, "Captain, is this for real? There are only a few spots for internal beds. And indulgent meals are only for the captain, right? You wouldn't treat him that well, would you?" "Yeah, Captain, think twice." Yuan Yi helplessly waved his hand. These few clueless fools had no foresight. Having just seen Chen Xiao in action, he keenly sensed that this was a rare powerhouse. On the third day of the apocalypse, his abilities were already this abnormal. An absolute potential stock, worth it. Is that all? Forget it, I'm not going. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao turned to leave without looking back, causing Yuan Yi to panic. Hey, then you say conditions. Yuan Yi didn't expect this big brother to be so hard to satisfy. These things were what people dreamed of in the apocalypse. Chen Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I want a separate room, the same size as the current one." That. Yuan Yi began to feel troubled. After all, even he didn't have a separate room. There were only a few rooms in the entire storage. How could they possibly give a room just because of a small supermarket's resources? But then he had a thought, gritting his teeth, as if he had made a huge decision. He couldn't estimate the value of Miss Tang and the supermarket's resources. But as long as he brought Miss Tang and the supermarket's resources back, even if he fell out with Chen Xiao, he wouldn't be afraid. Two S-class ability holders were not to be trifled with. Okay, it's settled. Upon agreeing to this request, Yuan Yi's subordinates all opened their mouths wide. Unsure of what to say? Was the captain confused? Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't afraid of Yuan Yi playing tricks. Tang Shiro happily jumped up and threw herself onto Chen Xiao, giving him a kiss. Chen Xiao carefully helped Tang Shiro lift her skirt to prevent any accidental exposure. "Xiaoge, you're amazing." Did this girl misunderstand something? He was not going to South City Storage because of her. But Chen Xiao wouldn't explain, smiling. "Then tonight? It's all up to you." Holding Tang Shiro, Chen Xiao shouted to Yuan Yi, "You all go take a walk. We'll set off tomorrow morning." Then he returned to the supermarket and dropped the curtain. Chapter 14. S-Class Ability. The next day, Chen Xiao felt refreshed. S-Class Creation Ability, Water Source. At this moment, as soon as he focused his mind, he even felt he could summon an endless stream of water from his palm. Tang Shiro couldn't possibly be unaware of the importance of this ability, and Chen Xiao didn't bother to reveal it. After all, he had already gotten what he wanted. "Yuan, it's almost noon. Are those two still not done?" "How the hell would I know? Just wait it out." "But Yuan, I have to say, that girl-esque figure. If she were wrapped around me." Yuan, you didn't expect this guy to be so bold and kicked out. "Miss Tang is someone you can comment on?" "Let me tell you, Miss Tang is a close friend of the Jiang family, so you know what that means, right?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Creak. The supermarket door opened, and two figures, one black and one red, appeared. Chen Xiao stretched lazily and pointed behind him. "It's up to you now." Yuan Yi nodded and called his brothers to go into the supermarket to move supplies. Time flew by, and half a day had passed. The supermarket was completely emptied. On the way back, everyone sat in a large truck, looking out the window. It was a desolate city. The supermarkets they passed had no doors intact. The restaurants were also in disarray. Only a few steel rolling doors were intact. The roads were stained with blood, like bloody tongues leading to unknown directions. Along the way, they no longer saw black pupils, only groups of new humans wandering around. In the truck, Tang Shiro leaned against Chen Xiao, watching one new human after another being crushed. She spoke up. "Brother Xiao, do you think new humans will disappear?" Chen Xiao smiled bitterly. "They probably will." In fact, deep down, Chen Xiao had a very pessimistic attitude towards the apocalypse. He had seen too much life and death in his past life. That deep sense of helplessness shrouded his latter half of life. He wanted to ask Tang Shiro, "Can you imagine new humans over 10 meters tall? Can you imagine new humans capable of carrying nuclear bombs? Can you imagine new humans who can flash and cast magic?" In the future, as the blood moon increases, the evolution speed of new humans will also accelerate. Yet humans, or rather ignorant animals, are still killing each other. Chen Xiao, having lived again, did not want to be a hero who saves humanity. He just wanted to protect his own little piece of land. Jiangbei South City was a place he had to come. There was a chance for the second blood moon here. Under this blood moon, the gap among people would gradually widen, and new humans would evolve rapidly. And there were only 3 days left until the second blood moon. Here was Jiang Chugzhu. He must conquer her and then obtain the sheep spirit talent, which was the foundation for survival in the apocalypse. Even if he failed to conquer her, he must befriend this little girl. Otherwise, the apocalypse hotpot would be a long way off. Chen Xiao's face gradually darkened because he remembered someone, and the images of the war from his past life kept surfacing in his mind. That was the 6th blood moon, when his best bro, Das Han, the S-level talent, bear spirit possession holder, chose to hold the rear to protect him. It was this choice that led him to be torn to pieces by countless new humans. Das Han, in this life, I don't want to see you lose an arm. I don't want to see you die tragically in front of me. I am no longer the weak little chick. Brother Xiao is now a true Tyrannosaurus Rex of the apocalypse. Miss Tang, Mr. Chun, we are approaching the South City storage. The driver pointed ahead, speaking with a hint of pride. Hearing this, Chen Xiao came back to his senses and looked into the distance. Tang Shiru also gasped. The scene before her far exceeded her expectations. What she thought was a storage facility was actually a refuge made up of a storage supermarket and surrounding communities. It was like a paradise in the apocalypse, constantly expanding outward from the storage center. In just 3 days, it had accommodated 500 people. The outskirts of the storage were residential areas, a relatively quiet haven, where 400 of those people would live. Although the buildings were old, it did not affect the fact that this was the most sought-after place after the apocalypse. Before they even saw the main building of the storage, they saw rows of towering iron shelves blocking everyone's way. Chen Xiao was not surprised. This was just the embryonic form of various bases in the future. As the time of the apocalypse passed, various systems and facilities would gradually improve. Stop. Show your token. From a distance, the people in the vehicle heard a loud voice ahead. Yuan Yi held up a small black token in his hand, and then they passed through without any obstruction. It was only when they reached the storage building that they finally parked the truck steadily. Yuan Yi got out and cupped his hands towards Chen Xiao. I'll take Miss Tang to see Miss Jiang. Mr. Chun can wander around. No need. I'll go with you. Yuan Yi hesitated. Miss Jiang usually doesn't meet strangers. Chen Xiao smiled. I'm Miss Tang's bodyguard. The kind that doesn't leave her side. Miss Jiang will definitely understand. Yuan Yi cursed inwardly. How could a bodyguard and employer be so close? Helpless. He had to take Chen Xiao through multiple verifications and into the interior of the storage. Inside the storage, there were 5 floors. The first floor was for daily necessities, such as clothes, shoes, and tissues. The second and third floors were for food, such as various meats and purified water. The fourth floor was a storage warehouse, not open to the public, likely hiding emergency food. And the fifth floor was the rest area for core personnel. This was different from the surrounding residential areas. While the people there could find shelter, they could not enjoy the stability provided by the storage, because they needed to exchange other supplies. In the apocalypse, there is no free lunch anywhere. You need to provide value to survive in the base. The fifth floor wasn't very large, with a few hundred square meters divided into 10 rooms. Yuan Yi led the 2 to one of them. Miss Jiang, look who I brought. The door slowly opened, and a girl in a white spaghetti strap dress appeared at the entrance. Sunlight poured through the door crack, gently enveloping her tall figure. Her soft black hair danced in the wind, highlighting her fair skin, resembling an elf under the sun. A pair of bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, and when she saw Tang Shiru's face, she smiled brilliantly and sweetly, as if she could melt away all coldness and fatigue. The warm atmosphere inside the room intertwined with her fresh aura, creating a quiet and comfortable feeling. Chen Xiao and Yuan Yi were stunned. Then, inexplicably, Chen Xiao used his hands to block Yuan Yi's line of sight from behind. Yuan Yi, why the hell don't you block your own eyes? Yuan Yi struggled to pry open those hands, but unfortunately, the strength of those hands was too great. He helplessly shrugged, allowing Chen Xiao to block his eyes, and elongated his voice. The person has been brought. Jiang Chugzhu ignored the 2 men and looked at Tang Shiru with tears in her eyes. Sister Tang, you really didn't die, woo woo woo. A whole delicate body pounced onto Tang Shiru, almost knocking her over. All right, Chugzhu, there are others watching. Tang Shiru's pretty face flushed as she pointed to the blind Yuan Yi and the smiling Chen Xiao beside her. Jiang Chugzhu also noticed that her behavior was a bit excessive, jumped off Tang Shiru, and tidied up her disheveled clothes. Girls chat, what are you men doing standing around? Then she pulled Tang Shiru into the room. Bang! The door closed, and Chen Xiao didn't even have time to speak. Yuan Yi took the opportunity to escape from control, looking at Chen Xiao with schadenfreude. Miss Jiang is like this. She doesn't like men, Just get used to it. Chen Xiao shrugged. Let us go. Take me to meet your boss. 10 minutes later, in the storage reception room, in front of Chen Xiao stood 3 men. Under the scrutiny of dragon breath, Chen Xiao could see all 3 of them were very strong. Any one of them was stronger than anyone he had previously investigated. The leader was wearing a black tactical vest adorned with various pockets and gear. The most striking feature is his appearance, upright and resolute, with a high-nose bridge, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. He is even more handsome than many celebrities. The person on his left is completely different, wearing a white shirt with a slightly open collar, paired with black dress pants, looking particularly neat in the apocalypse. However, Chen Xiao has a low opinion of such people. Most in the apocalypse are just well-dressed beasts. The last one is dressed in a gray work uniform, covered in oil and sweat stains, looking very rough. It's hard to imagine that this is also a high-level executive in the storage core. The handsome man in the lead extends his hand. I am Jiang Yunhan, the founder of Nanshan Storage. They all call me Boss Jiang or Brother Han. Chen Xiao, just call me Xiao Gu. Chen Xiao replies lightly, extending his hand. Jiang Yunhan isn't angry and continues the introduction. This is the second in command of the storage, LV Xingji. Don't be fooled by his formal attire. He has a fiery temper. So don't provoke him easily. LV Xingji seems accustomed to this introduction, expressionless as he sizes up Chen Xiao. This is the third in command, Lang Fei, our base's planner. Without him, the base would struggle to develop. Lang Fei has some characteristics of a tech guy and simply nods at Chen Xiao. I heard from Yuan Yi that you actively offered supermarket supplies and protected Shiro for a while. You've made a significant contribution. Jiang Yunhan then shifts his tone. But you've also caused a big trouble. Oh, Chen Xiao raises an eyebrow, very curious. This guy is not planning to fulfill his promise. Is he? Yuan Yi said you have a close relationship with Shiro, and perhaps you even have a romantic involvement. Do you know her identity? Chen Xiao is taken aback. He only knows that Tang Shiro was not only powerful in her past life, but her background was also strong. However, Chen Xiao indeed did not conduct any background check. Tang Shiro never mentioned her family, so Chen Xiao knows nothing about it. Jiang Yunhan sighs. She is the jewel of the Tang family in Jiangnan City, the direct granddaughter of Tang Xiangui. She is also the unwed daughter-in-law of the Yang family in the capital. A glimmer of light flashes in Chen Xiao's eyes. Then he shakes his head indifferently. It doesn't matter. She is now my employer, and I am her bodyguard. LV Xingji straightens his suit and coldly remarks, stubborn. Don't you know who Tang Xiangui is? Don't you know how powerful the Yang family is? He doesn't believe that this young man in front of him has never heard of Tang Xiangui or known about the Yang family in the capital. These two families are too famous. Chen Xiao certainly knows. Before the apocalypse, Tang Xiangui was the top entrepreneur in Jiangnan. But in reality, behind the scenes, he was the boss of a mercenary company. With countless strong soldiers under him, his power was so great that even the military had to turn a blind eye. After the apocalypse, with the order collapsing and the military unable to protect itself, this added fuel to the Tang family's business. It directly expanded the mercenary group. And they were already in the arms trade, focusing on firepower suppression. The unevolved new humans could not even set foot in Jiangnan City, which won him the hearts of countless people. Thus, Jiangnan was entirely under his control. He was the true local emperor of Jiangnan. As for the Yang family, that was even more terrifying. The top 3 families in the capital. Just these 5 words are enough to illustrate the glory and fearsome power of the Yang family. There is an old saying, it's better to offend the king of heaven than to offend the top 3 families. It seems that Tang Shiro could hold the title of queen in Jiangbei City with her family's help behind the scenes. It is very difficult to contend against various national forces relying solely on one's own strength and planning in the apocalypse. But is Chen Xiao afraid? Afraid. They have guns, of course, he is afraid. Moreover, he hasn't evolved again. If a row of Gatling guns were deployed, even second-tier new humans could be mindlessly slaughtered. Sufficient firepower coverage could also easily kill him. But Chen Xiao will not back down, because in his past life, among those who plotted against him were people from the top 3 families in the capital. They would not allow a mere chicken to attempt to rise quickly across races and classes. How ironic, how laughable. Even in the apocalypse, they still engage in species discrimination. Just because he is a chicken, he deserves to be trampled on for life. The Yang family, the Li family, the Zhang family. In this life, I will find them one by one, starting with sleeping with your Yang family's daughter-in-law. Don't be self-deceiving. By the time the people from Jiangnan come looking for you, it will all be too late. I will take you to Jiangnan to atone for your sins. LV Xingji spoke earnestly, looking down from a height, as if he would not allow Chen Xiao to resist at all. Chen Xiao's lips curled into a smile. seemingly never taking the words of these people to heart. This only made LV Xingji more irritated, and Zhang Yunhan began to have some doubts. Xingji, step back. Zhang Yunhan's calm command made LV Xingji furrow his brows. But he had no intention of continuing to attack. I heard from Yuan Yi that your ability is very strong. Even Lin Su from Tianyi was killed by you. As long as you are willing to advance and retreat with Nanshinj, I can protect you for a time until the Tang family or the Yang family arrives. Chen Xiao did not expect that this seemingly young man would dare to say such things. You can protect me? Jiangnan and Jiangbei, aside from the Tang family. My Nanshinj storage does not fear any forces. Chen Xiao certainly believes it. After all, as a reborn person, he knows very well that the backing of Nanshinj storage is the Nanshinj defense base, a nationally renowned large base. However, now, these few S-class talent possessors are indeed a bit shabby. After speaking, Zhang Yunhan looked seriously at Chen Xiao. So what is your talent? Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment. S-class, Teddy Soul. Chapter 16, A Punch S-class. Zhang Yunhan's gaze shook, but he quickly regained composure. What a ridiculous name. S-class. You can settle near the storage, and your treatment won't be poor. Chen Xiao chuckled. But near the storage, what about my internal room in the storage? LV Xingji, with a hint of hostility, answered on Zhang Yunhan's behalf. There are only 10 core rooms in the storage. Although you are S-class, without any military merit, it is impossible to give you one, and it would be hard to convince the others. Lang Fei, the tech guy beside him, also interjected. Currently, these 10 rooms are occupied by the 3 of us and 5 team leaders. Only 2 rooms are left empty, and the ownership of those 2 rooms will be decided at tomorrow night's welcome ceremony. Chen Xiao was speechless. What welcome ceremony? LV Xingji smiled wickedly. Naturally. It's to welcome bosses like you who come with supplies. Lang Fei continued from the previous topic. What do you think you have as competitive strength? In terms of supplies, you only brought a small supermarket. In terms of apocalyptic strength, although you have S-class, what does a teddy have to do with our internal storage? Honestly, contributing to the storage is your true place. Chen Xiao smiled lightly, unsurprised. Yuan Yi indeed did not report, and the internal storage was just his boast. But it doesn't matter. It's just an additional step to convince others with strength. They had investigated quite thoroughly. However, I really dislike it when others do not keep their promises. LV Xingji saw that Chen Xiao had a rebellious demeanor and coldly snorted. Promise? Although you are S-class, you are not worthy of discussing promises with Nanshinj. Lang Fei, seeing that Chen Xiao was somewhat unconvinced, spoke calmly. How about this? If you can take my 3 punches, I, as the founder, am willing to make an exception to give you 1 internal room. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao shook his head and extended a finger. 1 punch. Ha ha. As an S-class talent awakener, you have such little backbone. 1 punch it is. Lang Fei and LV Xingji exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Only Zhang Yunhan's eyelids twitched. He had an ominous premonition. No, you misunderstood. I mean my 1 punch. As soon as Chen Xiao's voice fell, LV Xingji and Lang Fei's expressions changed, turning grim. What did you say? Say it again. Chen Xiao smiled helplessly, enunciating each word. I said, my 1 punch. Lang Fei was somewhat angry. Was this man insulting him? As the founder of the South City Storage, when had he ever been subjected to such humiliation? Seeking death, Lang Fei shouted loudly, his figure flashing as he charged directly at Chen Xiao. The powerful punch emitted a sound that pierced the air. Lu Xingji's lips curled into a wild grin. This S-rank man was truly seeking death. Not only had he caused great trouble, but he was also so obstinate. Zhang Yuhan sighed. It was not easy to recruit an S-rank, even if his name and talent were not impressive, but he was still an S-rank. Unexpectedly, he had angered Xingji and Lang Fei right after their first meeting. How pathetic. Bang. A loud noise echoed. The scene they had expected did not occur. The one sent flying was not Chen Xiao at all. It was the third master, Lang Fei. Lang Fei, with a face full of terror, had blood spurting out as he crashed into the wall behind him, falling to the ground, blood staining his clothes. He hadn't even caught a single punch. It's your turn now. In an instant, Lu Xingji's hair stood on end. How could this person be so strong? Wasn't he the Teddy of S-rank? Your Teddy is so fierce. Zhang Yuhan was just about to intervene when he saw Chen Xiao's figure moving even faster. His speed was so quick that it was almost impossible to track. That punch was infused with overwhelming power, and the air seemed to be compressed, making a whistling sound. Bang! Boom! Lu Xingji's body shot back like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of the storage and causing it to collapse completely. Amidst the rising dust, Lu Xingji was buried in the rubble. Of course, neither of them was killed. Chen Xiao was holding back his strength. After all, his goal in coming to South City Storage was very clear, to capture Jiang Chugsu. Chapter 17. hot pot gathering he couldn't afford to kill just yet. He had to proceed step by step. If it weren't for those two showing off, he would have planned to take it easy and let them off the hook. The current state was not his fault. Chen Xiao shook his wrist and coldly glanced at Jiang Yuhan. So, do I have a room now? Jiang Yuhan sighed, of course. Welcome to join South City Storage. At that moment, his agreement or disagreement no longer mattered. After all, he knew best the strength of Xingji and Lang Fei. Even he would not be able to defeat those two so cleanly. That Teddy had a big problem. Surely he couldn't be so overwhelmed by him, right? After getting permission for a room, Chen Xiao nodded. Just as he left the storage building, he saw two women approaching. It was the two beauties, Jiang Tang. Tang Shiro had changed into a black lace dress, the hem swaying gently with her steps, resembling a blooming rose. The V-shaped neckline perfectly showcased her elegant neckline and a deep curve. The dress reached just to her knees, revealing her long and slender legs. She had also changed her shoes to a pair of black high-top boots, elegant, sexy, yet playful. Jiang Chugs, you still looked pure and aloof. Wearing a white long dress made of thin, soft material that seemed to wrap around her like mist. Her long hair danced in the wind, and the white dress shimmered softly in the sunlight. Her clear eyes and upturned lips exuded a transcendent elegance, as if she were a fairy descending from the heavens. The beauty and elegance of these two made everything around them pale in comparison. Almost all the male gazes were gathered on them, a rare sight in the apocalypse. Xiao Gu, I didn't have time to introduce earlier. This is Jiang Chugxiu, my best sister. Jiang Chugxiu, upon seeing Chen Xiao, revealed a smile with her pearly white teeth, gesturing as she sweetly said, So you are Chen Xiao? My sister Tang has said so many good things about you. Chen Xiao didn't expect Tang Shiro to speak well of him, considering the subtlety of their relationship. They were not truly a couple. Tang Shiro's face turned red. What are you talking about, Chugxiu? Didn't you promise to keep it a secret? Jiang Chugs, you covered her mouth and laughed, then turned to say, How about this? I'll arrange something for you today. Have you ever had hot pot in the apocalypse? Just as Jiang Yuhan exited the storage, he saw the three of them gathered in a circle, slowly walking over. Seeing Jiang Chugxiu, he smiled indulgently. Chugxiu, are you happy that your sister Tang came to South City? Jiang Chugxiu skipped over and hugged Jiang Yuhan's arm. Of course I'm happy, huh? Brother, I was just about to invite Chen Xiao for hot pot. You should come too. We can't finish a whole lamb by ourselves. Chen Xiao secretly rejoiced at his precise strike earlier. He hadn't gone after his brother-in-law. That was the right call. Jiang Yuhan nodded happily at Jiang Chugxiu. Of course. By the way, I'll call Xingji and Lang Fei. They just finished their construction work and will come over shortly. This statement was directed at Chen Xiao. It was obvious that Jiang Yuhan wanted to ease the relationship among the three of them. After all, they all belonged to the same storage, and they would see each other often. Thus, Chen Xiao, who initially only intended to create an opportunity to chat privately with Jiang Chugxiu, ended up with several more third wheels. How could he increase his favorability and flirt with the girl now? Chapter 18. The showdown at the dining table. Everyone was conversing. Chen Xiao, welcome to join South City Storage. Let go of the past, and let us move towards the future together. Yes, whatever unpleasantness happened before with Chen Xiao is in the past. South City relies on everyone to guard it. Lu Xingji and Lang Fei, though still somewhat pale, raised their glasses. It was likely Jiang Yuhan's suggestion, and they couldn't refuse, prioritizing the bigger picture. Chen Xiao coldly smiled, accepting their words. Chen Xiao, I toast to you. Thank you for saving my sister Tang. Jiang Chugs, you raised her glass, her gaze pure. You're welcome. Chen Xiao raised his glass and drank it all in one go, then asked, Are all these lambs created by your talent? Jiang Chugs, you nodded yes. Otherwise, what do you think? Now the sheep are spoiled. If we slaughter them to eat, they taste awful. Chen Xiao pretended to understand. So how many can you summon in a day? Jiang Yuhan interrupted Jiang Chugxiu's response. In the apocalypse, this is your trump card. Don't reveal it casually. Jiang Chugxiu looked at Chen Xiao, shrugged, and glanced at Jiang Yuhan. That Chugxiu, cough, cough. Do you remember the question I asked you a few days ago? Lu Xingji suddenly spoke, his pale cheeks softening as he looked at Jiang Chugxiu with gentle eyes. Jiang Chugxiu was taken aback, suddenly recalling something. At that time you and my brother asked me what kind of boys I like. Let me think. Lu Xingji raised his neck. He had pursued Chugxiu for many years, waiting for a response. Jiang Yuhan straightened his posture. Having protected his sister for 20 years, he should be her idol. Even Lang Fei silently looked up, not knowing why he did so, perhaps because the two beside him had lifted their heads. Jiang Chugs, didn't notice any of this, and continued eating heartily, casually responding, I like stories where the underdog rises to power through hard work. Haha. How about that? Isn't it unique? To everyone's surprise, Jiang Chugs didn't make this requirement more specific. Chen Xiao silently noted this incredible storyline and picked up a large chunk of lamb slices. Eat, everyone, don't be shy. Seeing that everyone was not moving their chopsticks, Chen Xiao urged. Then he swallowed a large piece of lamb covered in broth. Fresh, rich, delicious. That evening, Chen Xiao took Tang Shiro to the room on the rooftop of the storage building. It was a one-bedroom apartment with a living room and a bathroom, spacious and bright. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. The walls of the room were adorned with some warm decorations, adding a touch of coziness. In the center is a large bed, with very clean and tidy sheets and pillows, exuding a faint fragrance. On the other side is a spacious bathroom. It's hard to imagine that this room exists in the apocalypse. It can be said to be quite luxurious. Xiao Gu, I lied to you. A gentle voice came from Tang Shiro, who was sitting on the sofa, lowering her head and looking pitiful. Chen Xiao also sat down, not responding. As he was waiting for Tang Shiro to confess, my talent is actually not an A-grade water ball. Before she could finish speaking, Chen Xiao interjected, it's S-grade, water source. How did you know? Tang Shiro's pupils trembled. She had never told anyone, not even Jiang Chugzu. Because I have it too. Chen Xiao confessed in advance to avoid inconvenience later. As he spoke, a mist of water had already formed in his palm, swirling in the air. How is that possible? Your power. Tang Shiro had seen Chen Xiao's ability. He was someone who could dismantle load-bearing walls with his bare hands. How could he have the limited lethality of a water source? Who told you that a person can only have one talent? Chen Xiao chuckled, revealing a set of small white teeth, looking harmless. Tang Shiro was shocked. This was a situation she had never considered. Can someone have two talents? She gave a helpless smile. It seems you knew I was lying all along. Why didn't you expose me? Chen Xiao shook his head. We weren't familiar before. So I didn't care who was lying to whom. But from now on, I hope you won't lie to me again. Tang Shiro stared at Chen Xiao, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Suddenly, like a string of pearls breaking, tears slid down her cheeks. In a charmingly sorrowful tone, she said, I know. While saying this, she wiped her tears. Chen Xiao moved closer, reaching out to embrace Tang Shiro's trembling body. After a while, Tang Shiro had leaned against Chen Xiao, calming down. Xiao Gu, you're really amazing. I feel what? How should I put it? I feel uncomfortable. Hey, no, it's just that I feel like. I can't put it into words. What? You can't figure it out after so long. I feel like I really love you. Uft. Chen Xiao burst into laughter. Was this considered a confession? Speaking of which, this was the first time he had been confessed to in 2 lifetimes. Seeing Chen Xiao laugh at her, Tang Shiro extended her soft little hand to hit him. Unfortunately, it didn't have any strength, and instead, Chen Xiao held her wrist. As she looked up, ready to act cute, she met Chen Xiao's fiery gaze. You're too vigorous. Who told you to be so tempting? Chapter 19. The mountain on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Chen Xiao wandered aimlessly in the southern district. After last night's ordeal, his physical strength had increased again. The main reason was that Tang Shiro had indeed, as she said, developed a deeper affection for him. The talent boost also increased. How delightful. And today, he had only one goal, to find the mountain. In his previous life, it was also today that he encountered the mountain, who was being hunted down. But at that time, he had already had one of his arms chopped off. This indirectly prevented him from unleashing all of his talent power. But in this life, he vowed to protect the mountain's arm. Calculating the time, the mountain was about to be chopped off. Mountain, don't blame your brother for being heartless. It's just that your severed arm is too hard to find. If it really came to that, Chen Xiao was prepared to revisit the old place and wait for an opportunity. As for the arm, let it follow the inevitable course of history. Suddenly, a commotion reached Chen Xiao's ears. He quickly activated his talent, Dragon Breath, immediately sensing the direction of the sound. North. He took off running. There might still be a chance. At this moment, 100 meters to the north, 10 people stood there. 9 against 1. 9 people formed a circle, tightly surrounding one man. The man in the center was, in terms of appearance, ordinary, but he stood at a full 2 meters tall. He gave off a strong sense of oppression. Just standing there, he seemed like a man forged from iron through 1,000 trials. His arms were strong and muscular, with prominent veins, and his calves and thighs had distinct muscle lines, as if he could support a mountain. You big idiot, do you still want to run? You've already killed 7 of us. You are a traitor to Tianyi. Surrender obediently. Don't seek your own suffering, you big idiot. Stop wasting words with this fool. His head is worth a lot of money. The 9 people moved closer, wielding various sharp weapons and terrifying torture tools. Don't force me, don't force me. I'm not a traitor, the man shouted, covered in wounds, every movement causing his injuries to burst open. Seizing the moment when the man's spirit was distracted, 4 of the 9 noticed the opportunity and rushed forward. However, the man was not easy to deal with. He roared, and his already tall figure instantly swelled. He grew to a full 2 meters and 5. He looked just like a mountain. Bang, bang, boom. He swung his body, and an immense force unleashed directly. 3 people were sent flying. The last person seized the opportunity, raising a long cleaver to chop off his head. The man noticed the danger, but could not evade. He could only quickly turn around, trying to deflect the blade away from his vital artery. Life and death depended on fate. Bang, boom. Before divine intervention could arrive, the man saw a small figure dash in front of him. What looked like a light punch sent the troublesome man flying more than 10 meters away. Could he have eaten a black bear? Mountain, long time no see. Chen Xiao retracted his fist and turned around with a faint smile. Benefactor, who are you? Let us not chat now. Let us deal with these small fries first. Chen Xiao cracked his neck and picked up a long knife from the ground, skillfully demonstrating his moves. Having seen him kill an A-grade defensive talent awakener with a single punch, the crowd no longer dared to confront him directly. They all retreated, ready to escape at any moment. Mountain, you go kill, I'll cover you. Familiar words left Chen Xiao feeling somewhat nostalgic. At this time, the mountain had not yet become a killer. Every time he killed someone, he would hesitate for a moment. That look was truly comical. He was nothing like the black bear killer from his previous life. Benefactor, thank you. How did you know my name? The mountain suddenly knelt on the ground, leaving Chen Xiao speechless, and he helped him up, saying slowly, those people called you that. By the way, you have such strong skills. Do you have anywhere to go? The mountain scratched his head. I have nowhere to go. I don't want to go where there are many people. They will only bully me. I want to go back to the mountain. Chen Xiao didn't expect the mountain to say this. After all, he had never mentioned wanting to go back to the mountain in his previous life. The reason for this, Chen Xiao guessed, was that his arm had been preserved. In the previous life, after having his arm chopped off, the fire of revenge ignited, making him determined to destroy Tianyi. In this life, since Tianyi bullied him and he had killed a dozen people, it was somewhat even, so he thought of going back to the mountain. However, Chen Xiao certainly did not want to see this scene. He sighed, but there is no meat in the mountains. What are you talking about? There are all animals in our mountains. We can kill them at will. Chen Xiao casually replied. It seems you don't know that animal meat spoils and turns black very quickly, and you can't eat it at all. Dasan was taken aback for a moment, seemingly contemplating the truth of the matter. However, upon realizing that the man before him was the one who had just saved him, he chose to believe. Can you take me to eat meat? Chen Xiao non-committally nodded. Of course, if you follow me, you'll eat well. But just to be clear, I only accept subordinates with S-level talents. Upon hearing this, Dasan immediately straightened his back, causing a few of his wounds to reopen. But he proudly said without caring, no problem, benefactor. I have dual talents. The S-level one is called Bear Spirit Possession, and I call it Get Bigger. I also have an A-level skill called Iron Palm, which I call Slap People. Chen Xiao laughed heartily. That's the spirit. Dasan, don't change those names, or I won't be able to adapt. In his previous life, Chen Xiao had laughed countless times at Dasan's every use of his talents, where he would shout Get Bigger, Slap People. He never expected that in this life he still couldn't hold back. But as he laughed, Chen Xiao's smile faded. With mixed feelings, he glanced at Dasan and said softly, don't let others fall behind in the future. Dasan didn't understand, but he answered happily, sure, I'll listen to my benefactor. I won't let anyone fall behind. From now on, just call me Brother Xiao, and don't act on your own without my instructions, got it? No problem, benefactor. Chapter 20. Welcome Ceremony. When Chen Xiao brought Dasan back, the sky was gradually darkening. He decided to get a room for Dasan as well. So they went to attend the welcome ceremony. He believed in Dasan's strength. There was less than an hour until the welcome ceremony at 6 o'clock in the evening. Chen Xiao chatted with Dasan about various topics as they leisurely made their way, killing dozens of unevolved new humans along the way. Of course, these were all unevolved. At this point, Chen Xiao's evolution points had reached 600. It's important to note that Chen Xiao rarely made a move. These points were the result of accumulating small gains over time. The reason he wasn't in a hurry to acquire these points was mainly that he felt such consumables were of little significance. If the next blood moon still opened evolution opportunities through evolution points, he could just capture a few with high values to unlock it. As he thought this through, they had already arrived at the South City. He led Dasan straight to the outdoor restaurant. The South City outdoor restaurant featured a long corridor lined with neatly arranged long tables, resembling a pilgrimage route. The tables were adorned with exquisite tableware and shining candlesticks. The spacious corridor was covered with a luxurious carpet, and bright wall lamps on both sides cast warm light. It felt like a post-apocalyptic oasis, exuding an unreal sense of contrast. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered here, around 30 in total. Tang Shiru and Jiang Chug's-yu were both present. They looked just like yesterday, with Tang Shiru in a black lace dress and Jiang Chug's-yu in a white long dress. These two charming women, whether before or after the apocalypse, were always the center of attention wherever they went. They were seated at the front VIP table, just behind the three founders. But because they attracted too much attention, many people surrounded them, chatting and flattering them. Miss Tang, so enchanting. I wonder if there are any spots in the safe house available? If I win the lottery today, I must invite Miss Tang to stay. A balding middle-aged man with a beer belly boasted, his face flushed. Tang Shiru chuckled, but did not respond. On the other side, a young man in sportswear smiled slightly. Uncle, spare yourself. At Miss Tang's age, she prefers young fresh meat. Do you understand? What? Are you a little puppy? Miss Tang never said she doesn't like uncles. Just as everyone was using Tang Shiru as a topic of conversation, Jiang Chug's-yu was about to explode when a cold voice broke through the crowd. Who Miss Tang likes is her freedom. Whoever dares to gossip again, I'll ruin their life. Hearing the familiar voice, a hint of joy appeared in Tang Shiru's eyes as she turned to look. It was a slightly thin young man standing at about 1.88 meters tall. Behind him was a towering giant over 2 meters tall. Tang Shiru's beautiful eyes sparkled as she took small steps in her black dress towards Chen Xiao. Jiang Chug's-yu looked curiously and recognized Chen Xiao, feeling a rise in her favorability toward him. It seemed he was quite protective of Sister Tang. The two who had been rebuffed showed displeasure, but not knowing who the newcomer was, they restrained their impulses. Who are you? The balding middle-aged man scoffed. She is my woman, what do you say? Chen Xiao walked to Tang Shiru's side, casually wrapping his arm around her shoulder, raising his head and laughing. Tang Shiru didn't expect Chen Xiao to be so domineering all of a sudden. She shyly nodded, her face turning red to the ears. Miss Tang has a boyfriend? The balding middle-aged man felt his dreams shatter. He had never seen a woman as stunning as Miss Tang, and he had even thought about how to play games with her in a room. Not just him, the young man in sportswear frowned as well. That ordinary-looking guy is worthy of such a noble and elegant girl. They were already green with envy. Who wouldn't want such a beauty in the apocalypse? As soon as many men's eyes turned toward Chen Xiao upon hearing Miss Tang's boyfriend, they were filled with jealousy, envy, and reluctance. They curiously scrutinized Chen Xiao, but found that he was just a handsome, ordinary person, lacking the domineering aura of someone like Jiang Leida. Some admirers even entertained a wicked thought in their hearts. So what if a famous flower has an owner? Kill him, and she'll be a widow. Kid, my name is Wang Daong. Which area are you from? What's your name? The balding middle-aged man was displeased to be confronted by a younger person. I'm your father. Slap. The next moment, Wang Daong was suddenly attacked. A big hand came crashing down. He never expected things to escalate so quickly. Boom. The force of this slap exceeded his imagination. Pain shot through his face, and he felt his head spin. Everything went black. Like a cannonball. He flew back over 100 meters. Unconscious, like a dead dog. Damn, did he just kill someone? Wang Daong was at least in A level. How could he have been slapped to death just like that? What the hell? How could someone have such strength? Heavens. No wonder Miss Tang was so well protected. This kind of strength ranks high in South City. Chen Xiao ignored the many shocked gazes and sat down with Tang Shiru. Tang Shiru was practically starry-eyed. She really liked Chen Xiao's domineering side. Chen Xiao took a seat and began to survey the scene. There were already quite a few people present. Everyone was focused on the conflict that had just occurred, but no one dared to point fingers at him. This saved him a lot of trouble. The entire outdoor restaurant was laid bare under Chen Xiao's dragon breath. He focused on a few men whose energy fluctuations were abnormal. One was a taciturn man in a suit and glasses. Another was a skinny man lounging with his legs crossed, watching the show. There was also a strong middle-aged man sitting and catching up on sleep. Just as Jiang Yunhan said, many strong contenders had come to compete for the rooms today. Thankfully, Dashan's strength was even greater. Before long, the sound of rustling came from afar. Jiang Yunhan and the others had arrived for this welcome ceremony. The South City Storage had sent over a dozen people, including 3 founders and 10 team leaders. They were here to welcome and also to watch the show. Jiang Yunhan unhesitatingly took the main seat at the end of the road, with Lu Xingji and Lang Fei sitting on either side of him. At this point, the two had recovered well, looking nothing like they had just been beaten up. The more than 10 team leaders, like Chen Xiao, sat on either side of the road. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Jiang Yunhan stood at the main seat and raised his wine glass. On behalf of Nanshan Storage, I thank you all for your support. And I promise this. As long as Nanshan storage exists for a day, your safety will be guaranteed by us. Immediately after, Jiang Yunhan downed his drink in one go. Good. With Boss Jiang's words, we can confidently entrust our lives to you. Boss Jiang has a heart of gold, a national idol. Below the stage, many people immediately applauded. They came here not to fight for any rooms. They simply offered a small supermarket to seek a safe haven in the apocalypse. They were self-aware. Boss Jiang wouldn't choose them. That's why they were so excited to hear Jiang Yunhan's words. What they wanted was this guarantee. However, another group of people had completely different thoughts. These people wanted more. For example, a core room. Chapter 21, I'm in a hurry. Only by stepping into there can one be considered a true core member of the storage and receive ultimate protection. Boss Jiang, there's no need to sugarcoat it. In the apocalypse, we still have to rely on ourselves. I just want to know, is there a place for me in that last room inside the storage? A strong man who had just been sleeping stood up, speaking directly without any pretense. Jiang Yunhan did not reply directly, but sighed helplessly. If I give it to you, will they agree? The man smiled confidently. I will use my fists to make them agree. On the other side, another person also stood up, Li Yuanhong. The apocalypse isn't just about fighting and killing. The supplies I brought are the entire assets of the Zijiao storage. Li Yuanhong scoffed. Wang Jinping. Why do you want to come here? Isn't it because you are weak and have to rely on strong people? Wang Jinping disliked the idea of using power to determine status the most, but in the apocalypse, this seemed to have become a hard rule. You're really being unreasonable. If people only rely on brute force without rules, what is the difference from animals? Wang Jinping said passionately, holding his beer belly. Li Yuanhong retorted, animals? Ha ha. Aren't we all animals now? Can't you hear what that person is calling you? At this moment, a fat man stood up. If we admit we are animals, doesn't that just play into that person's hands? Li Yuanhong shook his head, glaring at the fat man. Haven't you realized? This is all humanity's self-inflicted suffering. All of it is sin. We can only use slaughter to alleviate the torment of karma. Li Yuanhong emphasized the word slaughter as if he was about to kill the fat man at any moment. The fat man shivered in fear and sat down. After that, more and more people stood up, some agreeing, some rebutting, and some expressing new viewpoints. Jiang Chugxiu, across from Tang Shiru, smiled and asked Chen Xiao, bodyguard Chen, do you think we are animals now? In my opinion, we always have been, Chen Xiao replied, recalling various things from his past life. Jiang Chugxiu pondered but couldn't think of anything, pouting and tapping her head twice. Sister Tang, have we really become animals? She asked with a mournful smile, shaking her head and pulling at Tang Shiru in a cute manner. Tang Shiru nodded and then burst out laughing. I listened to Brother Xiao. He admits he is an animal, so I admit it too. Jiang Chugxiu mischievously stuck out her tongue, made a face, and said in a teasing tone, oh, if my sister Tang admits it, then I'll admit it too. You're making fun of me. As soon as Tang Shiru finished speaking, the two girls began to gossip again, causing the branches to tremble with laughter. Clapping. On stage, Jiang Yunhan saw that the topic was getting out of hand and clapped twice. He continued, the fundamental difference between humans and animals is the ability to skillfully use tools. Do you see those new humans using guns? Can you see those dull new humans stepping into the Jiangnan Arms Depot? Can you see those new humans utilizing the brilliance of human civilization? The new humans are the animals, and we will always reign over them. We are the masters of this land. We, Nanshan Storage, are the human fire seeds that the new humans cannot interfere with or compete against. They indeed didn't know how to use tools, but they would soon. Chen Xiao thought to himself, but he wouldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. Jiang Yunhan's words ignited everyone's fighting spirit, and they were almost ready to advance and retreat with Nanshan Storage. Jiang Chugxiu also raised her head, cheering for her brother. Li Yuanhong slowly sat down, his powerful aura exerting pressure on many people. Jiang Yunhan stepped forward. Since you can't share the remaining safe house, why don't we fight? On both sides of the road, the eyes of the crowd flashed with cold light. This moment had finally arrived. To obtain a room, you need strength. Otherwise, you can't protect the room. Of course, we'll follow Boss Jiang's arrangement. I also need to move my muscles. I've killed hundreds of new humans. Now it's time to taste everyone's blood. Everyone was eager to try, all waiting for the next instructions. Lu Xingji stood up. Life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are in the heavens. You can decide your opponent. Each person 1 round, 1v1. Those who advance will continue 1v1 until the strongest is determined. Is that reasonable? Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. I think it's unreasonable. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Xiao slowly stood up, smiling faintly. After all, there can only be one final winner, and it will definitely be the one behind me. Why don't you all go together? I'm in a hurry. Let us make it quick. Plain and simple. Insulting and humiliating. Then he shouted. And a giant mountain-like figure leaped up, landing in front of Chen Xiao. Everyone had noticed this giant, but since he had never spoken, they chose to ignore him selectively. But at this moment, the oppressive feeling he emitted made it hard to breathe. The giant pointed at Li Yuanhong. The meaning was clear. Looking for death. Li Yuanhong didn't expect this guy to choose him directly. Anger surged in his heart as he slowly stepped forward. Looking at the man in front of him, who was a head taller than him, he furrowed his brow. He shot a displeased glance at Chen Xiao. He knew that this big man would listen to that pretty boy. Although that pretty boy had killed Wang Daong with a single slap, that didn't mean anything. He could do it too. But the strong man in front of him was different. His aura was extremely fierce. He was curious, even in the apocalypse. There are still bodyguards? What does he want? Li Yuanhong huffed heavily, speaking in a deep voice. Brother, what did that pretty boy give you? Boom. Grow big. Smash people. Chapter 22. The Strength of the Giant Mountain. The bear's enormous strength accompanied by a thunderous sound slammed hard into Li Yuanhong. Boom. Although Li Yuanhong didn't expect this guy to attack without warning, he wasn't a pushover either. A thorn grew from his shoulder instantly to resist the terrifying energy pouring onto him. But the next moment, he realized he was wrong. This guy was definitely not an A-level talent. He was definitely above S-level. Because the resilient thorn he grew was brutally broken. Bang! Li Yuanhong's body was sent flying sideways under the immense power of bear spirit possession. This shocked several people at the main table. SS level? No. It should only be S level. The power just now was definitely not ordinary strength. It might be from a more terrifying creature. Haha. Good. Our Nanshin has gained another fierce general. Zhang Yunhan was also shocked by the strength of the giant mountain. This exceeded their known talent enhancement level. Li Yuanhong was a strong man they had dug up from afar. They thought he was sure to win, but unexpectedly, he encountered a formidable opponent. Lu Xingji stroked his chin, seemingly pondering something. Lang Fei directly stood up and applauded. Everyone looked at Li Yuanhong, who was struggling to get up on the ground. And then at the towering giant mountain, who stood still and grew taller. This was a duel of top combat power in the apocalypse. Hee, you're also S-rank, right? Li Yuanhong wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, looking at the imposing figure of Dashan, a fierce intent flashing in his eyes. I won't tell you. You said that brother Xiao is a pretty boy, so I have to kill you. Dashan slowly approached, ready to settle this battle. Li Yuanhong never expected that his predetermined cause of death would be so outrageous. His heart was bleeding. He decided to take the initiative. And a long spear appeared in his hand out of nowhere. No, it was his own talent, Fanja. S-rank skill talent, Urchin's Fong. In terms of lethality, it was far superior to physical strength. This Fong was exceptionally sharp, thrusting straight toward Dashan's heart. It was hard to imagine the kind of damage it could inflict. As if it wanted to pierce through everything. Even the air on both sides of the road crackled as it was pierced by this sharp spike. Smash him, Dashan roared. Taking a step forward, his massive hand coming down without fear of Li Yuanhong's talent Fong. No one expected Li Yuanhong to unleash such a defiant move in a headwind. And they couldn't help but feel shocked. It was as if they could see Dashan being pierced through. Captain Zhang had just mentioned that humanity's advantage lies in using tools. So why did this big guy insist on using his body to hard resist the talent spike? It was too cruel. They really didn't expect that Li Yuanhong still had a trump card in this situation. After this battle, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Li Yuanhong became the first person under the three founders, right? Everyone sighed. This tall figure who had just made an impressive entrance was about to die before their eyes so soon. Perhaps this was the apocalypse. Zhang Yunhan actually didn't want to see the two fight, knowing one of them would die. Both were rare talents in the apocalypse. However, he had no way to interfere. This was their right in the apocalypse. LV Xingji stood up excitedly, standing beside Lang Fei. A duel between two S-rank talents. It seemed a bit too early on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Brother Xiao, Chen Xiao shook his head, signaling Tang Shiru to calm down. He knew Dashan's abilities better than anyone. In his previous life, a one-armed version of Dashan had already rampaged through Jiangbei. In this life, he was in his prime. Li Yuanhong was strong. Dashan was even stronger. As Chen Xiao had predicted, something unexpected happened. With a thunderous cracking sound, everyone witnessed an incredible scene. Dashan's palm, like an indestructible Buddha's seal, swept through without anything to resist. The long spike cracked inch by inch. Under the palm, there was no resilience at all. Completely crushed to pieces. And Li Yuanhong, with his pupils dilating in disbelief, was crushed to death by Dashan. What others couldn't understand, Chen Xiao could. That palm just now was executed under the S rank, bear spirit possession. Using the A rank, Iron Palm. Under the two great talents, it was almost comparable to SS rank strength. People like Li Yuanheng simply couldn't be opponents. This was the power of dual talents. How could a human body withstand the rules of talent? It was terrifying. What the hell did he eat? Such a shocking scene. I had only seen in the battle of the second in command. On both sides of the road, those who were originally eating and drinking stopped what they were doing, already dumbfounded. With Li Yuanheng's death, the final victor of this welcoming ceremony was established. Dashan. Because no one dared to stand up again. Li Yuanheng was the most likely number one in their hearts. And what was the result? He was smashed to death. Next was the key distribution ceremony. Everyone resumed their feasting. As such, casual eating opportunities were rare. Dashan got the key and immediately handed it to Chen Xiao. You're strong. Dashan. Chen Xiao recognized who it was. Brother, we've got another strong one in Nanchinch. Jiang Chugs, you spoke first. Happy for Jiang Yunhan as well. LV Xingji also walked over, sizing up Dashan and asking, what exactly did you awaken? Dashan glanced at Chen Xiao, and after Chen Xiao signaled him to speak, he scratched his head and said, I awakened the bear blind. What the heck? The bear blind. Chapter 23. Strange flash. When everyone heard this, they were instantly dumbfounded. This thing can also be awakened? Very good, very strong. Have you considered joining our infrastructure team? Lang Fei also walked over, grinning. But Dashan showed no mercy. Where Brother Xiao is, that's where I am. Jiang Yunhan's face almost froze. Did they just recruit a small group? The Pioneer Squad welcomes you anytime. LV Xingji also expressed his desire to recruit him, as Dashan's strength was evident. However, no one dared to press him, as they all had witnessed Chen Xiao's strength. After the three founders offered their condolences, many captains also came to congratulate. Their strength was no match for Dashan, so they naturally wanted to get closer. After sending off the various unfamiliar faces, Chen Xiao took Tang Shiru, Jiang Chugzhu, and Dashan to the top of the storage building. Dashan's room was on the wall side. It was very quiet there. Rest well. We have something important for you the day after tomorrow. After sending Dashan into the room, Chen Xiao closed the door. Without looking back, he slipped into the room where the two girls were. Through the door, Chen Xiao activated his powerful dragon breath talent to enhance his hearing. Sister Tang, are you really not going to move in and live with me? No, Chugzhu, I'm quite happy with him. TCH, you're not just thinking of having fun with him, are you? Don't hit me. I told you to stop talking nonsense. Ha ha ha, that tickles. Cough. Chen Xiao cleared his throat. When he saw Chen Xiao come in, Jiang Chug's little face flushed, and she hurriedly climbed down from Tang Shiru's side. Then she sat up straight, looking innocent. Chen Xiao didn't expect the previously aloof sheep goddess to have this side. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, with less than 12 hours until the second blood moon, Chen Xiao took Dashan to Jiang Chug's room to mooch hot pot. To his surprise, LV Xingji was also there. The kid was dressed in a suit and was washing vegetables in the kitchen. Oh, the second in command is also here. LV Xingji, hearing Chen Xiao's words, replied casually without looking back. We're all human. We all crave meat. But I still can't understand why someone of your strength would join the Nanchinch storage. Chen Xiao laughed. Because I like the people here. This statement wasn't a lie. He joined Nanchinch storage entirely to flirt with Jiang Chugzhu and gain talents. Jiang Chugzhu walked out of the bedroom, yawning. That's a nice thing to say, but hurry up and wash the vegetables for the hot pot. Look how proactive LV Xingji is. Chen Xiao was at a loss, shrugging helplessly. However, Tang Shiru spoke up for him. Chugzhu. Chen Xiao came to congratulate us on getting a new safe house. Jiang Chugzhu wasn't buying it. All right, you're all in cahoots. LV Xingji, placing the washed vegetables into a fruit basket, said, by the way, today outside Nanchinch, at the border with Tianyi storage, there was a strange flash of light. Your brother wants to investigate first. He always suspects that there are some mysterious things in the apocalypse. Hearing this, Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Flash of light? That's right. Captain Zhang has a video of it, taken by the patrol personnel with a camera. LV Xingji nodded, acknowledging Chen Xiao, and continued, now the storage needs a vanguard team. The condition is A-rank talents. You and Dashan should report together. However, he didn't expect that just after saying this, he saw Chen Xiao shaking his head like a rattle drum. No way. Too dangerous. I'll just stay here and eat hot pot. LV Xingji didn't expect this guy to be so timid. You knocked me and Lang Fei down with 2 punches. Why are you acting like this? No matter how cautious you are, you shouldn't be so cowardly. What about Dashan? LV Xingji wanted to ask Dashan again. After all, Dashan was also quite strong. If Dashan went, the team's combat power would rise to another level. No matter if it's encountering the new humans or the people from Tianyi storage. Our side has a greater chance of winning. Soon, he locked eyes with Dashan, whose gaze was as deep as an ancient well. Clearly, Chen Xiao was leading the way. You all live in the safe house and are the real core members. Shouldn't you advance and retreat together with Nanchen storage at times like this? Lu Xingji couldn't understand Chen Xiao's line of thought. Knock, knock, knock. The door sounded. It was Jiang Yunhan. He seemed to have heard Lu Xingji's words earlier and was not angry at all. Instead, he moved a stool and sat beside the table, saying earnestly, I don't need Dashan to join the Vanguard team, but I have a request. Chapter 24. Don't trust him. Jiang Yunhan smiled lightly and continued. I hope Brother Dashan can stay at the storage and protect our storage's peace. At this moment, Lu Xingji suddenly understood. Jiang Leida was being protective of his sister, not wanting her to go with him, yet also not wanting her to be without care. As for what he said about the storage being safe, that was complete nonsense. A well-established infrastructure could be perfected in 3 days. How could it be so precious that it needed a main force like Dashan to guard it? Chen Xiao, acting on Dashan's behalf, said, protecting your storage is not possible. But protecting this room is. Deal. Jiang Yunhan showed no hesitation, took a cup of wine from Jiang Chugxiu, and drank it in one gulp. Brother, is the place you're going to very dangerous? The apocalypse had been approaching for almost a week, and under her brother's care. Jiang Chugs, you had hardly experienced any cruelty or bloodshed. But she wasn't foolish. Her brother's thorough preparations must mean something significant was about to happen. It's okay. Pretty much the same as usual. Jiang Yunhan chuckled, urging to add lamb to the pot, saying, the lamb my sister summoned is truly exceptional. Jiang Chugs, you also lost her usual cheerfulness, as if she had some worries. The hot pot was finished amidst everyone's heavy thoughts, and they returned to their homes. Xiao Gu, you must be careful. Although others thought Chen Xiao and Dashan were together and would definitely guard the storage, Tang Shiru was different. She had encountered Chen Xiao on the first day of the apocalypse. At that time, Chen Xiao was dressed in a patient uniform, carrying a sack on his back, with a head sticking out of it. He moved freely at Jiangbei Art University. Tang Shiru knew that Chen Xiao would leave. As for where, she didn't know. Chen Xiao nodded, not surprised that Tang Shiru could guess it. Then, he bent down and picked her up, throwing her onto the bed. Before leaving, replenish your energy. Ugh. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Xiao witnessed the departure of the Vanguard team. The truck was filled with people, leaving amidst the roar of the engine. It almost covered all the strength of the storage, the 3 main founders, and over a dozen captains. Only a few captains were left to guard the home. With Dashan as the trump card, Chen Xiao quietly went upstairs and saw Dashan sitting upright in front of Jiang Chugxiu's door. After a moment of sensing, he discerned Jiang Chugxiu and Tang Shiru inside the room. Their breaths were steady, and their energy activity was minimal. They should be asleep. Xiao Gu, you can rest assured. I'll keep watch over you. I'll take care of both sisters-in-law. Chen Xiao was taken aback. Both sisters-in-law? Dashan's thought process was quite straightforward, even more imaginative than his own. He couldn't be bothered to correct him, just instructed, Dashan, remember what I'm about to say? You must do it. You say it, Xiao Gu. Chen Xiao cleared his throat and spoke clearly. After midnight tonight, anyone who approaches this room will be killed, including me. Repeat it back. Dashan didn't understand why Chen Xiao wanted him to repeat it, but he repeated, after midnight tonight, anyone who approaches this room will be killed, including you. Huh. Why would I kill you? Dashan repeated, suddenly realizing something was off. Xiao Gu, are you confused? Surprisingly, Chen Xiao stared at Dashan very seriously. Yes, including me. If I get close, don't hold back. Just kill me. Dashan's expression was confused and troubled. But, Dashan, do you trust me? Chen Xiao suddenly asked. Dashan replied earnestly. I trust you. You saved my life. You can take it any time you want. Chen Xiao, I don't want your life. I just need you to remember what I just said. Can you execute it? Dashan hesitated for a moment, meeting Chen Xiao's unusually serious expression, and replied earnestly. Yes. I'll listen to Xiao Gu. After midnight, whoever comes, I'll kill. Including Xiao Gu. Chen Xiao patted Dashan on the shoulder with satisfaction, feeling relieved. He was truly worried that this stubborn brain wouldn't understand, which could delay important matters. As for why Chen Xiao did this, it was naturally related to the blood moon tonight. After instructing Dashan, Chen Xiao went downstairs and left the storage. In his previous life, there were indeed reports of evolved new humans appearing in Nanchen. He activated Dragon Breath to observe the tire tracks of the storage's large truck. Then, following the tire tracks, he pursued the footsteps of the Vanguard team. The flash that Lu Xingji mentioned, Chen Xiao could confirm was the opportunity for evolution. However, Chen Xiao didn't expect this opportunity to appear so early, but wanting to seize the opportunity was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just a short distance out of the storage, The frequency of encounters with new humans noticeably increased. Chen Xiao wouldn't hide his strength from the new humans. There was no need. Bang, bang. Without any obstacles, Chen Xiao chopped through effortlessly, arriving at the foot of a mountain. This was where the Vanguard team's trucks were parked. However, there wasn't just one large truck here, but 3. This indicated that the situation on the mountain was complex. There might even be people from TNU storage. Tuoluo Mountain? Chen Xiao rubbed his chin and glanced at the sky. In the pitch-black sky, a blood-red moon was hanging high, slowly losing its brightness and casting an eerie and terrifying glow. Its color was extremely vivid, contrasting sharply with the surrounding darkness. As if it had risen from the depths of hell, the blood-red light illuminated everything around, making the originally calm night turn eerie and terrifying. Even the air was filled with an ominous aura that made it hard to breathe. The sight of this blood moon was even more terrifying than the first time. Chen Xiao glanced at his watch, 11:51. This wasn't a good time. There were still 9 minutes left. The blood moon was about to descend. Chen Xiao didn't see anyone by the truck. He guessed that those who came looking for the flash had most likely gone up the mountain. He no longer hesitated and quickly dashed towards the mountaintop. Chen Xiao's speed was incredibly fast. He almost charged straight up to the top. If there was a shortcut, he would take it. Soon, his dragon breath detected a group not far ahead. As he got closer, he confirmed that it was Jiang Yunhan and the others. Jiang Leida. It's too dark. He can't find the way. Sai, we shouldn't have come out tonight. The sky looks a bit like that time. I don't want to experience that despair again. I almost. All right, shut up. Wait for Jiang Leida's instructions. Jiang Yunhan frowned. It was clear that things had exceeded his expectations. But the more he felt that the flash must be a great opportunity. Now that they had come this far, what was the point of going back? Jiang Yunshin shouted coldly. He couldn't let the team show any cracks at this moment. Lu Xingji was also somewhat impatient and continued. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can leave now, but after I return, you'll have to obediently get out of the storage base. With the 2 founders of the storage speaking up, everyone dared not disobey and fell silent. Just as everyone was finding a small path and preparing to continue, a familiar feeling emerged. Buzz. Roar still roaring. Under the blood moon, infinite evolution. Look. Opportunities for evolution are everywhere. Tonight's rules. Don't trust him. Don't trust him. Don't trust him. Chapter 25. Fear descends. Note. This chapter contains a bit of horror. Please skip to the next chapter if you are sensitive. The brief, buzzing sound ended, but it was not the end of their task tonight. On the contrary, the real game has begun. Just like the second blood moon rules from his previous life, this made Chen Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. He knew how to play this game. Did you hear that? Nonsense. Didn't you see everyone looking confused? So what does this mean? Don't trust anyone? Soon. Someone in the Nanshan storage team raised a question. Lu Xingji thought for a moment and said coldly, maybe, don't trust everyone. The questioner was taken aback. Don't trust everyone? Lu Xingji, have you ever thought that if that person is saying don't trust him in the minds of all humanity, then this him cannot be a single individual? Lang Fei nodded. That's right. We need to stay alert, think more when encountering situations, and not be too rash. From now on, we set our own rules. Jiang Yunhan reacted quickly and immediately issued instructions. Those who violate the rules will be executed by me personally. Our goal is to reach the top of Tuoluo Mountain. To find the flash, our rule is complete silence. Once this was said, the crowd, who had originally wanted to ask questions, spontaneously obeyed the rules. Some even covered their mouths with their hands to prevent forgetting. Jiang Yunhan gestured to start. A team of more than 10 people set off again towards the mountaintop. Chen Xiao closely followed Jiang Yunhan, not taking his eyes off him, as if afraid he would change into someone else. He was impressed by Jiang Yunhan's planning. But relying solely on this to survive the blood moon was still a bit naive. Under the blood moon, countless undead exist. It is everyone's nightmare. And it is definitely not that simple. Soon, everyone had reached the halfway point of the mountain. Suddenly, a young man in the team clapped his hands. This attracted everyone's attention. He pointed down and then at the grass. It was clear he needed to relieve himself. Jiang Yunhan and Lu Xingji exchanged glances and reluctantly raised their hands. They quickly pointed to the spot, indicating that anyone who needed to go could do so now, and then quickly regroup. Chen Xiao slightly turned to the side to avoid some people's gaze, but his eyes remained fixed on Jiang Yunhan. 5 minutes later, everyone regrouped, and not a single person spoke. Lang Fei counted the number of people and nodded to Jiang Yunhan. Jiang Yunhan did not order everyone to set off immediately, but instead took a different approach. He pointed to each person. Those who were pointed at stood in one line, and those who were not pointed at stood in another line. One line had 8 people, and the other had 7. This happened to be the team that just relieved themselves and the one waiting in place. Jiang Yunhan gestured for everyone to split into two routes, using the previous formation. This time, those who had just relieved themselves panicked. What does this mean? Are those who relieved themselves enchanted, or what? Why are they being excluded? Everyone gestured continuously, trying to request Jiang Yunhan to keep them. But Jiang Yunhan's attitude was very decisive. He even glared fiercely at the team that had relieved themselves. There was no choice. He was the leader, and they had to listen to him. Otherwise, in the apocalypse, with no one to protect them, they would not escape death. Thus, the vanguard team divided into two paths. At this moment, Yuan Yi was very frustrated. He had just relieved himself and immediately got abandoned. He didn't know why, but his intuition told him it was definitely not a good thing. So, they, a group of 8, walked in another direction. Fortunately, the final destination was the same. The mountaintop. As long as they reached the top, they could meet up with Zhang Leida and the others. Maybe they would even get some opportunity before them. And they wouldn't have to be subordinate anymore. Even without Zhang Leida, everyone still adhered to the rules, and no one spoke. The quiet night was eerily silent. Only the sound of footsteps made people a bit anxious. Yuan Yi tried not to think of the bad things and forced himself to stay optimistic. He looked up at the sky. Tonight, the sky was a deep black. A blood-red moon hung high, its color resembling thick plasma, bringing a strong sense of unease. The moonlight not only dyed the surrounding clouds a strange and frightening blood red, but also cast dark red shadows on the ground, making the whole world seem shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. A light breeze blew, and the leaves rustled in the wind, making a crisp sound that seemed especially clear in the silent night. Yuan Yi counted the number of shadows cast by the branches, praying it could distract him from some of his unease. But he noticed something unusual. The person in front of him should be Captain Lu Qingqing. She was a very quiet girl. But why were her shoes facing me? With a buzz, Yuan Yi's scalp went numb. Lu Qingqing was walking backward facing him. But when he looked up, she had a head full of black hair. A plain white hairpin was pinned in it. What's wrong, Captain Yuan? A somewhat dry female voice sounded. She spoke, inquiring about him. But how could she speak? Zhang Leida clearly forbade talking. And what made him feel even more uneasy was, when Lu Qingqing spoke, the voice came from behind her hair. He felt his legs trembling, cold sweat streaming down. But then, he fell into an endless abyss. Because someone else spoke to him. What's wrong, Captain Yuan? 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 Yuan Yi forced a smile, but his forehead felt like it had flooded. It still wasn't over. The questioning voices seemed endless, echoing in his ears. What's wrong, Captain Yuan? What's wrong, Captain Yuan? What's wrong, Captain Yuan? Yuan Yi bit his tongue hard. The intense pain forced him to calm down. It's okay, everyone. Let us hurry. Zhang Leida is waiting for us. As soon as he spoke, he was met with dead silence. All his teammates stared at him. He felt waves of intense malice. Until Lu Qingqing parted her long black hair, revealing a originally delicate little face. Her little face was frighteningly pale. At this moment, Yuan Yi realized. There was no white hairpin in her hair. That was clearly her nose. At this moment, Lu Qingqing was smiling. Smiling eerily. Her mouth was wide open. So wide it almost seemed ready to split open. It was extremely insane. Chapter 26, Clouds of Doubt. If you skipped the previous chapter, just know the following information. Zhang Yunhan ordered everyone to remain silent, and the vanguard team was split into two. On the other side, Chen Xiao was still following Zhang Yunhan and the 7 others. The overall strength of these people was relatively strong, and their speed was much faster than before. They were only 1/3 away from the mountaintop. However, the closer they got to the top, the higher the probability of encountering new humans. Even the intensity of confrontation was stronger. Lu Xingji wanted to ask why so many powerful new humans suddenly appeared at the mountaintop. If a low-quality small team came here, all 7 of them would be in danger of being wiped out. Bang! Lu Xingji stomped on a new human. He turned around to see Zhang Yunhan had just taken down one too. He gestured, meaning, the higher we go, the more difficult it gets. Do we continue? Zhang Yunhan firmly nodded and gestured. Let us go. Chen Xiao raised his eyebrows. No wonder Zhang Yunhan was a big shot in his previous life. This kind of opportunity, intuition, and courage is something most people lack. Chen Xiao even suspected that most of the second-tier new humans in South City had only heard of it and had never seen it. Could it be that Zhang Yunhan had deliberately let the news out? In fact, this opportunity for evolution had been seized by him. It's very possible. Hee hee. A familiar laugh caught the attention of the team. Another new human was coming? In just a while, there had already been dozens. Everyone turned their heads to see a somewhat unusual new human. He was only 1 meter tall, with with an exceptionally strong agility, almost leaping to stand before everyone. His pure white eyes emitted a terrifying light. Jiang Yunhan did not hesitate. He realized this new human was different. He immediately ordered, everyone attack together. Lu Xingji was the first to charge, drawing his blade and stabbing at the 1-meter-tall new human. Then, everyone unleashed their abilities, most of which were strength-based. But they soon discovered they couldn't execute their skills at all. This little guy was too fast. His speed surpassed even those with agility talents. Chen Xiao hid in the shadows, not planning to intervene for 2 reasons. First, Jiang Yunhan had received the opportunity for evolution in his previous life and shouldn't die in this one. Second, he couldn't catch this little guy anyway. The situation became awkward. The little guy's attacks posed no threat to the small team, but the team couldn't catch him either. Lu Xingji glared at Jiang Yunhan. Wanting to speak up, this was affecting their efficiency. Jiang Yunhan understood his meaning and helplessly said, "Go ahead, the rule is cancelled." Lu Xingji received the command and spoke rapidly. Lang Fei with me, Huang Shan with Kuei Jiang, Yu Zhu with Su Sheng, and Captain Zhang on his own. Surround him from all 4 corners and take him down. Battle command was Lu Xingji's specialty. Everyone immediately understood and spread out according to the formation. Completely surrounding the little guy. Go. Lu Xingji shouted, and the S-level talent, Ant God Critical Hit, was activated instantly. His strength was at its peak. He leaped up, aiming to finish off this monster. But the little guy was exceptionally clever. Seeing himself surrounded, he chose to break through. With a direct thrust, he passed right under Lu Xingji's feet. Lu Xingji smirked. Old 3, it's your turn. But strangely, Old 3 did not respond. Lang Fei, you can talk now. What responded to him was Jiang Yunhan's terrified expression from a distance. He had never seen Captain Jiang so agitated. What was he afraid of? He could see Jiang Yunhan gesturing wildly, his mouth moving as if speaking, but he couldn't hear anything. All he could hear was the howling wind and the sound of his feet stepping on the soil. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged. Lu Xingji felt a piercing pain in his back. He instantly knelt on the ground. Struggling to turn his head, he met Lang Fei's cold gaze. Old 3. Bang. He fell, unable to utter another word. Jiang Yunhan's eyes turned red as he stared at Lang Fei not far away, a wave of terrifying power engulfing him. It was hatred. Jiang Yunhan was truly furious. He rarely went crazy with his abilities, but at this moment, he could no longer hold back. SS-level magical talent. Mystic Tortoise Vitality. In an instant, Jiang Yunhan felt streams of vitality pouring into his body, transforming into boundless strength. Few knew his power was not less than Lu Xingji's. Filled with rage, Jiang Yunhan ran, his whole body glowing with green light. Hee hee. Lang Fei laughed, grinning widely, completely unconcerned. He even licked the blood from his hands. This blood was drawn from the large wound in Lu Xingji's back. Hee hee. Jiang Yunhan erupted in fury. With one punch, Lang Fei was instantly crushed. Blood and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere. But that little guy had long since vanished without a trace. From then on, the founder of South City Storage was left with only one person. The scene fell into a long silence. No one knew when Lang Fei had been swapped out. They only knew. Tonight, trust no one. Jiang Yunhan began to reflect on whether bringing the team to such a dangerous place was the right choice. Lu Xingji was his best friend. Even if he sometimes had a foul mouth, acted pretentious, or flirted with his sister, he was dead. Lang Fei was his roommate from university. He loved architecture, spending every day crazily studying problems and helping everyone live better in the apocalypse. But he was also dead. Someone patted Jiang Yunhan on the shoulder, then sighed and walked forward. Seeing the back, it was Huang Shan, coming to comfort him. But the next second, he keenly sensed something was wrong. Huang Shan had just patted him with the back of his hand. Jiang Yunhan felt a chilling sensation sweep through his body. He quickly looked ahead. At this moment, Huang Shan was walking, his arms unnaturally hanging straight down by his sides. The important thing was, his palms were facing outward. The backs of his hands were facing inward. He was not Huang Shan. Jiang Yunhan's mental fortitude was strong. He barely showed any significant emotional fluctuation. He quietly observed the other few people. At this moment, the small team consisted of only 4 people besides himself: Huang Shan, Zhao Kuei Jiang, Yu Zhu, and Zhang Su Sheng. After the recent events, Jiang Yunhan could be sure that Huang Shan had been swapped out. As for the other 3, he couldn't detect any issues. But he no longer trusted anyone. After experiencing the recent battle, everyone's speed increased. They were only one step away from the mountaintop. The closer they got to the summit, the smaller the area became, and the more people there were. Jiang Yunhan saw from afar that there was another group on the other side. The leader was someone he had just seen a few days ago, the second in command of Tinyi Storage. The S-level talent, Lightning Eel, owner. Linaire. Tiany's people had indeed arrived. Zhao Kuei Jiang murmured to himself, lighting a cigarette. Zhang Susheng whispered, Captain Jiang, the light is just ahead. What do you say? Observe the situation. Don't act rashly for now. Jiang Yunhan pondered for a while and decided to hold back. The current situation was indeed unclear. On one hand, there was Tiany's intervention. And on the other, the internal conflict had yet to be resolved. How many of these people around him were still genuine? Captain Jiang, long time no see. A strange voice came, neither male nor female. It gave one goosebumps. Although Jiang Yunhan did not take the initiative to engage, the opposite side took the lead. Linaire wore a tight white tank top, his thin and tall body resembling one suffering from malnutrition. In his hands, he played with 2 walnuts. Linaire. Has Linda gone? Jiang Yunhan asked casually. My brother is extremely busy. There's no need to bother him with such trivial matters. Just my coming is already a significant consideration. Huh? Linaire's laughter was somewhat eerie. Immediately after, he glanced around, licking his lips as he continued. Shall we talk about cooperation? Jiang Yunhan did not expect Linaire to come for a cooperation discussion. This was illogical. The founders of Tianyi Storage had always been proud, and these Lin family members were especially arrogant. Suddenly proposing cooperation now meant they had either encountered a major issue or he too had been swapped. Chapter 27. Young people should not be too arrogant. How to talk. First, have your people come out. Unexpectedly, Linaire did not answer directly, but smiled wickedly. Jiang Yunhan frowned. My people are all here. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual behind him. He turned around. A young man dressed in all black seemed to blend into the darkness, making it hard for others to notice him. Chen Xiao? Chen Xiao slowly stepped out, not expecting that after tracking all night, he would be exposed so easily. It seemed there was a special talent hidden within Tianyi's team. It must be a perception talent similar to Dragon Breath. He had underestimated the situation. He didn't expect so many people to gather here, even someone with a perception talent. When Jiang Yunhan saw Chen Xiao, he was taken aback for a moment. And then a surge of anger rose within him. Don't worry, Dashan is not here, Chen Xiao said slowly, knowing what he was concerned about. Jiang Yunhan scanned the area for a long time and indeed did not see Dashan's figure. His heart, which had been in his throat, slowly relaxed, and he sighed. You are hiding deeper than I thought. Can we talk now, Linaire? Ignoring Chen Xiao's entry into the team, Jiang Yunhan turned to ask Linaire. Linaire nodded and continued in an uncomfortable voice. The reason we need to cooperate is that there are not just the 2 of us on this mountain. And that group is one we cannot contend with alone. Jiang Yunhan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. You mean the military? Linaire did not answer, but only smiled. That flash is indeed a treasure. It is said that once a new human obtains it, they can grow into an invulnerable monster. And if we obtain it, there will naturally be endless benefits. So what do you mean? Jiang Yunhan asked. You block the military, and we go for the flash, then meet at the foot of the mountain and split the rewards. How about that? Jiang Yunhan shook his head, a hint of anger in his voice. At a time like this, you still have the leisure to joke? Linaire laughed heartily and continued, Jiang boss. When did you become so easily angered? I'm serious. You block them, and we steal. Jiang Yunhan's face turned extremely ugly. Was this guy playing him for a fool? What's your reason? Why should I trust you? Unexpectedly, Linaire laughed again, his thin, gaunt face wrinkling with emotion. He leaned in a bit closer, grinning. Because my big brother has already gone to South City. What did you say? Jiang Yunhan grabbed Linaire by the collar, his anger boiling over. But Linaire was also strong, breaking free from Jiang Yunhan's grip, patting his chest, and turning to walk back. He swayed as he went, still muttering. I said my big brother has already gone to South City. He heard there's a girl who likes to wear white dresses, and she is exceptionally beautiful. The kind of beauty that is particularly charming, you know? I wonder if Jiang boss has enjoyed her company? Ha ha. Zhao Kujiang was so enraged, he almost went to hit Linaire. He knew Linaire was talking about Jiang Chugxiu, which made him furious. Without Jiang Chugxiu's sheep spirit, there would be no storage in South City. But he was forcibly pulled back by Jiang Yunhan. At this moment, Jiang Yunhan's face was as dark as it could get. Anyone could see he was angry. Linaire chuckled, stretching his neck to look at Zhao Kujiang. Young man, don't be too hot-headed, huh? As long as you cooperate, our boss will boom. A huge sound erupted. In an instant, he was kicked away. The place where Linaire stood was now empty, leaving only a shadow of blood. Not being hot-headed, is that what being young means? Chen Xiao slowly descended, cold and ruthless. Damn, you little brat, aren't you following the rules? Sneak attacking like this. Dressed in all black, this kid has a plan. How could air go fly so far? You really are courting death. South City is about to change hands. And you're still so arrogant. Under the apocalypse, you dare to attack a genius with S-level talent. That's treason. Everyone from Tianyi storage saw Lin Er flying out more than 10 meters, disappearing from sight, and they began to condemn Chen Xiao. The people from South City storage were also taken aback by Chen Xiao's sudden action, their expressions changing dramatically. Jiang Yunhan shook his head, self-mockingly saying, "You're stronger than me, Chen Xiao. No need for you to say that." Chen Xiao shrugged, unbothered by the murderous gazes from Tianyi's team. "Ha ha. You dare to sneak attack me?" Soon, a voice approached from afar. Lin Er was back. A large footprint was clearly visible on his white vest. "Do you know who I am?" Chen Xiao responded helplessly. The last person to say that was someone named Lin Su. Lin Er's pupils flickered. "So it was you who killed old 13. Then I definitely can't let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, both sides grew tense. Jiang Yunhan stepped in front of Chen Xiao, casually saying, "You can try." Tianyi storage. A total of 8 people. South City storage. A total of 7 people. Were these two local snakes from Jiangbei finally going to fight? Suddenly, an unexpected situation arose. Lin Er suddenly felt a chill on his back. Then came a sharp pain that made him spit blood, instinctively activating his lightning eel talent. Paralyzing his whole body, he fled at high speed. He turned back to see his most trusted confidant, Zhang Long. At this moment, Zhang Long was covered in blood, his wild grin sending chills down one's spine. "Zhang Long, when did it become you?" Lin Er's face turned ugly, not expecting such a thing to happen to him. Previously, it was his left and right arms that had mysteriously attacked, only to be wiped out by him. Now a fake Zhang Long had popped up. Don't trust him. Was it a curse that the more he trusted someone, the more likely they would betray him? The people around Zhang Long jumped back several meters in fear, curiously observing. The differences between the counterfeit and the real one were indistinguishable to the naked eye. Lin Er touched the blood on his back. The wound was too large. Blood flowed uncontrollably. If he had been just a few seconds later, he would have been completely pierced through. Dragging his increasingly heavy steps, Lin Er ordered everyone to surround the fake Zhang Long Jiang boss. "Why are we waiting? Shouldn't we take his life while he's down?" Zhao Kuojiang nudged Jiang Yunhan, asking curiously. "He's done for. We don't need to make a move." Chen Xiao answered for Jiang Yunhan. Jiang Yunhan nodded. His situation is similar to Xing Ji. He was stabbed in the back and can't possibly survive. Zhao Kuojiang asked. "Then he is currently." Jiang Yunhan replied. "He is using his talent to paralyze himself. Once the talent ends, he will die." Chapter 28. Ancient martial arts heir Zhao Kuojiang suddenly realized. Jiang Yunhan quickly led a few people away, distancing themselves from the problematic Tianyi storage group. "The flash is close. Chen Xiao, Zhao Kuojiang, follow me from the left. Huang Shan, Yu Zhu, Zhang Sushan, the 3 of you go from the right." This time, no one raised any objections. The 2 teams crossed over the chaotic scene at Tianyi and began their final sprint towards the flash. While running, Chen Xiao could even hear the crackling thunder from behind with dragon breath. It seemed Lin Er's life was quite tough. He and T died yet. "Jiang boss, since our numbers are already small, why split into teams?" Zhao Kuojiang asked after a long while. Jiang Yunhan coldly replied. "Because I can only confirm that you two are real." Chen Xiao was surprised. "Oh, I'm real?" Jiang Yunhan said, "Of course. You can be confirmed as real since you kicked Lin Er away. Those things are not so aggressive. They will wait for the right moment." Zhao Kuojiang shuddered at the thought of Er Ji's death. "What about me?" Jiang Yunhan coldly continued. "You have too many questions." Zhao Kuojiang was confused. How can having many questions confirm that I'm real? Suddenly, he understood and shut his mouth. Jiang Yunhan sighed at his realization. He actually wanted to ask Yu Zhu and Zhang Sushan to confirm their identities. After all, these 2 were originally reticent, and throughout this journey, they had been completely silent, leaving him with no way to test them. But whenever he thinks of Lu Xingji's death, Jiang Yunhan can't help but break out in a cold sweat. Those things are too cunning. They can strike instantly and kill S-level talent holders in seconds. He doesn't dare to gamble, nor does he want to. If they are real, Jiang Yunhan can only pray and wish them good luck. Suddenly, during their frantic dash, Chen Xiao spoke up. Jiang Yunhan was a bit surprised. "You actually have a perception-type talent?" "No, my 6th sense is very accurate." Jiang Yunhan was speechless, but soon, he also heard the sound. Right in front of them. Someone is actually faster than us. Zhao Kuojiang felt it was unbelievable. He knew how difficult it was to climb to the top of the mountain. Among the 15 members of the vanguard, only the current 3 could survive. After the internal strife in Tianyi storage, Lin Er was undoubtedly dead, and without a leader, their strength was greatly reduced. And ahead of them, the commotion was not small. Chen Xiao gestured for the 2 to be quiet. But at that moment, beams of bright light shone on Chen Xiao's face. It was the beams from 4 or 5 flashlights. What are they doing here at this late hour? A strong male voice came, sounding completely harmless. As the people approached, Chen Xiao and the others could see them clearly. They were dressed in matching black uniforms, looking very cold. Most importantly, each of them was equipped with a rifle and a pistol. As they approached Chen Xiao and the others, one could clearly feel that their movements were swift and orderly. Clearly the result of long and rigorous training. The answer was obvious. They came from a military organization. Jiang Yunhan counted. There were 5 people on the other side, and they were covered in quite a bit of dirt. They looked energetic, but there was a clear weariness on their faces. Like Jiang Yunhan and the others, they came from the brutal mountain path. Perhaps the reason why the mountaintop was so safe was also due to their presence. Jiang Yunhan, founder of Nanxing Storage. Jiang Yunhan was not afraid at all and extended his right hand, even though each of them was armed. The leader of the group was a middle-aged man with a standard square face, who solemnly shook Jiang Yunhan's hand. Lu Changjin from the Jiangbei military base. Chen Xiao had never heard this name, but he saw Zhao Kuojiang shiver. Curiously, he leaned closer to Zhao Kuojiang and quietly asked, "Who is this?" Zhao Kuojiang replied without changing his expression, "In the great Xia, who can fight in martial arts." Only Jiangbei's Lu Changjin. Martial arts refers to the Wuji stage, a globally broadcast reality show promoting traditional martial arts from various countries. The great Xia's Hunyuan Taiji, Tongbei Quan, Mantis Fist, and others had all gained fame on this program. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao's memories seemed to gradually awaken. In his past life, there indeed was someone called the god of martial arts Changjin. He was the first to step onto the stage as a direct descendant of ancient martial arts. He had never revealed his talent abilities, relying solely on his inherent strength. He had miraculously made it into the global combat power rankings at the 19th place. Of course, Chen Xiao didn't pay much attention to these in his past life, as it felt too distant. Only scattered memories were being awakened. As for whether that ranking was accurate, he wasn't confident enough to guarantee it. He was just a chicken, happily living off scraps in Jiangbei, and having the title of Chicken Overlord was enough. However, Chen Xiao speculated that this Lu Changjin should not be the god of martial arts Changjin, because under Chen Xiao's dragon breath, his energy fluctuations were only slightly stronger than Jiang Yunhan's. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes and thought of another possibility, unless he could hide these fluctuations. But the likelihood was low. "I have long admired your name." Jiang Yunhan was not lying. He had heard of Lu Changjin's name since he was very young. Lu Changjin waved his hand with a smile. "No need for pleasantries. You came to the mountaintop for that, right?" Following Lu Changjin's finger, they could see a flash of light on one side of the platform. Chen Xiao had seen an evolution opportunity before, and it looked exactly like this flash of light. "You can go take a look." Lu Changjin did not stop them. Instead, he graciously allowed Chen Xiao and the others to stand closer to see. Jiang Yunhan was suspicious, but they had come this far. If they left without looking, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? As they got closer, the flash became brighter. The 3 of them touched the flash, and in an instant, it responded. Evolution opportunity, 810. Chen Xiao immediately understood. No wonder these people didn't directly take the opportunity away. Instead, they waited in place. After all this time, it was because there weren't enough people. There were 5 of them and 3 of themselves. It wasn't enough to meet the activation conditions. This was Jiang Yunhan's first encounter with such things, and he found it fascinating. Continuously letting go of his hand and touching it again. "Big brother Jiang, do we have to keep waiting?" Zhao Kuojiang saw Lu Changjin patiently waiting nearby and felt a bit uneasy. He had heard many secret stories about Lu Changjin, rumored to eat people without spitting out bones. "Wait." Jiang Yunhan retracted his hand, not wasting words, and began to wait in place. At 3 in the morning, the rustling from below the mountain woke everyone from their fatigue. They saw 3 people coming towards them. It was the people from Tianyi Storage. Chapter 29. The choice game, we're not here to fight. The man leading Tianyi Storage spoke bitterly and continued, "I only ask that you take us down the mountain. I am Lin from the Lin family of Tianyi Storage, the Lin family you know, and I guarantee you a satisfactory ransom." Jiang Yunhan took over Lu Changjin's role and pointed to the flash. "Aren't you here for that thing? Go take a look." Linning shook his head vigorously, as if shaking a rattle drum, and waved his hands. "If we let you go, you should just go. What are you hesitating for?" Chen Xiao kicked each of them, pushing them in front of the flash. The 3 initially hesitated, but finally gritted their teeth and pressed on it. The next moment, the light burst forth. Everything lost its color, leaving only the pure interplay of light and shadow. The terrifying white light blotted out the sky and broke the blood-red night. It rapidly spread from the center outward, enveloping everything around in boundless brightness. It invaded everyone's eyes, even their senses. Chen Xiao tightly covered his eyes with both hands. But the white light seemed to flow like liquid into his palms. White. Completely white. After an unknown amount of time, Chen Xiao slowly opened his eyes. He was shocked by the sight before him. He found himself in a strange room, made entirely of palm-colored wooden boards, which looked incredibly hard and cold, as if all warmth had been absorbed by this palm color. Above him was a long, thin white bulb hanging from the ceiling, very bright. Moreover, a sense of detachment and coldness filled the air. 2 rows of seats protruded at the edges of the walls, resembling cold sculptures. Under the seats were vents, constantly emitting noise. Chen Xiao was sitting on the wooden board with 9 other participants. He rested his hands on the long table in the middle. He could see the surface of the table reflecting cold light. All of this told him that this was the real world. He hadn't traversed dimensions. What exactly happened? Where's this? Has the blood moon ended? Who exactly got the evolution opportunity? Chen Xiao racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. Everything felt too strange. I have imagined countless apocalyptic scenarios, but I never thought of one that transcends nature and science. The one saying this was Lu Changjin, sitting diagonally across from Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao then noticed that beside Lu Changjin sat a little boy wearing a hat. He looked no more than 10 years old, still innocent but exceptionally calm. Chen Xiao used dragon breath to assess this anomaly, but was surprised to find that the little boy had no fluctuations at all. This was the first time Chen Xiao encountered such a situation. Dragon breath malfunctioning? Absolutely impossible. He could still freely explore the energy fluctuations of others. Chen Xiao slowly leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Chen Xiao, when did you wake up? The question came from Jiang Yunhan, who had just woken up and was pressing his temples with his fingers. Same as everyone else. Just woke up, Chen Xiao replied. Jiang Yunhan lowered his hand, revealing a pair of cold eyes, and said slowly, it seems things are getting troublesome. In the room, there was only one door, tightly shut, with no doorknob. The implication was clear, they couldn't leave. Buzz. The expected sound emerged, and the faces of the crowd showed varied expressions. Welcome to the animal world. Game decision no. 03. Game objective. Survive. These 3 short sentences tightened everyone's hearts. The task was simply to survive. This information was rather too vague. Boom. There was no time to think further. The chairs everyone was sitting on, along with the room, began to rise gradually, as if they were in an elevator. Soon, they found themselves in an unforgettable scene. As the room ascended, they reappeared in an open area. It was a place resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, a massive circular arena, solidly constructed and imposing. Tall stone walls stood around, piercing the clouds. What terrified everyone the most was the tiered seating filled with new humans. The sheer number was horrifying. At least 100,000. Hee 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 hee. A cacophony of eerie laughter came from all directions, threatening to engulf everyone completely. Zhao Kujiang felt dizzy, as if he would fall off the platform any moment. Several others shared his expression, their faces pale as if about to drip black water. Chen Xiao's claim of not being afraid was a lie. This place might very well be a rule zone, where rules reign supreme. Triggering a fatal condition meant certain death, and even a deity couldn't save them. Hee. A voice amplified by a speaker drew everyone's attention. Welcome to the decision game. I am your god. You can call me Horseface. After speaking, everyone noticed a person standing atop a towering column. It looked like a person, but not entirely. They had a human body, appearing completely naked, indistinguishable in gender. However, their head was unmistakably a horse's head. The face was twisted and ferocious, with bulging horse eyes that revealed wildness and brutality. The horse mouth displayed sharp teeth that seemed out of place and eerie as it spoke, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the abyss of hell, exuding endless terror and trepidation. In the next moment, Chen Xiao's pupils constricted. This was the second appearance of Horseface during a blood moon. In his memory, he had heard of this person. They proclaimed themselves a god after the 5th blood moon, appearing suddenly. Then they slaughtered 19 bases in succession, crossing 6 cities. That day, the blood moon faded, but the bloodshed intensified. Had they appeared this early this time? Was he still in this game? Or had his rebirth changed the trajectory of the apocalypse? Chen Xiao couldn't know. He heard Horseface continue. Next, you will form pairs of 2 to participate in the game. In 5 minutes, anyone without a partner will be dead. Hee. Zhao Kujiang quickly grabbed Jiang Yunhan's arm. Fearing abandonment, Lu Changjin and a young boy also quickly formed a team. Chen Xiao, however, ended up alone and teamed up with another solitary person from the military. Soon, everyone had found their teams, forming 5 groups in total. First group, come with me, Horseface said, then leaped down from the towering column, landing lightly with a creak. Chen Xiao estimated that the column was at least 30 meters high, which was extremely terrifying. If a person fell from there, they would surely die. The first group consisted of 2 military personnel who hesitantly followed Horseface under everyone's gaze. Not long after these two left, just about 10 minutes later, one of them staggered back. Zhao Kujiang rushed to ask, "What happened? Where's your buddy?" The person's face was grim, and they gritted their teeth, confessing, "Don't choose animals. Choose humans." Everyone looked confused, but soon the second group arrived. It was Zhao Kujiang and Jiang Yunhan. At that moment, Zhao Kujiang felt a bit apprehensive because it seemed only one of the previous two had survived. Those who made it to the top weren't simple characters. They wouldn't die so easily. Chapter 30. Bad news. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yunhan and Zhao Kujiang returned. Jiang Yunhan saw Chen Xiao and quickly summarized, 2 doors. One leads to participants fighting each other. The other is a duel with new humans. As long as one person chooses to fight other participants, what the other person chooses doesn't matter. At this point, everyone understood the essence of the game. It seemed that one of the previous two had chosen to fight each other, resulting in one death. From this perspective, the game didn't seem difficult. It was just regrettable that the person from the first group died without clarity. The third group consisted of Lu Changjin and the young boy. The fourth group comprised 2 members from Tianyi Storage, totaling 3 people, only 2 of whom entered the game, including Lin Ning. They quickly resolved their battle, choosing to duel with new humans. Everything went smoothly. For the 5th group, Chen Xiao went with the boy named Ziquan, who was an A-grade talent, considered a top-tier talent in the apocalypse. However, he seemed to want to intimidate Chen Xiao by revealing his talent level, which was still a bit premature. Chen Xiao followed behind Horseface, openly assessing the situation. He could sense Horseface's immense power, but it was all well hidden. "You're peeking at me." Horseface didn't turn around, but his words were chillingly cold. Chen Xiao quickly withdrew his gaze and said nothing. Horseface led the two to the center of the circular arena, separating them with a wall. This wall had 2 doors. One door depicted a crawling unknown animal, while the other showed a standing human, which should now be referred to as a new human. Chen Xiao didn't hesitate and directly chose the door marked for new humans. Inside, there was an ordinary first-level new human who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Chen Xiao, he lunged at him. Chen Xiao kicked him to death. Subsequently, he inexplicably cleared the level. He and Ziquan returned to the room, which slowly descended, returning to the original state. Everyone immediately burst into joy, feeling as if the opportunity for evolution was within reach. However, Chen Xiao couldn't share in the happiness. He felt that things weren't that simple. Compared to the first day of the apocalypse, which required 5,000 evolution points, this test seemed a bit rushed. Soon, a new human brought beautifully cooked meat to the table. "Congratulations, everyone, on achieving the goal for the first day." Hee. Horseface chuckled as he entered the room, reported, and then left the group's sight with a laugh, resembling a clocking in and out of work. Zhao Kujiang eagerly picked up a knife and fork, cutting a piece of beef and putting it in his mouth, only to spit it out quickly. "Damn it, this is just like outside, sour and stinking." Jiang Yunhan took a bite, but forced himself to swallow. He said calmly, "Horseface said that the first day will definitely lead to the second and third days, and that the food will only get stinkier." Zhao Kujiang felt his reasoning made sense, nodded, and gritted his teeth to eat like Jiang Yunhan. Chen Xiao naturally wouldn't complain. He had eaten plenty of this kind of meat in his past life. In the post-apocalyptic era, that kind of meat was more than 10 times sour and stinky compared to what was on the table now, yet some people still indulged in it. As long as the base lacked the talent to create meat, the entire base was prepared to either eat vegetarian or consume the rotten stuff. Jiang Yunhan didn't expect Chen Xiao to enjoy the food even more than he did. It truly seemed like an exquisite delicacy. "Chen Xiao, I find it hard to understand you." Chen Xiao put down his knife and fork and wiped his mouth. "Boss Jiang, if you have the leisure to study psychology, you might as well spend more time working out." Jiang Yunhan, having been rebutted, stopped talking and silently ate the meat on the table. His strength was gradually recovering. Chen Xiao glanced at his watch and noticed it was pointing erratically, which was irritating to look at. He simply put the watch in his pocket and mentally counted the time. The next day, everyone was back on stage amidst fatigue. The Horseface, just like yesterday, stood atop a tall pillar, grinning, just like yesterday. "Next, you will form pairs of 2 to participate in the game. In 5 minutes, anyone not in a group will be dead." This time, it really was different, because there were only 9 people. The survivor from the first group suddenly changed his expression. Looking blankly at the others who had already formed teams, he tried to make a last-ditch effort. Officer Lu, please save me. I've contributed so much to the organization. Big brother, team up with me. I know the Li family in Songzhou. I can offer you a lot of rewards. Dad, please team up with me. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Grandpa, great-grandpa ancestors. Unfortunately, his words did not attract anyone's attention. Until beside Chen Xiao, Quan was about to move. But Chen Xiao unhesitatingly grabbed him. The force was so great that the entire table shook. With a powerful grip, Quan's wrist bone instantly fractured, causing him to cry out in pain. He turned around sharply. Meeting Chen Xiao's cold gaze made him shiver involuntarily. Do you think if I kill you, Horseface will agree to let me team up with him? Quan glanced at his dejected military district brothers, then looked at Chen Xiao. In the end, he chose to sit down silently. It was not wise to offend this obviously difficult man at the beginning of the game, even if the one being isolated was his beloved family and friends. 5 minutes later, Horseface slowly walked behind the solitary person, placing his hand on the head of the first group survivor. You haven't formed a group. Only then did the survivor realize that Horseface had appeared. He was the executor. If he didn't resist, it would be completely over for him. He habitually reached for his gun, but before he could pull it out, the survivor's head was crushed. He completely bid farewell to this absurd world. In fact, whether he could draw it or not made no difference. Bullets posed no threat to Horseface at all. His brain matter splattered onto a nearby little boy. However, the boy's emotions were frighteningly stable. He wiped the liquid off his face without saying a word. First group, follow me. The first group was completely wiped out. Now the second group became the first group. Just like yesterday's plot, Horseface took Jiang Yunhan and Zhao Kuojiang away. 10 minutes later, the two returned with somewhat grim expressions. Chen Xiao wanted to ask something. Zhao Kuojiang's voice trembled. The new humans have become stronger. Suddenly, everyone at the table could no longer sit still. What do you mean those monsters have become stronger? If that's the case, when will it end? We can't just wait for them to get stronger and stronger. They send out stronger ones every day, then we. His words were left unfinished, but everyone understood. If the new humans are getting stronger every day, then sooner or later, they would die at the hands of the monsters. This was truly bad news. The ultimate danger of the game finally revealed itself. Until now, was choosing the new humans really the best choice? Everyone fell into deep thought. Obviously, after a few days, choosing animals for mutual slaughter would be easier to survive. Of course, the only limitation was that other groups had to have the same solitary person. This encouraged everyone to kill each other. At this moment, everyone simultaneously thought of the only way to survive. Kill everyone. This meant that this game was destined to have only one survivor from the very beginning. Only in this way, after making a choice, would one be spared. In an instant, everyone felt insecure. The originally paired-up duo began to suspect each other. Once suspicion arose, the situation could easily spiral out of control. Chapter 31, Battle with Lu Chang'an. Second group, follow me. Horseface's voice rang out, urging them. Lu Chang'an and the little boy hurriedly followed. In no time, the two returned. The conclusion reached was the same as the first group. The new humans had truly become stronger. Chen Xiao stroked his chin, feeling that he had overlooked something important. The third group, fourth group, until Chen Xiao knocked out a new human with one punch again. The second day's prison break also came to an end. After the Dragon Breath investigation, the energy contained in today's new humans was at least 1/3 higher than yesterday's. Back in the room, everyone's faces grew increasingly grim. Boss Jiang, I feel I can't team up with you anymore, Zhao Kuojiang sighed. Jiang Yunhan nodded. Looking at it now, it's best to disband and reassemble. Chen Xiao didn't need to change groups. After all, he had no ties with the person beside him. Even if there were ties, he would definitely choose what was beneficial to himself. Kid, do you want to team up with me? Suddenly, Lining from Tianyi Storage spoke first. He proposed a group change and directly pointed to the weakest little boy on the surface. The little boy shook his head and replied very calmly, I've decided to team up with Lu Chang'an. You can change some people and ask. The tender voice was logical, and the pauses between each word were long, giving everyone the impression that this little boy spoke very articulately. Lining did not continue to ask others, but closed his eyes to rest. The next day, the third day of the decision-making game. Although everyone had the idea of changing teams in their hearts, no one acted on it. This time, Horseface chose Lin Ying's duo as the first to go. 10 minutes passed. Strangely, neither of them returned. Could it be that the new humans killed them both? What level of new humans would that be? Zhao Kuojiang was panicking on the side, lacking confidence in his own strength. Kuojiang, what ability do you have that I don't know about? Chen Xiao jokingly asked. Zhao Kuojiang was somewhat reluctant to speak, but thinking of the scene where Chen Xiao kicked Lin Lair away, he realized that it didn't matter whether he said it or not. A level, donkey strength. Uffed. Chen Xiao couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Huh? What a good name. In fact, it wasn't he that the name was so unsatisfactory. My talent emphasizes hidden strength, you understand? Zhao Kuojiang's face darkened, and he was getting further off track in his explanation. 20 minutes passed. Horseface walked back looking very happy. The reason he seemed happy was that his mouth was open. Before entering the room, everyone heard the chuckling sound, followed by, "They're dead. Now it's your turn." The ones pointed out by Horseface were none other than the talkative Zhao Kuojiang and the sullen Jiang Yunhan. "They're dead?" Zhao Kuojiang's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. Lin Ying was after all from the Lin family. He definitely had plenty of tricks to survive and reach the top of the mountain. But just like that, he died inexplicably? Seeing that the two were unfazed, Horseface opened and closed his mouth. "I said, it's your turn to die?" Chen Xiao noticed the cold sweat on Jiang Yunhan's forehead. He must be undergoing an internal struggle, right? On one side was the unknown monster that could kill Lin Ying. On the other was his comrade captain who established the base. Chen Xiao didn't have such worries, grinning as he looked at his teammate Zaiquan beside him. At that moment, Zaiquan's eyes were wide open, his chest heaving as he took deep breaths. Ignoring Zaiquan's nerves, Chen Xiao boredly tapped his fingers on the table. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yunhan returned. Only Jiang Yunhan came back. His face was grim, and he didn't say a word when he reached the table. Chen Xiao wouldn't ask him which door he had chosen. It wasn't important. The horse-faced man came to call the third group to go on stage. Lu Changjin and the little boy. The emotions of these two were very stable, even overly so. The situation was already evident, regardless of who among them could return alive. The combination of Chen Xiao and Jiang Yunhan would exclude them the next day, leading to death. The mortality rate of this game was too high, Jiang Yunhan murmured, feeling ashamed of his helplessness. "Don't be sentimental. If you run into me later, won't you die too?" Chen Xiao patted him, teasing, "Jiang Yunhan, you are quite confident." Soon, 10 minutes after Lu Changjin and the little boy left, to Chen Xiao and Jiang Yunhan's surprise, these two actually returned alive. Before Chen Xiao could speak, Chen Xiao's teammate spoke up first. "How was it, Officer Lu? How strong is the new humanity's difficulty?" Zaiquan's eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Changjin thought for a moment and replied, "Quite strong, but not without opportunities. Almost equivalent to nonsense." However, Zaiquan crazily grabbed Chen Xiao's clothes and said seriously, "We should all choose the new humanity, okay? We humans can't kill each other anymore. You must choose the new humanity." Chen Xiao met his somewhat frenzied eyes, feeling helpless. "Be more confident, brother." The fourth group, "Follow me." The horse-faced man's words were like the tolling of a death knell, urging everyone to go to their deaths. Arriving at the familiar spot, Chen Xiao did not hesitate at all. He walked straight into the animal door. It was empty inside, but soon, Zaiquan was forced to be transferred here. Caught in an unwinnable situation, his expression was extremely fierce, his eyes almost filled with bloodshot anger, harboring endless hatred. "It was you who forced me to this point." Zaiquan decided to gamble everything. Suddenly, a pair of horns bizarrely and abruptly grew from his forehead, which were actually bull horns. With this fierce power, he burst forth at high speed, charging straight at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao finally understood why he was so lacking in confidence. For half a day, A-grade talent was a bull horn, and this kid seemed to have no idea how to develop it. Helpless, Chen Xiao took on the role of one-punch man, directly aiding brother Zaiquan's liberation. When Chen Xiao returned to the room, it was noticeably colder, because only 4 people were left. Chen Xiao, Jiang Yunhan, Lu Changjin, and the little boy. "Let us team up. Your name is Chen Xiao, right?" The speaker was Lu Changjin, his strong voice sounding very upright. Chen Xiao glanced at the little boy and then at Jiang Yunhan. From the expressions of these two, Chen Xiao found it hard to read any useful information. He nodded, agreeing to Lu Changjin's request. By now, the situation was very clear. Lu Changjin and the little boy aimed to eliminate Chen Xiao and Jiang Yunhan to achieve their goal of internal conflict in the finals. As for whom they wanted to send out in the finals, that was unknown. On the 4th day of the decision game, the first group, Chen Xiao, was on stage. Standing before him was Lu Changjin, who had risen to fame in the TV station years ago. "Honestly, I don't want to kill you. But for Jiangbei, for Daxia, I'ma send him out." Lu Changjin entered the arena, suddenly becoming more talkative. Perhaps he felt he was talking to the dead. Chapter 32. The only one in modern times. Chen Xiao stood still, hands behind his back. He was contemplating Lu Changjin's words. "Jiangbei, Daxia, you really dare to say that? You think I'm exaggerating, right?" Lu Changjin seemed to guess what Chen Xiao was thinking and suddenly asked, "Have you heard of ancient martial arts inheritance?" Chen Xiao slightly furrowed his brows, but didn't speak. Lu Changjin sighed. "You probably haven't heard of what I'm thinking." Chen Xiao said loudly, "You mean that child possesses ancient martial arts inheritance?" Lu Changjin nodded. "Yes, it's fine to tell you. Have you ever thought about why? After millions of years of human evolution, ancient powerhouses could easily move mountains and seas, while now they have become weak and rely on tools. The foundation of Daxia over the past 1,000 years is far from what you see as weak. True ancient martial arts is not some flashy lightning whips, but a divine power that can break through genetic shackles. The true inheritors are not the so-called marketing sect masters you see, but the orthodox disciples hidden in the world. I have had the fortune to appear on many TV programs, and you all think I possess considerable martial arts skills. In fact, I only know those mixed up hybrid forms from later generations, which is truly pathetic. But he is different. He is the true inheritor of Shaolin, the only one in modern times. With these words, Chen Xiao finally sorted out the context. It seems that the martial god from the previous life, Chang'an, was not Lu Changjin, but the little boy, ancient martial arts inheritance, the only one in modern times. No wonder, under the investigation of Dragon Breath, Lu Changjin's energy was only slightly stronger than Jiang Yunhan's. Now everything made sense. I've said enough. I feel better. You can die without regrets. Lu Changjin suddenly trembled. He vanished from the spot. No, it was just too fast. He was the strongest person Chen Xiao had faced so far. Bang! A huge force struck, hitting Chen Xiao's arm, which was raised for defense. Bang! Another burst of power exploded, also blocked by Chen Xiao. Your defense is very strong, very strong. Receiving Lu Changjin's praise, Chen Xiao didn't care. He stood firm again, scanning the surroundings. What exactly have you awakened? Both speed and strength are so strong. Lu Changjin suddenly appeared, grinning wickedly. Bullfrog. Bang! With the words landing. A powerful force instantly sent Chen Xiao flying into the air. In the swirling winds, his shoes gripped the ground, stabilizing his stance again. Chen Xiao laughed. This is interesting. Since his rebirth, he hadn't encountered any quality opponents. Almost all encounters so far had been in one-punch man mode. Now, finally, there was a somewhat passable opponent. He slightly shifted his posture, preparing to strike. At this moment, where Chen Xiao's gaze fell, the arena seemed empty and silent. However, that was not the case. Lu Changjin was right in there. The frequent light footsteps echoed, like invisible clues, proving that he was lurking, waiting for the right moment. Dragon Breath. With the use of his talent, the sounds of the world gradually quieted. In Chen Xiao's eyes, only a blood red remained. Amidst the blood red, a shadow flickered, approaching him. Others might be caught off guard by Lu Changjin's trick, but Chen Xiao would not. He possessed the sensory talent of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's important to know that the Tyrannosaurus Rex is one of the strongest creatures in history in terms of sensory nerves. Under the SSS level talent, Dragon Breath, nothing could escape detection. Chen Xiao threw a punch, controlling his power between 30 to 50%. He was afraid he might accidentally kill Lu Changjin. After all, he still had questions to ask him. Boom. Facing this earth-shattering punch, an instinct honed through countless life-and-death situations told Lu Changjin, don't take it. If he did, he might die. He rolled backward and leaped like a bullfrog. However, at such a close distance, Chen Xiao wasn't that slow. Dragon Breath immediately locked on. Boom. Lu Changjin continuously tried to reduce the force again and again. Yet in the end, he was struck on the edge. He took a solid hit. Cough. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Lu Changjin knelt on the ground. His gaze was no longer so indifferent, nor was there the slightest hint of contempt. Oh. His eyes had become much clearer. Chen Xiao chuckled, slowly approaching. Lu Changjin lowered his head, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then asked, what kind of monster are you? Chen Xiao smirked. I ask, you answer. Lu Changjin shook his head, angrily saying, are you insulting me? Chen Xiao walked up to Lu Changjin, leaning down to look at him. Of course not. We can have a friendly conversation. Like discussing how I should kill that Shaolin heir after you die? Lu Changjin froze, suddenly grabbing Chen Xiao's clothing. You can't kill him. Chen Xiao replied, oh? Just because he's the only Shaolin heir of this generation? I'm not a monk. Why should I care about whether he is the only one or not? Lu Changjin knew that these words could not convince Chen Xiao. Reluctantly, he slowly spoke. Chen Xiao, you are very strong, extremely strong. I even suspect you ate a whale. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao almost laughed out loud, thinking to himself that he should eat that next time he reincarnates. But you're just a person. At most, you can establish a base to protect a region's peace. But he is different. As long as we bring him back to the capital, we can complete the final form of the war machine. Chen Xiao interrupted. War machine? You don't plan to experiment on him, do you? Lu Changjin forced a smile. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to bring him back from Chang'an Temple? Isn't it to allow humanity to revive? Heh. Did Chang'an Temple give you that person just for this? Chen Xiao felt inexplicably irritated. All right, stop talking. You can go now, and as for your only one, I'll send him over later. Chen Xiao, for the sake of humanity, how dare you? This is a treasonous crime. Get lost. Don't put labels on me. As long as I'm happy, that's the righteousness of humanity. Just then, Lu Chang'an, not willing to give up, attacked again, relying on his speed. He launched a close-range sneak attack, but Chen Xiao was already prepared. He turned around and elegantly kicked, sending Lu Chang'an flying 7 or 8 meters away. However, the sound of evolution points did not ring out. Lu Chang'an was not dead yet. Chen Xiao walked closer to him, seeing him struggling on the ground, covered in blood and dirt. Chen Xiao placed his foot on Lu Chang'an's back, not applying pressure. He was waiting for the horse-faced figure to appear. Chapter 33, Dragon Transformation. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. It was only then that the horse-faced figure leisurely arrived at the arena. Kill him. What are you looking at me for? Kill him. The horse's mouth opened and closed, its voice deep and thunderous. Chen Xiao smiled. Not enough strength to kill him, huh? The crudely made reason made the horse-faced figure approach Chen Xiao, muscles bulging. The horse-faced figure coldly continued, "You have 5 seconds. If you don't kill him, I'll kill you." 5. Before Chen Xiao could agree or disagree, the horse-faced figure began counting. But the more he did this, the more certain Chen Xiao became of his deductions. 4, 3, 2. In the final moment, the horse-faced figure's pitch-black eyes stared intently at Chen Xiao, shouting, 1. The horse-faced figure stepped forward, its fist engulfed in flames. Swirling with boundless energy, Chen Xiao did not retreat but advanced, walking straight into close proximity with the horse-faced figure. He locked eyes with those horse-like eyes. Die! The horse-faced figure roared, its overwhelming power creating a magnetic field in the arena, causing dirt to rise. But the next moment, all the dust fell away. The horse-faced figure retracted its fist and laughed. Ha ha! You are Chen Xiao from Jiangbei, right? I'll remember you. Saying this, it walked away without looking back. And just before exiting the arena, it said, "It's a draw." Chen Xiao sighed in relief. Everything was going as he had thought. As the referee of this game, the horse-faced figure had no right to kill someone who had not triggered the conditions. And this game was not a deadlock. As long as it dragged on for 5 hours, a draw would occur. Thus, the goal was achieved. Survival. This was the only way to live. Sooner or later. One had to try? He had bet right. If the horse-faced figure's punch had advanced a step further just now, Chen Xiao would have had no choice but to use Dragon Transformation immediately, regardless of the cost. But how to leave this place remained uncertain. The dawn had appeared. It was just a matter of the east wind. Just as the stone in his heart had just settled, an ominous premonition descended. In an instant, the sky, which had been lightly veiled by the morning light, was suddenly engulfed by a heavy black curtain rushing in from the distance. This darkness was like a giant monster opening its boundless maw, swallowing the entire firmament in one gulp. Following this, cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. As if the tapestry woven from time and space was being ruthlessly torn apart. These cracks resembled shattered mirror fragments, rearranging and recombining under some strange force. The entire world's spatial structure was undergoing an unprecedented upheaval and reconstruction. In this pitch-black, chaotic world, it seemed that only Chen Xiao remained. The horse-faced figure? Chen Xiao guessed something, his expression darkening. This horse-faced figure wouldn't completely tear up the rules, would it? Just to kill him? That was too ridiculous. Sure enough, just as Chen Xiao opened his mouth, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was the horse-faced figure. It grinned at Chen Xiao, and in the next second, it completely vanished. Damn it, it's serious. At this moment, Chen Xiao felt a threat that transcended death. As if he was about to completely fall into an endless abyss in the next second. Accompanied by terrifying spatial distortions, waves of damage struck. The horse-faced figure really intended to disregard the rules and take him down. Bang, bang, bang. In the darkness, terrifying echoes reverberated everywhere. This was the first upper-level being he had faced since his reincarnation. The first god. At this critical moment, Chen Xiao could not afford to hold back. A slight misstep would mean certain death. Dragon Transformation. Chen Xiao directly chose to activate his SSSS-level transformation talent. This was his trump card that he had kept hidden until now. In the next moment, his body began a transformation that could be described as defying the heavens. The first to change was his head. In the blink of an eye, it was covered with dense, brownish-green scales. This was the crucial treasure of the Tyrannosaurus's dominant body. Following this, muscle fibers bulged like mountains, and a sound akin to the clash of gold and iron echoed beneath his skin. A powerful and vigorous life force erupted from within him. The solid muscle fibers instantly integrated traces of dragon scales, glistening coldly. His fingertips rapidly transformed, sharpening into knife-like dragon claws. A dragon tail, resembling a living creature, grew from his spine, swaying with Chen Xiao's movements. At this moment, Chen Xiao had clearly become a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Every breath carried ancient majesty and immense power. This was Chen Xiao's strongest form. But even so, upon feeling the horse-faced figure's attack, he still panicked. In an instant, he was sent flying hundreds of meters. Fortunately, at this moment, Chen Xiao seemed to possess infinite strength and an indestructible body. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous attacks forced Chen Xiao to keep fleeing. This horse-faced figure seemed not to be using its full strength. Dragon breath. In the darkness, Chen Xiao slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was more awake than ever. He could perceive everything around him. Lock on, lock on, lock on. The horse-faced figure. Right there. Chen Xiao stomped the ground and then exploded outward. The pure black spatial fragments also shattered under the pressure. God, today, I want to see how long you can ignore the rules. Bang. This was Chen Xiao's first counterattack. The terrifying punch was like a dark beast emerging from the abyss, carrying the destructive power capable of obliterating anything in its path. It instantly tore through the air, leaving behind a chilling vacuum gap. This was the strongest strike of the prehistoric Tyrannosaurus rex. It was also the most powerful force enhanced by the bloodline of the black goat. Ma Mian retreated, making a series of hee-hee sounds. Jiang Bei, Chen Xiao, what kind of monster are you? Accompanied by Ma Mian's muttering, the darkness was gradually fading. Could he finally no longer bear the constraints of the rules? Just as Chen Xiao was about to launch another attack, a familiar roar echoed. Buzz. The darkness was instantly shattered, as if a curtain had been pulled back. Chen Xiao returned to his original position. In front of him was still Ma Mian, who was about to leave the arena. Beneath him lay the struggling and suffering Lu Changjin. His transformed body had also disappeared. Everything seemed like it had never happened. Chen Xiao stumbled and knelt on the ground, leaving Lu Changjin looking confused. No one even touched him? Is this a setup? A wave of helplessness swept through Chen Xiao's body. This was the after effect of his transformation, unavoidable. He really didn't expect Ma Mian to endure the bizarre rules for so long. Just to kill him. What a damn beast. Chen Xiao adjusted his state, glanced at Lu Changjin, who was lying on the ground. Lu Changjin couldn't die yet. He reached out and grabbed Lu Changjin's collar, dragging him back to the room. As soon as the two entered the room, they nearly scared Jiang Yunhan to death. The usually composed boy's eyes trembled. After a full 5 hours, these two finally came back. What happened to you? Jiang Yunhan looked at the severely injured Lu Changjin and the heavy-hearted Chen Xiao. His mind raced. Did they choose the new humans? How could Chen Xiao be unscathed? But if they chose to duel, the two of them returned at the same time. Before Chen Xiao could speak, Lu Changjin coughed and spoke first to the two in the room. Cough, cough, cough. Remember, there can be ties in the game. It doesn't have to be a life or death situation. We can both survive. Jiang Yunhan, who had been feeling troubled and ashamed about having to hurt the little boy, suddenly felt as if a steel rod had struck his head. A tie? Right? Why did everyone overlook the option of a tie? Why did they have to engage in a life or death struggle as soon as they met? The reason lies mostly in Ma Mian's misguided guidance. Perhaps the two from the first group were manipulated by him. He wanted to see everyone wiped out. What a sinister old bastard. After Jiang Yunhan figured it out, he nodded and looked again at the two who had returned. The difference in their states was too great. Although Chen Xiao appeared to have something on his mind, his condition was still good, while Lu Changjin was on the verge of collapse, nervously staring at Chen Xiao. Suddenly, he noticed that Chen Xiao's arm was tightly pressed against Lu Changjin's shoulder. Is this control or a threat? He speculated that the hypothesis of a tie must have been proposed by Chen Xiao. But could that kid really have the ability to beat Lu Changjin to this state, even making him too afraid to resist? Had he been hiding his strength since he joined his base? That's too cunning. The little boy approached Lu Changjin and said seriously, word by word, Lu Changjin, you were really beaten badly. Lu Changjin smiled helplessly. Brother Chen Xiao hid his strength to enter the game. Who would have thought? After Jiang Yunhan and the little boy were called away, Chen Xiao began to close his eyes and rest. Time passed quickly. 5 hours flew by. Jiang Yunhan and the little boy successfully returned. This is a good start. Chen Xiao, you're really smart. This straightforward little boy was speaking to someone for the first time, and it was a compliment. Chen Xiao feigned modesty. Of course, you both owe me a life. Jiang Yunhan sighed. I wonder how things are outside now. Chen Xiao also seemed to ponder, leaning back slowly. The big mountain, it should be able to hold on, right? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Chen Xiao and the others had been in the game for 14 days. For half a month, every day was a repeat of ties. Ma Mian had stopped coming to supervise. No one knew where he had gone. Yet everyone continued to repeat the rules. Chen Xiao secretly guessed that perhaps he had stubbornly confronted the rules and was also injured. Of course, there was no way to verify this. Today, a second group consisted of Chen Xiao and Jiang Yunhan. The two leaned against the stone tablet in the arena, chatting. They had long since become accustomed to the overwhelming hee-hee sounds from the audience. After 14 days of torment, the two had become very familiar, like comrades for half a month. Chen Xiao, I'm very curious. Why are you so fearless? Fearful of what? For example, if I suddenly attacked and killed you. Jiang Yunhan suddenly made a killing gesture. Tisk, I made a deal with the big mountain. If I don't return in a month, he kill Jiang Chugxiu. I definitely would have been killed by that old sly Jiang Yunhan. Chen Xiao was making up nonsense, completely unconcerned. Jiang Yunhan, knowing it was pointless, sighed. You wouldn't really do that. Mentioning Jiang Chugxiu did indeed hit Jiang Yunhan's soft spot. He had always doted on this younger sister, since the apocalypse. She was the one he worried about the most. How could I not? I really said it, believe it or not. Chen Xiao said earnestly. My sister is so excellent. Any man would find it hard to lay a hand on her. You definitely wouldn't have the heart to do it. His sister was a heartthrob, with countless admirers. It's impressive that Chen Xiao isn't tempted. Chen Xiao widened his eyes and patted Jiang Yunhan's shoulder vigorously. You understand, big brother-in-law. Jiang Yunhan had been smiling. But upon hearing the words big brother-in-law, his smile instantly vanished. Don't have ideas about my sister. You already have Miss Tang. Your fortune is enough. Chen Xiao shrugged. Who would complain about having too much good fortune, huh? Just as Jiang Yunhan was about to roll up his sleeves and have a big fight with Chen Xiao, a faint voice rang out. Game 03 decision. Game over. Game objective. Survive. Objective achieved. Calculating game rewards. Chapter 34 Talent Advancement. Animal number 230001. Gained opportunity for evolution. Talent upgrade. Checking. Check complete. Please select the talent to upgrade. 1. Dragon Bone. 2. Dragon Breath. 3. Dragon Transformation. 4. Reproduction. Upon learning that the game had ended, Chen Xiao let out a long sigh. He was truly afraid of being trapped here forever. Then he immediately fell into a dilemma. He had to choose to upgrade his talent. He glanced at Jiang Yunhan beside him. This kid was not hesitating at all. Instead, he was happily soaring. His eyes were brighter than usual. No, they only had one talent. Of course, there was no need to hesitate. So this was a happy trouble. Moreover, the talents provided by the rules were all his innate talents. Those produced through reproduction couldn't be upgraded. It seems to be the case. Chen Xiao thought for a moment and decided to upgrade the growth talent, which was the SSSS level reproduction. First, Dragon Bone is his core talent. But the problem is that he rarely needs its upper limit most of the time. The physical enhancement from reproduction, combined with the 50 power boost from the Black Goat bloodline, has caused his strength to exceed more than half of the first stage limit. This is simply rushing towards the second stage limit. Secondly, Dragon Breath is just an auxiliary talent. Although he uses it very frequently, it ultimately cannot help him much. As for Dragon Transformation, this is Chen Xiao's trump card, which just saved his life. However, Chen Xiao was somewhat unwilling to upgrade it. The reason lies in animalization. The powerful leap in strength is exhilarating, but the cost of permanently increasing animalistic traits is too great. Chen Xiao will no longer use this talent unless absolutely necessary. So it is naturally excluded. Instead, reproduction, as an SSSS level talent, is already incredibly overpowered. This time, he also received an opportunity for promotion. If used here, if conditions become simpler or he obtains an even stronger talent, his potential will become limitless. It sounds like the word potential doesn't mean much to him because, in the apocalypse, few can match him. But let's not forget, there are beings like the horse face that claim to be gods, lurking around. Chen Xiao must become stronger than the horse face before the 5th blood moon. Otherwise, when the horse face emerges, he might be the first to be dealt with. Chen Xiao needs to enhance his potential, which is the foundation in the apocalypse, to confront these beings. Promote reproduction. After realizing this, Chen Xiao no longer hesitated and decisively made the promotion choice. The next moment, a voice sounded. Animal No. 230001. Talent upgrade. Gain talent. Reproduction SS level growth talent. Description. The reproductive ability of the Tyrannosaurus Rex is extremely strong and is something to be proud of. A male will dominate many females. Effect. Intermittently enter a reproductive state. Note. In this state, dual cultivation with the opposite sex will permanently enhance physical strength and power, with a probability of gaining the opposite sex's talent and strengthen this talent. Note. The opposite sex must have a good impression of the talent holder, otherwise, the talent will not be gained. The higher the impression, the greater the enhancement of physical strength and power, and the higher the probability of gaining the talent. Note. After exceeding the daily time limit, no attributes or talents will be gained. After reading the introduction, Chen Xiao gasped. 5 S-level talents. Unheard of. And its effect is incredibly overpowered. Comparing it with previous descriptions, 2 changes can be inferred after this promotion. The first point is that the enhancement after reproduction has changed from physical strength to both physical strength and power. The second point is that reproduction not only has a probability of gaining talents, but also strengthens this talent. What does strengthening a talent mean? As if answering. A voice just happened to sound. Detecting reproduction talent. Water source. Strengthening. Gain talent. All things water SS level creation talent description. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things, using the formlessness of water to carry the way of all things. Effect. The holder of this talent can create water at will, control all streams in the world, solidify water into weapons, transform liquids into vessels. And with a snap of the fingers, nothing related to water is impossible. This is truly an SS level talent. Is the talent this competitive? Such an incredible setting is only SS level. But Chen Xiao suddenly realized that this is a creation type talent, the rarest type. It makes sense for it to be so powerful. Eagerly, Chen Xiao directly created a water-long sword in front of Jiang Yunhan. How many talents do you have? Jiang Yunhan was clearly startled by his action, constantly recalling that this guy had never used water before. Chen Xiao did not answer but swung the sword towards Jiang Yunhan. He wanted to test the sword's strength. Damn it, using me to test your talent. Jiang Yunhan knew exactly what he meant and stepped forward, a green light appearing in his palm. Xian Gui Vitality SSS level magic talent. He also wanted to test how monstrous his newly promoted ability was. Bang! The water-long sword smashed heavily against the green light in Jiang Yunhan's palm, unable to advance even a bit. Of course, Chen Xiao did not use much strength. He just wanted to try out his new ability. Suddenly, he had a whimsical idea and manipulated the stagnant water in the long sword, making it move. Moreover, it moved faster and faster. The water flowing above even splashed out. This is an automatic water sword. Chen Xiao seemed to finally find a way to use it. Slashing diagonally towards Jiang Yunhan. Boom. This time, Jiang Yunhan didn't expect the long sword to suddenly become so domineering, directly breaking through his defense. Rip. Jiang Yunhan's palm was instantly injured. Chen Xiao hurriedly withdrew the flowing water-long sword, allowing it to scatter into puddles. Are you okay, big brother? I accidentally. Jiang Yunhan shot him an annoyed glance, a green light appearing at the wound. In just a second, the wound healed directly. Healing spell. Chen Xiao's eyes widened. This guy has received a great opportunity. Such a talent would need to be protected by dozens of S-level warriors, even in the capital. You're strong. But it's a pity we are on different paths. Jiang Yunhan saw Chen Xiao's somewhat envious expression and felt a bit smug. Chen Xiao disdainfully said, TCH. If it weren't for the fact that you entrusted your sister to me, I would have dismembered you and seen how you recover. Jiang Yunhan's green light intensified. I'll tell you one more time. Don't have any ideas about my sister. Chen Xiao was just about to retort, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. In the center of the arena, a sudden flash of light instantly broke the silence. A familiar white light poured down like a curtain, quickly enveloping the entire area. Immediately after, Chen Xiao's figure reappeared at the top of Tuoluo Mountain. What kind of overpowered means is this? The rules, the horse face. These are all entities that instill fear. Along with him appeared Jiang Yunhan and Lu Chang'an in the distance. The four slowly gathered. Lu Chang'an looked at Chen Xiao with gratitude. Thanks to you, I managed to survive. Chen Xiao waved his hand. It's nothing. Then he changed the subject. I'm just curious. When do you plan to kill me? Those words made Lu Chang'an break out in a cold sweat. He indeed had never given up on the idea of killing Chen Xiao. He just never had the opportunity. His loose lips and underestimation had allowed Chen Xiao to learn too many secrets. Only the dead can keep secrets. It would be best to kill that Jiang Yunhan along with him. Cut off future troubles. Why would I kill you? Lu Chang'an acted very naturally, questioning. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Chen Xiao chuckled twice, turned around, and walked down the mountain, exposing his back to Lu Chang'an. Fishing law enforcement, willing to take the bait. At this moment, Lu Chang'an was solely focused on killing Chen Xiao, completely forgetting that the game rules were broken by Chen Xiao. How could he make such a low-level mistake in the apocalypse? But at this moment, he had to believe it because the longer it dragged on, the fewer opportunities he had. Others might not know, but he did. After fighting with him, Chen Xiao must have paid some terrifying price. At that time, he suddenly knelt on the ground. It was definitely not that simple, and he was very likely still in a weak period. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. This opportunity must be seized. One strike to kill. Chapter 35, Fooling the Kid. Die. Lu Chang'an roared inwardly. his body bursting forth with unprecedented speed. All his muscles tightened. This was his strongest strike. Failure was not an option. He wanted to completely seal the secrets of the Shaolin direct lineage. This punch gathered the power of thunder in an instant. His fist, as solid as iron, bore the marks of years of honing, containing the essence of decades of hard training. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify into substance, and enormous pressure waves accompanied by fierce winds surged forth, causing everything around to tremble. Lu Chang'an's eyes shone with joy. After enhancing his talent, he had become even stronger. This is the SS level frog power. This punch almost encompassed all he had learned in his lifetime. Chen Xiao had no defenses. He was undoubtedly going to die. Zhang Yunhan sensed the danger and exclaimed, "Be careful." But it was too late. He couldn't stop it in time. He could only watch Lu Chang'an's punch. Like lightning piercing through the air, it rushed towards Chen Xiao's head. However, at this critical moment, a dramatic scene unfolded. Just as the punch was about to reach the top of Chen Xiao's head, it hit an icy, solid barrier. An invisible force is quietly unleashed. A ripple spreads leisurely behind Chen Xiao. It diffuses into the surrounding space, like a stone thrown with all one's might. It creates layers of waves upon touching the calm surface of the sea. Then, it quickly returns to silence, as if all the impact has been swallowed by this moment of tranquility. Only the deep ripples remain, witnessing the mystery behind this collision of power. This punch was so simply broken. Zhang Yunhan was stunned. What kind of method is this? Is he even human? He imagined himself in that situation just now. He would have definitely died without a doubt. Even with his SSS-level magical talent, Xian Gui Vitality, he couldn't save his completely dead self. Chen Xiao, are you Gaara? The little monk also witnessed everything that just happened, staring in awe at the miracle unfolding, exclaiming, "That scene just now was too much like something out of an anime." Rock Lee vs. Gaara, in which Gaara could use sand for absolute defense, with sand shields automatically protecting its master, blocking all attacks. The reluctant Rock Lee had to use the forbidden technique 8 gates, exponentially increasing his speed just to barely break through such a perverse defensive technique. It was so similar to what just happened. But unfortunately, the reality is, Lu Chang'an would never unleash the speed of the 8 gates. Of course, Chen Xiao's all things water wouldn't automatically protect its master. This is under Chen Xiao's conscious control. One of the wonderful uses of all things water is to transform soft and profound water sources into an invisible barrier, providing all-angle defense, defeating rigidity with softness. It can almost cut off most attacks. Damn, it's really like a whale. Lu Chang'an was taken aback, pulling back his fist and preparing to run. The secret can't be kept. I don't care about the Shaolin lineage anymore. My life is at stake. But the next moment, the originally formless ripples turned into tangible all things water. Spirals spread out at an unbelievable speed, like ancient roots brimming with vitality. In an instant, they tightly wrapped around Lu Chang'an's fist that had just been withdrawn. Then they coiled around his arm. Without mercy, they yanked his entire body back violently, like pulling a giant anchor. Damn, Lu Chang'an didn't expect Chen Xiao's ability to be so perverse, and in desperation, he exerted all his strength. He wanted to tear off half of his arm. How could Chen Xiao let him have his way, now that he mastered all things water? It was equivalent to having both offense and defense. Coupled with the power of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he could almost go unhindered. Bang! He twisted his waist, kicked out, and directly knocked Lu Chang'an down hard. So impatient, huh? Chen Xiao scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Lu Chang'an gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of his arm breaking, and struggled to speak. Chen Xiao, I was wrong. I know more Doomsday secrets. Just spare me. Slap. Chen Xiao slapped him, knocking out 3 of his teeth. Chen Xiao, run rampant in the apocalypse and don't need secrets. I gave you a chance, but you repeatedly wanted to kill me. You have no one to blame but yourself, Lu Chang'an. After saying that, Chen Xiao stepped down, ending him. A report came from his ear. Evolution value 90. I didn't expect Lu Chang'an to be worth so much evolution value. It's also a small unexpected gain. Letting go of the corpse. He turned around and saw the little monk with an innocent face, completely unconcerned about Lu Chang'an's death. Little monk, aren't you sad? He was escorting you all the way. Chen Xiao dusted off his clothes and asked leisurely, why be sad? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao almost wanted to punch him twice. Do you know what he was doing taking you to the capital? Chen Xiao suddenly asked again. The little monk nodded. Naturally, I know. Chen Xiao, then why did you go? You don't want to live? The little monk shook his head. Chen Xiao, if my existence can alleviate the suffering of the people, how could I refuse? Chen Xiao was speechless, so it turns out he was meddling in other people's business. This kid is bent on seeking death. Damn it, then go seek death by yourself. Chen Xiao called out to the bewildered Jiang Yunhan. Let us go. Let us go back to the storage. The little monk showed a worried expression. Chen Xiao, I don't know the way. You have to take me to the capital. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao suddenly had a mischievous thought. This kid is not an ordinary person. He is one of the top powers from the previous life. After all, he was in the top 20 of the global combat power rankings. His future potential is limitless. If I can abduct him and train him, even if I don't turn him into a war machine, getting into the top 50 should be no problem. Fine, then come with me. Chen Xiao nodded with a wicked smile. The little monk seemed to sense something and hurriedly said, Chen Xiao, my existence is the key piece that Chang'an Temple places in the world. Chen Xiao was truly impatient to hear this, directly covering his mouth. You're not a piece. If we're going to do this, then let us play chess. Let a kid like you save the world? Forget it. Come with your brother Xiao and enjoy delicious food and drink. The little monk swallowed hard. No, I can't eat meat and drink wine. That goes against the rules of Chang'an Temple. Haven't you heard? Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. You just came down from the mountain. And you're not in Chang'an Temple anymore. Why bother with rules? But what? Have you ever eaten delicious lamb slices? The little monk, being young, was a bit tempted by this, putting his palms together and constantly swallowing saliva. Chen Xiao took a glance and realized this kid is a foodie. He quickly said, how about this? You come back to the storage with me, and I'll let you experience the joys of the mortal world. You monks talk about entering the world and walking. Isn't it to experience the myriad aspects of life? Your brother Xiao will take you straight to it. Achieving your great enlightenment of Buddhism. Doesn't that sound reasonable? The little monk hesitated for a long time, and in a timid voice said, but Chen Xiao held his shoulder. Little monk, if you've never experienced the mortal world and only seek liberation, then that is truly going against your true self. The little monk was at a loss for words, various food temptations constantly surfacing in his mind, and finally, he quietly reassured himself. Then I'll follow this free heart and experience the mortal world with you, strengthening my resolute Buddhist heart. Just to be clear, after the experience, you have to take me to the capital. I'm here to save. Chen Xiao facepalmed, helplessly covering his mouth, and replied, no problem. You don't need to emphasize saving the world anymore. Me taking you is also saving the world, right? Chapter 36, Slaughtering the Lin Family. The dialogue between these two left Jiang Yunhan in a daze. He also noticed the extraordinary nature of the child, but seeing his determined expression, he had his own aspirations. He didn't expect to be so easily swayed by Chen Xiao, almost wanting to rush towards the storage the next moment, as long as the little monk agreed. Chen Xiao had 1,000 ways to keep him. Thus, the 3 survivors of the game quickly made their way to the southern city storage. Chen Xiao was very curious about how this little monk, who was only 1 meter tall, contained such immense power. He was surprisingly not slower than himself when running. Soon, the 3 arrived outside the southern city and saw a huge notice. Tianyi Storage is recruiting elites. B-level and above can join without an exam. Under the notice, there were a few shady-looking people standing guard. Chen Xiao and the others hid in the dark. Seeing everything change, they shouted that it was bad. The time in the game seems to be synchronized with the outside world. Half a month has passed, and just as Lin Air said, Linda really invaded the southern city. Oh no, I wonder how Chugzu is doing. Jiang Yunhan's face turned pale. He had been indulging in the thrill brought by the SSS level talent, but now he felt like he could bite his back teeth off. Chen Xiao also felt quite worried. Where are those few people now? Have they escaped? Or are they imprisoned by Linda? They might even have been killed already. However, there is one good thing. The talents of the 3 of them are very reasonable. Das Han possesses an S-level combat talent, making it easy to deal with 90 of people in the apocalypse. Chugzu and Shiro each have creative talents, and there's plenty of mutton and water. The 3 form a small team, and as long as they have a hiding place, they won't easily die. At this moment, Jiang Yunhan looks at the strict guard at the door, hesitating on how to infiltrate the storage and capture the leader first. But in the next second, a shadow flies out with a bang. It is Chen Xiao. Do you have to be so decisive? Jiang Yunhan sees this reckless man rushing to the fence outside South City and follows closely behind without thinking too much. The little monk is unclear about what is happening. He only knows that following Chen Xiao allows him to experience the mortal world and enjoy the delicious mutton of the apocalypse, so he leisurely trails behind the 2. Who goes there? Ahead is Tianyi Storage. Stop and show your token. If you are defectors, you must first offer supplies. If no supplies, then women. I command you to stop. How dare you act recklessly in front of Tianyi Storage? There are 4 guards at the entrance of the fence, and this is their first time encountering such a tricky situation. 3 figures with incredible speed stir up clouds of dust, their faces showing fierce expressions. Usually, people entering the storage are friendly and even give tips. Why are these few acting so differently? They haven't even had the chance to ask more questions. A shadow brings a blue arc. A figure wrapped in green light leaps, and a petite figure flickers swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the three complete their attack. Chen Xiao wields a long water knife, and in an instant, he kills two people. Jiang Yunhan, using his vitality, punches out, the green shadow overlapping, killing one person into the ground. The little monk, though young and short, strikes without hesitation. He lightly raises his hand. An immense power instantly bursts forth, a muffled sound piercing through one person's chest. You really dare to kill? What is there to be afraid of? To save the people, why worry about countless fish and shrimp? Chen Xiao chuckles. This kid is really peculiar. His reasoning is sound. Crossing the protective line, Chen Xiao and the others head straight for the storage building. Along the way, many people take notice of them but do not stop them. Only seeing three fierce figures rising and leaving. South City Storage, rooftop. Bang. Chen Xiao kicks open the room originally belonging to Jiang Chen, revealing the current state inside. The decor has not changed, but the residents have obviously changed. Because the various underwear scattered around is not something Jiang Chen would do. Scanning inside. On the soft big bed, there are two terrified people, a man and a woman, completely naked, desperately clutching the blanket to cover their important parts. The two did not expect someone to break in at such a critical moment. The woman's face turns red, burying her face deep in the blanket. The man, from panic to anger, shouts, "Who are you? Do you know whose room this is?" He curses loudly, ready to deal with these three young punks. Jiang Yunhan's gaze is icy, and in displeasure, he slaps the man hard. The man flies out, hitting the headboard. He instantly wakes up. You are the former ones from the storage? Damn it, the South City storage was originally established by them. Chen Xiao approaches and firmly steps on the man's chest. Tell me, where did the man and two women originally here go? The man stares blankly, a mournful expression on his face. Big brother, I really don't know. I just got assigned this room. The little monk, leisurely beside them, speaks up. You've lived here for at least a week. These unwashed clothes exceed 7 pieces. Jiang Yunhan smiles and pats the little monk's head, giving a thumbs up. The man sees he can't hide it anymore and glances at the window beside him. Bang! But what meets him is Chen Xiao's punch, knocking him dazed. Blood flows from his nose, his eyes bruised, and everything becomes blurry. What do you want? Jiang Yunhan is losing patience. This concerns Jiang Chen, and he is anxious. He directly kicks the man's leg bone, shattering it. Answer him. Where did the man and two women originally here go? I'll tell you, let go of my leg. Chen Xiao sees this method works and follows by shattering one of the man's legs. Don't. Grandpas, you are my grandpas. The man grins through gritted teeth, revealing the truth, only hoping these two can spare him. Oof, Lin Leda is bold enough. Jiang Yunhan's eyes hide an unquenchable anger. Chen Xiao casually creates a water knife and finishes off the man, not even a drop of blood spilling. Chen Xiao, the person you are looking for has left. Where do we go now? The little monk's clear voice sounds. Chen Xiao looks out the window. What else is there to say? Save people, and by the way, slaughter the Lin family. Jiang Yunhan raises an eyebrow. Slaughter the Lin family? Chen Xiao meets his gaze and nods. Lin Leda can't possibly take the whole Lin family away. What I want to do is take his entire family while he is sick. Jiang Yunhan, didn't he expect Chen Xiao to have such murderous intent? Does that mean innocent people must also die? Chen Xiao sees his concern and coldly says, if you kill their father, grandfather, uncle, won't they come back for revenge? He then pats Jiang Yunhan on the shoulder to eradicate the roots. He turns and walks towards the door, a long water knife appearing in his hand without anyone noticing. Today, Chen Xiao is going to go on a killing spree. Chapter 37, Jianghe Storage. Accompanied by chaos and wailing, Chen Xiao and the others leave the storage building. The only witness to this massacre is a puddle of water in the rooftop room. Chen Xiao, where are we going now? Jiang Yunhan asks, not knowing when he even started consulting Chen Xiao's opinion. Chen Xiao thinks for a moment. Jianghe Grain Depot. Jiang Yunhan nods. This answer completely aligns with his thoughts. That's where they are most likely to find Chugzhu and the others. After all, there is a winding river, the Mengjiang River, separating the north and south. To cross it, there are only two methods. One is by sea, which means that Song'o port, but Sangzhou is far from the north and not suitable for fleeing. The other is by air, relying on flying abilities or airplanes, which none of the three have. The last option is to take the bridge, Jianghe Bridge. It stands like a giant dragon towering over the shimmering river. It even became a 5A scenic spot before the apocalypse. and on one side of Jianghe Bridge lies a large force, Jianghe Grain Depot. This is a survival stronghold even more terrifying than the storage. There must be a lot of experts inside. They cannot let go of the fat meat of Jianghe Bridge. Collecting tolls for passing through is a considerable income. Since everyone has thoughts aligned, there is naturally no disagreement. After leaving the storage, they find a fully fueled big truck and set off towards Jianghe Bridge. 3 hours later. Oh, is this the big bridge you guys mentioned? It's much more impressive than what I saw on TV. The little monk sits in the back seat, his eyes sparkling, finding everything new and exciting. Chen Xiao nods. Yes, it's here, but it looks a bit tricky. Jiang Yunhan slowly stops the car and looks up ahead. Several big trucks block the way. The people from Jianghe Grain Depot have arrived. The three get out of the car with smiles, approaching the others. The opposing force consists of 7 or 8 people, all fierce and glaring at the three. State your name, where are you from, and where are you going? Jiang Bing, from South City, going to Jiangnan to visit my uncle. Chen Dadeo, same as him. Li Fugui, the same as the two. The three all choose to use fake names to conceal their identities. The little monk actually didn't need to do this, but he just wanted to be happy and said it casually. The man leading the group opposite him was tall and sturdy, wearing a black leather jacket. His muscles were taut like iron, and a silver wolf pendant around his neck swung with his breath, exuding a wildness. He shook his head. You can't get through. Chen Xiao, who was not shorter than him, stepped forward with a fierce look. If we can't get through, what are you going to do? The man scoffed. You dare to talk to me like that? He threw a punch without hesitation, unleashing a tangible force. Bang! Chen Xiao firmly grasped his fist without needing any effort and continued to laugh. What about now? The big man tried to retract his fist, but found he couldn't pull it back at all. He exerted force with his feet, ready to kick out. Chen Xiao predicted this in advance, dodged while spinning, and let go of him. This entire sequence was smooth and effortless. He's a tough nut. The big man's expression was no longer as disdainful as before, and he said calmly, Our Jianghe granary is short on people. You two can join me. And that little brat can be considered a family member. How about it? The little monk was somewhat displeased. He wanted to punch this man's dog mouth off. But Chen Xiao held him back. Chen Xiao replied, Join you? What can you offer? His uncle is a relative of the Tang family from Jiangnan. The big man shook his head. Don't worry. The resources we control at Jianghe Granary far exceed your imagination. He continued to boast. Have you eaten mutton after the apocalypse? As soon as he finished speaking, the big man noticed the expressions of the two people opposite him had changed. He mistakenly thought they had never seen the world and laughed. I'll let you in on a secret. We just got a newcomer at the granary today who can actually create sheep, and I heard she's a beauty. Jiang Yunhan's body trembled uncontrollably, and he was patted on the shoulder by Chen Xiao. Do you have water at your granary? The big man was confused. Of course, we have plenty of bottled water. We can't finish it all. Although they didn't extract useful information, it was almost certain that the beautiful girl who could create sheep was Jiang Chugxiu. In his past life, Chen Xiao had only heard of Jiang Chugxiu while mingling in Jiangbei for many years. All right, we'll join. Chen Xiao readily agreed to the big man's invitation. Subsequently, the big man led the three to familiarize themselves with their usual residence. It turned out that the big man's name was Feng Jiafan, a team leader of Jianghe Granary. Stationed on this small road, anyone wanting to cross this road to the bridge had to pay a toll or leave behind beautiful women. Hearing these demands, both Chen Xiao and Jiang Yunhan felt somewhat irritated, especially since two of the people they were looking for were top-notch beauties. The sky gradually darkened, and Chen Xiao and the others patrolled several locations with Feng Jiafan before finally heading back home. Feng Jiafan was still pleased with himself for recruiting 2 young people and a large truck. He chuckled. Dadeo, you're quite capable, once you join the granary. Don't forget your guide, haha. Chen Xiao nodded and replied. Of course, I just wonder if I can eat mutton after joining the granary. Feng Jiafan's eyes darted around. You definitely can, Dadeo, trust me. I'll introduce you to our young master when we get back. Jiang Yunhan questioned. Young master? Feng Jiafan said seriously. Yes, our granary's surname is Su. When you meet the young master later, just call him young master Su, understand? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Young master Su has a notoriously bad temper, and he's been angry these days because of a nasty woman, hitting anyone he sees. Chen Xiao and Jiang Yunhan silently noted this information. As the driver turned the key, the large truck came to a stop with a clatter. Everyone got out of the vehicle, following the proud Feng Jiafan. Jiafan, you brought back 2 more people? As soon as they got out of the car, a group of 3 men and 2 women approached. Yes, Sister Lu. I had good luck today and even brought back a large truck, huh? Feng Jiafan laughed heartily, clearly very happy. The woman called Sister Lu didn't seem that old, about 30 years old, dressed like a young married woman. She wore a wine-red silk blouse tucked into a pair of high-waisted wide-leg pants. The V-neck of her top faintly revealed her fair skin and collarbone, evoking imagination. She wore a pair of beige pointed high heels, elegant and simple, exuding an innate confident aura. "Oh, you brought back two handsome guys." Sister Lu looked at Chen Xiao and Jiang Yunhan with a fiery gaze, unabashedly assessing them up and down, making Jiang Yunhan feel a bit uneasy. On the contrary, Chen Xiao met her gaze with equal intensity. When their eyes met, a spark ignited between them. Chapter 38. Her heartthrob Jiang Yunhan helplessly nudged Chen Xiao a couple of times. Chen Xiao not only didn't regain his senses, but instead pushed Jiang Yunhan away and took 2 steps closer to Sister Lu, one hand against the wall, the other stroking her hair. "Miss Lu, haven't we met somewhere before?" Sister Lu's eyes turned into crescent moons as her delicate white hand covered her red lips. "Haven't you said this to a few girls before?" Before Chen Xiao could answer, Feng Jiafan pulled him back. "Sister Lu, we still need to meet young Master Su. So we won't disturb you, haha." Saying this, Feng Jiafan led the group past Sister Lu and into the base. "Dadeo, it's the apocalypse. Don't believe in free lunches. Sister Lu practices dark arts, so be careful she drains your life essence. Have you tried it?" No. Then who has?" I don't know." Chen Xiao was speechless. Wasn't this spreading rumors about others? Besides, why does it matter what she practices? In the end, who knows who will take advantage of whom? And if things continued like this, he might just extract important information from Sister Lu. Following Feng Jiafan into the base, everyone finally saw the scene inside. Compared to the southern city storage, this place resembled an entire city. This apocalypse base, centered around the granary, was situated on a vast and solid foundation by the river. The main structure of the granary resembled a steel skyscraper standing between water and sky. Surrounding the granary was a meticulously planned and renovated community area. The houses in the community were staggered, with streets of suitable width paved with durable stone roads, and both sides were planted with drought-resistant plants. In just half a month, such a massive base could be built. The owner of this granary must be quite powerful. "You two, wait outside. I'm taking Dadeo to meet young Master Su." Feng Jiafan, having witnessed Chen Xiao's strength, wanted to take him in for credit. He was unaware of Jiang Yunhan and the little monk's abilities, treating them as Chen Dadeo's family. He settled the two outside the granary. "Remember what I said earlier. If you recall, just follow me," Feng Jiafan repeatedly reminded. Fearing this headstrong young man might offend young Master Su. Following Feng Jiafan, Chen Xiao climbed the stairs, scaling the outer part of the steel skyscraper. They stopped after reaching the 7th or 8th floor. Feng Jiafan knocked on the door, but there was no response. He leaned in to listen for sounds inside, then awkwardly waved his hand at Chen Xiao. It seems like it's not a good time today." However, Chen Xiao used dragon breath to detect a familiar energy form. "Jiang Chugxiu. 5 minutes ago. Chugxiu, the first time I saw you today, I felt like I fell in love with you. So please don't turn me down. It's the apocalypse. If it weren't for my sincere feelings for you, I would have thrown you onto the bed long ago. No need to consider your feelings. Do you really think I, Su Beishuan, am a good person?" Inside the room, there was a man and a woman. The man leaned against the wall. His features handsome yet concealing arrogance, dressed in casual wear, looking somewhat angry. The woman sat neatly at the foot of the bed. It was Jiang Chugxiu, who was wearing a light, elegant smoke-purple silk long shirt. Her hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders. The snow-white neck adorned with a jade-green pendant accentuates the graceful lines of the neck. This ethereal appearance made Su Beishuan swallow hard. But the moment he thought of the cold demeanor of the woman in front of him, anger surged within him. Even in the apocalypse, she still pretends to be aloof with me. "Young Master Su, my heart belongs to someone else. I hope you can respect that. There is no possibility between us." Jiang Chugxiu's cold and proud face showed no signs of wavering. However, the more she acted this way, the more it provoked Su Beishuan's primal instincts. Since the apocalypse, the Su family had been committing atrocities around the Jianghe Bridge, accumulating immeasurable resources. Because of this, since the apocalypse, there was no woman he desired that he couldn't have. "My heart belongs to someone else, huh? You still haven't experienced anything to this day. Is that what you call having a heart belonging to someone? You're targeting me." The more Su Beishuan spoke, the angrier he became, slowly walking up to Jiang Chugs. His voice hoarse. "Stop pretending with me. All right, I'll take you right now. What can you do about it? Where's your heart's belonging? Can he save you? It's already the apocalypse. Learning to be obedient is a woman's destiny. Learning to please men is your fate." Su Beishuan's expression gradually became lewd, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. "Come here, baby. I have something delicious for you." As he spoke, he began to unbuckle his belt in front of Jiang Chugxiu. Jiang Chug's Yu was frightened, her face turning pale. She hurriedly stood up and tried to run towards the door. She never expected Su Beishuan to go crazy today. He really intended to insult her. Su Beishuan chuckled. He wasn't worried about Jiang Chug's Yu escaping. With a creative talent, she couldn't run out of his grasp. He had a speed-type talent, an S-grade Mercedes. He instantly blocked Jiang Chug's Yu's path, and the more he looked at this little beauty, the more he liked her. Suddenly, he shouted, "Kneel down. Make me comfortable." Jiang Chug's Yu desperately suppressed her tears, looking pitiful, with thoughts of suicide blooming in her heart. She didn't want to be humiliated. 3 counts, if you don't kneel. I'll help you kneel myself. Or should I capture that nameless heartthrob and make him watch you kneel? Ha ha. Su Beishuan loved tormenting these loyal women. It brought him infinite pleasure. Then, he really began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Boom. In an instant, the bedroom door exploded open. This startled Su Beishuan. At the door stood a young man in black, with a handsome face and cold eyes. Chen Xiao? Jiang Chug's Yu exclaimed in surprise, immediately recognizing Chen Xiao. But she quickly felt worried. Chen Xiao's strength was still no match for Dashan, and even Dashan wasn't a match for the Su family. What could he change? The power behind Su Beishuan was even less likely to be challenged. That was the entire Jianghe granary. At this moment, helplessness enveloped Jiang Chug's Yu, and tears finally streamed down her face uncontrollably. What are you doing here? Run. This was her last act of kindness, and also her most powerless choice. Feng Jiafan was stunned. The most outrageous thing happened. This Chindadeo must have a screw loose. If he wanted to die, he shouldn't drag him along. After repeatedly being warned not to anger young Master Su, this guy was ruining someone else's good fortune. Even 100 lives wouldn't be enough for him to lose. Su Beishuan's face darkened, his anger boiling. Who are you? Her heart throbbed. Chapter 39, The Reversal Script. Haha, what a joke. Su Beishuan laughed instead of getting angry. Staring at Chen Xiao, do you know who you're talking to? Of course I do, young master of the Jianghe granary. Oh, you really know. You're quite brave. Jiang Chug's Yu gritted her teeth and shouted at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, even Dashan isn't a match for the Su family. Su Beishuan interrupted Jiang Chug's Yu coldly, sneering. Do you think he can run away? Chen Xiao shook his head, meeting Jiang Chug's Yu's captivating eyes, and slowly spoke. Miss Jiang. Just because Dashan isn't a match doesn't mean I'm not. I came here to find you, not to run away. By the way, don't listen to the nonsense this beast is saying. All that stuff about women and destiny is pure crap. I would say his destiny is to choke on cold water. Wipe your tears. Next is your favorite script. I call it toppling the Su family. Ha ha. In an instant, Jiang Chug's Yu remembered their first meeting. Everyone was eating hot pot together. I like it. I like the reversal script. I like stories where a small person grows into a strong one through hard work. Ha ha ha. What do you think? Is it different? Memories flashed through her mind. Jiang Chug's Yu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't stop the tears. Chen Xiao still remembered these things. But to topple the Su family, how could that be possible? What a frustrating thing to say. Su Beishuan coldly interjected. He could no longer contain himself. This kid was too good at flirting. He was trying to step on him to rise up. It was really infuriating. Su Beishuan even noticed that Jiang Chug's Yu's eyes were sparkling. If this continued, he would really become a clown. But thankfully, everyone can say pretty words. After saying that, what can you do? Su Beishuan sneered, his Mercedes, revving up, turning into a blur. He was going to personally end Jiang Chug's Yu's fantasy. Die! Su Beishuan shouted, every muscle in his body tensing. He didn't underestimate Chen Xiao. He launched a full-force attack. The blur flickered, and in a moment, it struck before Chen Xiao, moving at an incredible speed. Jiang Chug's Yu bit her lip nervously, watching closely. She didn't want to see Chen Xiao die, because if he died, she would die too. Why was he so foolish? He already had Sister Tang. Why was he still stirring her heart? After he died, how would she mourn? Feng Jiafan at the door retreated to the threshold, only showing his head, watching Chen Xiao with indignation. He hoped this guy would be taken down soon. In an instant, the wind from the punch roared towards Chen Xiao like a tsunami. But it couldn't even move an inch. The tip of the fist touched, and ripples spread out. The water waves surged wildly in all directions. Infinite power turned into smoke, instantly vanishing without a trace. SS-grade creative talent, water of all things. How could this be? Su Beishuan's pupils dilated. He had used almost all his strength in this punch. Yet it couldn't even break through his defense. He cursed inwardly and tried to withdraw. But at that moment, he saw Chen Xiao move. Boom. The next second, Su Beishuan was directly embedded into the wall several meters away, with a hand pressing against his forehead, veins bulging. He was firmly pinned in the wall's crack. Su Beishuan felt a surge of intense pain suddenly hit the back of his head. Then everything went dark, and he felt dizzy. A concussion was unavoidable. The only reason he didn't die instantly was that Chen Xiao had held back. Chen Xiao released his hand, slowly rising like a demon god, looking coldly down at him. Everything happened too quickly. Jiang Chugs, you had just been worried about Chen Xiao, and in the next second, he had directly turned the tables. And in such a dominating manner. Wasn't he Su Beishuan supposed to be a powerful S-grade talent? Wasn't he Chen Xiao just a small fry hiding behind Sister Tang and Dasan? How could Su Beishuan be like a dead dog in Chen Xiao's hands, being utterly suppressed? A small fry reversing the situation. Could it be that when he talked about toppling the Su family, he was serious? Unrealistic fantasies spread through Jiang Chug's Yu's mind as the girl blossomed with affection. She didn't even notice that her gaze towards Chen Xiao had completely changed. It was a gaze of admiration. In contrast, Feng Jiafan at the door covered his mouth tightly. He was terrified and ran downstairs in a panic, stumbling. He knew he had caused a huge mess. He had brought a wolf into the house. No, he had brought a tiger into the house. A lion into the house. Even though he had a rich imagination, he could never have guessed. It was actually to lure the Tyrannosaurus Rex into the room. Su Beishuan's physical condition was quite strong, and he quickly began to struggle to get up. He spoke harshly. You're finished, you're finished. Su Beishuan was a bit flustered, constantly backing away. Do you dare to let me go? Chen Xiao laughed and said, go ahead, call your dad, your mom, your brother, whoever you want. Call as many as you can. Su Beishuan didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant. The foundation of Jianghe granary was beyond his imagination. He didn't dare to walk past Chen Xiao and use the front door. Biting his teeth, he glanced out the window. 5th floor. He didn't dare to jump down. So he made a harsh remark. Don't you dare run. Then he looked at Jiang Chugsu. Jiang Chugsu, wait for me. After I take care of him, I'll make you beg for your life. Chen Xiao didn't want to hear him ramble on, so he was about to help him down. Su Beishuan was so scared that he didn't dare to say another word and hurriedly crawled down the windowsill. His disheveled appearance made Jiang Chugsu laugh. The tear stains on her little face hadn't dried yet, and her smile looked both lovable and mesmerizing. Chen Xiao, how did you come here? Jiang Chugsu walked to Chen Xiao's side, her little face flushed and a bit shy. Chen Xiao turned his head and smiled. I've infiltrated their ranks. I might be expelled soon. Jiang Chugsu chuckled and then thought of something. If he really calls a lot of people over, can you handle it? She thought for a moment. There are a few top combatants here. Jiang Chugsu thought. 5S rank and countless A rank. Stronger than I thought, Chen Xiao said honestly. But he was not flustered. In fact, with his strength, very few could withstand a punch in this apocalypse. As long as they weren't from a military-grade force like the Tang family in Jiangnan, he could rampage without restraint. Chen Xiao, they're really strong. We should run. Jiang Chugsu persuaded, biting her lip, pulling his sleeve to head outside. Chen Xiao shook his head. Let them be strong. I am happy-go-lucky. Ah, no. I forgot the second half. Chen Xiao chuckled and patted Jiang Chugsu's little head, then said seriously, trust me. After today, there will be no Su family in Jiangbei. Chapter 40. My son Beishuan has emperor's qualities. Jiang Chugsu met Chen Xiao's determined gaze. Her heart stopped for half a second. How come she never noticed before that Sister Tang had such good taste, and that brother Chen Xiao was so handsome? Chen Xiao caught a glimpse of Jiang Chugsu's admiring gaze, feeling secretly pleased. It seemed that his approval rating had skyrocketed. Chen Xiao, what happened? Jiang Yunhan's voice sounded as he rushed into the room, followed by a little monk. As soon as he entered, he saw Jiang Chugsu. Chugsu. Jiang Yunhan was extremely excited, rushing over to give her a big hug, constantly examining her up and down. He was afraid she had suffered some harm. Who would have thought that Jiang Yunhan's next sentence would be, Chen Xiao, didn't he do anything to you, right? Chen Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Your sister is the one I saved. Okay. Jiang Chugsu helplessly replied. What are you talking about, brother? Brother Chen Xiao saved me. Brother Chen Xiao? Jiang Yunhan had a bad premonition, standing between Chen Xiao and Jiang Chugsu, blocking their line of sight. Oh, brother, did you bring back an illegitimate child? Jiang Chugsu finally noticed the little monk and smiled with shining eyes. She really liked cute little children. Moreover, the little monk looked quite good. His eyes sparkled like stars, and his nose was straight. He had the delicate cuteness of a porcelain doll and the lively charm of a little adult. The little monk remained calm. Speaking clearly, I have no dad, I am an orphan. Jiang Chugsu didn't expect the little boy to answer so seriously and felt a pang of sympathy. Jiang Yunhan got straight to the point. What is going on outside? I see more and more people gathering. Chen Xiao briefly described what had just happened. Jiang Yunhan was shocked. You told Su Beishuan that you were going to overturn the Su family? Not only that, but you also let him go to call for help. Chen Xiao nodded. Jiang Yunhan couldn't believe it. You're really crazy. But his eyes instantly turned cold. But crazy is good. If he dares to insult Chugs, I won't let the Su family go. However, can you two really take on that many people? Jiang Chugs, you was somewhat skeptical, pointing outside. Everyone looked out. It was densely packed with a large force of nearly 100 people. They looked fierce, armed with various weapons. This was the main force of the Su family. Leading them were the 5 S-rank talent holders. Chen Xiao said calmly, "It's not just the 2 of us, it's the 3 of us." Jiang Chugs Yu was first taken aback, then waved her hand. My talent is completely useless in a fight. Suddenly, she realized that Chen Xiao already knew her talent. Could it be? Are you saying him? Jiang Chugs Yu incredulously pointed at the little monk. Chen Xiao nodded. The little monk had also seen these people. He pouted. I can fight. But what about the meat you promised me? Chen Xiao laughed. After this fight, we'll go to the top of Jianghe Granary and eat hot pot. The 4 of them arrived at the granary below, quietly waiting for the approaching 100-strong force. At the forefront was the true leader of Jianghe Granary, Su Yun. He was wearing a gray shirt, and his bulky figure unwittingly exuded a lewd aura. The glasses on his nose did not add any scholarly charm. Rather, they reflected a shrewd and cold gaze. On either side of him were 5 fierce-looking men. They were all dressed in black shirts, slacks, and polished leather shoes. Swexu, you're confused. You actually teamed up with outsiders to injure my son. Su Yun's face was grim, his voice low, looking like he was about to explode with rage. With Chen Xiao and the others by her side, Jiang Chugs, you gained some courage and retorted. Isn't it your son who laid hands on me first? Su Yun chuckled, signaling the 5 strong men beside him to step forward, then said fiercely, my son Beishuan has the qualities of an emperor. So what if I slept with you? You still want to take advantage of me? Jiang Chugs, you didn't expect this father-son duo to be so shameless, actually reversing right and wrong. Behind Su Yun were many core members of the Su family, who also condemned her. Look at how flamboyantly she's dressed, even if she was touched by a man. She deserves it. A woman so shameless, seducing my Beishuan. Beishuan is being wronged without distinction. You people really deserve to die. Women like you are a dime a dozen in Jianghe Granary, and they all have to pay us to take them. One filthy insult after another pierced Jiang Chugsyu's heart. She was just a young girl who had not yet entered society. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Tears were already welling up in her eyes. Jiang Yunhan trembled with anger and was about to resort to violence. He wouldn't allow these people to continue. Chen Xiao patted Jiang Chugsyu's shoulder gently and said softly, don't worry, they all have to die. Su Yun heard this and seemed to be listening to a joke. All have to die? You think we all have to die? I think you don't want to live anymore. He waved his hand. And immediately a dazzling blue light surged around him, magnificent like the Milky Way. S-rank support talent, magic empowerment. This was a variant talent awakened in sheep. The blue light instantly merged into the bodies of the 5 strong men. As the blue light dissipated, a tremendous power was born within them. Their strength surged like a spring tide, instantly elevating their overall power to a new height. This was Su Yun's trump card, and also the 5 S-rank talents that dominated the capital of Jianghe Grand Bridge. The next moment, the 5 strong men shot out with a bang. They aimed to take down those arrogant individuals in one fell swoop. 3 speed types and 2 strength types. They were the elite of the elite, closing in on Chen Xiao and the others in an instant. Die. A burly man with a wild smile took the lead and unexpectedly targeted the little monk first. He aimed to kill the child first, affecting the minds of the few, then shattering their fighting spirit. The moment his fist was close to the little monk, a hint of disdain appeared on the little monk's cold face. He simply waved his hand casually, the movement light as if brushing past a fallen leaf. However, the burly man felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy, because he could clearly sense the power carried by that seemingly ordinary little hand. That power surged like a torrent breaking through the air, even though it had not yet truly touched his body. But the burly man already felt that energy penetrating his chest, as if it were solid. Boom. He was hit hard. The burly man felt a sudden pressure in his chest, accompanied by terror. He slammed to a halt and flew backward. As he rolled, he half knelt to absorb the impact, sliding uncontrollably under the terrifying force. This child has such great strength. What is going on? The big guy was knocked away by the kid. Is this a freaking invincible warrior or something? Impossible. It must be that the big guy didn't want to exert himself and is just pretending. Such exaggerated acting. The Su family 1T let him off. Chapter 41. One against hundreds, it wasn't just the big guy. The 2 facing Jiang Yunhan were also in a difficult position. They both possessed S-class talents. Mighty Bull and Ant Speed. Each had their strengths in speed and power. But Jiang Yunhan focused on guerrilla tactics, leaving the two completely unable to handle him. Even when they occasionally managed to strike, the green light flashed, and he was revitalized, looking just like a war god. Chen Xiao ignored the 5S classes and headed straight for the enemy's main force. This is left to you too. Jiang Yunhan stared wide-eyed, incredulous. What did that kid just say? He's not going to deal with the 5S classes. He left it to us. The next moment, before he could respond, the other 2S classes had already ambushed him. He cried out in pain and retreated. In his heart, Jiang Yunhan calculated. The strength of these 5S classes was actually not that strong. They were at the bottom of the S class, far weaker than the likes of Lu Xingji and Lu Chang'an. So, he and the little monk indeed had a chance. Little monk, I'll take 3, you take 2. He divided the tasks and chose to challenge the limits. Who told Chen Xiao to have already broken through to the front, leaving this mess behind? This is not an easy task. S classes are not cabbages. He had previously established such a large storage base, and it only had 3 S classes. On the other hand, Chen Xiao was like a black flash, fiercely charging towards the 100-man team. Let's go. Let him know our strength. He really thinks he is a superhero, with so many A-class powerhouses. Even an SSS class Supreme Expert wouldn't TB our opponent. Humph, 2 fists can't defeat 6 hands. Does he really think he is Neza? If you dare to rush over, I'll be the first to chop him down. Su Yun gave the order and led the large troop straight towards Chen Xiao. He didn't believe that the kid would really act so wildly. Boom. Thunder. Bang bang bang. As soon as they met, Su Yun felt something was wrong. Why did it feel like a wolf entering a sheep pen? Chen Xiao held a long knife of water tightly. The blade shimmered with a bluish glow, weaving through the enemy ranks. His figure was as graceful as a startled swan, agile as a swimming dragon. The blade light was like blooming water lilies, creating shimmering water curtains in the air with Chen Xiao's movements. Each swing was like a river breaking its dam. Wherever the knife went, the enemy's weapons turned to powder. The power of the water element displayed an incredibly strong combat capability, both offensive and defensive. With a thunderous momentum, he slaughtered all around. Damn it, this isn't right. I can't even hit him. That water curtain is blocking my blades. Old 5 was also cut down by him. Not even a drop of blood spilled. This is too freakish. It's over. This is a nightmare. After a brief moment, everyone's fighting spirit vanished. This is not a human at all. Where did this god come from? We're still developing our abilities, studying our talents, and he is already cultivating immortality. How do we fight someone not from the same dimension? Su Yun also realized this problem, cold sweat breaking on his forehead. How did I get crazy and tie up Jiang Chugs, provoking this killing god in such a short time? His A-class backbone team suffered heavy casualties and couldn't even retaliate. Jiang Chugs' eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Xiao like he was her idol, her lips curling up unconsciously. How did he become stronger again? Jiang Yunhan felt embarrassed. He prides himself on being the top genius in the apocalypse. But in front of Chen Xiao, he can never hold his head up. What on earth did this guy eat last? The little monk was also distracted by the 3-man assault, seeing Chen Xiao move as if in a no-man's land. He was slightly taken aback. Could he also be a direct descendant? Boom. In that moment of distraction, a punch came and knocked the little monk flying. The little monk spun 720 degrees in the air and landed steadily, his eyes showing a hint of hostility. I'll take this seriously too. Puff, 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 puff. Amidst the flashing blade lights, Chen Xiao had already killed over 30 people and was continuously refreshing his record. The evolution points in his ears were skyrocketing, even reaching a terrifying 6,100 points. Su Yun's face was as dark as could be. The apocalypse foundation he had painstakingly built was actually so fragile. The 5S class's right-hand men were easily entangled by the other 2, and even distracting them was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Over 30 A classes and more than 70 B and C class holders. They weren't even a match for one person. How is this apocalypse so exaggerated? In his terrified gaze, a fierce intent suddenly emerged, and he began to retreat. You force my hand. Firearms team, open fire. The next second, at the back of the 100-man team, was Su Yun's trump card, firearms. True assault rifles. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Bang 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 bang. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The scene instantly reversed. This is the crystallization of modern technology. A sky full of bullets directly broke through the human wall, shooting towards Chen Xiao, Jiang Chugs, and the others. Oh no. Jiang Yunhan was the first to sense something was wrong, abandoning the 3 he was entangled with and rushing straight for Jiang Chugs. The little monk was also drawn by the deafening sound. A wave of primal human fear surged within him. This is the most primitive heart-thumping of humanity. Brother. Jiang Chugs, you saw Jiang Yunhan standing firmly in front of her and felt warmth in her heart, but she was also filled with reluctance. Because white smoke was billowing in the air, gunfire pouring down. The scene was like a hellish nightmare, making people tremble in fear. Can brother really block it? In a critical moment, a massive water curtain suddenly spanned the sky. Those rapidly shooting bullets hit this water curtain, only creating tiny ripples, unable to penetrate even a bit. This is the limit of the water element. The water prison. Chen Xiao used almost all of his water elemental abilities to completely envelop the people around him. What is this thing? Is the world we are in really not the real world? Or have I entered a fantasy world? This is too absurd. Even an A-47 can't deal with them? Boss, what do we do now? Chen Xiao's powerful means made everyone present shudder. Su Yun was getting somewhat annoyed by his underlings buzzing around him. Did they really need to say this? He certainly knew he had kicked the steel plate. Cursing inwardly, he had already beaten Su Beishuan in his head 1,000 times over. At this moment, Su Beishuan, at the back of the team, had just regained his senses when he saw this horrifying scene. That terrifying man not only beat him like this, but could even take on hundreds by himself. Chen Xiao was using the ultimate water element on Jiang Chugzhu and the others. As for himself, he chose to engage in close combat. In fact, this was the realm he was most skilled at. Slap, slap, slap. Almost without obstruction, Chen Xiao was like a demon god, awakening the fear in everyone's hearts. He directly caught a man who had just insulted Jiang Chugzhu. He immediately began to slap him. Each slap was perfectly measured. Almost all the force concentrated on the man's mouth. He ruthlessly knocked out all the teeth in his mouth. The man was nearly unconscious, wanting to explain but unable to say a complete sentence. When you humiliate others, be prepared to be humiliated yourself, Chen Xiao coldly said, followed by several more slaps. Slap, slap, slap. After a few slaps, the man couldn't withstand it and was literally slapped to death. Chen Xiao's indifferent gaze swept across the crowd again. He caught another one. Damn, are you a calculator or something? So accurate. Chapter 42. Chen Xiao's methods. The man being stared at by him immediately panicked and hurriedly ran back. But how could he match Chen Xiao's speed? Chen Xiao stepped down and took off, his speed reaching its peak. Slap. This time the force was even greater than before. A single slap nearly knocked his head off. Not a single tooth remained in his mouth, blood gushing uncontrollably. This was too crazy. He was a killing god. Is this really a young man of the 21st century? How can he kill without burden, as if the apocalypse has just begun? This is simply perverse, an antisocial personality. Witnessing Chen Xiao's various cruel methods, these people didn't dare to approach him, continuously retreating. Jiang Chugzhu, protected by the water curtain, had time to observe what was happening here. At first, she was quite worried because she could see Chen Xiao using his strongest talent to protect herself and others. Until she saw Chen Xiao, relying solely on his physical strength, weaving through 100 people, invincible with a single move. How could he be so strong? Not only the enemies were amazed, but the teammates were also amazed. Jiang Chugzhu was surrounded by a sense of security. Seeing the people who had just insulted her being caught one by Chen Xiao, then they were humiliated to death by Chen Xiao. What could be more reassuring than this? Dad, run. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. He panicked. He had never been so afraid of a person in his life. Su Yun gritted his teeth and quietly retreated with Su Beishuan. These two were going to abandon everyone. Make a run for it. Who allowed you to leave? The familiar voice, the terrifying words, came from Chen Xiao. Su Yun nervously swallowed. The cold sweat on his forehead was almost like he had just washed his hair. Su Beishuan, being young, still had some arrogance, angrily said, Chen Xiao, don't be so arrogant. You're just hitting some A ranks. Our Jiang He Storage's 5S ranks haven't even made a move against you. Do you think you can scare us with these meaningless achievements? Humph. Before Chen Xiao could speak, he saw Su Yun slowly raise his hand. Slap. He gave Su Beishuan a hard slap. You ungrateful son. How dare you speak? Isn't all of this caused by you? Hurry up and apologize to that big brother over there. Su Yun's mind was racing. They had already been completely defeated in terms of force. The only way to survive now was to hope that the big brother on the other side would spare them. As for this ungrateful son, it would be better if he didn't exist. What kind of situation is this? Still arguing with the big brother. Just based on that killing god who was chasing and killing 100 people as if in a no man's land. Those 5S ranks absolutely couldn't do anything to him. Dad, didn't you teach me since I was young that one should be arrogant and domineering? Slap. Another slap hit Su Beishuan's face. From now on, you are not allowed to speak. Quickly apologize to that big brother over there. Su Beishuan, didn't you say not to let me speak? Su Yun seriously doubted that Su Beishuan had suffered a concussion from the earlier blows and his intelligence had greatly diminished. He was simply knocked silly. Now, everyone stop. The one speaking was Chen Xiao. His words truly made everyone stop. Even those who were trying to escape didn't dare to move an inch. Like a game of red light, green light. Chen Xiao didn't expect that after the intimidation earlier, everyone would be so obedient. He shook his body, and with 2 palms, he directly sent the Su father and son flying 7 to 8 meters. They landed directly in the water curtain. Inside the water curtain, the 5S ranks had stopped attacking and were standing quietly to the side. They weren't foolish. Upon seeing Chen Xiao's terrifying killing intensity, they chose to surrender directly. After all, their boss had already given up on struggling. Jiang Chugxiu, seeing Su Beishuan flying in, was furious and kicked him twice. Chen Xiao also slowly walked into the water curtain, coldly looking at the two. Big brother Su, I ask you, where is Tang Shiro? Hearing this, Su Yun's face turned pale, and he quickly shook his head and waved his hands. Big brother, big daddy, I really don't know. Just as he finished speaking, Jiang Chugxiu retorted, You're talking nonsense. You don't know? Sister Tang was clearly with me. You must have imprisoned me. Sister Tang's S-rank talent is so useful, she must have been imprisoned by you too. Su Yun's expression was grim, adding, I really don't know where she is. She ran away a few days ago. Chen Xiao sneered. Of your 5 S ranks, 3 are speed types, and they could be escaped by someone with a creation type talent. Should I say you were smart, or should I say you were foolish? Su Yun's face was now extremely pale, trembling with anxiety. I really can't say. If I say it, it will cause a disaster for both you and me. Jiang Yunhan, along with the little monk, also walked over and glanced at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao had lost his patience. Dr. Jiang, I'll treat you. After speaking, Chen Xiao stepped on Su Beishuan's vital parts. The Su family was doomed. If you have the guts, just kill me. Su Beishuan screamed in agony from the sudden kick. Su Yun's eyes showed a trace of sadness. My Su family is finished with my generation. Are you satisfied now? Chen Xiao shook his head. Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yunhan naturally knew what Chen Xiao meant. Green light enveloping Su Beishuan's lower body. Su Beishuan felt his vital parts rapidly recovering. Healing technique? Jiang Chugxiu exclaimed in surprise, not knowing that Jiang Yunhan could do this. It seemed he had gained quite a fortune on this outing. Su Yun was shocked. The young man who had fought against 3 S ranks alone was actually a doctor. What kind of monsters are these? Just as Su Beishuan felt that his vital parts were about to fully recover, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Chen Xiao kicked again. I'm dead. Kill me. Su Beishuan screamed like a pig being slaughtered, his cries echoing. Chen Xiao paid no attention to Su Beishuan's wails, but looked at Su Yun, still not saying, Your son is about to die from the pain. Su Yun turned his head, unable to bear to watch Su Beishuan suffer such inhuman pain. Jiang Yunhan sighed and treated him again. Then Chen Xiao kicked again. Seeing Su Yun still tightly keeping his mouth shut, Jiang Yunhan treated again. Chen Xiao kicked again, and again, and again. Come again. I'm dead. Kill me. Dad. Hurry up and speak. I'm going to die. Dad. Please, I beg you, if you don't speak, I'm really going to die from the pain. Chapter 43. Filial piety. The screams, like those of a slaughtered pig, echoed in Jianghe's storage. Without Chen Xiao's command, the 100 or so people outside the water curtain didn't dare to move at all. Everyone bared their teeth and stared at the horrific scene inside the water curtain. The once proud young Master Su now looked like an old pig being slaughtered. The cries were tragic and sharp, lingering and melodious. Dad, I'm really going to die. If you don't say something, Enough. Su Yun shouted, giving Su Beishuan a glimmer of hope. Then he said, I really can't say anything. If I do, it'll be a disaster. You have to believe me. I'm doing this for your own good. Jiang Yunhan helplessly responded, after all this time. You're still saying the same thing? He began to treat Su Beishuan again, but was pushed away by Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao slowly walked to Su Yun's side. Looks like you're quite tough. Then he raised his foot, ready to end his life. As for Tang Shiru and Das Han, he had plenty of time to find them. Just then, Su Yun spoke up. I'll say it. Su Beishuan. Even Chen Xiao was taken aback. What was going on? After beating your son for over 10 rounds, you didn't say a word. Now that he is about to kick you, you finally speak up? I'll say it. I'll say it. Stop torturing me. Su Yun spoke in panic, his body trembling. Su Beishuan could no longer hold back and shouted, Dad. Damn it. You old bastard. You're really an animal. Su Yun curled his lips. You're the one who caused your dad such a big trouble, and you still have the face to shout. I think you're the little brat. Jiang Chugxiu held the little monk's hand and chuckled. It was truly a scene of filial piety. Chen Xiao interrupted the father and son's banter. Stop. Let's get serious. Su Yun reluctantly closed his mouth, but Su Beishuan continued to curse. You old bastard. You're deliberately trying to kill your son. Chen Xiao, with no choice, kicked him hard in the familiar spot. Ah! Su Beishuan completely fainted, losing his voice. Evolution value 20. Chen Xiao didn't expect that this kick would actually kill him. It seems this kid's endurance isn't that great. Su Yin treated his son's fainting as if he had just passed out and sighed. I really didn't want to say it, but there's a reason for everything. That girl from the Tang family is not an ordinary person. How could we dare to imprison her? After saying this, he cautiously glanced at Jiang Chugzu, fearing he might get hit. Jiang Chugzu, hands on her hips, glared at him, waiting for more. Su Yin continued. At that time, Boss Lin was chasing that woman and entered my territory. After a fight with my 5S rank fighters, he gave up, but he also revealed the woman's identity to me. And I was shocked when I found out. She's actually the granddaughter of Tang Xiangwei. I immediately notified the Tang family. Chen Xiao questioned, notified Tang Xiangwei? You have such a good heart? Su Yun awkwardly smiled. Saying I notified them isn't quite accurate. It should be that I notified the Tang family to bring something to redeem her. In other words, extortion, but it's phrased so nicely. The little monk couldn't listen anymore and spoke out loudly. Su Yun smiled and agreed. Yes, it's extortion. Jiang Yunhan, you dared to extort the Tang family? Su Yun, hearing this, helplessly said, yes, at that time I was blinded by money. After all, it's the Tang family. They quickly sent 2 capable people who, in front of my 5S rank fighters, forcefully took that girl from the Tang family. You wouldn't believe it. Those 2 were even more brutal than this gentleman here. And no one dared to stop them. Forget about asking for money. I didn't even dare to speak. Before leaving, they warned us to keep our mouths shut, or else we'd face dire consequences. Chen Xiao was somewhat surprised by the turn of events. He didn't expect the Tang family to send someone so quickly to take Tang Shiru away. Su Yin glanced around and whispered, I heard those 2 capable people mention something about a marriage alliance. But of course, this news isn't certain. You can just consider it. Chen Xiao's expression darkened instantly as he looked at Jiang Yunhan. The Tang family and the Yang family indeed formed a marriage alliance before the apocalypse, and it seemed they strictly adhered to it even after. There were many hidden secrets. The waters ran deep. Jiang Yunhan stated flatly. Su Yun, hearing this, seemed to confirm himself and puffed out his chest. Right? I wouldn't dare to deceive you. Chen Xiao looked at Su Yun coldly and asked, what did those 2 look like? Su Yun recalled for a moment and then spoke. They were both dressed in black. One of them wore a black veil hat. You know, the kind used for beekeeping? The other one, I don't have any impression of. Chen Xiao nodded, almost certain. That person with the black veil hat was the beekeeping man from Jiangnan in his previous life, Wang Tuesday. The owner of the SS level talent, Bee King. In his past life, he had always served the Tang family, almost becoming their executioner. It was likely that he was sent to Jianghe Bridge to take Tang Shiru away to prevent any uncontrollable factors. Chen Xiao, don't act rashly. The Tang family's power is far beyond these petty families in Jiangbei. Jiang Yunhan knew Chen Xiao's temperament and feared he would act impulsively, so he advised him. Chen Xiao did not respond but continued. What about Dasan? Where is he? Su Yun, you mean that tall fool? None of our 5S rank fighters could catch him. We were about to let him go, but later, he insisted on fighting with those 2 black-clad men. I heard he almost lost his life. Chen Xiao's face turned pale. His heart shook, and he could no longer suppress his anger. Given Dasan's character, he would definitely complete whatever task he was assigned, even if it cost him his life. But he didn't want to see Dasan confront the beekeeper head-on. Moreover, the latter had teammates. In his previous life, he sacrificed himself to cover for me. If in this life, he were to lose his life because of my words again, how could I ever repay that? Chen Xiao's heart bled, and he sighed. Brother Chen Xiao, Dasan is very strong. He won't get into trouble. Jiang Chugzu walked to Chen Xiao's side and comforted him. Only the little monk clearly said, Chen Xiao, do you want to fight? I'll accompany you. Jiang Yunhan quickly covered the little monk's mouth and pulled him back. What are you trying to stir up at a time like this? He was the most aware of the Tang family's strength. A force of that level could kill someone as easily as blowing away a speck of dust. Chen Xiao had learned everything he wanted to know. He turned around and coldly looked at Su Yun, utterly indifferent. Please spare me, big boss. I'm also being misled by my rebellious son. Chen Xiao was unwilling to listen to his explanation and aimed another kick at his vital spot. Then, he dismantled the water screen of the sky, turning it into a long knife to end Su Yun's life. Dr. Jiang, I want to establish the Jiangbei triangle power. What do you think? Chen Xiao sheathed his knife and spoke loudly, his gaze sharp. Chapter 44. Jiangbei Triangle Tinyi Storage. Nanshan Storage. Jianghe Granary? Jiang Yunhan murmured. Speaking lightly, these 3 forces are arranged in a triangular formation, supporting each other for about 3 hours. I think it's feasible. But the only person in Jiangbei who can accomplish this is you. This was not flattery. In his heart, he knew only Chen Xiao had the strength to conquer all forces. Just like today? All right, then I will establish this Jiangbei triangle power. Chen Xiao smirked coldly and continued. Dr. Jiang, little monk, you two will serve as the vanguard to reclaim Tianyi and Nanshan. Jiang Doctor, little monk. How did it suddenly turn into a mission for the two of them to reclaim? Aren't you the leader, big brother? Jiang Yunhan guessed something and said lightly. You want it all, don't you? Little monk, what do you mean by wanting it all? Jiang Yunhan tapped the little monk's hat. You want the position of the number one in Jiangbei and also seek justice in Jiangnan. The little monk exclaimed. Chen Xiao, are you planning to snatch someone else's fiancée? Chen Xiao almost spat blood. Watch your language. Tang Shiru was originally mine. Jiang Chugs, you felt a sudden sense of loss upon hearing this. She knew it shouldn't be like this, but she just couldn't help it. Chen Xiao gathered everyone and spoke solemnly. The Jianghe Granary has 5 S-rank fighters, and Nanshan Storage also has some of your former subordinates. They can definitely sweep through Jiangbei. I hope that when I return, I can see a complete base. This is what you excel at. Chen Xiao patted Jiang Yunhan's shoulder and chuckled. Jiang Chugs, you gritted her teeth. Brother Chen Xiao, the Tang family's power is extremely terrifying. My brother and the little monk are quite strong. Aren't you bringing them along? Jiang Yunhan didn't expect his sister to sell him out so thoroughly. Would this kid Chen Xiao really take action? Otherwise, why did he feel something was off with his sister lately? Chen Xiao shook his head. It's precisely because the Tang family is so powerful that it's easier for me to go alone. He didn't want to involve others. If danger truly arose, he could escape. But what about those people? In the end, Chen Xiao decided to go to Jiangnan by himself to meet the Tang family. When everyone learned that Chen Xiao was leaving, they were all reluctant to part. The little monk insisted on going with Chen Xiao until Jiang Chugs, you promised to take him for hot pot, which finally silenced him. Amidst everyone's farewells, Chen Xiao, take care. Chen Xiao, take care. Brother Chen Xiao, take care. Chen Xiao no longer hesitated and waved his hand. Looking into Jiang Chug's bright eyes, Chen Xiao knew he couldn't linger on these ties. Tang Shiru was waiting for him. The mountains were waiting for him. The next day, Jiangnan. The Tang family's defense base stood tall and imposing on the desolate land. Its scale and solidity were comparable to a miniature modern fortress. It perfectly combined the grandeur of ancient cities with the technological defenses of the future. The towering walls were embedded with heavy alloy plates, coated with a reflective protective layer that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. The walls were densely packed with countless turrets and machine gun emplacements, ready to show their sharp fangs to any intruders like a porcupine. Each machine gun was precisely calibrated and equipped with advanced automatic tracking systems. Anyone daring to step within 300 meters of the warning zone would be instantly covered by a merciless hail of gunfire. There would be no way out. Because of this, the area surrounding the base for hundreds of meters was a shocking death zone, interwoven with corpses and debris. This circle of deathly silence served as a natural barrier, warning all those who dared to challenge the Tang family's authority. And today, there was a challenger. At this moment, 100 meters outside the city, a terrible battle was unfolding. There were 3 people in total. One stood tall amidst the mountain of corpses, a muscular body clad in tattered shorts. It was as if his muscles were forged from ancient rocks, strong and powerful. Every inch of skin seemed to be filled with earth-shattering strength. Despite being drenched in blood, he did not take a step back. His eyes widened in anger. Facing 2 strong enemies ahead, his fighting spirit soaring to the skies. He was the mountain that Chen Xiao had been desperately searching for. In front of him were the beekeeper and the man in black. The beekeeper was wrapped entirely in a black cloak, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, his figure flickering in the dim weather. On the other side was the man in black, masked and exuding a chilling, murderous aura. Big fool. Miss Tang has already gone home. What are you doing here? The beekeeper's hoarse voice rang out, looking at the mountain with some confusion. In recent days, this man had continuously come to provoke him. Even if he beat him to a pulp, he would return within half a day. What drove him to be so relentless? My sister is the one I lost. I must get her back. The mountain's voice was deep and powerful, upright and unyielding. His rugged face filled with determination and persistence. His gaze was like a torch, staring straight ahead, fixated on the lookout tower. In front of him stood several people on the tower, 4 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a black lace dress, her hair elegantly pinned up. It was Tang Shiru. At this moment, her eyes were red and swollen, appearing as if she had just cried. Beside her were 3 men in black and an old man. The old man was slightly plump, draped in a deep purple velvet robe embroidered with intricate golden patterns. The collar was adorned with dazzling gemstones that flickered with radiant light as he moved. Though his hair was completely silver, it was meticulously groomed, shining brightly. He was Tang Xiaongui, the master of the Jiangnan Tang family's defense base. The local emperor of Jiangnan. Shiro, in just half a month, how have you become so vulgar? Since you've returned, collect yourself and prepare to marry into the Yang family. Tang Xiaongui's tone was very flat, issuing a stern order to Tang Shiro. Tang Shiro's eyes were filled with pain. Tang Xiaongui, I would rather die than marry Yang Kai. The Yang family's reputation is utterly rotten, especially the father and son, who forcibly seize women and oppress the common people, committing all sorts of evil, using the name of the apocalypse to satisfy their beastly desires. Every time she thought of the way the Yang father and son looked at her, she felt extreme disgust. Tang Xiaongui sneered. Shiro, I am your grandfather and also the head of the Tang family. Do you think you have the right to refute what I say? Tang Shiro turned her head, gritting her teeth. You're my grandfather? Then how could you lock my father in the basement, subjecting him to humiliation and torture, and still have the nerve to speak of family? Your father disagreed with the marriage. He deserves to be punished. It's not unjust for him to be cut off from food and water. Tang Xiaongui's gaze was cold, not even looking at Tang Shiro. He continued, I'll say it plainly. You must marry into the Yang family. This is of great significance for the Tang family's entry into the capital. Tang Shiro, instead of getting angry, laughed. Then if I die, just send my corpse over. Tang Xiaongui shrugged. If you die, that would be the end of it. Look at that big fool down there. Ha ha ha. This is the 4th time he's come to ask for you, right? Calling you sister-in-law nonstop. It's truly laughable. No matter who it is. Since they've touched you, I will turn them to ashes. Chapter 45, Obsession. Tang Shiro's lips trembled, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She didn't want to see Chen Xiao come looking for her. Let her die alone. That would be the best fate. She anxiously looked outside the base. Despite being covered in wounds, the mountain could not be stopped in his advance. He proclaimed, My sister is the one I lost. I must get her back. The beekeeper, hearing this, flashed a look of helplessness. His eyes, hidden under the brim of his hat, appeared complex as he said, How many times do I have to tell you? Miss Tang is already engaged. If you remain so stubborn, I will kill you. The mountain, filled with rage, shouted, Then just kill me. At this moment, the wind and rain were about to come, and the air was thick with tension. Mountain, go away. I am not your sister-in-law. I am not. On the lookout tower. Tang Shiro shouted, trembling, tears streaming down her face. The mountain did not respond. Instead, he charged like an unyielding rock in a storm, rushing towards the beekeeper and the man in black. His steps were heavy yet firm. Each footfall seemed to leave a deep imprint on the ground. The man in black sighed. This man was far too persistent. Moreover, his vitality was incredibly resilient. As long as he had breath left, he could rise again. He didn't know if it was the overwhelming vitality supporting him or the remaining belief fueling him. This time, let's end it. The beekeeper coldly watched the mountain, his black robe waving. In an instant, his hands seemed to gather an invisible energy of poisonous needles, shooting straight for the mountain's vital points. The mountain did not dodge or evade, relying on his powerful physique to take this terrifying blow head-on. The countless scars on his body spoke of the level of damage he had endured countless times. Numbness, pain, and piercing agony. But the mountain did not fall. He wobbled, half kneeling. He was desperately holding on with sheer willpower. With each step he took, it felt as if he was using all his strength. Each step like the pulse of the earth beating. On the lookout tower, Tang Shiro clutched Tang Xiaongui's clothes, gritting her teeth, painfully saying, Make them stop. Make them stop. Tang Xiaongui shook his head in satisfaction. Oh? Why should I make them stop? They can't stop now, ha ha ha. Tang Shiro's eyes flashed with determination. I will marry. I will marry into the Yang family. Really? You can't back out again, you know? If you do, it won't just be that big fool down there who will die. Those forces in Jiangbei will perish too. I refuse to believe we can't catch that little lechère. Tang Shiro weakly nodded and collapsed onto the ground. She felt despair. A despair stemming from her family's overwhelming power. Tang Xiaongui said he would destroy Jiangbei, and he would definitely do it. Chen Xiao, Jiang Chugzu, you must live well. Tang Xiaongui smiled down and said, All right, come back. The beekeeper and the man in black nodded and were about to withdraw. But Dasan wouldn't allow it. He was unwilling to end it so hastily. Give me back my people. Outside the base, Dasan roared. The sound echoed through the sky. He raised his arms high, as if lifting a towering mountain. Then, he suddenly charged out, striking with a palm that shook the heavens and the earth. Grow larger. Smash them. This force surged like a stampede of horses, crushing towards his opponents with unstoppable momentum. The air emitted a low, mournful wail under the pressure of his palm. If Chen Xiao were present, he would surely be astonished, for Dasan must have encountered some fortuitous event during this time, because he had become stronger. Faced with this overwhelming impact, the beekeeper and the masked man in black immediately felt a heavy pressure bearing down on them. But they did not panic. The man in black moved. He paused, and it seemed like droplets of water splashed at his feet. He was an S-class talent with the ability Shark's Soul. Once activated, he could instantly merge with the wild power of a shark, gaining the immense strength and speed of the shark's bloodline. He kicked out. Like a shark's fin cutting through waves, a thunderous strike. He was about to tear apart all obstacles in front of him. Boom. Dasan was ultimately wounded. And what was originally an evenly matched battle quickly turned. In just a moment, Dasan's massive body flew sideways, leaving a trail of blood. But the next moment, he somehow managed to steady himself, though blood was already slowly flowing from his 7 orifices. Dasan had reached the limit of his life. Enough, Dasan. Enough. I won't go back with you. Tang Shiro cried out, unable to contain her tears. Why was Dasan fighting so hard? She had already pledged herself to the Yang family. Why couldn't he be a little smarter? I said, I want you to return my people. Bang. He charged out again. The beekeeper could no longer hold back. Facing Dasan's mental harassment, he decided to stop holding back. He slowly drew a mysterious steel needle, nearly a meter long, from beneath his cloak. This was a birthright of his talent. The venomous bee needle. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a chilling light that made one's heart race. The air around the poisonous needle was filled with a suffocating silence, carrying the power to overturn life and death. The venomous bee needle had left its sheath, and destiny dictated that your life would come to an end. The beekeeper's voice was deep, each word like a piercing cold wind. Before his words fell, his figure flickered, like a black ghost, swiftly closing in on Dasan. Smash! Dasan raised his unyielding head, taking a deep breath. His muscles bulged like mountains, exuding a strong and vigorous life force. He unhesitatingly faced the flying venomous bee needle, simultaneously striking out with all his might. However, at this moment, his strike was clearly lacking. Once they clashed, Dasan was in danger. On the lookout tower, Tang Xianghui's lips curled slightly. This was exactly what he wanted to see. His granddaughter getting married, the big fool dying. Everything was so perfect. Speaking of which, the Yang father and son were currently guests in the base. It was truly a pity they couldn't see this scene. Tang Shiro turned her head. She didn't want to see the scenes of separation by life and death. She knew the beekeeper's strength. She knew that Dasan had already reached his limit. The situation had developed, and everything was as usual. The venomous bee needle shot like an arrow, directly piercing Dasan's palm. Only a few centimeters remained between the needle and his palm. Dasan's death seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Bang! The next moment, the venomous bee needle collided with an unbreakable boulder. It hadn't even truly touched his palm's wind before it encountered insurmountable resistance. Where the needle tip reached, the air instantly rippled in subtle circles, like water waves spreading out layer by layer. Chapter 46. The overbearing appearance. All things are water. The formless and intangible water flowed into an invisible barrier, silently wrapping around Dasan's palm, blocking the beekeeper's fatal strike. At this moment, the ripples generated by the collision of the venomous bee needle and the water were clearly visible in the air, like a dynamic ink wash painting. Who is it? The beekeeper was taken aback, retreating dozens of meters. His previously invincible venomous bee needle had never encountered such an obstacle. The newcomer was likely not an ordinary person. The man in black's gaze was also fixed, his narrowed eyes flashing with sharp light as he peered into the distance behind Dasan. In the quiet and oppressive atmosphere, a figure slowly emerged from behind Dasan, exuding an air of calm detachment. The newcomer had a cold face, eyes deep as a chasm, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. This figure instantly became the center of attention. Xiao Gu. Dasan turned his head, seeing the newcomer and exclaiming in surprise, but then something occurred to him. He suddenly knelt down with a thud. Xiao Gu, I'm useless. I didn't protect the saw well. You can kill me. Chen Xiao, seeing Dasan's previously unyielding demeanor, felt heartbroken and helped him up. Dasan, it's not your fault. You've done very well. If it's not my fault, then whose fault is it? Blame them. The injuries on your body, I will return one by one. Chen Xiao's cold words sent shivers down the beekeeper and the man in black. The strange demeanor exhibited by this young man was far beyond their expectations. Things had become tricky. Chen Xiao, when Tang Shiro saw him, all her grievances and unwillingness vanished. But she didn't dare to cry out. She had to pretend to be unfamiliar. Only in this way could Tang Xianghui possibly spare him. At this moment, Tang Xianghui's eyes were cold, looking at Chen Xiao as if he were looking at a dead person. Finally here, outside the iron wall of the base, Dasan was already at the end of his rope, his physical and mental limits making him appear on the verge of collapse. When he saw Chen Xiao's familiar figure, it was as if the tightly strung bowstring had relaxed. His body could no longer support itself, collapsing like a mountain about to fall, his consciousness plunging into darkness in an instant. Seeing this, Chen Xiao rushed forward without hesitation, steadying the heavy Dasan on his shoulders. He glanced at the beekeeper and the man in black not far away, seeing that neither of them had the intention to strike for the moment. Chen Xiao carried Dasan and ran a long way, then placed him in a safe position. You did well, leave the rest to me. Chen Xiao took a deep breath, his gaze resolute and determined. He turned back, dragon breath activated, naturally knowing Tang Shiro's location. Gazing at the towering lookout tower, Chen Xiao stood tall, his eyes firm as iron, filled with deep emotion. Don't worry, I will take you home. In this life, Chen Xiao would do as he wished. The woman he desired had to belong to him. The people he wanted to protect, no one could touch. In the apocalypse, only this way could he be invincible. Tang Shiro stood at the top of the tower, looking through her misty tears at that familiar figure, her emotions flooding forth in an instant. She bit her lip tightly, tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls on a broken string. Chen Xiao? Although Tang Shiro's voice was weak, it penetrated the howling cold wind and reached Chen Xiao's ears. Thank you. Her face was marked with glistening tear stains, yet she smiled brightly against the wind. At this moment, it was as if a piece of music was playing. If you are the fireworks of XX, I am the bubbles of XX. At a certain moment, your light illuminated me. The gazes of Chen Xiao and Tang Shiro intertwined, filled with determination and comfort. This time, the music reached its climax. I can follow. Stop. Tang Xiangwei waved his hand, unable to watch any longer. Who the hell is playing this BGM? A nearby man in black suddenly trembled and hurriedly pulled out an MP3 player from his pocket. He awkwardly turned it off, saying, accidental touch, accidental touch. Tang Xiangwei snorted coldly. He could not bear to see this scene that did not meet his expectations. The beekeeper did not retract his poisonous bee needle and looked at Chen Xiao with indifference. You finally arrived. He knew that this person was the main character. The one old Master Tang had been searching for all along. Chen Xiao remained calm and shifted his gaze to the beekeeper. The injuries on Dasan were caused by you, right? Huh. The beekeeper was taken aback by this seemingly nonsensical question. But then he saw Chen Xiao move. He approached like lightning. Chen Xiao's movement was as fast as a bullet leaving the chamber, instantly appearing in front of the beekeeper. Seeing Chen Xiao so close, the beekeeper quickly summoned his venomous bee needle, stabbing directly towards Chen Xiao's face, without hesitation. But the all-encompassing water was not to be trifled with. It transformed into a solid shield, instantly turning into a swirling flow of water that firmly wrapped around the poisonous bee needle. Then, in the terrified gaze of the beekeeper, Chen Xiao unleashed a punch filled with boundless power. This punch seemed to carry the force of thunder, breaking through the air and striking directly at the beekeeper's chest. Boom! In an instant, a fierce wind howled, accompanied by a shocking loud noise. The beekeeper was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, hurtling hundreds of meters away into the air. How is that possible? The man in black exclaimed, shocked. It was the first time he had seen the beekeeper get defeated after the apocalypse, and he was crushed and sent flying. Chen Xiao showed no hesitation, his eyes flashing with resolute light. Before the man in black could recover from his shock, Chen Xiao launched a thunderous offensive again. He moved like lightning, instantly closing in on the man in black, with punches like rolling stones crashing down. Every punch Chen Xiao threw was like a mountain pressing down, carrying the overwhelming force of destruction. The man in black was filled with dread, but he knew that the only way to find a glimmer of hope was to fight back with all his strength. Shark breaks the sky. This was his trump card and the most powerful move. Waves of water light swirled beneath his feet, and a tremendous wave surged towards Chen Xiao. But what he did not expect was that the water waves beneath his feet seemed to have a mind of their own, resisting invisibly, ultimately trapping his feet. Chen Xiao chuckled and instantly concentrated boundless power at the tip of his fist. He struck out without hesitation, the fist wind carrying the all-encompassing water rushing towards the man in black. This punch was heavy and powerful, like breaking mountains and shattering stones, instantly piercing through his chest. The sound of bones shattering accompanied by a gush of blood could be heard. The man in black also knelt. Evolution value 80. Playing with water in front of the all-encompassing water? Isn't that like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong? Chapter 47. The 10 sons of the Tang family. Just a moment later, 2 elite members of the Tang family were defeated. This greatly exceeded Tang Xiangui's expectations. Humph. Even if you have some strength, you can't match the heritage of my Tang family. Tang Xiangui snorted coldly, his expression terrifyingly dark. He waved his hand, and the gates of the city opened wide. Immediately, dozens of figures rushed out. The 10 sons of the Tang family. Tang Shiro's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she couldn't help but feel worried. These people were not just any ordinary characters. They were all exceptionally powerful. They were Tang Xiangui's trump cards in the apocalypse. When the apocalypse first descended, all the powerful awakened beings in Jiangnan realized that this was the safest place, and Tang Xiangui was indeed short-handed. It could be said that it was a mutual agreement. He even took these people as his adopted sons, collectively known as the 10 sons of the Tang family. Their status was exceedingly high. This time, he actually deployed them all just to deny Chen Xiao any chance of survival. Tang Xiangui laughed heartily from the top of the tower, raising his head and shouting, "Sons, tear him to pieces." No. Tang Shiro tried to intervene. But Tang Xiangui growled fiercely, "Shiro, don't go too far. Just because of this wild man, you want to turn against my Tang family? Today, I'll let you see the consequences of offending the Tang family." Ha ha ha. At this moment, there were a total of 11 people standing in front of Chen Xiao. They were the recently appeared 10 sons of the Tang family and the injured beekeeper. Weiyang too. It seems you're really getting old. You can't even beat a young kid. I think his body is fragile. He must be very tasty, haha. I can't wait to sting him and make him wish he was dead. Dad is very angry. You all shouldn't let your guard down and must kill him completely. The 10 sons of the Tang family were very confident in their strength. They had never tasted defeat before. The beekeeper reminded them, "Be careful. This kid is not an ordinary person." But unexpectedly, a few of them didn't take it seriously and sarcastically replied, "Is that why they say you're getting old? You have no spirit at all. No wonder old Master Tang assigns all the dirty work to you. Keep a good eye on him, Weiyang Tuesday. We, the 10 sons of the Tang family, are old Master's strongest trump card." After saying that, they all turned their gazes towards Chen Xiao, as if they were looking at a dead man. In fact, they couldn't understand why they needed to mobilize all 10 of them just to slaughter one person. But it no longer mattered. As long as they could present his head to old Master Tang, their mission would be accomplished. The first to attack among the 10 sons of the Tang family was the Scorpion. He wore a tight black suit, and his head was wrapped in a half-mast helmet. The sharp front of the helmet resembled the pincers of a scorpion, with decorations extending from both sides that looked like a scorpion's tail, inlaid with dark golden patterns that glimmered with a cold light. The tips of his gloves were embedded with hard, scorpion-like spikes. This was his ultimate attack method. He charged at Chen Xiao like a ghost in the dark night, the cold light flickering on his gloves as the venomous spikes lunged towards him. Chen Xiao, however, did not dodge or evade. The all-encompassing water coalesced into a flowing water shield, using force against force. With the flow of water as a medium, he pushed back fiercely, forcing the scorpion back several steps. Oh, interesting. Among the 10 sons of the Tang family, the insect armor man could hardly contain himself and stepped forward to directly fly out. He wielded a giant sword, a manic grin spreading across his face. A storm-like offensive followed, with every sword strike attempting to pierce through Chen Xiao's body. However, Chen Xiao remained unmoved. The all-encompassing water transformed into an invisible net, blocking all the powerful sword energies. An absolute defensive stance. Something's not right. Everyone attacked together. The insect armor sensed something was off. This guy's ability was somewhat strange, and if they continued to fight one-on-one, they could very likely face defeat. He immediately called everyone together and surrounded Chen Xiao without any martial ethics. The encirclement of the 10 sons of the Tang family, even with 100 people inside, would lead to immediate regret. Scorpion breaks armor. From the S-level power talent, Scorpion. A cold green light surged, aimed directly at Chen Xiao's heart. As this strike was launched, a chilling toxin filled the air. Insect armor, heavy armor. From the S-level transformation talent, Insect armor. In an instant, a mysterious halo rose around the insect armor's body, his skin hardening into a protective layer like a shell, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Then he charged out with immense force. Death Roll. From the S-level skill talent, Death Roll, one of the 10 sons, the crocodile, suddenly expanded its body, and its power and momentum soared violently, as if it were a ferocious crocodile awakened from the abyss. It spun at an astonishing speed, causing the surrounding air to form a massive vortex. Everything in its path, whether sand and gravel on the ground or dust in the air, was sucked in, creating a devastating shockwave that could crush everything. The 3 major S-level skills unleashed together, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The powerful energy fluctuations made the entire space seem to twist and tremble. The intensity of this battle had reached its peak in this apocalypse. Not only that, just as Chen Xiao was about to act, a sudden, indescribable feeling of numbness hit him. It was just a moment, but it made Chen Xiao's brows furrow slightly. Even with the enhancement of the black goat bloodline, he could feel a moment of paralysis. The person lurking in the dark was probably not weak. The myriad waters no longer defended, but directly transformed into a rapidly spinning long knife. Attack is the best defense. Moreover, he came here today to kill mercilessly, to the point that the Tang family in Jiangnan would fear him. To make this city dare not disobey. Bang, 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 boom. Chen Xiao's powerful physique, combined with his own speed, allowed him to shuttle freely across the battlefield. The long knife, tightly grasped in his hand, turned into dazzling rays of light under his flying figure. Each swing, each flash of the knife accurately and violently dismantled the enemy's attacks. Whether it was the deadly stinger of the scorpion, the heavy armor of the insect king, or the death roll of the crocodile soul wielder, all were crushed by him. At this moment, Chen Xiao stood tall and unmatched, like a deity descending from the heavens, dominating the battlefield. Are you still not coming up? What are you so proud of? In an unusual manner, the scorpion shouted loudly, no longer wearing that arrogant face from before. Instead, he looked extremely serious, his expression grim. Chapter 48. A massacre let him go. I will not regret it. I am willing to marry into the Yang family. It's too late. Now I won't let him go, and you will have to marry into the Yang family. Tang Xiangui. I promise you, I will not. Shut up. Tang Xiangui shouted angrily. He must die today? Who must die today? Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind the tower. Tang Xiangui immediately forced a smile. I was talking about that nameless little brat who insisted on challenging my Tang family. I must teach him a lesson. An old man approached, followed by a young man. It sounds like you came for Shiro, right? The young man laughed, looking at Tang Shiro with malicious intent. Tang Shiro turned her small face away, unwilling to look at him. This young man was the designated husband of the family, Yang Kai. Ha ha. Shiro is still so proud. Yang Kai laughed, his smile hiding a sinister undertone. Old Master Yang was not tall, but he was strong and robust, with a rosy face as he chuckled. Hee hee, I just wonder if you can still be so proud after marrying into my Yang family? Of course not. Once you marry into the Yang family, you are a Yang family member. You can be trained however you want. Instead of being angry at the humiliation from the other side, Tang Xiangui laughed along. This absurd scene plunged Tang Shiro back into despair. The father and son of the Yang family, with their lewd gazes, made Tang Shiro feel nauseous. Oh, this is quite intense. Yang Kai approached the railing, squinting as he looked outside the base. That young man must be that little slut's wild man, right? Heh, old Tang, why aren't your sons going all out? Are they just putting on a show? Yang Kai asked bluntly. Tang Xiangui hurriedly explained. No, this brat has some strength. He's not so easy to take down. Then he shouted down. I'm giving you 10 minutes. If you can't take him down, all of you will apologize. Boom, boom, boom. The 10 sons of the Tang family went berserk. They received the order and had to obey. In an instant, 10 powerful energies surged skyward. Die for me. The first to rush in front of Chen Xiao was the scorpion, with a cold gleam on its fist. Chen Xiao snorted coldly. The water-long knife no longer showed any sluggishness, exploding with a divine light like a rainbow in the sky. Uft. The scorpion's attack was instantly shattered, sending it flying back. Blood gushed uncontrollably. Evolution value 110. Next was the crocodile. The death roll attacked again, but Chen Xiao charged forward instead of retreating, bursting forth. He gripped the water-long knife horizontally, then activated Dragon Breath, plunging it into the spinning vortex without reservation. Uft. Evolution value 120, in the blink of an eye. 2 deaths, but they couldn't retreat. It was an order. The next moment, Chen Xiao jumped and appeared behind a female figure in a black robe. Your skills are strong, but you chose the wrong person. What? The female figure gasped in shock. How could he find me? Her skill was butterfly enchantment, capable of immersing people in an illusion and paralyzing their nerves. But why did this man show no signs of being affected? Chen Xiao coldly transformed into a strange light, and the water-long knife instantly pierced through her body. Evolution value 90 next. Chen Xiao pointed his long knife at one of the 10 sons, the ant. Ant God Critical Strike. A familiar name echoed, with the same talent as Lu Xingji. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao's water-long knife whirled and severed his head. Evolution value 110 next. This time, as soon as Chen Xiao raised his knife, the opponents had already scattered and fled, terrified out of their wits. This was simply a killing god. Why did they accept such a formidable task? At the top of the watchtower, Tang Shiro watched the entire scene. Her beautiful eyes filled with emotion as she saw Chen Xiao kill mercilessly. She was completely immersed in it. If she had to marry into the Yang family, then he must live. This was Tang Shiro's only hope. Old Tang, your family's foundation can't be this weak, right? Yang Kai's expression darkened. He noticed Tang Shiro's admiring gaze, but it was not directed at him. This made him very angry. Tang Xiangwei was even more furious. His son, whom he had spent so much money to raise, had been killed 4 times in an instant. This was an irreversible loss. Send my orders. Covering fire. Annihilate this brat. Yes. In his fury, Tang Xiangwei directly ordered the Yang family to witness what a weapons cache looked like. This was also a stepping stone for entering the capital. Suddenly, the remaining 6 of the Tang family's 10 sons turned and fled, leaving Chen Xiao bewildered. He quickly understood why. Because the towering city walls were already densely covered with black machine guns, like stars in the night sky. The metal casings reflected a faint light, appearing chilling. Every gun barrel was pointed directly at where Chen Xiao stood. This was the Tang family's trump card in Jiangnan. Firearms. Chen Xiao, run. Suddenly, an urgent voice reached Chen Xiao's ears. Chen Xiao prided himself on maintaining a good mentality since the apocalypse began, but at that moment of hearing the plea for help, he wanted to disregard everything. He only wanted to kill. Bang! Chen Xiao stomped hard. In an instant, a violent tremor erupted. With his movement, the ground cracked open like it had been struck by a giant hammer, deep fissures rapidly spreading out, forming a stunning apocalyptic flower. This was Chen Xiao's full power. He wanted to kill everyone on the tower. What the hell? What kind of power is this? This guy is a monster. Open fire. Open fire immediately. The people at the top of the tower had never seen a monster like Chen Xiao before. They shouted in shock. Then, the world in front of Chen Xiao was suddenly submerged in a blinding white light. That was a storm formed by the intense flashes of countless bullets being fired. Chen Xiao's gaze was icy as he charged towards the tower. Countless bullets instantly formed a dense net of fire around Chen Xiao. But just as they were about to reach him, time seemed to stretch and space twisted. The bullets shooting towards him created ripples around him like stones thrown into a lake, blooming like strange flowers on the battlefield. Chapter 49. One man breaks the city monster. This is a monster. Tang Xiangwei was so scared that his hands were trembling. How could anyone not fear bullets? Even new humans cannot deal with human technology. Why is he not afraid? Damn it. I've been a killer my whole life, and this is the first time I've seen such a defiant person. My sniper rifle couldn't even penetrate his armor, and just a few days ago, I smashed a truck. With such terrifying fire coverage, even gods wouldn't survive. How can he be unscathed? Those ripples, each accompanied by the sound of stones dropping into the sea, were more like a soul-chilling death knell. The countdown to death in Jiangnan. Tang Xiangwei, what the hell have you provoked? If my son and I die because of you, 800 Jiangnans wouldn't be enough to accompany us in death. The Yang father and son were also panicking. Their family had experts, but none were this terrifying. This had already disregarded bullets. In extreme panic, Tang Xiangwei gestured to the reinforcements that were already prepared. Almost instantly, 2 strange men with pure white wings flew rapidly to the scene. They seemed like divine messengers from myth, their wings trembling violently in the wind. A-class, Swan Dream. Hurry. Take us into the city. Tang Xiangwei's voice was hoarse as he forcefully grabbed Tang Shiro and pulled her behind him without hesitation. The 4 of them pressed closely against the backs of the 2 flyers, rapidly fleeing towards the city. After distancing themselves from the tower, Tang Xiangwei breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, Cannon. Where's my Italian cannon? Bring them all up and smash him. I don't believe he is indestructible. Immediately, a heavy and shocking mechanical sound suddenly came from the previously silent city walls. Several large artillery pieces hidden in the recesses of the walls emerged and were quickly pushed into position. Those towering cannons resembled the gaping mouths of giant beasts. Their dark muzzles aimed directly at Chen Xiao, harboring the power to destroy everything. This sudden turn of events instantly escalated the already tense situation. The air felt heavy as if it had solidified. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the cannon's bombardment. Buzz, 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 boom. A row of cannons erupted with plumes of black smoke. Chen Xiao's anger was almost tangible. He could no longer hold back. SSSS-level transformation talent. Dragon transformation. In the next moment, his body underwent a jaw-dropping change. This was a leap-level evolution. A mysterious power was reshaping his form. In an instant, he radiated intense light. Like molten iron in a furnace, hot and dazzling. His massive skeleton emitted a thunderous roar, muscles grew at an unbelievable speed, and his skin gradually became covered with thick, rough scales. His back arched, his left arm transformed into a strong, powerful forelimb, followed by a pair of razor-sharp claws. He resembled a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Boom. A massive shell came crashing down, but Chen Xiao was unbelievably fast. He instantly vanished from his original spot, then leaped high, concentrating his power into a single point and smashing forward. Boom. 2 shells exploded before they even touched the ground, obliterated by Chen Xiao's strike. This could no longer be described as merely taking a shell, it was beating the shells. Am I seeing a god? That's a genuine cannon. What did he eat for his last meal? Why does he look a bit like a Tyrannosaurus Rex? But how could that be? That's a prehistoric creature. The artillerymen were completely broken down. They were facing an existence that human power could not contend with. His water could ignore all bullet attacks. His body could explode shells with brute force. Is this even human? In the sky, old Yang was trembling in fear. Tang Xiangui, you must give me a perfect solution today. Otherwise, I will ensure that all of Jiangnan accompanies you in death. Yang Kai also gritted his teeth, constantly fuming inside. What kind of powerful figure has Tang Shiro latched onto? If cannons can't kill him, what else can take him down? Tang Shiro had already wiped away her tears. She had witnessed a miracle. She recalled a line from a movie. My beloved is a great hero, and one day he will come to marry me. Stepping on a rainbow cloud under the gaze of the crowd. At this moment, what was the difference? Tang Xiangui was furious to the extreme. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Xiao had already broken through more than a dozen shells, moving with incredible speed. The powerful energy following his dragon transformation continuously supplied Chen Xiao. He paused for a moment and instantly leaped over the city wall. The crowd that had just witnessed Chen Xiao's inhuman performance couldn't muster even a hint of resistance. Their will to fight crumbled in an instant. Drop the guns and armor. Tang Xiangui, is this all you can do? What is the point of a marriage alliance? Damn it. My son and I are about to be buried in this savage land. The Yang father and son were pessimistic and wanted to die. They deeply regretted coming to the Tang family. They never expected that on the very first day, they would encounter such a killing god. Tang Xiangui gritted his teeth. Rest assured, today Chen Xiao will undoubtedly die. The Yang father and son gasped at Tang Xiangui's determined expression. You will? No mistake. This is my Tang family's last trump card. Tang Xiangui then took a deep breath and pulled out a walkie-talkie. Coldly, he said, activate the Death Goddess Pearl. Chapter 50. Chen Xiao is dead. 50 chapters. Consider this a prelude. In fact, when writing this book, I never expected so many people to read it. I wrote madly at that time, and the later chapters will be much better. The next 10 chapters will be invincible. And this book has a high rating in its category, and 8 out of 10 is already good. This book was once rated 8. But it's only because the later chapters are better. Those who have read this are true fans. Thank you, brothers. I won't let you down in the future. Tang Shiro's pupils constricted sharply. The Death Goddess Pearl is an integrated missile network, capable of annihilating a large area. It's no exaggeration to say that its power is comparable to a mini nuclear bomb. This is the greatest trump card left by the Tang family in their military might. Only this one. Humph, he forced my hand. Tang Xiangui, are you not human? Aren't you afraid of divine retribution for doing this? The one speaking was Tang Shiro. She couldn't believe that Tang Xiangui actually dared to be so ruthless. A weapon of annihilation. How many innocent people would die unjustly? Tang Xiangui coldly smiled. They're just some common civilians. It's a blessing for humanity that the two of you from the Yang family are unharmed. The Yang father and son laughed heartily. Good, 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 Tang Xiangui. You're a man. My Yang family will definitely support you in entering the capital. What Tang Xiangui wanted was this very sentence. Everything was for entering the capital. Everything was for the Tang family. He was not wrong. The wrong ones were Chen Xiao. The wrong ones were Tang Shiro. That said, Tang Xiangui's heart was still bleeding. The Death Goddess Pearl was the Tang family's only reserve. To use it on just one person, Chen Xiao? The most important thing was that Chen Xiao was currently within the city. Once launched, half the city would suffer a devastating strike. The once bustling streets would turn to ruins in an instant, and countless innocent lives would suffer unwarranted disaster. The hearts and trust that he had painstakingly accumulated would vanish into thin air with this catastrophe. But there was no other way now. That killing god was already charging towards them, and if they hesitated any longer, it wouldn't just be the civilians who would die tragically. It would be Tang Xiangui himself and the Yang father and son. Run. At the moment he hung up the intercom, Tang Xiangui directly ordered the 2 flying talent users under him. The great goose spread its wings, turning into a beam of white light. and fled. Immediately after, disaster struck. Buzz, whoosh, buzz, the sky was filled with a gigantic metallic object shining brightly, like a sword gripped tightly by the hand of death, reflecting a cold and ruthless light under the sun. The air around grew incredibly heavy, and everyone felt a tremendous pressure. They all raised their heads in unison, their gazes penetrating through buildings, power lines, and trees, focusing on the Doomsday nuclear bomb suspended in midair. Run. That's a bomb. No, that's not a bomb. That's the death pearl of the Tang family. Is it real? Damn. Terrified cries erupted from the crowd. And this desperate warning sliced through the dead silence like a sharp blade. Old Master Tang has abandoned us. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Damn it, we are innocent. There's still Doomsday within Doomsday. What sins have we committed? There's no time left, no time left. We're all going to die. Everything is going to be destroyed. The screams echoed through the streets and alleys, like waves of mournful cries, piercing everyone's nerves. Their faces were filled with panic and helplessness, and the despair in their hearts surged like a flood. At this moment, time and space seemed to stretch to the limit, making every second feel incredibly long. The countdown to death throbbed crazily in everyone's hearts. Chen Xiao never expected the Tang family's foundation to be so against the heavens. He had already used his dragon transformation trump card, yet he still had no countermeasure. He raised his head to face the terrifying technology that was charging straight at him. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao turned and fled. Faced with this death pearl, the ultimate product of human wisdom, Chen Xiao knew that any resistance would be futile. His dragon form, though containing boundless power, was just a drop in the ocean against such absolute power. In an instant, Chen Xiao activated his strongest power. With the speed of dragon transformation, he shot through the sky like a meteor. Hurry! Faster! Even faster! Chen Xiao felt his speed had already broken through the limits, and was breaking through again. This is the potential of humanity. But the death pearl was coming even faster. In an instant, it was as if time and space were forcibly torn apart, and the whole world was engulfed in a blinding light. The terrifying light pierced through the dark sky, instantly dyeing the horizon a bizarre and dazzling bright white, 1,000 times more intense than the sun. Following that, a massive fireball erupted like the gates of hell opening, crazily devouring everything around it. Its heat was enough to melt steel, let alone fragile lives and buildings. Under the shockwave of high temperature and pressure, the once prosperous city transformed beyond recognition in an instant. Skyscrapers collapsed like building blocks, and the sturdy alloy city walls crumbled like paper. At the same time, a massive sound wave roared like thunder, deafening. Buzz, whoosh, buzz, destruction continued. Following was a devastating heat wave, sweeping everything like a violent tsunami, turning everything to ashes wherever it went. The city's streets, parks, and squares instantly evaporated, leaving behind only a charred and desolate land. Terrifying radioactive dust rapidly ascended into the sky, forming a large mushroom cloud under the influence of the wind. The death pearl, wherever it passed, no one survived. Silence reigned, and all living beings suffered. The impact of this explosion was far more terrifying than Tang Xiangui had anticipated. It wasn't just half a city being destroyed. It was half a city vanishing in an instant, completely erased from the map, as if devoured by a giant beast. All signs of life disappeared without a trace. Thick smoke billowed, carrying raging flames straight into the sky, signifying the horrific catastrophe this land had once endured. The remaining half of the city was also unrecognizable. The glass curtain walls of skyscrapers shattered like waterfalls, debris scattered everywhere, and the streets looked like a battlefield ravaged by an earthquake. The crowd that had once gathered to witness the end times was now left in a silence filled with despair and sorrow. The only building still standing in the entire city was the Tang family mansion. But Tang Xiangui had no regrets. This was the only way to survive. Tang Xiangui, are you satisfied? Tang Shiro knelt on the mountaintop outside the city, looking at the devastated city, weeping bitterly. She felt her heart break, the feeling of her heart dying. She knew how insignificant humans were in the face of an explosion of this magnitude. Chen Xiao was dead. Ha 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 ha, old Master Tang. Well done, very decisive. You really scared me. I thought I was going to die here. That would have been too much of a loss. The young father and son breathed a sigh of relief, and even now, thinking of that killing god made them want to urinate. He was too terrifying. But fortunately, no matter how high one's martial arts were, one still feared nuclear bombs. In the end, he paid the price for his arrogance. He is dead. Chapter 51. Tang Shiro's wedding. Ha. This is the consequence of offending the Tang family. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Xiangui laughed heartily, but was choked by the thick smoke and coughed. They soared under the wings of the swan, holding their breath and escaping high into the air, fleeing the explosion's crisis. Yang Kai slowly approached Tang Shiro, grinning. Shiro, this time you can rest assured and be with me. No one can take you away. You will never escape from my grasp. Tang Shiro's eyes were vacant, slumped on the ground. Tears had dried up. Old Master Yang also came over. Shiro, when we reach the Yang family, you must serve us well. You are my son's 78th wife. Ha 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 ha, Dad, say less. Don't scare my little lady. Yang Kai laughed heartily, showing no regard for the Tang family. Tang Xiangui felt a bit awkward but still spoke. Rest assured. The foundation of my Tang family is far beyond what a single city can bear. Within half a month, I will still be the lord of Jiangnan. Yang Kai patted Tang Xiangui's chest. Of course I believe it. You even used the death pearl. No wonder you are a mercenary family. I recognize the Tang family. Then he walked towards Tang Shiro with a lewd smile, scaring Tang Xiangui to quickly block between the two. Nonsense. If you enjoy yourself now, what if you don't get married afterward? My Tang family would be losing both the wife and the soldier. The death pearl has been used up. This marriage must happen. Yang Kai curled his lips, naturally knowing what Old Master Tang meant, feeling a bit dissatisfied. Old Master Yang then shook off the fear from earlier, his eyes shining again. You first send people to build the base, and in a few days, we will set off back to Beijing for the grand wedding. The location will be at my Yang family's base. At that time, I will invite all the families in the capital to witness this important moment. Tang Xiangui immediately beamed with joy. Good, good, good. 5 minutes ago, Chen Xiao had already stopped running, facing the terrifying energy descending from the sky. The only way to survive was to meet it with his strongest stance. He closed his eyes tightly, gathering every ounce of power within him to his surface. At this moment, the scales covering him shone like armor. Each one flickered with an indestructible cold sheen in the blazing light, forming an immensely powerful defensive barrier. This was the strongest defensive stance of the prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. But the power of the explosion exceeded Chen Xiao's imagination. The fiery, corona-like white light instantly enveloped everything around. In an instant, it was as if he was ruthlessly slapped away by an invisible giant hand. The terrifying heat swept in, turning everything around him to ashes. Chen Xiao forcibly activated Dragon Transformation again. All things water, transformed into a thick water armor, tightly wrapping around him. But even Chen Xiao's strongest defense, exerted with all his might, seemed utterly vulnerable in the face of this devastating high temperature. The scales began to emit a sizzling sound, slowly flowing like melting metal. Escape. He must escape. Continuing to endure would mean certain death. But in the next moment, a large hand suddenly burst forth from the ground, yanking him down forcefully. He narrowly avoided the scorching impact that could obliterate everything. Immediately afterward, he felt an unprecedented sensation of speed. The surrounding soil retreated rapidly like waves, and his body was propelled like a meteor driven by an invisible force. He was traversing layers of the earth. Consider this a repayment for your life? A familiar voice sounded beside him, and Chen Xiao struggled to open his eyes. Jiang Yunhan. He was behind him, traversing underground alongside him. The green light in his hand flickered, continuously infusing Xian turtle vitality into him. Looking ahead, there was a boy enveloped in purple light, frantically unleashing some kind of talent. His talent was mountain crossing. If it weren't for the abundance of talents in Jianghe Grain Depot, you would have been dead by now, Jiang Yunhan sighed. Speaking leisurely behind Chen Xiao, a rumbling sound echoed above everyone's heads, incessantly booming. Jiang Yunhan continued. Now you understand the terror of the Tang family, right? Even though you are like a superhuman, you ultimately cannot contend with such a colossal entity. Chen Xiao was about to say something when his throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was now burned all over, bloody and in excruciating pain that filled every cell. If it weren't for Chug's you insisting on coming, you would have been dead today. Listening to Jiang Yunhan's nagging, Chen Xiao finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Chen Xiao fall asleep right away, Jiang Yunhan helplessly muttered, "What kind of monster is this kid?" He had witnessed Chen Xiao descend like a deity, killing everywhere. One man against a city. The Tang family was as fragile as paper under his blade. If it weren't for the final explosion, the Tang family would have been in dire straits today. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. The Tang family would rather sacrifice half a city's forces to take down Chen Xiao. That was also a form of extreme recognition for him. Jianghe Grain Depot, master bedroom. When Chen Xiao opened his eyes again, it was already the next day. He carefully checked his physical condition and was surprised to find that his injuries had healed significantly. The skin that had been charred black in the explosion had now rejuvenated, growing delicate new skin. His final, dragon transformation, was indeed the right choice. It granted him terrifying vitality and regenerative abilities, with skin burns and internal injuries almost continuously healing. Of course, Jiang Yunhan's Xian turtle vitality must have played a significant role in this. Chen Xiao went to the reception room, where Jiang Yunhan and others were studying the triangular powers of Jiangbei. Opposite him were 5 S-class individuals and a few familiar faces. These people were core figures of Jianghe Grain Depot and were now under Jiang Yunhan's command. As soon as they saw Chen Xiao enter, they immediately straightened up, as if company employees had encountered a major leader's inspection. "You're awake. I didn't expect your recovery to be so good." Jiang Yunhan raised his head and smiled. Chen Xiao pressed his temples and casually found a chair to sit down. "You all can leave. The Jianghe area is completely sealed off. You all need to keep a low profile for now." Jiang Yunhan ordered everyone to leave. Chen Xiao knew he was trying to prevent news of his survival from leaking out. Jiang Yunhan came to Chen Xiao's side, poured him a cup of tea, and didn't look at him. "The death orb of the Tang family has nearly destroyed the entire base. Now they are sparing no expense to recruit large numbers of people and rebuild the city, offering highly attractive benefits. As for you, you have already been branded as a monster colluding with the new humans. They present themselves as heroes protecting all of humanity by using nuclear bombs to eliminate monsters. And the innocent lives lost have become martyrs in the fight against the monsters." Chen Xiao was not surprised. This was something the Tang family could do. Control the narrative. Distort black and white. After all, those who experienced this incident were mostly dead, so they could say whatever they wanted. Jiang Yunhan continued. "What are your plans for the future? Why not just take on the role of the behind-the-scenes boss of Jianghe and stop getting involved in affairs in the capital?" Chen Xiao shook his head. "Are you suggesting I give up on Tang Shiru?" Jiang Yunhan sighed helplessly. "Chen Xiao, Miss Tang is the best friend of Chugzu. I don't want to see her like this either. But she has resigned to her fate. She doesn't want to drag you into this." Chen Xiao raised his teacup and drank it all in one go. The water was scalding hot, but he showed no reaction. "I'm going to Jiangnan." "What Jiangnan?" Chen Xiao waved his fist. "I've almost fully recovered." Jiang Yunhan's expression darkened. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong? Is there other news?" Jiang Yunhan gritted his teeth. Chen Xiao urged, "Stop stalling. If you have news, just say it." Jiang Yunhan continued. 7 days later, Tang Shiru's wedding will be held in the capital. Chapter 52. Beer and barbecue. Chen Xiao's expression turned cold. 7 days later? Jiang Yunhan nodded yes. After the apocalypse broke out, the 3 major families, with their astonishing food and water reserves, have taken in countless powerful talents from outside, especially the Tang family. The recently revealed Death Orb has already proven to the world its power to destroy cities. The capital is their stronghold. It's too safe. Which is why they dare to hold a wedding in the apocalypse. Hearing Jiang Yunhan's words, Chen Xiao fell silent. Jiang Yunhan continued. "Tang Shiru has been put under house arrest. No one can see her. If you're determined to go to the capital, I'll help you plan." "Brother Chen Xiao, you're awake." "Xiao Gu, you scare me to death." Suddenly, 3 surprised voices rang out. Chen Xiao turned his head and smiled for the first time in a long time. It was Jiang Chugzu, Daxian, and the little monk. "Thank goodness you're not dead. Woo woo woo." To Chen Xiao's surprise, Jiang Chugzu directly threw herself into his arms and began to cry. Her tear-streaked face was heart-wrenching. Chen Xiao discreetly glanced at Jiang Yunhan, only to find that he had turned his head away and was no longer blocking her as before. Daxian also came over, grinning. "Xiao Gu, you're amazing. I couldn't even handle that beekeeper. You directly wiped out their base." Chen Xiao knew they were worried about him and felt slightly apologetic. "Sorry to make you worry." Jiang Yunhan said, "You slept for an entire day? You must be hungry, right?" Jiang Chugzu wiped her tears and squirmed out of Chen Xiao's embrace. "Time to eat. Time to eat." The little monk was drooling lamb. And so, everyone on top of Jianghe Grain Depot started a hot pot gathering. Except for Chen Xiao. Everyone was doing their best to liven up the atmosphere. But there was no way around it. Everyone knew Chen Xiao's inner turmoil. At night, Chen Xiao lay in the master bedroom, not even having changed his clothes. He was very tired, very weary. But he still couldn't rest. Just as Jiang Yunhan said, he had only 1 week left. He had to become stronger. Stronger than a nuclear bomb. Only then would he be qualified to take Tang Shiru away right under the noses of the Tang and Yang families. Calculating the days. It had only been half a month since the last blood moon. The 3rd blood moon was still far away. This meant he could not rely on the blood moon to complete his evolution and grow stronger again. This was bad news. The most effective means of increasing his power was gone. What else could he do to quickly improve and even directly storm the capital to seize someone? There was only one path left: reproduction. Reborn to protect one person. Is it really that difficult? Am I not a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Am I not supposed to be invincible? Chen Xiao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and before Chen Xiao opened the door, he had already used dragon breath to sense who was there. Jiang Chugs, When he opened the door, Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback. Jiang Chugs, you looked a bit different today. She wore a short, sheer dress that flowed like water, accentuating her graceful figure and subtly revealing skin. On her feet were a pair of exquisite white high heels that perfectly complemented her long, toned thighs. Every curve highlighted the beautiful contours of her legs, just right. Her hair was elegantly styled, with a few loose strands cascading down her shoulders, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks, making her look even more alluring. Chen Xiao keenly noticed that the dress seemed a bit transparent. What are you dazed for? Aren't you going to let me in to sit? Jiang Chugs, smiled knowingly, lifting a box of beer from behind her and raising the bag in her hand. Only then did Chen Xiao snap back to reality and hurriedly step aside. I made you lamb skewers. You should try them. Placing the bag on the table, Jiang Chugs casually sat on the sofa. But the short dress couldn't cover her curvaceous skin. Chen Xiao found himself a bit overwhelmed. Dr. Jiang, I didn't tell Dasha and the others. This is my little secret for you, Chen Xiao said, but Jiang Chugs interrupted him, staring intently at him. Brother Chen Xiao, what kind of person were you before the apocalypse? Jiang Chugs asked while emptying the bag with the lamb skewers. Chen Xiao didn't understand why she asked that, and thought for a moment. Probably a fool. Huh. Ha 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 ha. Who would admit to being a fool? Jiang Chugs laughed heartily, her eyes turning crescent-shaped. Chen Xiao forced a smile. He didn't recall the time before the apocalypse, but instead thought back to his past life. Back then, he was just a chicken, living in constant hardship, having to be extremely cautious around A-grade pigs, horses, cattle, and sheep. A slight misstep could lead to death. Because he was too weak, he wanted to save a fat guy, his childhood friend, whose talent was pig spirit, often sneakily giving him pork to eat. But the fat guy's controller was a demonic witch, and Chen Xiao had no qualifications to resist. Because he was too weak, he wanted to leave Jiangbei to see the outside world. He heard there were opportunities for evolution everywhere, but he couldn't get out. Because he was too weak. Chen Xiao opened a bottle of beer and raised his hand to twist the cap off, but Jiang Chugs stopped him, clinking her bottle with his. Then she gulped it down. She probably rarely drank, as her expression was a bit strange, with some of the beer flowing down her delicate neck, wetting her already somewhat transparent dress. Before the apocalypse, I was quite incompetent. I lost many people and failed at many things. The ones I wanted to protect left me one by one, while those I disliked lived well. Would you say I'm a fool? The beer he drank eased Chen Xiao's discomfort and sparked more memories. Jiang Chugs offered him a skewer of meat and took another sip. You're not a fool. Because you tried. When a person looks back on their past without regretting wasted time or feeling ashamed of mediocrity, it's enough to say they tried when they're about to die. Steel refining, right? Ha 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 ha, you found me out. Jiang Chugs raised her bottle again, the amber liquid shimmering under the light, reflecting the fervor in her eyes. She looked at Chen Xiao, slightly raising the corners of her mouth, her little face displaying a hint of playfulness. Chen Xiao noticed the blush blooming on her face, like the evening glow tinting the white winter plum, exuding a different flavor. The atmosphere between the two became somewhat subtle in that moment. Chen Xiao raised his own glass, gently clinking it with Jiang Chugs' bottle. Drink less. No, at worst. I'll just stay here tonight. Faced with this sudden remark, Chen Xiao almost spat out his drink. Chapter 53. The Gate of the Spirit World. Sister Tang has been put in confinement. Tang Xiangwei has refused all visits. The upper three families and the military district cannot meet her. Jiang Chugs sighed lightly. She is suffering. A trace of complex emotions flashed across Jiang Chugs' previously slightly flushed cheeks. Suddenly, she leaned forward, supporting herself on the table. This brought her closer to Chen Xiao. Her face appeared even more charming under the soft light. Her tear-brimmed eyes locked onto Chen Xiao's. A tipsy breath mixed with a faint fragrance wafted over. Chugs. Chen Xiao was caught off guard. Was this really the high-cold, proud goddess from his past life? Why did it feel a bit proactive? Chen Xiao could even see her bending forward. Brother Chen Xiao, we can't compete with the Tang family. Even though Sister Tang isn't here, I can take her unfinished business. Jiang Chugs' hair gently swayed beside her tipsy face, a few strands unintentionally falling to her shoulders. In that moment, Chen Xiao could distinctly feel the air suddenly heat up. The flames within him began to rise uncontrollably. Chugs, you're playing with fire. The next day, Gate of the Spirit World. SS level creation talent. Description: everything has a spirit. They sleep or awaken in the endless spirit world. This gate is the key passage between the real world and the mysterious spirit world. Effect: the user can create the gate of the spirit world with their own will, summoning a being that resonates with them to descend. Note: only one summoned being can exist in reality. He never expected that the S-level sheep spirit talent would undergo a qualitative change after the promotion of reproduction. It was even more outrageous than the upgrade of all things water. It directly transformed him into a summoner. Of course, Chen Xiao hadn't had the chance to demonstrate this talent yet. He feared it might be too shocking and cause unnecessary trouble. However, after this night, the problems that had once troubled him were resolved. He didn't have the opportunity to obtain it during the third blood moon, but his potential was limitless. As long as he could still cultivate with powerful individuals, he could gain even more terrifying talents. He might not be unable to contend with nuclear bombs. He might not be unable to forcibly take someone from the capital. For example, the guy who initially took him underground. His talent was very suitable for countering firearms. Unfortunately, he was male. Let's not even mention whether this talent could be obtained. The threshold alone was not something Chen Xiao could accept. Brother Chen Xiao, you're awake? The one opening the door was Jiang Chugzu, who was now walking a bit awkwardly. She had changed into an appropriate white long dress, looking high-cold and proud. The outfit she wore last night, which was clearly premeditated, had already disappeared without a trace. It was likely that Jiang Chugzu had disposed of it this morning. Chen Xiao smiled gently, pulling her into his embrace. I'm awake. Go call your brother. Let's eat hot pot. Sure. Jiang Chugzu giggled. I'll go call them right now. After a while, Chen Xiao walked into the living room, where Jiang Yunhan and the others were already seated. Wow, everyone arrived so early. I'm starving. We have to finish half a sheep this morning. Jiang Yunhan didn't expect Chen Xiao to be in such good spirits today, which surprised him. Chen Xiao, why are you so happy today? The one asking was the straightforward little monk, who stood on a chair, staring at the lamb slices in the pot, almost drooling onto the table. Chen Xiao sat down next to the little monk and noticed that he wasn't wearing his hat anymore, revealing his perfectly round bald head. I'm happy because I'm naturally inclined to laugh. Oofed. Jiang Chugzu shyly laughed, her eyes filled with tenderness as she looked at Chen Xiao. This time, everyone was harmonious and cheerful. It seemed that Chen Xiao had really moved on from Tang Shiro's matter. This relieved everyone. They were really worried that Chen Xiao might do something reckless and go after Tang Xiangui. They had been able to save him once, but who knew if they could save him a second time? After dinner, Chen Xiao saw everyone off, leaving only Jiang Yunhan behind. Jiang Yunhan seemed to guess something and sighed. You still haven't let go. Chen Xiao didn't respond to this, instead seriously said, I'm going to Cangzhou. Jiang Yunhan asked in confusion, Cangzhou? Do you have family there? Chen Xiao replied, No, I have other matters. I want to tell you that if there are any unresolved issues here, send someone to find me through the biggest force in Cangzhou. Jiang Yunhan nodded. Then you. Chen Xiao interrupted him. In 7 days, I will go to the capital to snatch a wedding. Jiang Yunhan exclaimed. So all the things we've discussed in the past 2 days, you haven't taken in at all? But he understood Chen Xiao's temperament. If he said he would snatch a wedding, he would definitely go. As for the outcome, he didn't dare to speculate. At worst, he would just have to save him again. After all, he claimed to be a doctor, right? It turned out he couldn't be stopped. But he had to know that the Yang family's wedding wouldn't just involve that day's martial prowess. It's possible that all 3 families would show up to support. The scene at that time could almost be called the strongest lineup of the apocalypse. If you can't handle it, make sure to run away. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood. Chen Xiao nodded, the coldness in his eyes about to spread out. When do we set off? Now. After Chen Xiao finished speaking, he slowly stood up, gently addressing the tightly closed door. Wait for me to come back. Immediately after, he leaped lightly, his figure disappearing from the top of the grain depot in an instant, merging into the vast white city skyline. Behind that door, Jiang Chugzu quietly peeked out half of her delicate face. When she confirmed that Chen Xiao had left, a complex expression flashed in her eyes. Then, she walked softly to her brother's side, standing quietly next to him. Brother, has he left? He went to Cangzhou. Jiang Yunhan leaned against the railing, feeling the wind on the rooftop, which seemed to carry a hint of chill and desolation. If your future husband can do this for you, then as your brother, I can let go. Hearing this, Jiang Chugzu's cheeks suddenly flushed, recalling last night. She awkwardly coughed and hurriedly fled the scene. Jiang Yunhan didn't understand why this child was so thin-skinned. He hadn't said anything wrong. Chapter 54. The Girl from Cangzhou City. Apocalypse Base of the Extreme Path. Outer Guard Post. Li Benfen was very frustrated. He was a rare talent in the apocalypse, Pig Spirit. But this talent had changed his life, for the worse. Originally, he was a very thin and handsome young man, but because of this damned talent, he had become a little fatty. This also led everyone to call him Fatty without exception. How sad. Not only that, Since he learned that the pork from the outside world had completely gone bad and couldn't be eaten, he realized there was a business opportunity. He began to sell pork relying on his talent. Soon, he amassed countless supplies and became a well-known nouveau riche in the apocalypse. However, not long after, things took a turn for the worse. He was kidnapped. The one who kidnapped him was the notorious big villain of Tsangzhou City, the Extreme Path Demoness. This woman was extremely terrifying, killing without blinking an eye. She had kidnapped him and was squeezing his talent dry every day to produce 7 or 8 pigs. This high-intensity production was really unbearable for him. But there was no way out, as this demoness had arranged for 7 or 8 people to guard him. She called it making him the team leader. What kind of team leader is controlled by the members every day? Why is my life so bitter? The fatty was lamenting in the guard post, but the few people playing cards beside him ignored him. Pair. Bomb. Damn, I pair you with a bomb. What's wrong? Not allowed. The fatty quietly walked over to a few people and interrupted them in a commanding tone. Report. This team leader needs to go to the toilet. Go. The fatty angrily walked towards the distant bushes. This life was really unbearable. He hadn't walked far when he saw a man in black watching him from the bushes across the way. Damn it. Even going to the toilet has to be watched. Li Benfen was even angrier. He unbuttoned his pants and began to relieve himself. Suddenly, he had an idea and thought it necessary to show these people who was boss. He raised his head and forcefully let a stream of water fly far away, just 2 meters away from the person. Humph. Let's see if you dare to come close to me. Can't even go to the toilet in peace. Just as he was feeling smug, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The man in black across from him also unbuckled his belt. Then, a powerful stream of water shot up, over 3 meters high, over 5 meters away, lasting forever. Is this even human? The fatty exclaimed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the water flow gradually disappeared, the person across also buckled his belt back up. The fatty stepped back in fear. That person is better left alone. Just as he turned around, the man blocked his path. Brother Yuan, I just went to the toilet. The boss asked you to keep an eye on me, but it doesn't have to be this strict, right? How about you prepare a bottle for me next time? A pulsating one for comfort? The fatty didn't even dare to look up, mumbling. Damn it, Brother Yuan. Just because you pee far, you become Brother Yuan. The man in black across was naturally Chen Xiao, who was playing a little game with the fatty using the water from all things. This was a boring game they used to play when they were kids. Chen Xiao came to Tsangzhou for 3 reasons. The first was to rescue the fatty and bring the pig spirit into his Jiangbei Triangle base. The second was because Tsangzhou was located on the southern bank of the Miro River, a necessary route to the capital. The third was because there was a girl here, known as the Extreme Path Demoness, rumored to possess such heaven-defying skills. She could greatly compensate for his speed deficiency. Li Fatty, I don't even recognize you anymore. Huh. The fatty was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. He knows my name? Isn't that the demoness sent to watch over me? He raised his head and met that delicate face, tears almost streaming down. Damn, Chen Xiao? He suddenly pounced on Chen Xiao, hugging him tightly. After so many years, I've become this fat, and you can still recognize me. I'm so touched. All right. Chen Xiao forcibly pulled the fatty away. How have you been? You look troubled. The fatty sighed and slowly recounted his experiences since the apocalypse. Every word was filled with his grievances. So, you have no freedom now. Strictly controlled by that demoness you mentioned? Yeah, I've had enough of this apocalypse. It's no different from being raised by someone. Chen Xiao patted his shoulder, comforting him. It's okay. How is the figure of that demoness? The fatty replied, Hey, don't mention it. Why do you ask? Chen Xiao cleared his throat and enunciated. I said, the demoness who treats you like a pig. How's her figure? Can't hear you so close, huh? The fatty was horrified, nearly covering Chen Xiao's mouth. You can't say that, Chen Xiao? Are you crazy? Seeing how scared he was of the demoness, Chen Xiao stopped joking. The fatty cautiously released Chen Xiao's mouth, and then spoke. By the way, you haven't said what animal you awakened yet. Chen Xiao pondered for a moment and leisurely replied. You can understand it as a teddy bear? The fat man immediately took 2 steps back, exclaiming, Damn, I really didn't expect you to awaken something like this. Chen Xiao replied, All right, quickly take me to find your boss. I really have something to discuss. The fat man was puzzled. What is your identity, and what is hers? That female demon lord usually has a terrible temper. Anyone who goes to see her doesn't come back with good news. Chen Xiao straightened his back. Just take me there. That's all. Am I supposed to seek death on my own? Thus, with the fat man's special identity serving as a stepping stone, Chen Xiao, escorted by a group of people, passed through various checkpoints and arrived at the legendary demon lord's palace. It was a luxurious garden villa, like a paradise hidden in a corner of the Doomsday base. Chen Xiao and the fat man knocked on the door. Soon, There was movement inside, and a girl dressed in a maid outfit appeared. She wore a small headpiece that made her look cute and youthful. "Master, Li Binfen has arrived," she sweetly called out, then invited Chen Xiao and the fat man inside before going to do housework. Chen Xiao had an idea. Why couldn't he find a few maids? Once he brought Tang Shiro back, he would heavily recruit maids. Just as Chen Xiao's thoughts were racing, faint footsteps came from the staircase on the second floor. Then, a graceful figure gradually emerged in the hazy light. She wore a deep purple long dress, the hem swaying elegantly with her steps, exuding an aura that was both noble and cold. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, with a few strands of silver mixed in, and her face was partially concealed by a veil, revealing only a pair of proud and indifferent eyes. An invisible aura instantly enveloped the entire space. This was the killing intent that could only be honed through years of battle. She raised her proud head, glancing around at Chen Xiao, seemingly very curious about him. The fat man said, "You want to discuss business with me, but what kind of business is so important that I need to personally negotiate? You don't give me a satisfactory answer, and it seems you'll have a hard time leaving my villa." Chen Xiao smiled faintly, and then said seriously, "I came to seek dual cultivation with you." Chapter 55. The Three Rivers Combat Power Rankings. Extreme Demoness. The fat man. As soon as the words fell, the extreme demoness instantly disappeared. Immediately, a dangerous aura surged in. Dragon breath. Almost instantly, Chen Xiao felt that powerful force had pounced in front of him. "Chen Xiao, be careful." The fat man screamed nervously. He couldn't understand what was happening. Weren't they supposed to discuss business? Why was she trying to impose rules right away? This was too fast. If he didn't die, he would at least get skinned. Hearing the fat man's voice, Chen Xiao smiled faintly, signaling him to stay calm. He gently sidestepped, directly evading the demon lord's deadly strike. In the next moment, the extreme demoness revealed herself, holding a gleaming dagger. It seemed she really wanted to kill him. Moreover, Chen Xiao noticed that she could indeed teleport, but it wasn't the usual kind that ignored spatial distance. Nor was it like Lu Changjin, who relied solely on speed to leap. It was more akin to disguise, a skill that blended her aura into the environment, making it undetectable. "You can see me?" The extreme demoness tossed the dagger into the air and caught it. "A reconnaissance type?" Chen Xiao shrugged, sort of. "Humph. If you think just a reconnaissance talent can insult me, you're too naive." The extreme demoness vanished like a phantom once again, disappearing without a trace. In an instant, Chen Xiao was enveloped by a deadly crisis from all directions. In fact, the reason the extreme demoness dominated the Doomsday base wasn't just because of her S-rank talent, disguise. She also possessed a second talent, a rank, surrounding feathers. At this moment, the space around Chen Xiao seemed to transform into a world of sword lights and shadows, with countless razor-sharp blades attacking from all directions. This force was about to engulf him into nothingness. "Damn, it's over, the demon lord is angry." The fat man was terrified but still mustered the courage to shout at the extreme demoness. "Extreme demoness, if you dare to kill him, I'll commit suicide right in front of you, and you can forget about eating pork again." Unexpectedly, the extreme demoness sneered. "No need to commit suicide. Once I kill him, it will be your turn." The fat man, After all this time, he had been overly sentimental. He looked worriedly at Chen Xiao, who was surrounded by blades. Feeling an infinite sense of despair, he understood the extreme demoness too well. This demon lord wouldn't blink an eye before killing someone. This talent is quite interesting. Chen Xiao licked his lips, showing no signs of fear, instead revealing a faint smile, just as the information from his previous life suggested. This woman had indeed awakened the octopus. Suddenly, Chen Xiao exerted force with his feet, like an arrow leaving the bow, instantly spreading a vast wave of energy. Under dragon breath, all energy was laid bare. Then, all things water formed a powerful defensive barrier. Those unstoppable blades were precisely intercepted upon contact with this invisible barrier, creating ripples. "Who exactly are you?" Only at this moment did the extreme demoness finally realize that this man before her was not simple. To be able to withstand her surrounding feathers, he was at least a leader of a faction in the Doomsday base. Why had she never heard of this person before? Chen Xiao did not answer, and slowly walked toward the extreme demoness, each step calm and composed. The extreme demoness squinted her eyes, her figure disappearing again, directly appearing beside the fat man. The dagger was pressed harshly against the fat man's chest. "Who exactly is the person you brought?" The fat man didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. This demon lord couldn't beat Chen Xiao, and came to bully him instead. "His name is Chen Xiao. I swear." He really said he wanted to discuss business. Who knew this guy would suddenly have ulterior motives? "Chen Xiao?" Upon hearing Chen Xiao's name, The extreme demoness suddenly remembered something, her pupils constricting. You know me. Chen Xiao saw her expression and was slightly puzzled. When had he become so famous? This was Cangzhou. It took 6 hours by car from Jiangbei. The extreme demoness gritted her teeth. 3 Rivers Combat Power Rankings, 17th place, Jiangbei Chen Xiao. Damn. Is this for real? Before Chen Xiao could respond, the fat man shouted in disbelief, looking at Chen Xiao in astonishment. You've been doing so well. If I had known, I would have joined you. Only then did Chen Xiao realize why the extreme demoness had heard of him. The 3 Rivers Combat Power Rankings. In his past life, he was quite famous. This was a list published and maintained by a neutral organization called the Eagle Eye News Agency. It included the strong from 6 cities in the 3 Rivers region and ranked them based on their achievements. The members of the Eagle Eye News Agency all had flying talents, making it easier for them to gather information by traveling between cities. Thus, the list they produced was updated quickly, almost daily. This made it even more credible. Of course, it was also extremely expensive. It could only be exchanged for strategic-level materials. Typically, small bases could only buy the list once a week to understand the evolution levels of strong individuals in surrounding cities, preventing themselves from being narrow-minded. Jiangbei and Jiangnan of the Menglong River, Cangzhou and Liangzhou of the Miro River, Dacheng and Daping of the Yunpu River. Countless strong individuals in 6 cities. There were innumerable large and small bases. For Chen Xiao to rank 17th among them was already an impressive feat. He just didn't know if their achievements were based on his battles against 100 Su family members or the day he slaughtered the Lin family in Jiangbei. In any case, it couldn't possibly be the scene where he single-handedly crushed the Tang family, because that scene was destined to be number 1. It would be hard to find a second one in the entire country. It seems that the extreme Dao which probably didn't purchase the latest version, otherwise, it wouldn't be so simple. Of course, there is another possibility. The Eagle Eye newspaper may have thought she was dead and directly crossed her off in the latest edition. Chen Xiao, why aren't you guarding the base in Jiangbei? What are you doing here in Cangzhou? The extreme Dao which angrily let go of the fat guy and kicked him to the ground. Then she stepped directly on him, staring at Chen Xiao with a cold expression. Ouch, damn it, you devilish woman with a devilish figure. The fat guy yelped in pain and quickly changed his tone. He then turned and fled from the witch, darting behind Chen Xiao while clutching his stomped belly. Chen Xiao smiled helplessly. I really came to find you for dual cultivation. Chapter 56. Taking action. You're really asking for death. I don't care what your ranking is on the Sanjiang battle power list. If you dare to be so arrogant, I must kill you today. The extreme Dao, which became furious again, her figure suddenly disappearing like a ghost in the night. Just as she prepared to launch a new attack, Chen Xiao's dragon breath immediately activated, capturing the fluctuations of the extreme Dao witch's aura. Almost simultaneously, he discerned her trajectory. In a flash, Chen Xiao's figure followed closely, the vast water of all things surging within him. The torrents of rivers converged in his palm, forming an incredibly resilient force. With a flicker of his body, his large hand reached out into the air, and the powerful force seemed to break through the confines of the air. He directly pressed the extreme Dao witch against the wall. This scene happened so quickly that bystanders could only see a fleeting shadow. Then came the sight of the extreme Dao which firmly pinned against the wall. What the hell? The fat guy exclaimed, and then witnessed this incredible scene. Chen Xiao's hand gripped the extreme Dao witch's slender neck like a vice. Her delicate face was pressed tightly against the wall. The subtle friction between her skin and the stone wall, making her already flawless face appear even more vivid and three-dimensional. Her figure left nothing to be desired. The fat guy quickly turned away. Chen Xiao, I swear I didn't see anything. You better hurry. Is 5 minutes enough? Chen Xiao transformed water of all things into a shovel and slapped it toward the fat guy's backside. The fat guy cried out in pain. Hey, I'll go outside and keep watch. Then he really had the sense to leave the villa, and through the window, one could see him running to the street across. Chen Xiao, what are you trying to do? With your strength, how many women would be infatuated with you and become your loyal servants? You can't possibly come here for that reason. The extreme Dao, which allowed herself to be restrained by Chen Xiao, no longer resisting. Realizing she simply couldn't fight against this man behind her, Chen Xiao shook his head. Sorry, you guessed wrong. The extreme Dao which still didn't believe it and was about to stand up again, but she didn't expect Chen Xiao to directly tear off his own veil. In the next moment, an unparalleled beauty was revealed. Her slightly angular jaw, complemented by a somewhat defiant expression, and her high nose bridge stood proudly, outlining a sharp yet elegant silhouette. Her full, enticing red lips bore a fierce expression. Have you had enough of looking? Not enough. After the fat guy left, Chen Xiao took the extreme Dao witch to an upstairs room. Then he simply stared at her. The extreme Dao, which felt a bit embarrassed, tightly hugging her shoulders. She weakly asked, "Are you serious?" Chen Xiao coldly sat by the window, picking up a piece of candy from the bedside. "I heard there's a third-tier new human in Songzhou." The extreme Dao, which didn't understand why Chen Xiao asked this, but still replied, "Yes, just 3 days ago, that new human slaughtered the territory of the extreme Dao maniac." Extreme Dao maniac? Yes. Another leader of the extreme Dao Doomsday base. Chen Xiao nodded. "If I kill that new human, what can you gain?" The extreme Dao, which was taken aback. "Me? You mean credit for it would go to me?" She seemed somewhat incredulous, pondering for a moment. "Then I might be able to become the leader of the extreme Dao in next month's extreme Dao election." "All right. Then you can be the leader of the extreme Dao." Chen Xiao laughed heartily and slowly stood up. "Are you really that kind-hearted? You and I have no ties." The extreme Dao, which narrowed her eyes, sizing Chen Xiao up. Chen Xiao felt helpless. He needed the extreme Dao witch's talent, but couldn't be too forceful. Otherwise, without a good rapport, it would be impossible to obtain her talent. The only possibility was to fulfill a small wish of hers, making her have a bit of goodwill towards him. This goodwill didn't need to be much, just a little would suffice. After that, he could completely build it up, and the talent would eventually be obtained. He never expected that one day he would have to use dual cultivation with one woman to save another. How tragic life is. What can I do? Who told me I like you so much? Chen Xiao chuckled, not making any further moves, but instead turned and left the room. The extreme Dao, which closely followed behind him, her mind racing. Is this guy crazy? Although he ranks higher than me on the Sanjiang battle power list, he can't possibly be a match for a third-tier new human. Even the extreme Dao maniac was slapped to death by that big guy. Extreme Dao. Which? My name is Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, just wait for me patiently. Just as Chen Xiao was building goodwill, a commotion outside interrupted him, prompting both him and Lu Ruyan to look outside. "I told you it can't be sold, can't you understand? Our newspaper's pricing is public and transparent. If you don't have core materials, you can scram." Hearing the shouting outside, Lu Ruyan sighed and slowly walked out. "This big brother. Our extreme Dao base has completed several transactions with your newspaper. This time, due to next month's extreme Dao election, we need to stockpile resources and really can't spare any extra. Can't you give us a little leeway? We'll pay you back next month." Lu Ruyan explained helplessly. She had already spent everything for the extreme Dao election and couldn't continue to purchase the Eagle Eye newspaper's battle power list. But this list was extremely important. With significant recent changes, they couldn't afford not to buy it. The newspaper member shrugged. "Really can't do it. Our boss has repeatedly instructed not to extend credit. So please don't make it difficult for me." Lu Ruyan was somewhat displeased. "Doesn't your boss have some acquaintance with me? Don't you know? It's just a worthless newspaper." The newspaper member shook his head helplessly. "Oh, Your Highness the Witch, it's not that I don't have humanity, but rules are rules." Lu Ruyan felt embarrassed as the visitor showed her no respect. However, she couldn't just kill a reporter from such a well-known organization. It was infuriating. Just then, Chen Xiao stepped out. The newspaper member's eyes lit up. Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao focused and saw. "Old Lu? It's really you, Chen Xiao? Our boss personally confirmed you were dead." The newspaper member was Lu Mingqing, whom Chen Xiao had saved when the apocalypse first descended. He then realized his words were inappropriate and reorganized. "Chen Xiao, I really didn't expect you to still be alive." Chapter 57. Old Lu's Double Standards. Lu Ruyan frowned. "You said the Eagle Eye confirmed he was dead?" Lu Mingqing nodded. "Yes. Our boss said with his own mouth that Chen Xiao is dead. You can go public with that." Following that, Lu Mingqing patted Chen Xiao. "When I heard that news, I didn't believe it. After all, I know how strong you are. But then our boss said you single-handedly challenged the Tang family and were killed by a nuclear bomb. And he saw it with his own eyes. That's when I believed it. I never expected to see you again. Nuclear bomb. Could you make your story a bit more convincing?" The fat guy had also rushed over, looking at Chen Xiao with skepticism. In his mind, nuclear bombs were capable of destroying everything. He had experienced a couple of close calls in the past and still hadn't recovered. No matter how strong Chen Xiao is, he can't possibly escape under a nuclear bomb. Lu Ruyan shook her head. "You must be mistaken. There can't be any survivors under a nuclear bomb." After pondering for a moment, she continued. "I still vividly remember that day of the nuclear bomb, a terrifying mushroom cloud over the Tang family, with that level of firepower. Let alone a person, even a copper wall or iron bastion would be completely melted. So it's impossible for anyone to walk out of there alive." Lu Qingming was also shaken by her words and looked at Chen Xiao for confirmation. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. "I was indeed present, and the nuclear bomb did hurt." "Fuck, don't scare me," the fat man exclaimed, his face filled with terror. Lu Ruyan was also a bit flustered. Are you serious? Lu Qingming then rummaged through his backpack and finally pulled out a white newspaper. This is the unsigned version. Let me take another look. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Ruyin snatched the newspaper from his hands. The first glance left her in shock, because in the first place, all the information and achievements were crossed out. And that person was Chen Xiao. Ranking, first name, Chen Xiao, current location, Jiangnan City, historical achievements, annihilated the Lin family, penetrated the Jianghe granary, single-handedly challenged the Tang family of Jiangnan combat power assessment. 1. Confirmed as a dual talent possessor with the highest talent rating of SSS level. 2. Skilled in water manipulation. Suspected of having transformation abilities. 3. Body can withstand most firearms. Deceased, deleted. Chen Xiao naturally saw this information and pouted. Quite complete. This Eagle Eye newspaper is more powerful than I thought. It almost listed everything I've done during this time. How is that possible? The Tang family is too ruthless. They don't say this to the outside world. The fat man indignantly criticized, hands on his hips. Lu Ruyan's hands trembled. The Tang family really threw a nuclear bomb just for you? This is simply outrageous. Didn't the Tang family publicly claim that they used a nuclear bomb because of a traitor? And the reality is, it was just to kill Chen Xiao? And they still didn't kill him. Chen Xiao smiled faintly and didn't speak. In fact, the real nuclear bomb's power far exceeded that explosion. It's just that the outside world saw that terrifying mushroom cloud, and they collectively referred to it as a nuclear bomb. He snatched the unsigned newspaper from Lu Ruyan's hands, intending to take a good look. Lu Qingming quickly indicated that it was unnecessary and then took out an official version from his backpack. Chen Xiao, this one is more complete. The boss just updated it. Chen Xiao raised his head. I don't have any core materials. Lu Qingming shook his head. Don't belittle me. If you want these things, how could I possibly charge you? Lu Ruyan held her forehead, feeling a bit collapsed. Just a moment ago, she had been so dismissive, and now she turned around and gave it to Chen Xiao. But upon reflection, it was quite reasonable, setting aside the fact that these two were old acquaintances. Just based on Chen Xiao's strength to reach the top of the rankings, it would be easy for him to see these things. Chen Xiao returned the unsigned newspaper to Lu Qingming and took the latest version to study. Ranking, first name, Li Tai Long, current location, Dacheng City, historical achievements. Unified the 8 major forces of Dacheng. Killed third stage new humans combat power assessment. 1. Direct descendant of Shushan, the only one of the current generation. 2. Extraordinary swordsmanship. Sword energy transforms into a rainbow. 3. Suspected to have mastered secret methods for enhancing qi and blood. Ranking, second name, Yang Baiying, current location, Dacheng City, historical achievements. Assisted Li Tai Long in unifying Dacheng. Fought against the Sun family. 1 against 100 combat power assessment. 1. Confirmed as a dual talent possessor, highest SSS level. 2. Suspected of awakening an elephant. 3. Skilled in overpowering enemies. Body can withstand some firearms. Ranking, third name, Gu Su, current location, Liangzhou City, historical achievements. Solo killed the Rat King of Daping City. Fought against 10 S-level awakeners combat power assessment. 1. Confirmed as an SSS level talent possessor. 2. Suspected of being canine. 3. Skilled in pursuing enemies, assassination, and reconnaissance. Ranking, fourth name, Li Yuan Feng, current location, Cang'o City. Ranking, fifth name, Lin Shengyin, current location, Dacheng City. Ranking, sixth name, Wang Xian, current location, Liangzhou City. Ranking, sixth name, Zhou Feng Yun, current location, Daping City. After glancing around, none of them were familiar to Chen Xiao. He felt somewhat helpless. However, the first place caught his attention. Li Tai Long. I don't seem to have heard of this person in my past life. Could it be he was killed early on? Very likely. Otherwise, with the identity of a direct descendant of ancient martial arts, he wouldn't be doing so poorly. The little monk in his past life was ranked in the top 30 of the global combat power rankings. Globally, this is the potential of a direct descendant of ancient martial arts. As the apocalypse progresses, they will only grow stronger. Moreover, Chen Xiao noticed some clues. In this Sanjiang combat power ranking, there were very few awakeners from Jiangnan and Jiangbei in the top 30. The highest ranking belonged to Bai Yang from the Tang family's 10 sons, who was ranked 21st. But this person left no impression on him. His strength was probably just average, maybe even worse than his brother-in-law. Right? Shouldn't Jiang Yinhan be on the list? Chen Xiao scanned down the list, and indeed found a few familiar names. Ranking, 30th name, Jiang Yinhan, current location, Jiangbei City. Ranking, 31st name, Deshan, current location, Jiangbei City. It's obvious that the Eagle Eye newspaper didn't capture Jiang Yinhan's true strength. It still marked him with an SS level talent. However, according to Chen Xiao's guess, That guy probably already stepped into the SSS level. Putting down the newspaper, Chen Xiao nodded at Lu Qingming, quite detailed, but when you go back, don't reveal that I'm still alive. Lu Qingming nervously nodded, but the other people in our department. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. Don't worry, I know what to do. I know what to do means if I encounter anyone who doesn't know their place, I'll just kill them directly. Chapter 58. Third stage new humans. After getting the newspaper and sending Lu Qingming away, Chen Xiao turned to Lu Ruyin. Where's that third stage new human? Lu Ruyin, 30 miles outside the city, at the old site of the Cangzhou Granary. The Cangzhou Granary? All the people there are dead. Chen Xiao stroked his chin. It seemed that there had been an opportunity for evolution there, attracting powerful new humans. And this new human evolved because of that, completely taking control of the Cangzhou Granary. Now, take me there. Now, Lu Ruyin didn't expect Chen Xiao to be in such a hurry. But the fact is, he was indeed very anxious. After finishing the favorability, he still had to rely on time to hone his talents. There was a long way to go. Vroom vroom vroom. The car started, with Lu Ruyin and Chen Xiao sitting in the front seats. The back seat was empty. The fat man voluntarily resigned to go back under supervision. Ruyin. In a few days, I want to transfer the fat man. That's impossible. He is a core member of the Extreme Path base. Core member? You mean core materials, right? If you want to say that, then fine, but I won't let you take him away. Chen Xiao shrugged. It didn't matter that he couldn't persuade Lu Ruyin for now. Once the third stage new human was dealt with, you'll have something to suffer. Half a day's time passed quickly, almost all spent on the bumpy car ride. Chen Xiao and Lu Ruyin chatted casually. Cuckoo. The vehicle quietly shut off in a dead silence, and Chen Xiao was the first to step out of the car. The tragic scene immediately came into view. It was a dilapidated blood-colored base. The reason it was called a blood-colored base was that it was soaked in a deep, horrifying blood color, exuding a suffocating aura of brutality. The base's gate was wide open, surrounded by a scene of corpses everywhere, with countless incomplete bodies scattered around, like silent horror paintings. Blood flowed like spilled ink, deeply penetrating this barren land. Every scar, every dark red reminded the visitors that every stone here had witnessed a horrific catastrophe. Chen Xiao, are you sure you want to go in? Although Lu Ruyin roughly understood Chen Xiao's strength, being the strongest in Sanjiang, she couldn't help but want to retreat as she approached the door. It was an extremely dangerous place, and going in could mean death. This was her sixth sense, which had always been accurate. Of course, he was just a third-tier new human. Chen Xiao smiled lightly, took Lu Ruiyin's small hand, and walked inside. Lu Ruyin didn't struggle. She cautiously observed her surroundings, feeling anxious. Bang! Just as they entered the base, a muffled sound came from the rooftop. This made Lu Ruyin feel like she was facing a formidable enemy. Chen Xiao furrowed his brow, realizing things were not simple. Under the dragon breath scan, he discovered 2 powerful energy signatures on the rooftop, along with many weak energy bodies. Could it be 2 third-tier new humans? That was impossible. Third-tier new humans were elite-level beings, each ruling over an area, and it was unlikely they could coexist. The opportunity for evolution couldn't be divided between 2 people. Could they be real humans? That was also unlikely. Most people would instantly perish when faced with third-tier new humans. Chen Xiao couldn't think of any other possibilities. He and Lu Ruyin slowly ascended the stairs until the scene on the rooftop was revealed. The once glorious building was now just a broken skeleton, with exposed steel and concrete that looked like shocking scars. Rusty metal railings surrounded the area, some of which had broken and collapsed. Moonlight spilled onto the blood-stained rooftop, reflecting a cold and desolate scene. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying away a hint of silent sorrow, and seemed to bring distant thudding sounds. Aside from a 5-meter-tall new human, there was actually a person there. He was thin and gaunt, as if malnourished, dressed in a tight black outfit. His figure appeared particularly striking and eerie in the night. Their silhouettes flickered in and out under the bright moonlight and the dim emergency lights. Chen Xiao and Lu Ruyin looked closely and discovered that he was actually sparring with the third-tier new human. It wasn't a life-and-death struggle, but rather a martial arts exchange between masters. With each punch that connected, one could hear the deep whistling of bones rubbing against the air. He can control new humans. Lu Ruyin was taken aback. This completely overturned her understanding. That slender figure was using the third-tier new human to hone his skills, even sharpening his physical body. It was impossible for a third-tier new human to voluntarily act as a sparring partner. The only answer was that he could control new humans. But how could someone control such a monster? Aren't they opposing entities? Correct, beautiful miss, a sinister voice came, startling Lu Ruyin. Although she was known as the demoness of the Extreme Path, she was actually just one of the leaders of the Extreme Path base. Not long ago, her colleague, The extreme path madman was beaten to death by the 5-meter-tall new human before her. Are you afraid of me? Then why seek death? The slender figure stopped his sparring and turned with the new human to look at Chen Xiao and Lu Ruiyan. Chen Xiao gently patted Lu Ruiyan's trembling back. It's just a third tier. No need to be afraid. Lu Ruiyan turned her head. Chen Xiao? You don't know how strong third-tier new humans are. He killed the extreme path madman, who had SS-level defensive talent, with one punch. He has no weaknesses. I was blinded by the title of the extreme path lord. We shouldn't have come. Lu Ruiyan only understood how unjust it was for the extreme path madman to die when she saw that terrifying giant. Her previous concept of 5 meters was limited to an abstract numerical imagination. However, when a living, terrifying creature stood before her, she truly felt the oppressive force that such a size brought. That giant was like a moving mountain, with muscles bulging, and its mere existence was enough to instill fear. The next moment, whether it was the slender figure's command or the giant's instinct to slaughter, its enormous foot pushed off the ground, instantly causing the solid steel bars beneath to crumble like fragile cookies. A powerful shockwave shook the entire rooftop, nearly toppling Chen Xiao and Lu Ruiyan, who were barely standing. With the trembling of the earth and the deafening sound of steel tearing, the giant shot up like a black lightning bolt. Buzz! The terrifying weight of the mountain came crashing toward the two. If hit, an ordinary S-level awakened with defensive abilities would be instantly crushed into a meat patty. Chen Xiao? You run first. I'll kill him and then find you. Chen Xiao wanted to relieve Lu Ruiyan's psychological burden and spoke directly. Lu Ruiyan hesitated, wondering whether to use disguise to retreat first. But if she did that, it would make her seem too heartless. If Chen Xiao won, he would definitely kill her by any means necessary. Fortunately, Chen Xiao's words made her stop hesitating. Her existence seemed like a burden. All right, be careful. Saying this, Lu Ruiyan gritted her teeth and directly blended into the night, disappearing completely. With Lu Ruiyan gone, a slight smile appeared on Chen Xiao's lips. Third-tier new humans. This is interesting. Spirit. World. Gate. Chapter 59. Prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex Bang. After the earth-shattering sound, a verdant, translucent, and mysterious void gate stood tall. The void gate towered into the clouds, its height even surpassing that of a third-tier new human by half a head. A vibrant green light flowed across its surface, as if containing endless cosmic mysteries and immense power. The moment it appeared, the surrounding space began to twist and deform, as if summoned by something. Rumbling. At that moment, the giant also came crashing down. The impact of its massive body was like a landslide, instantly destroying the entire building, debris flying and dust swirling, creating an utterly shocking scene. The slender figure, seeing the emerald green gate, looked as if he had witnessed a miracle. He turned to Chen Xiao in the distance, excitedly saying, You have a summoning-type talent? Chen Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. Good. I'm a bit nervous. It's my first time killing a summoning type. The slender figure's somewhat perverse voice rang out as he licked his lips, his 5 fingers opening and then closing instantly. Chen Xiao squinted. That action was likely some sort of command. Sure enough, the giant leaped again, jumping to an unbelievable height. Chen Xiao was somewhat shocked. To jump that high with such a massive body required a significant amount of energy. Open. Without hesitation, Chen Xiao focused his thoughts and directly activated the spirit world gate. He also wanted to see what he could summon. Kuka-cha, kuka-cha, kuka-cha. The door slowly opened with a dull sound, revealing a towering figure emerging from within. Its size far exceeded that of a third-tier new human. The oppressive aura it emitted was almost tangible, as if the surrounding air had solidified, filling the space with a powerful, ancient presence. As the door fully opened, the colossal creature became clearer, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, standing 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long. Its terrifying size evoked primal fear in people's hearts. If a 5-meter-tall new human was a mountain, then the Tyrannosaurus Rex that now appeared was a moving mountain range. It was awe-inspiring. Its head was enormous and heavy, with a uniquely conical skull structure, its scaly skin tightly wrapped around its jaw. The terrifying light flickered in its prominent eye sockets. Its nostrils flared like fire spouts, and rows of sharp, sword-like teeth were interspersed in its massive mouth, each as long as an adult's hand. Its skin was covered in rough spikes, and its unparalleled size, ferocious stance, and exposed killing intent created an inescapable sense of oppression and fear. This was the true ancient overlord. It was resurrected in the gate of the spirit world. What the hell? Is that a Tyrannosaurus? Aren't summoning types just pigs, dogs, cattle, and sheep? How could this guy be summoned? The slender figure kept retreating, muttering to himself. Only he knew the fear in his heart. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Rian desperately covered her mouth to keep herself from making a sound. What had she experienced today? The number one in the Sanjiang rankings, Chen Xiao's crazy pursuit. The powerful talent to manipulate third-tier new humans. The overwhelming attack of third-tier new humans like a mountain. And the resurrection of a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus. This was all too outrageous. As for Chen Xiao, he actually guessed what was inside the gate. He just didn't expect that the mere appearance of the Tyrannosaurus would bring such an outrageous effect. Chen Xiao estimated that with a single swing of its tail, it could knock down 3 buildings. Kill him. Kill him. Only by killing him could there be a chance to survive. The slender figure grew anxious, constantly making gestures. He wanted to completely kill Chen Xiao, severing his connection with the Tyrannosaurus. Boom. For him, the news that new humans had no fear was the best. He saw the giant rushing towards Chen Xiao and the Tyrannosaurus. Chen Xiao clearly understood the slender figure's intention. He wanted to bypass the Tyrannosaurus and kill him. But was it really that simple? Just as the giant was gathering all his strength, about to break through the defense line, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly launched an attack. It was a born killer, moving smoothly and lethally, without hesitation or doubt. The Tyrannosaurus swung its strong and powerful tail violently, instantly creating a whirlwind, causing nearby buildings to collapse like paper, turning into ruins. At the same time, the giant's incredibly hard leg bones could not withstand the sweeping of the giant tail, producing a chilling cracking sound, and were instantly crushed to pieces. Following that, amidst the flying sand and stones, the Tyrannosaurus opened its massive jaws wide, as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. It directly enveloped the upper half of the giant's body, then bit down fiercely. In an instant, the tremendous impact accompanied by flying blood and flesh caused the giant's head to explode. Third-tier new human dead. The slender figure spat out a mouthful of blood and turned to run without hesitation. However, his true form was still weak, no matter how hard he trained. It was all in vain without talent. In an instant, a crisis descended. What appeared in front of him was a fierce kick that sent him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Immediately afterward, blades from all directions struck, ending his life. The one who made the move was not Chen Xiao, but the long-hidden Lu Rian. She raised her head, looking at the slowly approaching Chen Xiao, a blush on her face. Chen Xiao, how many talents do you actually have? Chen Xiao chuckled, pretending to ponder. 10 or 8. I guess. Tisk, if you don't want to say, fine. Lu Rian ignored Chen Xiao, pointing at the Tyrannosaurus that had already destroyed countless houses. Chen Xiao smiled awkwardly. The gate of the spirit world was about to disappear completely. The Tyrannosaurus also consciously walked back. In this talent, the gate of the spirit world seemed to need to coexist with the Tyrannosaurus. Time to collect the body. With Chen Xiao's help, Lu Rian packed the giant's remaining half of a head into a bag. This bag would be worth a fortune from now on. It was almost equivalent to the hearts of the people of a city, as long as it was shown. The direction of the people's administration of the Extreme Path base would become clear, with the identity of the Lord of the Extreme Path. She also had some cards to play, greatly increasing her chances. Lu Rian thought happily, placing the bag in the trunk, ready to drive back. But before she could start, Chen Xiao's body pressed down on her. What are you doing? Lu Rian shouted nervously, the blush on her face reaching her neck. Chapter 60. Are you jealous? At this moment, Lu Rian was still wearing that deep purple long dress, outlining her perfect figure. Clunk, 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 as the car started moving. The next day, Chen Xiao drove Lu Rian back to the villa. As soon as they opened the door, the little maid knelt down on the ground. Master, welcome home. Lu Rian coldly nodded. She grabbed Chen Xiao and went upstairs. Chen Xiao turned back 3 times, asking, what is your little maid's talent? Lu Rian raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask that? Chen Xiao smiled awkwardly. Just asking, no reason. Lu Rian, unaware of Chen Xiao's thoughts, slowly spoke. Her talent is quite good. It's Swan Dream, which is one of my trump cards. Oh, hearing this, Chen Xiao became spirited. This talent is great. There are only 2 talents that can restrain a nuclear explosion. One ascends to heaven and the other goes underground. Until today, Chen Xiao had not found a girl who could go underground. As soon as Lu Rian entered the room, she hurriedly tried to close the door. Are you crazy? It's only been this long. Chen Xiao directly grabbed the doorknob, not letting her close it completely. It had already been 3 hours. Chen Xiao pushed the door open with slight force, his expression darkening. The Lord of the Extreme Path Witch, whom Lu Rian was speechless but suddenly had a brilliant idea. She went out and grabbed the little maid. Do this for a while, then do that. Ah, master, isn't that inappropriate. The little maid quickly dropped the broom and tried to run outside. Lu Rian directly pulled her back. Easy. Don't forget who rescued you from the base. The little maid's eyes were brimming with tears, nodding pitifully. As the little maid entered the room, Lu Rian felt rejuvenated and directly ran away. Chen Xiao coughed awkwardly, signaling the little maid to sit on the side. Then he patted her little head. It's okay, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I'm the kindest person. Maybe tomorrow I'll take you to eat pork. Pork? The little maid's eyes instantly lit up, staring at Chen Xiao. Although she was the maid of the Lord of the Extreme Path, she was of the lowest status. She usually didn't have the qualification to eat meat at the table. Chen Xiao's words made her constantly swallow, her eyes sparkling. Yes, maybe in a while. You can also eat lamb hot pot, haha. Chen Xiao laughed, trying to express goodwill. Are you serious? Do I deserve to eat pork and lamb? That's core material. The little maid still seemed skeptical, weakly opening her mouth. Chen Xiao nodded. Of course, your master is my servant. Do you think I can't eat what I want? This statement was like a reassurance, and the little maid immediately beamed with joy. Chen Xiao looked at her sparkling big eyes and smiled. After a long time. The evolution of the A-level talent, Swan Dream. It really is quite outrageous. Divine Wind S-Class Flying Talent Description. The way of the wind, without a trace. The way of the divine wind changes in an instant. Effect. The one who controls the divine wind can walk on the wind. With a trajectory that is illusory and ethereal, and speed as fast as a gale. Master, I've organized your clothes. So obedient. Chen Xiao scratched her little nose. Appearing quite happy. It seemed that traveling would be much easier in the future, and facing nuclear bombs wouldn't be so awkward anymore. If he obtained Lu Rian's talent, the two might form a chain talent. By then, the only flaw of being slow would be resolved. So next, Chen Xiao planned to find Lu Rian. This woman actually showed no interest in him. The favorability level was rising too slowly. If it really didn't work, he would have to implement Plan B and start to increase the quantity. Chen Xiao thought viciously, but as soon as he went downstairs, he found that Lu Rian had actually cooked, and even made a portion for him. Scrambled eggs and grilled pork chunks. Chen Xiao nodded in satisfaction, took the plate upstairs, fulfilling part of his promise. Under the adoring gaze of the little maid, he exited the room. The master actually cooked for him. Could it be that he was really her servant? The little maid knocked her head, feeling it was very likely. Returning downstairs, Chen Xiao sat beside Lu Rian, just watching her leisurely eat pork fast. You're quite nice to her. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Humph. We're just in a transactional relationship. Why would I be jealous? All right, you're not jealous. Then, Chapter 61. Provocation in the blink of an eye. It had been 3 days since Chen Xiao left Jiangbei. The upgraded version of 4 Directions Flying Feathers is 8 Directions Massacre S-Class Skill Talent. Description. Mastering space means mastering life and death. Effect. Instantly tear apart stable space in a designated area to form a terrifying storm of fragments. His first skill talent. This upgraded skill is indeed more powerful. In team battles, it might become a killer move. If he had 8 Directions Massacre during the great battle against the Tang family, those awakened ones on the city walls would probably not last 3 seconds. Only 2 days left until Tang Shiro's wedding. If today doesn't go well, Chen Xiao plans to slip away directly. After all, the capital is very far from here. Time is running out. But fortunately, there's the upgraded version of Disguise. Invisibility SS Class Skill Talent. Description. Mastering space allows one to grasp the path of life and death. Effect. After activation, one can become invisible, but it greatly consumes physical strength. Note. Invisibility is cancelled when discovered. His second skill talent. He has received maximum returns. As for the cost, it consumes his physical strength. I have plenty of physical strength as a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This villa's wild man. Come out. I want to see what kind of dog you look like. Chosen by the extreme, devilish woman. Suddenly, a series of curses came from outside the door, and they specifically named him. Chen Xiao looked at Lu Rian, who had just woken up, in confusion. It's the leader of the extreme bull demon base, who has some interest in me. I didn't expect he would know you were here. Lu Rian replied somewhat shyly, then continued, I can't get out of bed right now, and the trouble you caused. You can handle it yourself. Then she turned over and stopped looking at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao smiled helplessly. All right, it's my trouble, is it? Then he put on his clothes and walked out of the villa along the stairs. The visitor was a 2-meter-tall strong man with a thick beard. Every inch of his skin was tight and powerful. Notably, he was holding a large machete. Behind him were 5 equally strong men, but their energy was pitifully weak. They should just be ordinary awakened ones. You are that wild man. What has developed between you and Lu Rian? Tell me. The extreme bull demon panted. He heard this morning that the extreme devilish woman raised a little white face, and he was furious enough to rush over. He had pursued her so hard for so long, but she ignored him, and now she raises a little white face. This is unacceptable for him. How can he hold his head up in the base in the future? Chen Xiao pretended to ponder. Everything you can think of. Really seeking death, boss. Quickly make him find his teeth all over the floor. Daring to be so arrogant in front of our boss. You're the first one. Even if you're the little white face raised by the extreme devilish woman, she can't protect you. Haven't you seen that the extreme devilish woman doesn't dare to come out? She has already abandoned you. The 5 strong men stood up angrily, all speaking, their eyes wanting to swallow Chen Xiao alive. Chen Xiao chuckled. Sorry. We were too crazy last night. She just can't get out of bed. Die. The extreme bull demon was furious upon hearing this. His thick brows stood up, and his gaze was fierce. The machete in his hand was instantly surrounded by a surging black magic power. The power felt like the darkness of the abyss. Chilling to the bone. S-class magic talent, Breath of the Bull. Chen Xiao looked at the machete with great interest. This was the first time he saw an awakened animal being a bull, yet its talent type was magic. It seems this extreme bull demon has some strength. Boom. The powerful magic power covered and directly struck where Chen Xiao was. Humph. Let this little white face show off. He is going to be gone soon, haha. Anyone who has slept with the extreme devilish woman must have extraordinary background. But unfortunately, he encountered one of the top leaders in the base. Once we deal with the little white face, we'll assist the boss in breaking open the devilish woman's door. Let the boss enjoy himself. The crowd had already foreseen the scene of Chen Xiao being cut in half. But Chen Xiao now possessed 9 great talents. How could he be harmed by this mere S-class talent? He had 1,000 ways to avoid it. This time he chose Divine Wind. Invisibility. A combination skill. In almost an instant, Chen Xiao disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he revealed himself and had ambushed behind the extreme bull demon. What? In just a blink, the extreme bull demon lost his target. What happened? Why does this little white face have the extreme devilish woman's disguise talent? Oh no. The boss didn't do his homework and feels like it's going to backfire. What's the panic? Have you ever seen the boss's full power? Exactly, just a hiding skill. What use is that? Humph. Lacking strength, he ultimately cannot escape death. But the extreme bull demon, who was in battle, did not share the optimism of these little brothers. He didn't have time to think more, because around him, the space was like fragile glass, shattering under the powerful energy impact, turning into invisible and sharp space blades, forming a chilling space blade field. They swirled in the air and gradually converged, merging and intertwining with each other. As the power changed, those invisible blades began to show signs of becoming substantial. A deep and mysterious blue shimmer flowed within, resembling a hanging galaxy, dazzling and magnificent. 8 Directions Massacre. All things water. Another combination skill. No, who exactly are you? The extreme bull demon completely panicked. He had never felt such a death crisis. Second-tier new humans do not possess such ability. Who am I? Chen Xiao stroked his chin and suddenly spoke. I am the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chapter 62. I kill them all, Tyrannosaurus Rex. You dare to mock me. Facing the dual encirclement formed by all things water and spatial fragments, the extreme bull demon erupted in anger. He saw that the wild magic power from deep within his awakening surged out like a flood. A thick and powerful armor quickly covered his body. The magic power of Breath of the Bull was radiating a terrifying glow. He was going to fight to the death. One strike to kill. The boss is serious. This bull armor is also a trump card prepared by the boss for contending for the position of the Extreme Lord. Even if this kid has a strong attack, our boss will be in an invincible position. Many little brothers saw the extreme bull demon displaying extraordinary power, and immediately beamed with joy. This is the reversal they wanted. Buzz. Chen Xiao coldly smiled. Seeing the extreme bull demon's defense, he was also amazed. The next moment, the extreme bull demon moved. He was going to cross through the fragment field and directly cut himself down. 8 Directions Massacre. Puff, puff, puff. Almost at the same moment, the spatial fragment field controlled by Chen Xiao suddenly enhanced its fluctuation, violently raging like the center of a storm. Streams of blue flashes containing destructive power rapidly traversed within the field, like countless invisible swords, madly stabbing at the extreme bull demon. With a muffled sound, those seemingly indestructible armors constructed from Breath of the Bull, magic power instantly shattered under the relentless impact of the blue flashes. Like paper, they were weak and unable to withstand a single blow. The powerful protective layer that had originally condensed on the surface of his body vanished in an instant, exposing the extreme bull demon's face twisted in pain, and the shocking wounds on his body. How is this possible? The armor of the bull can withstand firearms. How could it be so vulnerable? It's not that the boss is weak. It's that the man is too terrifying. At this moment, the extreme bull demon on the field could no longer endure the intense 8 Directions massacre and fell to his knees. He was relying purely on his tenacious willpower to hold on. You not only have the disguise of the extreme demoness, but you even have her 4-direction flying feathers. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. You guessed right, but there's no prize. The next moment, Chen Xiao moved. With a shake of his body, he disappeared from the spot. The extreme bull demon recalled the scenes of fighting the extreme demoness. As long as he concentrated, he could detect traces. Disguise merely blends into the environment. It doesn't completely disappear. However, the extreme bull demon was sweating profusely because he realized there were no traces of this man's movement. Of course, the extreme bull demon didn't know that the one fighting him was not a disguise talent holder, but rather invisibility. The next moment, a sense of crisis that struck deep into the soul like a giant wave swept through every perceptive cell of the extreme bull demon. No, he shouted loudly, and a terrifying magical power covered his body again. The extreme bull demon once again activated the remaining breath of the bull magical power within him to construct a new protective barrier for defense. However, the power mastered by Chen Xiao had long surpassed his imagination. It was an existence far beyond common sense. Boom! A loud noise shook the heavens and the earth. And what seemed like an ordinary punch carried an irresistible energy shockwave. It instantly pierced through the defense that the extreme bull demon had built with all his strength, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, crushing everything in its path. Countless buildings collapsed and shattered into ruins along the way. Chen Xiao's figure also appeared at this moment, with a faint smile on his face. Evolution value 80. Holy crap, boss. Run. We've encountered a tough opponent. Forget about the boss. But don't be a coward. You go fight. I'm running first. At this moment, many little brothers were in a panic, each one fleeing in all directions. How could Chen Xiao let them go? He understood the principle of killing all when killing, and removing the roots when cutting grass. 8 Directions massacre. With a thought, the sound of shattering glass echoed around the many little brothers. The space trembled again, transforming into sharp blades. To deal with them, Chen Xiao was even too lazy to use water of all things to enhance 8 Directions massacre. Uft, uft, uft. In just 3 to 4 seconds, all 5 enemies were wiped out. No need to collect the bodies, because in this apocalypse, such tragic corpses are everywhere. Chen Xiao stretched, then directly returned to the room. Inside, 2 beautiful women were lying down, Lu Ruyan and the little maid. The little maid heard the shouts outside and was a bit scared. Because she knew that the visitor was a powerful individual like her master, the leader of the extreme apocalypse base. She was very worried about Chen Xiao. Her eyes were red, as if she had been crying. Lu Ruyan, however, remained calm, showing no signs of worry on her face. Aren't you afraid I'll be killed, and then they break in? Chen Xiao walked to the bathroom, and the water of all things turned into a stream to wash away the blood stains on his body. Lu Ruyan chuckled. You aren't afraid of even third-tier new humans, so how could you not handle a little leader? Chen Xiao smiled. He's quite strong. His talent development is perfect, and he even knows how to use magical talent to transform into armor. How long has it been since the apocalypse? Lu Ruyan nodded. Yes, among these extreme-based leaders, in terms of combat power, I really might not rank high. Chen Xiao curiously asked, then what are you competing for, the position of extreme lord, when you can't even fight them? Lu Ruyan shook her head. Different ideologies. Many of their ruling philosophies are very perverse, completely disregarding civilians with B-tier talents and below. So just because of that, pretty much, I have my own ideology too. Just don't know how deep the water is in this extreme election. With just half a third-tier new human's brain, do you really have confidence? Lu Ruyan smiled helplessly. My confidence has gone from 1% to 30%. Chen Xiao shrugged. So the chances are still slim? Lu Ruyan nodded seriously. The extreme base is divided into 9 major regions, and the southwestern area I oversee is just a wasteland. True strong individuals won't stay here. She continued, the strongest candidates in this election are all SSS class talents, incredibly powerful. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. Oh? It wouldn't be that Li Yuanfeng from the Sanjiang ranking, would it? That's him. His ranking is very high, 4th place. Chen Xiao pondered. If I have time, I will come back to assist you. Lu Ruyan sighed. Do you really have such a kind heart? Moreover, even if we assume otherwise, Li Yuanfeng is not someone a third-tier new human can compare to. He has independently killed strong opponents before. If he weren't absent from the base, that half a head wouldn't have come to me. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. Speaking of which, I've come to understand a principle after the apocalypse. Lu Ruyan looked at him with puzzled beautiful eyes. What principle? Anyone who obstructs me, I will kill, so no one can stop me. Chapter 63. The carp transforms into a dragon. From what you mean, are you leaving soon? Lu Ruyin keenly sensed the implication in Chen Xiao's words. Chen Xiao awkwardly nodded. I have something very important to do. Hee, are all you men so heartless? It's only been a few days? Lu Ruyin's expression turned cold, a bit angry. Am I just your plaything? Chen Xiao shook his head expressionlessly. The relationship between us has always been transactional, hasn't it? Lu Ruyin scoffed and ignored Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao slowly got up. Instead of getting tangled up in your position, why not focus on developing your abilities? Lu Ruyin was a bit confused. She didn't understand what this man really meant. I am a contradictory person. After saying that, Chen Xiao lifted his leg and left the room. After a while, Lu Ruyin endured the soreness in her body, hiding behind the curtains, looking outside. Chen Xiao sensed something and looked back, but the window was empty. However, Dragon Breath had already detected that Lu Ruyin was peeking at him from behind the window. Chen Xiao withdrew his gaze and then suddenly disappeared. By the time Lu Ruyin looked out the window again, Chen Xiao was already gone. Master, has he left? The little maid's voice sounded a bit timid. Lu Ruyin sighed. I just hope that in a month, he still remembers me. After leaving the extreme apocalypse base, Chen Xiao drove a small car, heading north. There was no one beside him. He had rescued the fat man and sent him to Jiangbei to find someone named Jiang Yunhan. He believed that with the pig spirit talent, Jiang Yunhan's leadership could be further developed. The triangular base should be built as soon as possible. In the future, going solo would ultimately not work. He wouldn't stay at the base forever, and there must be other talented individuals in the base. He wanted to establish the strongest base in the apocalypse. In the capital city, Yangjiabao. Here, the towering city walls reach the clouds, surrounding the entire Yangjiabao. The flags flutter on the walls, reflecting the Yang family emblem. It symbolizes the Yang family's prominent position and supreme authority in this capital city. Inside the city walls, the layout is also rigorous. Various halls and pavilions stand along the wide streets, with flying eaves and painted rafters. Each functional area is clearly defined, including training grounds, armories, granaries, new human laboratories, and various research facilities. Not only that, but the Yang family also has strong military deployments and advanced defense systems. Not only are seasoned elite soldiers patrolling and guarding, but also powerful SSS-class experts are hidden within. They completely eliminate the possibility of any enemy infiltration or city breaking. Absolutely impossible. These people work together to maintain the safety of Yangjiabao, which attracts talented individuals from all over to seek refuge. This has led to the growing strength of Yangjiabao, making it one of the top presences in the capital. In the midst of the apocalypse, it is like a miracle. This is a foundation that only the top 3 families possess. Even the emperor of Jiangnan, the Tang family, can only bow down. Yangjiabao, Yang family's reception hall. Old Tang. Long time no see. I heard you used a nuclear bomb to destroy the city. What a feat, huh? An energetic and upright old man walked at the forefront of the group, his steps steady and powerful. Behind him followed 7 or 8 young people with piercing gazes. Each of them exuded a sharp and determined aura. Tang Xiangui, upon seeing the visitors, even if he sensed a hint of sarcasm, did not dare to react. Because the other party came from the Li family of the top 3, he could only force a smile. Old Li, your esteemed presence is a surprise. You actually came personally to attend the wedding of Kair and Shire. Old Yang also stepped forward and laughed. Old Li, we haven't gathered since the apocalypse. I don't know what your side is like now. Today I must catch up. Old Li chuckled. Good. No problem at all. He then pointed behind him. Come. Yunkai, meet your Grandpa Yang. Immediately, a very handsome young man stepped forward, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking dignified. He bowed slightly to Old Yang and Tang Xiangui, then slowly spoke. I am the younger generation, Li Yunkai. Nice to meet you both. You are Li Yunkai. Tang Xiangui could no longer sit still, his eyes revealing a hint of shock. According to his informants, the young master of the Li family was named this. Moreover, he had an extremely powerful talent, an SSS-level magical talent, carp transforming into dragon. He ranked 6th on the capital's battle power list. It seemed that he had come this time to protect his grandfather. Old Yang had naturally heard of this person and felt a hint of jealousy in his heart. Why did his grandson awaken such a strong talent, while his unambitious youngest son, Yang Kai, was nothing at all? He even had to arrange his own wedding. Comparing people is enraging. Soon, the Zhang family also arrived. The elder at the forefront wore a luxurious brocade robe embroidered with exquisite golden dragon patterns. Behind him followed 7 young people, each looking impressive, clearly not ordinary. Oh, old Zhang, you finally made it. Old Li chuckled at the newcomer. I can't be late for my nephew Yang Kai's wedding. Old Zhang walked into the reception hall with his head held high, looking spirited. Li Yunkai suddenly spoke. His tone icy. I wonder if any of you know a Zhang Yinbei? The name Zhang Yinbei was thunderous. He ranked fourth on the capital's battle power list. It was said that he was originally named Yinbei, but later recruited by the Zhang family and even recognized as an adopted son by old Zhang. Rumor had it that this Zhang Yinbei's status in the Zhang family even surpassed that of the real young master. Tang Xiangui swallowed hard, filled with emotion. After all, they were from the top 3 families. Even after the apocalypse, with their powerful foundations, they could freely recruit strong individuals. His 10 adopted sons, compared to Zhang Yinbei, were simply trash. After Li Yunkai finished asking, a middle-aged man slowly stepped out behind old Zhang. His eyes were vacant, and his stubble was unkempt. You looking for me? Li Yunkai did not expect that the 4th-ranked powerhouse on the capital battle list would look like this. He was momentarily stunned. Are you Zhang Yinbei? Zhang Yinbei nodded. What do you want? Let's test your ability. Li Yunkai snorted coldly, suddenly erupting. A light blue energy ball slammed hard against Zhang Yinbei's head. However, unexpectedly, Zhang Yinbei didn't even move, taking the hit directly. Half of his face was severely injured, but the next second, he visibly began to recover. All wounds disappeared without a trace. Kids are really mischievous. If I were to make a move, someone would definitely die. Chapter 64. Mysterious Gift. Zhang Yinbei smiled gently, but it sent chills down the spines of those present. This man is a bit fierce. Li Yunkai's pupils constricted sharply. That last hit, he did not hold back. This 4th on the list really has something. But Li Yunkai did not show it, only responding lightly. Impressive. Old Zhang chuckled. Naturally. Yinbei's strength is not just as simple as 4th. And don't worry, he won't make a move against his own people, with Zhang Yinbei providing protection this time. Old Zhang felt confident. Speaking of which, before the apocalypse, Zhang Yinbei was impoverished, making a living by filming bizarre short videos. Just as he was helping the people and gaining attention while eating fried scavenger, the animal world descended. He directly obtained an SSS-level magical talent, Vibrant Life, and another S-level talent, Iron Armor. The emergence of these 2 talents made him one of the strongest combat powers in the apocalypse. Recently, he even climbed to 4th on the capital battle power list by fighting off 4 third-tier new humans alone. Yang family, Zhang family, Li family. The core power of the capital is now concentrated in Yangjiabao. After all, Li Yunkai and Zhang Yinbei are just the visible bodyguards. The methods and foundations of the top 3 families are far beyond this. For instance, the 5th on the capital battle power list, Jun Zikai, recruited by the Li family. Or the 8th, 9th, and 10th ranked strong individuals recruited by the Yang family. These people are hidden in the shadows, usually acting discreetly, but can strike deadly blows at critical moments. Old Yang, a prominent family in the capital, the elite on the list, and the foreign guests have also arrived. At this moment, a new group of people arrived at the Yang family's entrance. Old Yang nodded. Arrange them in the side pavilion, and for tomorrow's wedding, we will host a feast for everyone. Tang Xiangui was also feeling pleased with his foresight. This century wedding is simply the most dazzling spectacle in the apocalypse. Shire, be sure to thank Grandpa well. That night, the night sky over the capital was filled with fireworks, resplendent and magnificent. It made countless people reminisce about the past beauty. But they all knew that this beauty no longer belonged to ordinary people. The next day, outside the Yang family in the capital, 1,000 round tables had been set up with over 10,000 chairs. 30 miles cleared, with 8 checkpoints heavily guarded. On one hand, this was Yang family's way of showcasing their immense strength to attract more strong individuals from the list. On the other hand, it was because the Yang family feared that other families might harbor ill intentions. After all, in the apocalypse, no one could be trusted. Crackling sounds of firecrackers echoed early in the morning outside the base, showing no fear of the arrival of new humans. Even if the new humans reached the 3rd tier, they were unconcerned, because among the guests, there were many capable of slaying 3rd-tier new humans. As for ordinary new humans, they couldn't even get through the 30-mile checkpoints, where there was a full firepower net covering the area. At this moment, Yangjiabao was grand and lively. Lanterns hanging under the eaves looked like burning flames, complementing the colorful banners fluttering in the sky. The city was even decorated, with beautiful decorations spreading along the streets, visible from afar. Intricate and elaborate paper-cut window flowers, resplendent dragon and phoenix patterns, and auspicious flowers everywhere. This was organized by the awakened individuals protected within the Yang family's domain. They felt it necessary to show their attitude on such an important occasion. Clearly, they did it very well. as old Yang was very pleased at this moment. In front of him was a wide avenue, bustling with crowds coming and going. There were relatives and friends, representatives from prestigious families, and self-recommendations. Everyone held precious supplies in their hands without exception, hoping to record a transaction in the Yang family's ledger. It seemed that only in the capital could one survive like this. The representative from the Liangzhou Unified Base, Feng Wenhong, offered 800 sets of shirts. The representative from the Dacheng Grain Depot, Wang Shi, contributed 500 boxes of purified water. The representative from the Daping Beacon Storage, Zhou Guangheng, generously offered 2,000 pounds of donkey meat. Suddenly, all eyes in the room focused on Zhou Guangheng. 2,000 pounds of donkey meat. In the apocalypse, those who could eat meat were no ordinary people. It seemed that their base had rare creative talents. Brother Guangheng, I am Song Long from the Dacheng City Wanqi base. Could we discuss this further? Brother Guangheng, I am Old Sun from Jiangnan Tongluo Street. We've met before. Hey Guangheng. By the way, I'm your third uncle. In an instant, Zhou Guangheng was surrounded by countless people. The reason was simple. They were all craving meat. As long as there was meat, they were willing to sacrifice more supplies in exchange. Zhou Guangheng smiled slightly, calculating how to make a big score. This was also the reason he attended the wedding banquet. As long as he made a name for Daping Beacon Storage, he could harvest apocalypse supplies with the donkey meat. Many others shared the same thought, using their gifts to showcase their strengths. The top 3 families in the capital, the Zhang family. They offered 1,000 pounds of fish, 1,000 pounds of beef, and 300 pounds of rabbit meat, plus 1,000 sets of daily necessities. The guests gasped in surprise. Wow, 3 sources of meat. No wonder they are one of the top 3 families in the capital. This background is terrifying. I want to join the Zhang family base. I love eating rabbit meat. Humph, do you have S-level talent? Would they want you? Everyone was discussing excitedly, shocked in their hearts. The Zhang family and the Yang family both revealed extraordinary sides. No one knew about the other family, the Li family. They offered 500 pounds of chicken, 500 pounds of duck, and 2,000 pounds of pork. Again, 3 sources of meat. Everyone instinctively licked their lips. Perhaps there would be meat at today's wedding banquet? That would be so wonderful. At this moment, a voice rang out again. Not only that, the Li family has a special gift. Oh, a special gift? Old Li, why didn't you give us a heads up? Old Master Zhang feigned displeasure, questioning the Li family. Old Master Yang didn't he expect Old Li to have this trick up his sleeve? What was he up to? Clap. Clap. Old Master Li chuckled, and then clapped twice. Soon, a square object covered with opaque black fabric was brought onto the main stage of the wedding. What is this? It looked like a big cage. Could it be that the Li family was sending a slave? That didn't seem right. Only SS-level slaves had value. But if there were such strong people, they couldn't be caught or sent out. The dense crowd below speculated wildly. Everyone was curious about what this mysterious gift was. Old Master Li, stop keeping us in suspense. Let us see what it is. Tang Xiangui also curiously urged. However, Old Master Li smiled and said, this gift is specially for the 2 wedding families. Saying this, the staff by the black curtain lifted it, revealing the scene inside. A middle-aged man with his mouth tightly covered, hands securely bound. He wore a plain shirt and black trousers, with a weak energy fluctuation. Yet, there was an unmistakable determination in his expression. It was clear he had not surrendered. Who is this? Old Master Yang and Old Master Tang were bewildered. They didn't recognize him. Old Master Li helplessly explained. You 2 are getting more confused with age. Especially you, Tang Xiangui. Do you not know who caused your Tang family base to collapse? Him? Tang Xiangui was speechless. He only knew that the kid was named Chen Xiao. He hadn't really investigated further. Old Master Li chuckled wickedly. He is an orphan, but he has an adoptive father who has been supporting him. And the 2 have still been in contact by phone after the apocalypse. The man in the cage is his adoptive father. He is also his uncle, Chen Chongqing. Just as he finished his introduction, Chen Chongqing in the cage widened his eyes and struggled continuously, as if cursing Old Master Li, who was completely indifferent. Below, Jiang Yunhan clenched his fists, anger flashing in his eyes. Yes, he had also come, representing the Jiangbei Triangle base. At this point, Jiangbei Triangle was undoubtedly the #1 force in Jiangbei. After integrating Tianyi, Nanshin, and Jianghe, their strength had multiplied several times. As one of the founders, he naturally had the qualifications to attend such a high-level banquet. He just didn't expect the Li family to be so despicable. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise came from beside him, and Jiang Yunhan immediately tightened all his strength. His hand grasped a massive arm. Das hand, if you don't want to harm everyone. Calm down, Jiang Yunhan reminded quietly, his arm trembling. Dashan was forcefully held back and turned to take a look. In the end, he chose not to struggle anymore. He didn't want to endanger everyone because of his impulsiveness. The commotion below also caught the attention of several families in the capital. Old Master Yang, keenly perceptive, stared at Dashan for a while before slowly retracting his gaze. He snorted meaningfully, then continued. Old Li, I am very satisfied with this gift. Ha ha ha. The cheerful atmosphere made Jiang Yunhan's palms sweat. A slender arm wrapped around Jiang Yunhan, calming him down a bit. Brother, will Chen Xiao come? Jiang Chug's Yu wore an elegant floral dress today. The delicate and vivid flower patterns highlighted her gentle and fresh demeanor. The light skirt was simple yet exquisite. Ethereal like a fairy. Jiang Yunhan shook his head. I don't know. I don't even know if I should hope he comes. The little monk, wearing a baseball cap pulled down tightly, hid his expression from everyone. His tone was straightforward as always. I hope Chen Xiao comes. He should just go up and snatch it publicly. Jiang Yunhan quickly picked him up, covered his mouth, and gestured for silence. Boom. Suddenly, a bell rang. The attention of everyone in the room once again focused on the stage. They knew the auspicious hour had arrived, and the two newlyweds were about to appear. Kai and Shiru are coming out. Quickly push that unlucky thing aside. Old Master Yang commanded joyfully, directing family members to move Chun Chongqing to the side of the stage. The bride and groom were coming. I heard the Tang family girl is stunning. We can finally see her today? Of course, she is the top beauty of Jiangbei Art University. Do you think I'm joking? Look, they're coming. As the crowd below cheered, two newcomers finally walked out slowly from behind the stage. Tang Shiru, Yang Kai. Today, Yang Kai appeared in a sharp red traditional outfit. A red jacket paired with black trousers, adorned with a dragon and phoenix jade pendant on his chest. Unlike his usual playboy demeanor, he looked very serious. And Tang Shiru instantly captured everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. Because she was simply breathtaking today. She was draped in a dazzling red wedding dress. The ruby-like intense and deep color perfectly highlighting her unparalleled elegance and endless charm. The ultimate beauty made the world pale in comparison. Time seemed to stand still. Countless men in the audience felt their mouths go dry. Old Master Yang was very happy, looking up and down at Tang Shiru, then walked to the stage. Welcome, distinguished guests. In this apocalypse, to disregard danger and come to my Yang family fortress, Old Master Yang. Suddenly, a voice broke through from the high platform. It was Tang Shiru. Old Master Yang was interrupted and was quite displeased. What is it, Shiru? I'm currently presiding over your wedding with Kair. Tang Shiru glanced at Chen Chongqing, who was struggling in a cage to one side. Finally, she mustered up her courage. I hope you will let him go. She had heard everything behind the stage. The person in the cage was Chen Xiao's last relative. Chen Xiao had already died because of her. She didn't want to see Chen Xiao's last relative die as well. Tang Xiangwei rushed out from behind, grabbing Tang Shiru's arm and trying to pull her back. Old Master Yang reprimanded. In-laws, from now on, Shiru is one of our Yang family members. Do you still want to make a move? Tang Xiangwei awkwardly let go. Shiru is not sensible. Old Master Yang waved his hand, subtly glancing at Tang Shiru's delicate chest, and coughed. Forget it, on this joyous day. Let's listen to Shiru. A glimmer flashed in Tang Shiru's eyes as she quickly ran to the cage, asking the family for the key. She untied Chen Chongqing and removed his gag. Miss, do you know my Chen Xiao? Chen Chongqing asked weakly, tugging at Tang Shiru's sleeve. Tang Shiru nodded. I know. We are very good friends. A hint of a smile appeared on Chen Chongqing's face. Then where is he? Is he safe? After the apocalypse. The phone signal was cut off, and he had been looking for him everywhere, fearing he would be bullied. Tang Shiru didn't expect that this man, who was still not safe himself, was thinking of Chen Xiao. For a moment, she felt a bit envious of Chen Xiao. He said he was an orphan, but in reality, he wasn't that pessimistic, as there were always people who cared about him. Chen Xiao he. Just as Tang Shiru was preparing to evade and give Chen Chongqing a glimmer of hope, Tang Xiangwei walked over. He is dead. Chen Chongqing's eyes widened. What did you say? Originally weak, he instantly stood up and walked out of the giant black cage. His body trembled, swallowing hard, stuttering. Shower he. He is dead. He turned his head to look at Tang Shiru, who had already lowered her head in shame. In that moment, he was certain. His adopted son, Chen Xiao, was dead. Chapter 66. Kunlun direct lineage humph. He brought this upon himself, insisting on opposing my Tang family. His death is not a pity. Tang Xiangwei sneered coldly, showing no regard for Chen Chongqing's presence, continuously mocking him. Upon hearing this, Chen Chongqing's heart was filled with mixed emotions of grief and anger. And his eyes turned red with hot tears that could not stop rolling down. His heart felt like it was being cut by knives. and he rushed towards Tang Xianghui without regard for everything. You return my shower. I want revenge for him. You error. On this joyous day, don't let blood spill. Old Master Yang's voice fell, and a black figure suddenly rushed out. Lu Yu made his move. He was one of the thugs supported by the Yang family, ranked 37th. Possessing SS-level talent, scarab armor. His strength could dominate in small places. What is going on? The Yang family is making a move. The man who was treated as a gift is now going to suffer on the spot. From his words, it seems he wants revenge? Humph, who knows? Daring to seek revenge against the Yang family is truly seeking death. The crowd below did not expect the wedding day to turn out like this and began to discuss the situation on stage. Boom. The next moment, as Lu Yu's scarab armor was about to reach Chen Xiao, it was as if time suddenly froze. His armored fist abruptly halted, frozen 5 meters away from Chen Xiao. Blocking Lu Yu was a pale hand in midair, silent yet powerful. This hand was as white as jade, slender and small, exuding a faint mysterious power from its palm. The owner of this hand surprised everyone. A little monk, whose child is lost. This kid is too bold. Does he know what kind of occasion this is? Wait. Why do I feel like he just blocked a powerful member of the Yang family? That's right. His small hand is even glowing. Finally, everyone lost their composure. What kind of strange child is this, able to block a powerful figure from the top 3 families? Lu Yu didn't expect a little kid would dare to stop him, and he was furious. Lu Yu's face turned sinister, once again summoning several black fangs from his hand with his talent. He launched a fierce attack. Bang! This strike felt like a mountain pressing down, but it only forced the little monk back half a step. Shaolin soft fist. How could this be? Without giving Lu Yu any chance to react, the little monk flipped his palm and executed a seemingly soft rising dragon fist, directly sending Lu Yu flying several meters away. Lu Yu was about to speak when a hand landed on his shoulder. It was Li Yunkai. You are no match for him. Let me handle this. Li Yunkai spoke lightly, dressed in a manner that resembled a king, coldly staring at the little monk. Blue arcs of light began to slowly rise around him. Together, from the Yang family, another young man hidden in the shadows stepped out, wearing a black hoodie that obscured his face in darkness. One-eyed, you've joined the Yang family. Li Yunkai recognized the newcomer, who was the 10th ranked in the capital's battle power, One-eyed. With the SSS-level talent, Mysterious Rooster Power. With these two making a move, all thieves will have no place to bury their bones. Quickly resolve this. Don't let it affect the auspicious time. The old masters of the Yang and Li families simultaneously ordered, as they did not allow any loss of face for the top 3 families in the capital. Bang! The two acted without hesitation, knowing the little monk was not simple. On this joyous day, they had to act quickly to maintain the dignity of the top 3 families. Boom! In an instant, a colossal shadow appeared, like a small mountain, directly standing beside the little monk. It firmly blocked the terrifying attack. Deshawn, your timing is just right. The little monk elegantly patted off the dust on his clothes. Beside him was Deshawn. Humph, Yinbai, it's up to you. Seeing that things were going awry, old Master Zhang quietly ordered Zhang's Yinbai to take action. Zhang Yinbai still looked scruffy, but his movements were incredibly swift. Together, Lu Yu, One-eyed, Li Yunkai, and Zhang Yinbai instantly erupted, each moving with terrifying speed. Die, bang, boom. Almost in an instant, overwhelming battle power directly gathered, sweeping away as if it could tear everything apart. At the critical moment, something changed on the stage. Green lights transformed into tough turtle shells, directly enveloping the little monk and Deshawn. Jiang Yunhan slowly stepped out, looking somewhat helpless. How did things develop into this? His SSS level, mysterious turtle vitality, had already been further developed. His strength had also made a qualitative leap. This was also his reliance on daring to come to the Yang family. No matter how many thieves there are, so what? They don't even consider where this is. They dare to act recklessly. Old Master Yang was somewhat angry. How could so many unexpected events arise on this joyous day, with so many people watching below? He was feeling a bit embarrassed. He waved his hand in frustration. Suddenly, 5 or 6 people sprang out from behind. Upon closer inspection, they were all powerful figures on the list. Tang Shiru saw Deshawn and Jiang Yunhan and naturally knew why they appeared here. Her eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up. She tried hard to appear resolute. Why are you here? This is the capital. This is the Yang family. Are you all crazy? Who told you to come save me? Just then, Jiang Chugs, you also mustered her courage to step onto the stage, looking at Tang Shiru with infinite reluctance. Chugs you. Jiang Chugs you. Get lost, get lost. Please, hurry and go. Tang Shiru, surrounded by the formidable Yang family, could no longer hold back her tears, which fell like pearls from a broken string. She had always regarded Chu Shui as her younger sister. She could not bear to see Chu Shui in danger. Sister Tang, we're here to save you. The little monk and brother Dashan are very strong, and my brother is even stronger. Jiang chugs, you bit her lip, her eyes slightly red. But she still encouraged Tang Shiru. You are all Xiao's friends. Chen Chongqing looked at the children standing in front of him, feeling a wave of emotion. If Xiao's were here, he would be so happy. Uncle Chen, we are very good friends with Chen Xiao. Today, we will definitely take you out. Jiang Yunhan said firmly, with a gentle tone. Humph, daring to cause trouble at my Yang family. Be prepared to have your bones scattered. Kill these 4. 10 seconds. Finish them. Zhang Yinbei, the highest ranked on the board, subtly became the leader of the team. He wanted a quick resolution, not allowing things to drag on. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out first. He aimed to deal with that tricky little monk. However, in the air, a green light enveloped him unexpectedly, catching him off guard. Humph. Zhang Yinbei's body radiated magic power, changing his target directly towards Jiang Yunhan. Xian Gui Vitality, Vibrant Life. The two SSS-level talents collided directly. Waves of green light intertwined, and the terrifying airflow sent tables near the stage flying. Buzz. Jiang Yunhan was the first to be sent flying. A streak of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth, but with a flash of green light from Xian Gui Vitality, he was once again filled with fighting spirit. Zhang Yinbei was not doing well either. During the previous clash, half of his body was hit by the opponent's magic, almost causing his skeleton to fall apart. But under Vibrant Life, it had no effect at all. These two are both masters of prolonged battles. Unless it's a one-hit kill, they can instantly heal their injuries. On the side of the little monk and Dashan, although they were retreating step by step, they were not facing a deadly threat. Occasionally getting injured, green light would flash. So they were becoming braver with each battle. What is going on? This group is challenging the top 3 families. But is this even comparable? It's the apocalypse. There are more crazy people. That person from the Zhang family, he is Zhang Yinbei, renowned in the capital, ranked 3rd in combat power. I wonder how the top 3 families will handle this. They are in for a tough time. The spectators below were happy to see such a scene. After all, watching the show is never too much trouble. On the stage, old Master Yang saw things escalating and felt it was getting out of hand. It was not appropriate to act violently on a joyous occasion, so he awkwardly looked to the side. Commander Yuan, I wonder if you could. Sigh, never mind. Tai Xian, you take action. In an instant, a majestic aura surged upwards, soaring into the sky. Following that, a slender figure slowly walked out from behind the Yang family. It was a young man, dressed in a long green robe, with a sword at his waist, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze deep like a bottomless black hole. Like a human machine, Li Taixian, Li Yunkai and Zhang Yinbei's faces changed drastically, losing their earlier composure, nearly jumping in fright. The number 1 in combat power ranking in the capital, a military enhancer, direct descendant of Kunlun, Li Taixian. Chapter 67. The invincible Li Taixian, he actually came, and had been hiding in the team all along. He is Li Taixian. According to legend, he once killed 1,000 monsters with a single sword. Now that you mention it, I remember, a week ago, the capital was attacked, with tens of thousands of new humans gathering, almost breaking through the city. This is the capital. At that time, a sword light soared into the sky, directly flattening one side of the city wall. The inheritance of ancient martial arts is incredible. Many people in the audience recognized Li Taixian, feeling extremely excited. This person, in their hearts, was like a transcendent cultivator, unparalleled. Old Yang, what else are you hiding? Old Master Li looked at the Yang family team in disbelief, having some bad guesses in his heart. Even Li Taixian has come to support the Yang family. Could it be that the Yang family has already teamed up with the military? This is bad news. The balance of the top 3 families is likely to be broken. Old Li, Commander Yuan only came to congratulate on the wedding of Kair, just to lend a hand. Old Master Yang chuckled. Oh, with a guest of this caliber. You didn't even notify me. Old Master Zhang nodded. In his heart, he was already in turmoil. Commander Yuan. That is the highest authority of the military district in the capital. The real power holder. He actually came too. Old Li, Old Yang, no need to be nervous. Our military district's attitude towards the top 3 families is completely consistent. We will definitely not be biased. Commander Yuan also slowly stepped out, chuckling. He was a man dressed in a brown Zhongshan suit, with a square face and thick eyebrows like swords, his eyes firm and powerful, revealing the resilience honed by time. His words relieved the Zhang and Li families. Taixian, take action. Yes. Following Commander Yuan's words, Li Taixian stepped to the front of the stage and slowly drew a white jade sword. His expression was cold, seemingly indifferent to everyone's life or death. Kunlun's sword, slay the dragon. As the white jade sword swept through the air, he directly turned around to sheath the sword, not even looking back. Commander Yuan nodded, revealing a satisfied smile. However, the others present were confused. He hadn't made a move, had he? Just a swipe at the air? Nothing happened. What are you nodding for? Buzz. But in the next moment, a terrifying sword aura erupted from the ground. That seemingly light swipe of the sword had transformed into a shocking sword energy, like the dawn breaking, tearing apart the originally tranquil sky. That terrifying sword intent turned into a dazzling long rainbow, wild and fierce, as if it wanted to destroy all things in heaven and earth. It charged straight towards Jiang Chugzhu and the others. Xiangui, vitality, Jiang Yunhan shouted, his entire body instantly enveloped by a vast green energy. The light radiating a terrifying vitality like that of the tree of life. He raised his arms high above his head, his muscles tensed like iron. And the long-accumulated magic power within him burst forth like a mountain flood. The powerful wave of force rapidly expanded from him as the air trembled. Xiangui shield. The strongest defensive form. But the next moment, the shield formed from Xiangui magic power encountered the rampaging sword energy. In the face of that shocking sword energy, it was as fragile as thin paper, instantly turning into powder. Jiang Yunhan was swept away by the unmatched sword wave, flying dozens of meters. Like a kite with a broken string, falling from the stage. As he fell heavily to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering it across the air. A terrifying wound appeared on his chest, almost pierced through by that sword, blood and flesh mangled, making one's heart tremble in fear. With just this one sword, Jiang Yunhan's life and death are uncertain. Brother, Jiang Chugs, you did not expect the situation to change so suddenly. She did not know who Li Taixian was. She only knew that her brother was very strong, top-notch in Jiangbei, and ranked highly on the Sanjiang combat power list. How could this be? Waves of pain and helplessness surged up. She was scared. She was afraid Jiang Yunhan would really die here. She began to regret whether it was right to call her brother here. She picked up Jiang Yunhan, holding back her tears. Brother Jiang Yunhan? All that answered her was the sound of the wind. Jiang Yunhan's palm hung limply, seemingly unable to lift it. Jiang Chugzhu's tears began to flow uncontrollably, hitting Jiang Yunhan's face. She used her trembling little hand to wipe the bloodstains from Jiang Yunhan's face. Please answer me, brother. It was my mistake to call you here. Just say something, brother. I beg you not to leave me. Dashan, the little monk, and Chun Chanqing hurried over and saw Jiang Yunhan lying in Jiang Chugzhu's arms, covered in blood, with a breath so weak it was almost negligible. The three families really couldn't be provoked. Chun Chanqing's tears streamed down his face. He had already lost his adopted son and now had to witness these young people dying one by one. At this time on the stage, a woman walked out angrily from the Yang family's crowd. She was dressed in black leather, tight jeans, and her face looked frighteningly sinister. She walked up to Tang Shiru and viciously grabbed her collar. Tang Shiru naturally recognized this woman. She was Yang's eldest daughter, Yang Yuru. What? You can't bear to see them die? They dared to cause trouble today, so they are already prepared to be fed to the dogs. I tell you, little slut, make sure my father and brother are comfortable tonight, otherwise, all these people will die. I will make you watch as I torture them bit by bit. Tang Shiru helplessly looked at the blood-soaked Jiang Yunhan, and then glanced at the condescending Li Taixian. The stark contrast made her feel no desire to resist. Li Taixian was too strong to the point of being inhuman. This was the fear deep in her heart. The last time she felt this level of fear was from Brother Xiao. Thinking of this, Tang Shiru felt even more depressed. If only Brother Xiao were here. The piercing voice that hurt her heart echoed in her ears again. In the capital, the three families are the law. That little girl is quite pretty and has a good relationship with you. I'll soon use a knife to slice her face into pieces. No. You can't do this. Tang Shiru, who had not responded until now, suddenly panicked. She willingly married into the Yang family just to ensure that Chugzhu and the others would be safe. What are you to dictate to me? Today, I not only want to ruin her looks, but I also want her to serve my Yang family, to help my Yang family grow. Once my Yang family is done with her, I will send her to the refugees in the capital, so they can find joy in the apocalypse. Ha. Chapter 68. Let it be destroyed. The sharp laughter pierced through the crowd, making everyone shiver. Unexpectedly, after Yang Yuru finished speaking, Jiang Yunhan's fingers actually moved. Brother. Jiang Chugzhu wiped the tears from her face. The little monk was puzzled. I never expected that a single word could bring someone back to life. We must thank that benefactor. Then, Jiang Yunhan gradually opened his eyes and coughed twice. Although his breath was still weak, there was already some vitality, and the innate green light was continuously repairing his body. Who the hell dares to touch my sister? Cough, cough. He struggled to kneel on the ground, and then slowly stood up, the blood from his chest flowing onto the ground, forming a pool of blood. To touch her, you must step over my dead body. He opened his arms, blocking everyone, protecting Jiang Chug's behind him, leaving only a backlit silhouette for the crowd behind. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed loudly, his figure still swaying. I, Jiang Yunhan, only have this one sister. I've said it. Whoever dares to bully my sister, I will not let him go even in death. Chugs you, in the future, you must find a boyfriend who loves you, so he can take care of you and not let you suffer. Your brother, cough cough, has done his part today. Dashan, little monk, take Chugs you as far away as possible. I want to fight 10 of them. Jiang Yunhan roared, and with sheer willpower, he unleashed his magic to the point of a rampage, the green light soaring into the sky. He charged madly toward Li Taixian. This was the power of living toward death. Brother, Jiang Chugs, you looked at the towering figure ahead and couldn't help but cry out, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother. That silhouette moved forward without hesitation, never looking back again. He was the brother who loved her most in the world. Dashan pulled Jiang Chug's arm, and the little monk grabbed Chen Shanking's arm. They both pulled back at the same time. This was the time Jiang Yunhan bought with his life. Sigh. He is a man, choosing to sacrifice himself to buy time for his sister to escape. Do you really think those people can run away? The 3 families are angry, and the consequences will be severe. In my view, those who dare to cause trouble today are doomed to be buried without a trace. Poor souls. Countless people in the audience were intimidated by Jiang Yunhan's momentum, but that was all. They all knew Li Taixian was unbeatable. Humph. Even a fleeting light dares to speak arrogantly. Old Master Yang looked down on the scene, exchanged glances with Li and Zhang, and they all smiled proudly. Today, with Li Taixian in action, these people will all die. No one can escape. Li Taixian's indifferent expression had not changed from the beginning to the end. He slowly raised the white jade sword, and a vast sword aura surged into the sky, exuding unparalleled might. The sword aura transformed into a divine light descending from the heavens. This was the Kunlun's sword technique. Divine rainbow setting sun. And the endpoint of the setting sun was exactly where Jiang Yunhan, Jiang Chugyu, and the others were. This sword would take their lives. Do you see it, Tang Shiru? No one can save you. You should obediently marry into the Yang family and serve my father and brother well. That is your only way out. And those you've involved, their ultimate fate is only death. Yang Yuru scoffed and released her grip on Tang Shiru's collar. Tang Shiru weakly slumped down, her eyes hollow. Everything she had was about to be destroyed. They were all going to die. Buzz. A loud noise erupted, like thunder cracking, deafening. In the next moment, a terrifying blue-green halberd pierced through the air. It came from afar, stabbing fiercely at Li Taixian, like an ancient divine mountain pressing down. It created waves of energy ripples. Boom. In an instant, Li Taixian was sent flying 1,000 meters. In a flash, he was nailed firmly to the city wall. Breathless, he hung his head. In the sky, the once seemingly unstoppable divine rainbow setting sun was also dispersed amidst the shattering of space, until the sword aura dissipated. Crows. Sparrows. No sound. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Everything happened too quickly. The number 1 on the capital's combat power list. A killing machine of the military. The sole inheritor of ancient martial arts. The unparalleled ruthless person, Li Taixian. He is dead, pinned to the wall by a single halberd. Boom, boom, boom. The massive sound, accompanied by the earthquake, caused everyone to look toward the source of the noise. Tang Shiru slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Yunhan stopped in his tracks, spat out another mouthful of blood, and knelt on the ground. You brat. You finally came. Jiang Chug's little mouth opened slightly, her brows filled with emotion, her body trembling a bit. Dashan and the little monk exchanged joyful glances, simultaneously letting out a sigh of relief. Chen Chongqing wiped his tears, nodding excitedly. On the horizon 1,000 meters away, a massive silhouette gradually emerged. It was a terrifying, unparalleled creature slowly walking from afar. As it grew closer, people finally saw its true form. It was actually a mammoth. This colossal creature was covered in thick, long fur, with 2 huge tusks pointing at the sky like swords. Each step it took produced a shocking roar, as if announcing its unmatched power to everyone. And what was most terrifying was the mammoth's trunk raised high, upon which stood a black figure. That person had his hands behind his back, his face stern, like a deity who had walked out of ancient mythology, overlooking all beings. Chen Xiao? Tang Xiangui was the first to exclaim, frightened to take 3 steps back, and fell to the ground. Old Master Yang's pupils shrank sharply, his lips trembling. How could he not be dead? That was a nuclear bomb. Could it be that a nuclear bomb couldn't kill him? If that's the case, then the Yang family is in danger. This person is simply invincible. Yang Kai could no longer maintain his earlier composure, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Looking up at the man in the sky, who resembled a celestial being, he felt a sudden dampness in his pants and collapsed to the ground. Chen Xiao had already become a nightmare for the 3 of them. Old Master Li and Old Master Zhang squinted their eyes, clearly sensing that the arrival was not friendly. Behind them, several hidden experts stepped forward. They were waiting for the man on the elephant to act. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps of the mammoth grew closer, and the man's figure became clearer. Suddenly, a long knife made of water slowly formed in his palm. In the next moment, he moved. He actually leaped down from a height of over 10 meters. In the air, he moved as if walking on solid ground, each step seemingly landing on an invisible staircase. With every step, he treaded upon the ripples of the wind, graceful as a startled swan, moving with the breeze like a celestial being strolling on clouds. It appeared slow, yet was frighteningly fast. Like a surprise attack that shrank the distance, the long knife of water emanated a chilling aura, its tip flashing with a ghostly blue light. As he moved, it sliced through the sky, creating a sharp azure arc. Today, the 3 great families shall be annihilated. Chapter 69, God of Death, Little Thief. Do you really think you are invincible? The authority of the 3 great families is not something you can provoke. The speaker was Lu Yu, who was bolder than usual and held immense respect for the 3 great families. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would never gain their favor. Now, the opportunity to show himself had come. But before he could finish his words, an ominous aura enveloped him. The space around him shattered instantly, turning into terrifying blades. Massacre from all directions. In the next moment, Lu Yu was turned into a pincushion, his body pierced by the fragments of space, reduced to a puddle of mush. Dead beyond recovery. I want to see who you are. Li Yunkai coldly snorted, noticing that the man was not much older than him. Among his peers, he had never encountered an opponent. Carp transforms into dragon. With magic rising, Li Yunkai was about to step forward when he was firmly stopped by Old Master Li. Yunkai, do not act impulsively. Observe the changes. Observe your ass. A cold voice echoed, and Li Yunkai felt as if death was staring at him. An irresistible fear blossomed from the depths of his heart, making his movements sluggish. Then, another azure divine spear shot down from the sky. Like a meteor streaking across the horizon, it shone with blinding cold light, the pressure instantly enveloping him, piercing straight towards Li Yunkai. Zikai, save my grandson. Old Master Li shouted in horror. Behind him, the hidden expert from the battle rankings, Jun Zikai, made his move. 5th on the capital's battle rankings. SSS grade talent, majestic bear stance, invincible defense. Bang! The azure divine spear was unstoppable. In an instant, it pierced through both Li Yunkai and Jun Zikai, forcefully nailing them backward. Boom! Dust settled. The figures of Li Yunkai and Jun Zikai emerged, shockingly nailed beside Li Taiyuan. One after another. My grandson. My grandson. Old Master Li was heartbroken. Looking at the 2 imposing azure spears on the city wall 1,000 meters away, he could hardly imagine that such a terrifying person existed in this world. He was 1,000,000,000 times more horrifying than those monsters. How could this be possible? That was Li family's young master. 5th and 6th on the battle rankings. Killed without a doubt by a single spear. Who on earth is that man? Countless thoughts flooded people's minds. They had never anticipated that things would develop this way. This was the grand wedding of the Yang family. Chen Xiao? Old Master Zhang murmured, hiding behind Zhang Yinbei, believing that Zhang Yinbei could protect him. Even if it came down to it, the Zhang family had never wronged Chen Xiao. The one who stole your girlfriend was from the Yang family. The one who bombed you was from the Tang family, and the one who treated Chen Chongqing as a congratulatory gift was from the Li family. Our Zhang family had not offended this god of death, but he did not realize that Chen Xiao's grudge was not limited to this lifetime. In the previous life, the Zhang family had participated in plotting against him. Therefore, in this life, the Zhang family must also be annihilated. How did this kid become so powerful? Jiang Yunhan lay in Jiang Chug's arms, watching the changes around. Even he felt it was against the heavens. In just a week, he had evolved so quickly. Li Taiyuan's sword had almost killed him. Even someone as strong as Li Taiyuan could not withstand a single blow from him. The little monk sighed. The suffering of the world. I have the heart but lack the strength. I can only rely on Chen Xiao. Dasen patted Chen Changqing's shoulder. Uncle, our Xiao Gu is impressive. Chen Changqing's eyes were filled with tears, nodding. I know. Fire coverage, Old Master Li shouted, seeing that Old Yang was already terrified and taking over the command. But Old Master Yang shook his head. It's all over. He has no weaknesses. This time, he can even fly. Old Master Li gritted his teeth, his heart bleeding. His grandson was dead, Jun Zikai was dead, and he had no cards left to play. Old Master Li took a deep breath. Li Yuchen, make your move. This was his last trump card, the highest piece hidden away by the Li family. His combat power had never been ranked, but only he knew that this child was not weaker than Li Taiyuan. If Li Taiyuan was the supreme sword of the capital, then Li Yuchen was the supreme shield of the capital. That man could kill Li Taiyuan in one blow. But it didn't mean he could defeat the strongest defensive shield. But he never expected that today would reveal him. Uft, uft, uft. In the next moment, Li Yuchen's face turned to horror. The space around him shattered inch by inch, transforming into countless sharp divine sword phantoms, a fierce aura enveloping the surroundings. All things returned to water. Massacre from all directions die? A chilling voice, as if the Grim Reaper had declared it, echoed. Radiant light poured down like a heavenly curtain, shaking the entire world at that moment. Li Yuchen's figure was instantly engulfed, torn apart. How could this be possible? Yuchen, you are the strongest defense. Get up quickly. Old Master Li's hands began to tremble. He panicked. He was truly afraid. That guy could kill Li Yuchen in an instant. Who could stop him now? At this moment, Chen Xiao had killed 4 people, his steps leisurely, like a true celestial descending. Beneath him were the masses on the stage. You are my person, right, Li Shangyan? Chen Xiao stared fixedly at Old Master Li, causing his face to change drastically. How does he know my name? Chen Xiao, we have no grievances or grudges. Before he could finish his words, Chen Xiao suddenly vanished. A living person, without a trace. In the next second, a terrifying fist shadow slowly emerged before Old Master Li. He didn't even have time to scream before Chen Xiao smashed his fist into him. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The head of the Li family, Li Shangyan, dead. What the hell? It should be him, the unparalleled ruthless man. Old Master Li was killed by a single punch. That was Old Master Li, who had been a prominent figure in the capital for 30 years. He was going to be at odds with the 3 great families. Who exactly is he? Not only strong, but also so handsome. Stop being infatuated. This person's strength is too abnormal. The crowd that had come to watch the excitement was no longer calm. They gradually realized that something was wrong. This god of death kills whoever he sees. After killing Li Shangyan, when Chen Xiao's figure reappeared, he was already in the air. Cold and brutal. If it weren't for the blood dripping from his hands, his indifferent expression wouldn't seem like that of someone who had just killed so many. On the stage, the numerous celebrities who were originally imposing and full of spirit began to retreat in fear. But at this moment, they could not afford to retreat. Old Master Li was dead, and the situation in the capital would inevitably change. They had no choice but to fight. Together. They couldn't give him a chance to catch his breath. In the crowd, a brown figure emerged, his aura extremely faint, as if he was skilled in disguise. If he didn't actively reveal himself, no one would notice that there was actually a master among them. He was the 9th on the capital's battle power ranking. Wang Xiaoyang, SSS level talent, frog kill. A level talent, concealment. The true king of assassination in the capital. In the next moment, he suddenly vanished, just like Chen Xiao. Chapter 70. Violent crush around him were more than a dozen powerful figures on the ranking list. They were hidden strongmen recruited by the top 3 families. At a critical moment, they possessed the power to sweep through an entire city. Everyone revealed their trump cards, vowing to eliminate Chen Xiao. They had only one chance. Waves of energy surged upwards, rolling higher and higher. Those who had come to congratulate were retreating one after another. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly take on 10 at once, right? Those were all familiar faces. In such a scene, they could only hope not to be caught in the crossfire. Everyone quickly dove under the tables. These people were monsters. The 9th, 10th, and 13th on the battle power ranking. There were a total of 14 powerful individuals. This force could easily flatten any city at that moment. Mindless slaughter. Today, they were actually going to target one person together. Die. In an instant. A terrifying sharp blade appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. With a sharpness that could pierce everything. A bone-chilling cold swept toward Chen Xiao. But Chen Xiao didn't move at all, still wearing a calm and light smile. Buzz. With a deep and powerful tremor. Just as the sharp tip was about to touch Chen Xiao's body, the space around him suddenly rippled with waves like water. It instantly neutralized that terrifying sharpness. What kind of monster are you? Wang Xiaoyang was taken aback. His frog kill and concealment combined made him almost invincible in assassination. He had never been so easily countered before. That monster hadn't even moved. Wang Sheyang's heart raced, a sense of unprecedented life-and-death crisis making him nearly suffocate. The instinct to survive urged him to escape immediately, but the waves wouldn't allow it. They transformed into an invisible whirlpool of death, wrapping around Wang Sheyang's calves like a complex and incredibly resilient network of roots, instantly ensnaring him. Then, a powerful pulling force erupted from the whirlpool, fierce and ruthless like a beast tearing into its prey. A chilling tearing sound echoed, and Wang Sheyang's calf was violently ripped from his body by that horrifying strength. Blood and flesh flew, a scene of extreme brutality. Allah! Wang Xiaoyang, who had been concealed, instantly revealed himself, clutching his leg and trembling. Chen Xiao didn't have time to finish him off, as suddenly, more than a dozen terrifying attacks surged around him like a storm. All things water. 8 directions slaughter. Chen Xiao didn't hesitate and activated his team battle weapon. The space around him erupted with tearing sounds as terrifying energy poured out. In an instant, countless blue-green divine lights soared into the sky like dazzling fireworks. Puff puff, puff puff, puff puff. One attack after another shattered in the face of the 8 direction slaughter, turning into nothingness. However, the scattered energy could not completely suppress the onslaught of the divine light fragments, accompanied by piercing sounds of breaking air and tearing flesh. Blood mist surged forth like smoke, instantly dyeing half the sky red. 8 direction slaughter, activated again. Puff puff, puff puff, puff puff. Amidst the continuous explosions, cries of agony and suffering mixed in. The blood that filled the air fell to the ground like raindrops, forming a shocking blood curtain, and none of the attackers survived. And Chen Xiao hadn't even moved a step. This is terrifying. This person didn't even move, and everyone is dead. He is truly a cultivator, not just an awakener. Have I crossed into some fantasy script? Under the table, countless people showed fear, and in their sight, it began to rain blood. Seeing the blood fill the sky, Yang Yuyu looked incredulous. Blood mist dotted her cheeks as she shook her head, unable to accept. You are Chen Xiao? That wild man of the Tang family girl? Do you know what you are doing? We are the top 3 families, the overlords in the apocalypse. Yuyu, enough. Old Master Yang quickly interrupted, feeling truly exhausted. How could he offend this calamity for just one woman? His several younger generations, each more defiant than the last, had provoked this killing god, and now they dared to challenge him. Chen Xiao sneered, walking down the steps like ripples, slowly approaching Tang Shiro. Tang Shiro's tears had long since soaked her beautiful face. At that moment, her lips parted slightly, alluringly seductive. Chen Xiao didn't die? Am I dreaming? Tang Shiro shook her head, doubting her sanity. How could these things happen? The already dead Chen Xiao had come down like a god. I said, I would save you. Now I am here. As he spoke, waves of water surged from his arms, like a heavenly river hanging upside down. In an instant, it transformed into a fierce giant hand. In an instant, it grabbed Yang Yuyu by the neck, pulling her harshly to him and slamming her to the ground. What do you want to do? I am a member of the Yang family. Do you understand the top 3 families? You can't touch me. Since childhood, she had been proud and arrogant, and she would never learn to bow her head. What Chen Xiao wanted to do was to teach her to bow and be a person first. Then, a long water knife slowly appeared in the palm of Chen Xiao's hand. Do you dare to treat me like this? Chapter 71. Purgatory. A few seconds later, under the torment of the long needle, Yang Yu was already like a fountain, blood spurting out from all over her body. You killed me. You killed me. I beg you, I beg you. I just want to die. I just want to die. Hearing her melodious pleas for mercy, Chen Xiao smiled faintly. Shiro, save me. Don't you remember how good I was to you? Save me just once. A few days ago, I even gave you a piece of pork. Have you forgotten? Please save me just once, I beg you. Tang Shiro didn't expect that the desire to survive before death could be so intense, leading her to speak without thinking. She had nothing to do with the word good, and that piece of pork was rotten and smelly, completely insulting herself. Moreover, this woman was always brainwashing herself on how to serve those beasts in the Yang family. If it weren't for Tang Xiangwei fearing that the Yang family wouldn't recognize him and imprisoning her, her innocence would have been destroyed. Chen Xiao found it a bit noisy. The water knife slowly materialized in his hand. Noisy. With a few swift slashes, he directly dismembered Yang Yi. The flying juices splattered onto the groom Yang Kai, who was sitting paralyzed beside him. Brother Chen Xiao, I know I am not worthy of Shiro. I was also coerced by my father. Yang Kai changed from sitting to kneeling, his face tense, sweat pouring down. Old Master Yang, hearing this, widened his eyes. You brat. If it weren't for you insisting on going to Jiangnan, would there be so many problems? Yang Kai glared at Old Master Yang, his heart bleeding. He just wanted to help the Yang family survive and leave a legacy. What was his fault? Chen Xiao, it's all Tang Xiangwe's fault. He used the Tang family girl to seduce us. Bang. In the next moment, old Master Yang was blasted dozens of meters away, crashing into a pillar under the stage. Blood gushed out. Chen Xiao controlled his strength well. He didn't want him to die so easily. Yang family must suffer a fate worse than death. Chen Xiao walked up to Yang Kai. The long knife of water appeared in his hand, his expression cold. Xiao Gu, let's talk nicely. I'll give you anything. I haven't even held Shire's little hand. Just for you, Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu, calm down. With this knife, Yang Kai's left arm was chopped off. Blood splattering everywhere. Xiao Gu, spare me. With this knife, Yang Kai's right arm was severed, becoming armless. Chen Xiao, I damn it. Bang. Under the two strikes, Yang Kai instantly lost both arms and legs, blood flowing as he weakly squirmed on the ground. This time, he no longer begged for mercy, but wanted to provoke Chen Xiao. But he was still disappointed. Chen Xiao kicked him into the steel plate, controlling the force just enough to leave him a breath. Yang Kai wanted to die? Now he just wanted to die, but he could do nothing. After turning Yang Kai into a human stick, Chen Xiao dragged him slowly towards the twitching old man Yang. Yang Kai's blood flowed on the ground, forming a blood path. At this moment, even after experiencing countless storms, the old man Yang could not remain calm. Witnessing his son's tragic state, he took a deep breath. Chen Xiao, think about it. If my Yang family assists you with your strength in this apocalypse, you would be king. With my Yang family's connections in the military, they wouldn't restrict you. You would be king. Chen Xiao's expression never changed. After destroying the three upper families, no one can control me. I am still king. The palm slowly condensed into a blue-green divine spear made of all things water. He hung Yang Kai up and threw a meaningful and cold smile at old man Yang. Then he suddenly swung his arm, instantly unleashing astonishing power. That blue-green divine spear carried the force of thunder, wrapping around Yang Kai and flying rapidly towards the city wall. Like a lightning bolt cutting through the clear sky, unstoppable. Boom. The two were shot away like cannonballs, piercing through and pinning them to the top of the watchtower. The top of the tower mockingly hung a yellow flag, prominently embroidered with the character Yang. For 10 miles around, this magnificent spectacle could be seen. The Yang father and son had not died, but it was no different from being dead, because if they struggled free, they would fall to their deaths. If they didn't struggle, they would starve to death or die from excessive bleeding. This was a cruel torture. After dealing with the Yang father and son, Chen Xiao turned his head. He looked towards the direction of the Zhang family. Old man Zhang suddenly shivered. Chen Xiao? My Zhang family has never done anything wrong to you. I hope you can uphold kindness and virtue. A blue nail instantly exploded, directly severing old man Zhang's arm. Zhang Yinbei wanted to stop it, but couldn't. The speed was too fast. It hurts. Chen Xiao, my mistake was in accepting that old guy's invitation. No, you haven't recognized your mistake. Who would have thought? Chen Xiao actually shook his head, coldly smiling. Once, there was a talent level A fool. You ordered people to hunt him down indiscriminately. Do you remember? Old man Zhang quickly shook his head. Chen Xiao, don't joke. How could I remember something like that? Who was that person? I will definitely help you find him. I promise. Level A? Old man Zhang certainly wouldn't remember. The Zhang family had killed at least 800 level A individuals. Who knows which one he was referring to? Chen Xiao laughed heartily, suddenly smiling brightly. When his smile faded, he abruptly disappeared from everyone's sight, completely vanished. In the next moment, his figure flickered in front of Zhang Yinbei. Yinbei, save me. Iron armor, vibrant life. The twin-born talents instantly enveloped him. This was his strongest defense. You won't get past me. Zhang Yinbei's words were not finished when a fair hand was brutally pressed against his forehead. Bang! In an instant, he felt his consciousness blur. The back of his head shattered. He was directly defenselessly broken through, half of his skull dangling through the shattered floor. Yinbei. Old man Zhang never expected that the invincible Yinbei would be killed in one encounter. Chen Xiao, you can't kill me. Commander Yuan, save me. After old man Zhang finished speaking, a figure slowly walked out behind him. It was a middle-aged man with a square face, his expression resolute, extending his palm. Hello. Chen Xiao, I am Yuan Xingzheng, the third execution officer of the Beijing military district. Chen Xiao remained expressionless, not extending his hand, but coldly said, You want to protect him? Yuan Xingzheng shook his head. Of course not. My relationship with him is far from enough to sacrifice myself to protect him. Then get lost. 3 words, offering no courtesy. A flicker of cold light flashed in Yuan Xingzheng's eyes, somewhat displeased. As the third execution officer of the Beijing military district, even when going to the 3 upper families, he would treat them with the highest courtesy. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this kid in front of him wouldn't even have the qualifications to meet him. He snorted coldly and was about to walk past Chen Xiao. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. Because his perspective gradually fell, he even saw his own upright body. But there was no head. Yuan Qingzhong, until his death, couldn't understand. He hadn't provoked him at all. Why had he become so murderous? The long knife of water transformed into a puddle, scattered all over the ground. Chen Xiao still had that cold demeanor. You killed Commander Yuan. Chen Xiao, you really have the guts. Old man Zhang was shocked, shaking his head continuously. Even Yuan Qingzhong was killed by him. What else would he fear? Below, chaos had already ensued. Commander Yuan was just killed like that? This killing god must have gotten into big trouble. The three upper families of the Beijing military district were backing him up. Today, to see so many prominent figures die. Truly exhilarating. But this shouldn't be said. Countless people murmured, some doubting whether they were dreaming. Chen Xiao, however, was completely unconcerned. Yuan Qingzhen's face dared to show displeasure, which was enough to make Chen Xiao murderous. This was called eliminating future troubles. After killing Yuan Qingzhong, Chen Xiao raised the long knife of water again, taking 3 steps to the side of old man Zhang. His speed was astonishing. He lowered his head, coldly smiling, using a voice only the two could hear. Zhang Haoli. The level A I mentioned is me. Chapter 72. Make the cut what? Zhang Haoli's pupils shook. Countless brain cells began to operate frantically. But he had no time to think, because the long knife of water had already pierced through his heart without him knowing when. From then on, the 3 family heads of the 3 upper families in Beijing were all killed. Chen Xiao, I was wrong. Chen Xiao, I will never interfere with your matters with Shire again. A familiar voice came, no longer arrogant, only humble. Tang Xiangwei knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head, burying it underground. Chen Xiao coldly laughed. Tang Xiangwei, at this point, do you think I would let you go? Tang Xiangwei buried his head even lower. No one could notice his sinister and vicious expression. Chen Xiao, I am still Tang. Tang Xiangwei was instantly struck by a blue glowing nail, slicing off half of his face. Blood splattered everywhere. Tang Shire, and you have nothing to do with each other, understand? Chen Xiao coldly looked at Tang Xiangwei, as if looking at a corpse. Allah! Tang Xiangwei painfully held his half-mangled face, wailing, Shire, save me. I am your grandfather. Tang Shire's expression was cold, her pretty face lined with disdain. You dare ask me to plead for you? My father was starved to death in the basement by you. Tang Xiangwei, you are nothing but a complete beast. As Tang Shire's words fell, Tang Xiangwei knew he was completely finished. Die for me. He unexpectedly pulled a dagger from his inner pocket and desperately lunged at Tang Shiro. A fight to the death. This was his last chance, taking Tang Shiro as a hostage. A glimmer of hope. The B-level talent, Fish Scale, manifested, boosting his strength by another 10%. A flash of blue light cut through the sky. Tang Xiangwei stopped in his tracks. His upper and lower body had already separated. A massive amount of blood gushed out, splattering all over the high platform, complementing the red wedding stage beautifully. Tang Xiangwei was dead. But was that all? This was not Chen Xiao's style. He had said before that today, he would completely annihilate the 3 upper families. At this moment, Jiang Yunhan, supported by others, walked over. Chen Xiao, you shouldn't be impulsive. Yuan Qingzhong is not that simple. You don't think the military will just stand by while I wipe out the 3 upper families, do you? Chen Xiao smiled and retorted. The military has close ties with the 3 upper families. Offending one means offending all 3. Chen Xiao would not give Yuan Qingzhong a chance to call for help. That's true, but right now Jiang Yunhan said helplessly. He was somewhat unclear about Chen Xiao's intentions. Chen Xiao slowly helped Tang Shiru to her feet, took her delicate little hand, and walked to everyone. Take good care of Shiru, I'll be back soon. Tang Shiru was somewhat puzzled. What are you going to do? Annihilate the 3 upper families. With this one sentence, the entire venue was stunned. What the hell did I just hear? Killing the heads of the 3 families is not enough. This ruthless person wants to wipe out their entire nest. This was beyond describing him as ruthless. This was a peerless evil. The crowd below was stuck in an awkward position, unable to leave or stay, all of them awkwardly standing under the table. Chen Xiao had no time to pay them any mind, turning to meet Chen Changqing's concerned gaze. Uncle, I'm sorry to worry you. Chen Changqing shook his head. Shower. I really didn't expect that after the apocalypse, you could survive like this. Your second brother must be very comforted down there. Chen Xiao simply patted Chen Changqing's shoulder and handed him over to Dasan. Protect my uncle well. Dasan scratched his head. Don't worry, Xiaogo. This time I'll complete the mission no matter what. Chen Xiao smiled again and looked at Jiang Chugzhu. Today, Jiang Chugxiu, having heard that Chen Xiao would come, had specially worn a beautiful floral dress, looking pure and immaculate. However, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit strange. Tang Shiru and Jiang Chugxiu held hands, casting gentle gazes towards Chen Xiao. Xiao Ge, I haven't suffered any grievances. The three upper families. Tang Shiru didn't want to see Chen Xiao continue to take risks. Chen Xiao waved his hand. It has nothing to do with you. It's my personal grudge. After saying that, Chen Xiao stepped into the void and walked towards the Yang family fortress, like an immortal. Following the principle of proximity, he decided to eliminate the Yang family first. After saying that, Chen Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving countless people near the wedding platform to look at each other in shock. He couldn't really be planning to wipe them all out, could he? Could it be that he wants to slaughter the entire capital? Even the three upper families have no power to resist. It's all the Yang family's fault for provoking this killing god. Today, the capital is in danger. They could only pray that this person wouldn't unleash his fury upon them. Jiang Yunhan looked towards the Yang family fortress, and a figure flickered on the city wall, appearing and disappearing. It was clear that no one could stop Chen Xiao now. Such means, after the apocalypse, could be considered unique. What on earth has he been through? The little monk clasped his hands. Li Taiyuan is no match for Chen Xiao in one move. I'm afraid this enemy has no one who can restrain him. With every word, the little monk felt fortunate that he chose to follow Chen Xiao, enjoying the good life. In just a week, he had eaten hot pot 9 times. Even the formidable Kunlun Li Taiyuan, after being modified, was nothing more than this, killed by one stab. Tang Shiru held Jiang Chugxiu's hand, tears in her eyes. Chugxiu. Thank you. Sister Tang, it's great that you're okay. Jiang Chugxiu also held back tears. Too much had happened today. She had once thought they were all doomed. Tang Shiru nodded and suddenly spoke. Speaking of which, did you all know that Chen Xiao wasn't dead and just didn't tell me? Jiang Chugxiu's face turned bright red. Jiang Yunhan replied for his sister. I didn't let her say. I didn't expect that Chen Xiao would be so strong a week later. Jiang Chugxiu bit her lip. Sister Tang, I didn't want to deceive you, but the situation at the time forced me. Fortunately, Brother Chen Xiao is so powerful. He can actually take on the three upper families. This is a plot I wouldn't dare to dream of. Brother Chen Xiao? Tang Shiru looked at Jiang Chugxiu with confusion. In her impression, Chugxiu had never looked kindly upon Chen Xiao. Why was she calling him Brother Chen Xiao now? Jiang Chugxiu said it unconsciously, and her face turned even redder. Oh, Sister Tang, there are some things I'll tell you later. It's too inconvenient with so many people right now. Tang Shiru affectionately patted Jiang Chugxiu's little head. All right, I can tell you have many things to hide. We'll talk slowly when we have time. Chapter 73. The Human Slayer. Who are you? Trespassing into the Yang family fortress is a grave offense of exterminating 9 clans in the apocalypse. Do not be foolish. Follow me into Yang family's confinement until old Master Yang returns to deal with you. Seize him. Inside the Yang family fortress, the Yang family members were still unaware that Chen Xiao had already killed all the Yang family's elites. Chen Xiao didn't go back to explain. After all, he had come to flatten the Yang family fortress. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Chen Xiao didn't even use the water-long knife and began to kill in all directions. It was like entering an uninhabited realm. Monster. This is a monster. Quickly go take control of the front line. Enemies have invaded our home. Little Lu just returned from the front line and said, What did you say? He said they're all dead. All dead. What? Boom. A deafening roar shook the heart, as if the earth was collapsing. One side of the Yang family fortress wall was shattered by Chen Xiao. As the shattered stones flew, the broken wall was drenched in fresh red blood, as if the entire castle was swallowed by blood, a sight that was horrifying. We have no grievances or enmities. Why are you? Bang. Before he could finish speaking, this person was crushed to bits by Chen Xiao's bare hands, blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Because I said, all 3 upper families must die. From the family head down to the lowest dog. Chen Xiao's cold statement plunged everyone in the Yang family fortress into a deep hell. What kind of monster is this that can coldly say such words? You are a demon. How could there be such a brutal beast that kills innocents indiscriminately? What has my Yang family done to deserve your wrath? Oh heavens, we are the 3 upper families. How can we? In the bloodshed, the people of the Yang family fortress could not muster any thoughts of resistance. That violent, brutal demon was simply invincible. Every step he took was a killing blow. Every breath he took traversed through blood and flesh. Yang family. Annihilation. As the rivers of blood flowed, the Yang family fortress became increasingly eerie. Everyone saw a black figure emerge from the midst. He was barehanded, covered in blood, like a demon climbing out of hell. with a rumbling roar that sounded like thunder. Deep, thick, and penetrating, it came from a mammoth approaching the Yang family fortress. Its presence was like a terrifying mountain, every step striking at the hearts of the people. Boom, boom, boom. It extended its trunk to bring the figure back to the sky. Then it turned and walked towards the horizon, the ground shaking under the mammoth's steps. As if an earthquake. Their direction, Li family village. He had wiped out the Yang family. Was he going to destroy the Li family next? How much killing intent does this person possess? As everyone discussed, they suddenly discovered there were still survivors in the Yang family fortress. A total of 3. Rushing towards the wedding platform, scared to the point of almost wetting their pants. When they finally reached the front, everyone realized why they were alive. Because these few were the creative meat-eating talents. Fish spirit, dog spirit, horse spirit. That killing god wants to establish a base. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. No matter where it is, I must go and give it a try. This kind of unparalleled fierce person's base must be the safest. No, I have to go notify the Li family. Maybe I can gain some benefits. Suddenly someone had a brilliant idea at such a critical moment. Notifying the Li family might just preserve their legacy, and perhaps they could really gain something from it. You said it well. Notifying the Li family at this time is a good idea. Right? Haha, brother, I'm going now? That person laughed heartily, turned around to look at the agreeing brothers. In an instant, the smile vanished. Jiang Yunhan, why aren't you laughing anymore? In the capital city, the west, Li family's estate. Second master. That person is coming straight for us. I don't know how the Yang family is doing, whether they can send reinforcements back. I have a bad feeling. In the Li family master position, Li Shangming was playing with 2 walnuts, his expression cold. In front of him was the dog ear that had been sent out to gather information not long ago. Suddenly, dog ear lay on the ground. His face changing dramatically. What? There's news saying that old Master Li has been killed. What? Li Shangming was shocked, and then he felt a booming sound. Boom, boom, boom. The members of the Li family looked out the window, anxiously gazing toward the eastern horizon. In the distance, on the horizon, a gigantic mammoth slowly emerged. With each step it took, it grew increasingly magnificent and imposing, bringing an unprecedented sense of oppression. Everyone, prepare for battle. Give me fire suppression. Buzz. Bang, 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 bang. On the trunk of the elephant, shadows shifted. In a daze, it seemed like an immortal was approaching with hands behind his back. All firepower could only turn into ripples. All damage seemed to be swallowed by a black hole. Half an hour later, the Li family, annihilated. Next stop, the Zhang family. Chen Xiao stood proudly atop the elephant's trunk, with a solid support beneath him. The biting cold wind blew, making his blood-stained sleeves flutter. Drops of fresh red blood slid from the tattered cuffs, falling to the ground like rain, refracting dazzling light in the sunlight. At this moment, he was the god of death on earth, and the mammoth beneath him was the summoned creature of his spirit world gate. The things that the spirit world gate could summon were far more than just Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was beyond his expectations. Speaking of which, before the apocalypse, he had devoured at least a dozen types of fossils. If he could summon all of them, then perhaps in the future, there really could be pterosaurs and other ancient beings. In the capital city, the south, Zhang family pool. Late at night, the moonlight was bright as silver, spilling over the quiet earth. At this time, the Zhang family was already on high alert. They had received news half an hour ago that the family master and Yin Bai had both died in battle. Now, no one was left alive on the front line. They brought out all the guns and gathered all the strong fighters, determined to protect the last dignity of the top 3 families. Chapter 74 Moonlight. Young Master, Family Master. The military district has been reported, but I don't know what the result will be. In the Zhang family pool, an old steward fell to the ground. In front of him stood a young man dressed in fine clothes. Zhang Ying. Because the old master of the Zhang family had no sons, he had to adopt an heir, and he was the son adopted by the old master when he was 40. After the apocalypse, the old master unexpectedly brought back a powerful adopted son, Yin Bai. He was also oppressed by this adopted son, unable to lift his head, and was even labeled as the useless young master by outsiders. Meanwhile, the later arrival, Yin Bai, was greatly anticipated by everyone. What a bitter irony. But fortunately, they are all dead now. In the future, the Zhang family belongs to me. The capital city belongs to the top 3 families. Rounded up, the capital city belongs to me. I am no longer that useless young master. I am the current family master. Zhang Ying's heart surged, feeling no sadness over his adoptive father's death. Instead, he was exceptionally excited. This was a godsend opportunity. Very good. The military district will not sit idly by. And I don't know how the Li family is doing. Zhang Ying pondered. He had just taken office when such a thing happened. Truly troublesome. The old steward was somewhat worried. What if the military district doesn't intervene? Zhang Ying sneered coldly. If they don't intervene, I'll kill that person first. Then deal with the military district. As he spoke, he looked toward the dark corner nearby. There, a pure black figure slowly emerged. Don't worry. Whoever dares to step into the Zhang family pool, I guarantee they will die without a doubt. A cold female voice, unabashedly confident, seemed to not regard the incoming person at all. Zhang Ying chuckled. Of course, I believe you. Be woman. Hee. As the voice disappeared, the figure in the darkness seemed to have never appeared. The old steward was sweating profusely. The family master really has means. Boom, boom, boom. But before Zhang Ying could feel smug, that person had already arrived. Through a corner of the city, the mammoth's outline became increasingly clear under the moonlight. Its enormous figure casting a long shadow. Each step it took seemed to be striking the heartbeat of this quiet night. Zhang Ying, accompanied by a dozen core awakened ones, walked out of the city, opening the city gates. You really are strong, brother. Stick with me, and you can choose whatever supplies you want in the capital, and enjoy the women of the capital. As long as you are loyal, I can give you everything you desire. Getting straight to the point. Zhang Ying's first attempt was to win over Chen Xiao. If he could avoid conflict, then he wouldn't. If he could recruit such a terrifying thug, his position as the family master of the Zhang family would be more secure. But what he didn't expect was that the man stood atop the mammoth's trunk. Under the moonlight, looking like a demon emerging from the abyss of the dark night, the bloodstains shimmering with a cold light under the moonlight. His gaze was bloodthirsty, brutal, and indifferent. Borrowing the light of the full moon behind him, a long blue knife emitting a cold light slowly formed in his hand. The next moment, he actually disappeared. What the hell, where did he go? Zhang Ying's face changed instantly, and he shouted inwardly that it was bad. He thought the incoming person was at least human and could communicate. Even if he couldn't be used, there would still be time to buffer and escape. But as soon as they met, he realized how naive he was. Be woman, Zhang Ying shouted, and a shadow instantly darted out behind him. This eased him a bit. Otherwise, he would have really panicked. The man on the trunk of the elephant exerted immense pressure on him. Humph. Chen Xiao snorted coldly, his footsteps ethereal, quickly approaching in a flickering manner. This was the maximum efficiency method he mastered for invisibility, consuming the least amount of stamina. Chen Xiao, you will pay the price for your arrogance. In the darkness, the bee woman extended under the moonlight, leaping into the air. Bang! Chen Xiao struck mercilessly, his punch carrying endless pressure and killing intent, like a meteor. But the bee woman was not an ordinary person. She actually skillfully applied the force release technique. After a series of flips, she returned to her original position. Do you know me? Chen Xiao walked through the air, stepping on lotus flowers, closing in step by step. Although he was somewhat surprised by the woman's use of the force release technique, he didn't care. This was just a crooked way and did not pose a threat to him. Humph, do you remember Wang too? The bee woman hid in the darkness, her voice cold and merciless. Chen Xiao took 3 steps into the city, even skipping Zhang Ying, directly seeking out the bee woman. You are his wife? I am his daughter. The bee woman's voice suddenly trembled, her hatred almost turning tangible. Chen Xiao asked, is he dead? In his memory, in the battle against the Tang family, the beekeeper was not killed. How could there still be someone seeking revenge? The bee woman slowly spoke, her voice deep. My father passed away 3 days after fighting with you. Do you dare say this has nothing to do with you? Chen Xiao shook his head and suddenly smiled. Haha, so there are such things. I was really wrong. Now you know you were wrong. Yes. I should have investigated it clearly at that time and eradicated the roots. The bee woman was furious, stubborn. You don't even know you've stepped into the bee queen's barrier. Yet you dare to speak wildly. Sure enough, as soon as the bee woman finished speaking, invisible shackles appeared out of thin air, instantly wrapping around his body like a net. These shackles gathered from all directions, firmly binding the immense power surging within him. Chen Xiao felt a sudden stagnation in his body, as if he had sunk into a quagmire. A rule-type talent. This was also the first time Chen Xiao faced a rule-type talent. Quite interesting. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. He sensed that these shackles greatly affected him, seemingly deducting strength based on a percentage. Absolute power of rules. Uncontrollable force. At this moment, Chen Xiao summoned his personal panel. Physical strength, exceeding the limit of the first stage, unable to view. Even under the constraints of the rules, his strength was still above standard. The bee woman seemed to think she could kill him with the rules, but it seemed she was overestimating herself. Die! The bee woman roared, and a cold gleam flashed under the moonlight, heading straight for Chen Xiao's head. But the next moment, the bee woman was thrown into disarray, because this terrifying man in front of her actually grabbed her arm and swung her away violently. Bang! The bee woman was instantly flung hundreds of meters away, blood gushing wildly. Chen Xiao hadn't unleashed his full strength in a long time, but under the influence of the bee queen's barrier, he felt the thrill of hitting hard. Of course, even so, he didn't completely let go. He was somewhat interested in the bee woman's talent. Oh no, the family head. The bee woman was also instantly incapacitated in one move. How could this be possible? I know the bee woman's abilities. They have been acknowledged as the strongest talent by ancient martial arts. That man can't possibly be unaffected by the rules, right? Zhang Yin gritted his teeth. Magic Vanguard, go. I don't believe it. If his powerful body can't be affected by the rules, then we'll defeat him with magic. Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, 7 or 8 S-class or higher magic power experts surged out from the Zhang family's pond. Each of them radiated different auras. They were a vanguard team specifically formed against physically strong Awaken ones, natural enemies of physical cultivators. Kid Dai, watch me unleash the 9 heavens thunder with my dual feet. Fire of the earth, shake the heavens. If you challenge the Zhang family, be prepared to be burned to ashes by me. No matter how strong your body is, you won't be our magic team's opponent. We are professionals. Earth Spikes. Chapter 75, The First Executive Officer. The sky was filled with attacks, pouring down like a storm, completely enveloping Chen Xiao. Lightning and earth power intertwined instantly. Fiery flames spread like a phoenix taking flight, engulfing the entire battlefield. The ground seemed to awaken like a sleeping giant, countless sharp earth spikes breaking through the surface from all directions, aiming straight at Chen Xiao. Bang, 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 boom. The onslaught of attacks surged madly, but Chen Xiao merely smiled coldly. Is this it? You think you can counter physical cultivators? That black goat bloodline is your natural nemesis. All directions. Kill. Pucci, Pucci, Pucci. In just a moment, none of the Magic Vanguard team survived. It could be said they had no power to fight back. Zhang Yin also realized that the situation was spiraling out of control and ran wildly towards the city outskirts. Is it too late to run now? Chen Xiao's words were like the death knell, causing Zhang Yan's legs to go weak. I'm not a member of the Zhang family. I won't take revenge for them. Just spare me. Pucci. The blade sliced through, and half of Zhang Yan's body was sent flying, leaving behind a broken corpse. Blood sprayed everywhere. He collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Chen Xiao didn't expect him to be so tenacious, with only half of his body still alive. As he raised his hand, about to finish him off, a booming voice echoed. Spare him. I am the first executive officer of the military district, Pei Tianyuan. Upon hearing the voice, Chen Xiao sneered. The Zhang family will be exterminated. Not even the horse-face can stop it. Pucci. The other half of Zhang Yan's body was also cut in two. Dead. Beyond revival. Chen Xiao, you've gone too far. The owner of the voice gradually appeared, a middle-aged man in military uniform, with a resolute face and righteous demeanor. He was Pei Tianyuan, the first executive officer of the capital military district, a position of great honor, even surpassing the heads of the 3 families. He sighed. Do you know what a blow it would be to the military in the capital if the 3 upper families were destroyed? Chen Xiao smiled faintly. What does that have to do with me? Pei Tianyuan seemed to have anticipated Chen Xiao's response, and helplessly said, the human community's fate is intertwined. The 3 upper families restrain each other in the capital, which is only beneficial for Daxia and the capital. Chen Xiao took a step forward. First, I don't care about the future development of the capital. Second, are you planning to fight me to the death with so many people? Chen Xiao had already activated Dragon Breath, noticing that behind Pei Tianyuan was an army of thousands. An awakened army. Pei Tianyuan smiled slightly and waved his hand. The dense crowd began to reveal themselves in Chen Xiao's line of sight, almost completely surrounding him. A water-long sword had appeared in Chen Xiao's hand at some point. His expression remained calm, showing no fear whatsoever. But Pei Tianyuan shook his head and suddenly spoke. Chen Xiao, do you know the opportunity for evolution? Chen Xiao didn't know what he was trying to say, narrowing his eyes. What do you want to say? Pei Tianyuan chuckled bitterly. By your appearance. You must have obtained it. This is reasonable. Otherwise, your immense strength would truly be a mystery to me. He slowly walked closer to Chen Xiao. Not the slightest bit afraid that Chen Xiao would go mad and kill him. I want to cooperate with you, for the sake of Daxia. For Daxia? You people always talk about national righteousness. It's really amusing. Pei Tianyuan was not angry. Instead, he smiled. You're right. Let me rephrase that. As long as you cooperate with us, you will gain the opportunity for evolution, and it will be the strongest opportunity. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised by his confident tone. The strongest opportunity? He dared to make such a guarantee. We can talk, but only after I destroy the Zhang family. Chen Xiao took a step back, choosing to listen to what they had to say. When it comes to evolution, it's better to believe it than not. The key is that there is little time left before the third blood moon, and when the fifth blood moon arrives, it will be the moment the horse-faced appears. With the horse-faced's extraordinary personality, it's highly likely he will be the first to come looking for him. He must become stronger. He never expected that since the apocalypse rebirth. He had become increasingly stronger in just a month, his power skyrocketing. Now he could sweep through the capital, yet he was still anxious. In the Zhang family's pond. In the reception room, Chen Xiao sat cross-legged in the main seat, as if at home, casually eating snacks. The unconscious bee woman had been imprisoned in the Zhang family's basement. Opposite him sat Pei Tianyuan, sitting upright, with only a middle-aged man in a black shirt remaining behind him. The thousands of awakened ones were arranged in the Zhang family's pond, responsible for keeping watch over the conversation between the two. Pei Tianyuan, you brought so many people. It can't just be to act as guards, right? Chen Xiao took a sip of Tai Guanyin, savoring it. Pei Tianyuan, of course, I have my reasons. Chen Xiao sighed, not sincere enough. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure disappeared. The next moment, Chen Xiao's fist had already struck in front of Pei Tianyuan's eyes. The terrifying airflow buzzed, seemingly ready to explode his head at any moment. This was Chen Xiao's test, learned from the horse-faced. He didn't believe the first executive officer would dare to appear so boldly in front of him. Either he was foolish, or he had a trump card. This punch, although somewhat reserved, could definitely take out 99% of awakeners in an instant. Boom. As Chen Xiao expected, the middle-aged man behind Pei Tianyuan moved. He threw a punch in response. The boundless gust of wind was actually more terrifying than Chen Xiao's punch. The two punches collided, creating a terrifying energy flow that even shook the solid wooden table. Chen Xiao was forced to dissipate his strength, activated invisibility, and returned to his seat. Everything seemed as if it had never happened. Pei Tianyuan smiled. Did you learn everything you wanted to know? Chen Xiao also smiled. The military truly has hidden talents. I can't dare to make this deal. After Chen Xiao's ambiguous remarks, Pei Tianyuan felt helpless. Chen Xiao, you can't expect me to come alone for the sake of so-called sincerity, because I'm not sure if your mind is still normal. My mind. That's right. Your nickname has been widely circulated in the capital. They say you have a heavy killing intent, like a ghost. They call you the Mad Ghost Butcher. Chen Xiao nearly spat out his tea. Who the hell came up with that name? I guarantee I'll exterminate their entire clan. Chen Xiao shrugged, feeling helpless inside. In his previous life, he was called the Chicken Overlord, and now he's got the Mad Ghost Butcher. Not a single normal one. But thinking about it, it actually fits his current fighting style quite well. But why can't people give themselves a name like Moonlit Exiled Immortal? He couldn't figure it out. Pei Tianyuan smiled, pointing to the middle-aged man behind him. As for the more than 1,000 people I brought, they are all for him. His talent is SSS level Wolf King. You can understand that the more people we have, the stronger he becomes. Chapter 76. The Struggle for National Fortune. Chen Xiao nodded. That made sense. The first executive officer must be accompanied by a strong individual. However, the power of this person is indeed outrageous. His earlier probing did not use much strength, but definitely reached the level of that sword-wielding kid. Yet, he was easily blocked by that middle-aged man. It should be known that this was just a 1,000-person enhancement. What if it was 10,000, or even 100,000? This is simply a powerful talent specially prepared for the military district. Or rather, this is a talent that the military district has worked hard to find. Let us talk about the serious matter you mentioned, the opportunity for evolution. Chen Xiao picked up his teacup again, staring at Pei Tianyuan. Pei Tianyuan nodded and slowly spoke. From the first blood moon, we noticed a courtyard in the old city that was shining with dazzling white light. We sent the first batch of awakeners. No one returned. During the second blood moon, the white light flickered again, and we sent the second batch of awakeners. Still, no one returned. Until a few days ago, a person who should have long been dead came back alive. The news he brought is extremely important. He said that the game within the white light would affect every country and the number of opportunities born. Pei Tianyuan stopped there, clearly waiting for Chen Xiao's response. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. You mean the national fortune? Pei Tianyuan closed his eyes and nodded. Exactly. It seems this is another blood moon game. Moreover, it's a game that appeared as early as the first blood moon. Is it still functioning now? These puzzles, Pei Tianyuan must know. But he doesn't want to tell me now. Unless I truly agree to cooperate, he would reveal it. Then tell me, why do you dare to say that there is the strongest opportunity here? So far, what you've said only shows benefits on a national level. Chen Xiao stroked his chin, asking a crucial question that would determine whether he should wade into this murky water. He is not a fool, full of hot blood. His goal has always been one, to live comfortably in the apocalypse. Pei Tianyuan had long guessed what Chen Xiao would ask, and smiled mysteriously. Because winning this game brings personal rewards, awakening a second animal. Chen Xiao suddenly realized. This reward is indeed too tempting. For ordinary people, this is a chance to change their fate. For powerful awakeners, this is also an opportunity for a qualitative change. Speaking of which, back when he was at the Fossil Museum, he consumed so many animals. Wasn't that to pave the way for awakening a second animal? In his previous life, he learned about the possibility of awakening a second animal from a man called Bloodhand. He personally admitted to being a dual animal awakener. In this life, the opportunity to awaken dual animals is right in front of him. The chance to approach or even surpass the horse face is also within reach. Chen Xiao raised his head, meeting Pei Tianyuan's gaze. Do you want to know why I am clear about the game? Pei Tianyuan guessed Chen Xiao's concerns, pointing to the man behind him and continued. Because of him. He is the survivor from the last game. The middle-aged man spoke. My name is Chen Mo. Chen Xiao nodded, consistent with his guess. This man is indeed extraordinary. Even without the 1,000-person enhancement, his strength must have reached a terrifying level. Otherwise, it would be difficult to survive in that kind of national fortune game and gain rewards. Now, Chen Xiao has nothing to hesitate about. You can't catch a wolf without a child. The emergence of the horse face is imminent, and he must seize every opportunity for enhancement. All right, I agree to cooperate. As a citizen of the Great Xiao, I should contribute to the country. Although he knew it was a forced statement, once the cooperation was reached, Pei Tianyuan still laughed heartily. He believed that with Chen Xiao's assistance, the chances for Great Xia in this national fortune battle had increased. After all, in his information network, the global power rankings have been updated extremely quickly this week. There is a former athlete from Argentina, Yu Shi, who has forcefully entered the rankings. Suspected to have recovered from injuries quickly, with strong and tenacious vitality. There is also the underworld godfather from Sakura country, who has awakened dual animals, dominating one side. Furthermore, there are inheritors from ancient Greece appearing, incredibly powerful, openly provoking Great Xia's ancient martial arts. These people are very likely to be found by their respective countries and invited into the game. Even if it's just for the personal reward of awakening a second animal, they cannot refuse. Not to mention this game involves real national fortune. And this national fortune game is bound to be far more difficult than the previous two. When the flash appears, I will send someone to contact you. Pei Tianyuan stood up, bowing respectfully to Chen Xiao. On behalf of the military district in the capital, I thank Mr. Chen for joining. Chen Xiao nodded lightly, turning to walk towards Zhang's pond. He was calculating the flash that Pei Tianyuan mentioned, which is the third blood moon. They don't know the time, but he knows. Counting the time, it's just half a month away. This kind of cross-country battle is certainly very dangerous, especially since it involves national fortune. Every country will send the strongest lineup they can find to participate, and Chen Xiao doesn't have too much confidence. After all, in his previous life, he did not gain any opportunities. His understanding of the strong was only limited to Jiangbei. However, no matter what, he must try it once. Chen Xiao constantly reminded himself that the horse face is still in the game, ready to break free at any time. Now, he needs to find the bee woman. In the capital, at Zhang's pond, in the confinement room, the bee woman slowly awakened, finding herself lying on a soft big bed. The surroundings were extremely simple, resembling a business hotel. She endured the soreness in her body and walked to a full-length mirror. It was still that black bodysuit, with black shorts paired with black stockings on the lower half. This outfit perfectly outlined her graceful figure. Her chest was full and upright, her waist slender like willow, and her hips round and tight. However, at this moment, she was covered in dust, and even some important parts of her clothes were torn, looking somewhat disheveled. It's all that man's fault. Creak. Just as she was pondering this, the door to the room opened. The bee woman instantly retreated to the bed, pretending to be asleep. A hint of her pupil peeked out from under her lower eyelid, and with the moonlight slanting in from the window, she confirmed the identity of the visitor. Chen Xiao? Her father's killer. Chen Xiao's dragon breath was certainly not just for show. The moment he entered, he had noticed that this woman's energy was extremely chaotic. This was not the energy form of someone who was asleep. She was likely still angry. A smile crept onto Chen Xiao's lips as he didn't turn on the lights, but slowly walked to the edge of the bed. Then he suddenly yanked the covers off. He wanted to see how long the bee woman could pretend to be asleep. This sudden reveal was not trivial. Chen Xiao nearly spat out blood from his nose. At this moment, the bee woman was completely exposed to him, defenseless, which sparked all sorts of thoughts. The bee woman panicked, her face flushed bright red, reaching all the way to her ears. She was already wearing a tight black outfit, and now it had been pulled open, giving her the sensation of being stripped bare. To make matters worse, she had just looked in the mirror and discovered that her outfit had a hole in the chest area. This direct embarrassment made her feel as if she was being humiliated. Seeing that she showed no signs of waking up, Chen Xiao's smile widened further. "Oh, so you're still pretending with me, huh?" He simply sat down at the edge of the bee woman's bed, cracking his knuckles. Chapter 77. Explanation. It's not that I, Chen, want to take advantage of others. Just as Chen Xiao was studying the composition of the black silk threads, bang, the bee woman angrily punched out. Her punch was powerful, but against Chen Xiao, it couldn't exert any force, because one of Chen Xiao's hands had already grasped her wrist. "You kill my father. I want to kill you." The bee woman's deep voice wanted to strike again. However, she was brutally grabbed by the throat by Chen Xiao, who then slowly lifted her up. "Bee woman, you don't think I dare to kill you, do you? Why don't you go outside and find out if there are still any of the top 3 families left in the capital?" The bee woman struggled continuously, hitting Chen Xiao's arm, but he stood still like a statue. This made her feel hopeless. If what he said was true, and the top 3 families no longer existed, what could she use to take revenge? Just as the bee woman's eyes rolled back and she was about to suffocate, Chen Xiao released his grip and put his hands in his pockets. Looking down at the bee woman slumped on the ground. Cough, cough, cough. The bee woman coughed on the ground, feeling like her lungs were about to come out. If Chen Xiao had delayed for another moment in letting go, she felt she would have died. That demon was simply capricious. Chen Xiao coldly spoke. "I will only say 3 points, so listen carefully. First, during the Tang family battle, I did not kill Wang Tuesday. Second, the Tang family's 10 sons repeatedly insulted Wang Tu, showing great hostility. Third, if I wanted to kill him, he wouldn't survive 3 seconds. You know my strength." After speaking, Chen Xiao slowly walked to the sofa, leaned back, and closed his eyes, waiting for a response. The bee woman gritted her teeth. "How can I believe your one-sided words?" Chen Xiao's patience was wearing thin. "You can believe others' one-sided words, yet don't trust mine? I don't know if you're deliberately opposing me, or if you just don't have a brain." The bee woman slowly got up from the ground, crossing her arms over her chest to cover a small gap. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Chen Xiao, because at this moment, she was shaken. Just as Chen Xiao said, it was the Tang family's 10 sons who incited her to kill Chen Xiao. What Chen Xiao said might very well be true, as the Tang family's 10 sons were not easy characters to deal with. A sense of inexplicable sadness surged up. Was she really being used? Was the real murderer the Tang family's 10 sons? If that were the case, then was she not being used as a gun? Seeing her like this, Chen Xiao's lips curled slightly. "Bee woman, what is your name?" The bee woman raised her head, biting her lip. "Wiang Miao." Chen Xiao nodded. "Miao is a very nice name. I didn't expect Wiang Tu to have such a beautiful daughter." Upon hearing this, Wiang Miao's cheeks turned cold. "What exactly do you want to do?" She felt that Chen Xiao had ulterior motives. Chen Xiao shrugged. His casual compliment was merely to build some goodwill. Moreover, it was the truth. At that moment, Wiang Miao appeared extremely beautiful under the moonlight. "Change into something comfortable and come back with me to Menglong River. I will personally ask who the real murderer of Wiang Laoj is." Chen Xiao stood up and walked towards the door. Wiang Miao asked in confusion, "Menglong River? Are you taking me to Jiangnan?" Chen Xiao stopped. "To be precise, we will pass through Jiangnan and return to Jiangbei Triangle with me." Wiang Miao quickly crossed her arms over her chest. "I warn you not to have designs on me. My life only has revenge left." Chen Xiao laughed lightly, not responding, and left the room. After leaving the confinement room, Chen Xiao casually leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. The Tang family's 10 sons, were already on his hit list. Not long after, Wang Miao came out. She found a similarly styled top at Zhang's pool, still that tight outfit. She hadn't changed her lower half at all, completely the same as before. "Do you really like this outfit?" "I'm used to it." Chen Xiao smiled faintly and took Wang Miao onto the back of the mammoth. Boom, boom, boom. As the ground shook, the mammoth set off again, heading towards Yangjiabao. There were still many waiting for him there. "Chen Xiao, why does it listen to you?" Wang Miao couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Chen Xiao smiled. "It's a long story. It used to be just a little dog. But I'm particularly good to my pets, feeding it all kinds of heavenly materials and miraculous medicines. Guess what happened? To my surprise, this little dog grew bigger and bigger until it eventually evolved into a mammoth." Wang Miao exclaimed, "Huh? Really?" Chen Xiao chuckled. "Of course not. Your dog can turn into an elephant?" "Ha." Wang Miao's face darkened. She had believed him for a moment when he was so serious. Hearing herself being mocked, she ignored Chen Xiao and turned her whole body away. This made Chen Xiao laugh even more heartily. Yangjiabao. At this moment, it was in complete disarray. Chen Xiao's return put Tang Shiru, Jiang Chugxiu, and others at ease. "You finally came back. Uncle Chun hasn't rested for several nights and can't hold on anymore. Das Han and the little monk have taken him back to Jiangbei Triangle. Tang Shiru spoke first, looking at Chen Xiao as if she could never get enough of him. Seeing the three people walking towards him, Chen Xiao felt warm in his heart. Jiang Yunhan was so seriously injured and was still waiting for him? That didn't make sense. His charm definitely wasn't enough to make a grown man infatuated. Most likely, Jiang Chug's was unwilling to leave, and Jiang Yunhan was forced to stay. The actual situation was indeed as Chen Xiao had guessed. At this moment, Jiang Yunhan was exhausted to the limit but had not rested at all for his sister's safety. Big brother Daxia. Uncle Daxia. Chen Xiao couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Jiang Chug's also stepped forward, concerned. Brother Chen Xiao, are you okay? Are you hurt? Just as Chen Xiao was about to answer, Jiang Yunhan interjected. Look at his calm demeanor. He doesn't look like he's injured at all. He's not even a tenth as serious as I am. Saying this, he added, no, it's 1%. Chen Xiao smiled helplessly. Dr. Jiang is right. I'm perfectly fine. The ones in trouble are the Li and Zhang families. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chug's and Tang Shiru relaxed. But the gazes of the two women had never left Chen Xiao. Let us go to Jiangnan first, chatting along the way. You've been wrong during this time, Shiru. Chen Xiao gently took Tang Shiru's small hand, slowly speaking. I'm fine, brother Xiao. You coming to see me is enough for me. Chapter 78. Return to Jiangbei. Seeing this scene, Jiang Chug's couldn't help but feel a bit sour in her heart. But she couldn't show it. At that time, she took advantage of the situation and even felt a pang of guilt. Was she not being unfair to Sister Tang? Chen Xiao noticed Jiang Chug's expression. He wanted to hold her hand and gently tell her, you came at just the right time. But with her brother-in-law still present, he feared Jiang Yunhan might go mad. Hey, you have a girlfriend, yet you're touching my stockings. Do you have no shame, Chen Xiao? Suddenly, a discordant voice broke in, and it naturally came from Liang Miao. This gave her the chance to attack Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao quickly coughed twice. Ahem, don't forget the purpose of our trip to Jiangnan. I'm helping you. You know what it means to be grateful, right? Jiang Yunhan asked. To Jiangnan? The Tang family. Chen Xiao nodded. My grievances with the top 3 families are settled. But the revenge against the Tang family has just begun. A flicker of malice flashed in Tang Shiru's eyes. Those people deserve to die. She remembered her father, who was expelled from the family for opposing the marriage alliance, and was even starved to death, with no one caring. She now wished for the Tang family to be obliterated in an instant, leaving not a single one alive. Chen Xiao led everyone onto the back of the mammoth. He also brought out a group of people from Yangjiabao who had been waiting for a long time. They were the living captives Chen Xiao had specifically saved, creators with unique talents. Fish spirit, dog spirit, horse spirit, ox spirit, rabbit spirit, chicken spirit, duck spirit. They were considered laborers among the top 3 families, and bringing them back to Jiangbei was also for his own benefit. Commanding them, they set off towards Jiangnan. The seemingly clumsy mammoth moved surprisingly fast, even faster than some small cars. After a night of stops and starts, Chen Xiao and the others finally arrived at Jiangnan, the Tang family's revival base. Outside. Who goes there? State your business. The guard couldn't finish his sentence before a water fork shot from afar, smashing him to pieces. The water fork was naturally Chen Xiao's, water of all things. Tang Zhang's 2 daughters, Jiang Yunhan, and a group of creators were all settled outside Jiangnan City by Chen Xiao. Now, only Chen Xiao and Liang Miao were here to destroy the Tang family. Both had exceptional agility and speed, and within a few flashes, they had taken down most of the Tang family's core. Until the Tang family's 10 sons had to step in to take charge. B-girl, you actually colluded with the demon. This is tantamount to going against the top 3 families. One of the Tang family's 10 sons, the highest ranked on the Sanjiang combat power list, the Ares, spoke slowly. He was also filled with fear because the man before him had once single-handedly pierced through the Tang family. The marriage alliance between the Tang family and the Yang family has just ended. You don't know who the Tang family's backing is, do you? Our Tang family is the in-law of the Yang family. Humph, daring to go against the top 3 families, you two must not want to live. The Tang family's 10 sons were behind in information and didn't even know what had happened with the Yang family. They spoke arrogantly, intending to use the Yang family's name to suppress Chen Xiao and the others. Before Chen Xiao could speak, Wang Miao scoffed. Yang family? Top 3 families. Your information is quite slow. The top 3 families have been wiped out. What do you think the Tang family is? Trash. The Tang family's 10 sons' eyes widened in shock. They exchanged glances, but ultimately concluded, impossible. Absolutely impossible. What a joke. You can't even imagine the foundation of the top 3 families, and you dare say they've been exterminated? Ares laughed heartily while preparing for battle. Although he didn't believe such absurd things, he trusted Chen Xiao's abilities. During this time, he had made considerable progress. Perhaps he could defeat Chen Xiao. B-girl, have you forgotten who the real murderer of your father is, to actually collude with him? Aries continued to sow discord. Wang Miao shook her head. Do you really think he is the true murderer of my father? Aries had an ominous premonition. What do you mean? Buzz. The power of the rules instantly activated, and invisible shackles smashed down around Aries. In just a few seconds, his face turned pale. B-girl, your father was a member of the Tang family and their most loyal assassin. How dare you? Bang. Wang Miao delivered a fierce kick that sent Aries crashing into the wall. Her combat skills were beyond Chen Xiao's expectations. I'll ask you one more time. Who caused my father's death? Her cold words sent a shiver down Aries' spine, and he stammered. I said it before, it was Chen Xiao. Bang. The next moment, Chen Xiao's foot arrived. He kicked Aries' knee, shattering it and splattering blood. Aries screamed in agony, clutching his knee in pain. Aries, be honest. Although I injured Wang Tu back then, he could never have died because of it. Aries' eyes darted around, just about to speak. Slap. Chen Xiao slapped him, knocking out all his teeth, coldly saying, What are you looking around for? Speak the truth. Aries was on the verge of tears. He looked at his brothers in front of him, each one as scared as a dead man. They didn't dare to save him. It even gave him the feeling that they might abandon him and run away at any moment. He gritted his teeth. If I tell you, will you let me go? Just as Chen Xiao was about to hit him, Wang Miao spoke. If you tell me the answer now, I will let you go immediately. Aries nodded, glanced at the Tang brothers nearby, and whispered, It was the black pig who said Wang Tu deserved to die, being weak, yet still favored by the master. Uft. Before he could finish, Wang Miao stabbed him with a dagger, killing him instantly. He never expected the B-girl to be so ruthless. He clearly wasn't the mastermind. Plus, she had promised to show him mercy. Wang Miao looked at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, you were right. After I deal with them, I will return to Jiangbei with you. She had already made up her mind to enjoy life after her revenge. The best place was Jiangbei Triangle, where the owner was Chen Xiao, destined to be the safest place in all of Daxia. She no longer wanted to serve anyone. In the apocalypse, being able to live in peace was a blessing. Chen Xiao nodded and suddenly disappeared. Next was Wang Miao's moment of revenge. He didn't need to stay here. Accompanied by the sounds of painful wails, the core personnel of the Tang family's revival base were almost completely wiped out, and the 10 sons of the Tang family were left without a single complete corpse. 3 days later, Jiangbei, Jianghe Granary. It had now been renamed Jiangbei Triangle, Jianghe District. The area outside was bustling because supplies from the top 3 families were being delivered continuously. Moreover, no one dared to stop or rob them. Everyone knew who the boss of Jiangbei Triangle was, the madman butcher. At this time, in Jianghe building, on the 7th floor, a room. Chugzhu, can you now tell me about your relationship with Brother Xiao? Tang Shiru's gentle voice rang out as she sat by the window, holding Jiang Chugzhu's hand. Jiang Chugzhu's small face flushed red, stammering, how should I put this? Seeing her so shy, Tang Shiru reached out both hands and started to dance towards her chest. This made Jiang Chugzhu giggle. Oh, Sister Tang, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. After you left, What about him? Tang Shiru had already guessed, but she wanted to hear Jiang Chugzhu's thoughts. She didn't mind having one more person. Chapter 79. Rarecom. Tang Shiru was very familiar with Chen Xiao. She deeply understood how terrifying this man was. Sister Tang, it's my fault. I didn't know what was wrong with me at that time, Jiang Chugzhu said, feeling a bit guilty as she held Tang Shiru's small hand and bit her lip. I was bewitched, but I really feel that Brother Chen Xiao is very good. Tang Shiru smiled gently, her mischievous hand reaching out again. Oh, Sister Tang, I can't. Creak. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Chen Xiao saw the 2 girls getting along so well and felt relieved. Brother Xiao, Xiao Gu, you're here. Tang Shiru wore a deep purple silk nightgown, with lace trim at the hem. The exquisite cut highlighted her delicate curves, revealing an enchanting charm. Jiang Chugzhu, on the other hand, donned a simple white gauze long dress, its lightweight fabric swaying gracefully with her movements, resembling a celestial fairy. It exuded a fresh and elegant aura. Chen Xiao sat by the bed with a smile. Ahem, Chugzhu, I want to eat lamb skewers tonight. After saying that, he dashed away. Tang Shiru didn't quite understand the meaning of lamb skewers. But how could Jiang Chugzhu not know? Chugs, do you still have the strength to summon the sheep spirit? If you're too tired, don't listen to him. I'll find that fat guy later and just get some pork to send to Brother Xiao. Tang Shiru looked at Jiang Chugzhu with concern. Jiang Chugzhu quickly shook her head. I'm fine. I can summon it. It's no trouble for Sister Tang. Tang Shiru felt a bit suspicious. Why did it seem like Chug's you was a bit off? Wasn't it just grilling some lamb skewers? In the meeting room, Jiang Yunhan was studying the map, planning the power dynamics in the Jiangbei Triangle. Dr. Jiang, how's the task I assigned you going? Chen Xiao plopped down in the main seat, munching on sunflower seeds. Jiang Yunhan reminded him sternly, don't spit the shells everywhere. The meeting room is the face of our Jiangbei Triangle, and there are trash bins. Chen Xiao helplessly retracted the sunflower seeds. Even in the apocalypse, Dr. Jiang is still so particular? Jiang Yunhan spoke calmly. You asked me to look for women with SS level or above speed talents, under 35, and good-looking, right? Chen Xiao nodded. Yes. Jiang Yunhan replied. I didn't find any. Chen Xiao exclaimed, questioning. Our Jiangbei's top power can't even find a few people with such restrictions? Jiang Yunhan sighed. It's not that simple. Just the good-looking part eliminates 90% of them. Chen Xiao was speechless. You can loosen the criteria a bit. The main focus is on SS level speed talents. Jiang Yunhan asked. What about males, handsome ones? Is that okay? Chen Xiao awkwardly smiled. No. I need to find these women mainly for the military, for Daxia. Jiang Yunhan's gaze paused. For Daxia? I can only say that those who understand will understand. And those who don't, I can't explain. After all, many things are better left unsaid. It's a complex web of interests, and discussing it won't benefit either of us. Just pretend you don't know, okay? I can only say that the waters run deep here, involving a lot of things. Casually chatting. Chen Xiao was about to leave the meeting room. He didn't want to linger on this topic, as Dr. Jiang was his brother-in-law. The task had been issued, but it was uncertain when they could find someone with the Jiangbei Triangle's influence. He had already reached the pinnacle of the apocalypse in terms of both physical body and skills, but speed was still lacking, although Divine Wind was quite fast. It was ultimately not a primary speed talent, still a notch below. Lost in thought, Chen Xiao had already arrived at the room of the bee woman, Liang Miao. Waiting for Jiang Chug's you to bring lamb skewers was taking too long. Chen Xiao decided to take the initiative. He would target the bee woman. Knock, knock, knock. Creak. As the door opened, Liang Miao saw the visitor, but had no intention of letting him in. However, Chen Xiao had other plans. He pointed inside and stepped in. As soon as he entered, a scent unique to girls wafted in the air, a faint fragrance. Chen Xiao also noticed that Liang Miao had finally changed into a new outfit. It was a tight black tank top. Chapter 80. The Captain's Dereliction of Duty. Why are you here instead of looking for your two little girlfriends? Liang Miao rolled her eyes at Chen Xiao, casually sitting on the sofa and handing him a bottle of soda. In the apocalypse, soda was a precious commodity. Liang Miao had just entered the base and, with her exceptional strength, had obtained the position of captain. She then began to enjoy a life of luxury, eating and drinking. The reason she was so comfortable was that she didn't actually recruit any team members. She only needed to occasionally clean her own area to earn a high salary. Chen Xiao chuckled. As the boss of the base, I'm here to check on my employee. Is there a problem? Liang Miao quickly got up, her tone sarcastic. Oh dear. Welcome, boss, to my humble abode. How's that, my dear boss? Chen Xiao shrugged, not caring about her words, and leisurely said, I'm here mainly to address an issue. Your work attitude lately has been a bit negative. Liang Miao snorted. You were the one who begged me to join the base. With my strength. Staying in this little broken place in Jiangbei, what else could you possibly be dissatisfied with? Chen Xiao also slowly stood up and walked beside her. Have you forgotten that if I hadn't spared your life, you would have been dead long ago? If I hadn't helped you find the real culprit, you would still be getting toyed with by that black pig. Liang Miao was momentarily speechless, but still stubbornly retorted. What does that have to do with anything? You begged me to join the base. And you spared me and helped me. Those three things are unrelated. It seemed she also realized that her words were somewhat flimsy and didn't dare to meet Chen Xiao's gaze. Chen Xiao hummed. You said it. If the three are unrelated, don't regret it. Liang Miao angrily raised her head. Chen Xiao sneered coldly. If you don't act like a person, don't blame me for not treating you like one. Liang Miao. Chen Xiao reorganized his words. Actually, the three are related. Liang Miao immediately shrank back. She prided herself on her strength in Jiangbei, even in the capital. But she knew Chen Xiao better. This person was too terrifying. Chen Xiao coldly laughed, remaining silent. Chen Xiao, don't be impulsive. I was just joking. I won't slack off anymore. I patrol every day. Jiangbei is my home, and it takes everyone's effort to protect it. Deep down, Chen Xiao felt quite helpless. In 10 days, he would participate in the National Fortune Games. With so many countries globally, those chosen awakeners would surely be extraordinary. Each one might have incredible abilities. Even though his current strength was formidable, he couldn't afford to be careless. For the sake of the second animal. For Daxia. Late at night, the moonlight brushed over the earth. Chen Xiao quietly walked out of his room. After leaving the 9th floor, He quickly returned to his own room on the 8th floor. At this time, the corridor, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared quiet and clean. However, there was a figure leaning against the wall, holding a bag. She seemed so tired that she was almost falling asleep while standing. It was Jiang Xiao. She had actually been waiting all this time? Chen Xiao felt a pang of heartache as he walked up to her. He leaned in to kiss her sexy little mouth. Jiang Xiao instantly woke up, struggling fiercely. In the dark, she recognized that it was a man. The Jiangbei Triangle's Jianghe building had strict security. How could a rogue intruder get in? If she were defiled, Chen Xiao would no longer want her. In an instant, her little face turned pale. Tears were about to burst out. Realizing he had gone too far with the joke, Chen Xiao quickly released her. Just as Jiang Xiao desperately broke free from his grasp, she recognized who he was. Chen Xiao, you bad guy. You scare me to death. You know, I'm going to hit you. Jiang Xiao reached out to punch Chen Xiao in the chest. Today, Jiang Xiao was dressed vibrantly, wearing a fresh white t-shirt that highlighted her delicate and fair skin. Brother Chen Xiao, I also want to eat lamb skewers. Chapter 81, Rule Talent. Time flew by. Jianghe building. 9th floor. That's a 3rd stage new human. I killed it independently, and this is all I get. Are they treating me like a beggar? Wang Miao lay on Chen Xiao, complaining about how unfair the base was. The 3rd stage new human she had worked hard to find was only rewarded with a few meat cards after being killed. Too stingy. Mingming Jiangbei Triangle is already one of the richest bases in the country, yet it still feels stingy. Of course, Wang Miao was once revered by Zhang Ying, and her position in Jiangbei is merely that of a team leader. Naturally, her treatment cannot be compared. Chen Xiao, on the other hand, is just letting things go in one ear and out the other. Because of the B Queen Barrier S upper-level promotion talent. 9-foot seal SS level rule talent. Description. Control the rules to transform the battlefield into a place of confinement. Effect. The Awakener can place 9 rule rulers with their thoughts, weaving them together to instantly construct an unbreakable 9-foot barrier. Regardless of the form of energy flow or skill deployment, under the restriction of the barrier, they will be weakened by the rules. Note, the weakening percentage is 99. Note, the higher the biological level, the lower the weakening percentage, with a minimum of 30. What are you laughing at? I'm venting my sad story to you. Can you show me some emotion? Wang Miao puffed up her cheeks, somewhat dissatisfied. This man clearly wasn't paying attention to her. Chen Xiao came back to his senses and looked at this major contributor. Interest? What interest? Get lost. Soon after, Chen Xiao was inexplicably kicked out of the room, shirtless and holding his clothes. What the heck, so heartless? Chen Xiao complained, helplessly changing his clothes in the corridor. Meanwhile, he was still pondering the talent he had just obtained. He already had 10 talents. Among them, the 9-foot seal, obtained today, was the only rule-type talent. Just from the description, one could sense how perverse this talent was. A 99 weakening. What does this concept mean? If that Kunlun direct descendant were in his barrier, he probably wouldn't even be able to unleash his sword energy. If he fought the military Wolf King, Chen Mo again, what would happen once the barrier was deployed, even if he had the support of thousands? If he encountered Ma Mian, it would be hard to evaluate. Because Ma Mian's strength is somewhat mysterious. He was able to withstand the game rules back then, so his talent rules probably wouldn't affect him much. But fortunately, a minimum of 30 weakening still imposes a significant limitation. After getting dressed, he leaned his hands on the windowsill, looking out at the sunny Jianghe district. At this moment, it had been beautifully constructed, with various facilities continuously approaching the level of the country's top bases. Countless awakeners poured in, adding bricks and tiles to the area. It was a scene of harmony. Is this what it feels like to be a nouveau riche? Since robbing the top 3 families, Jiangbei Triangle is not just wealthy. It's like a mountain chicken turning into a phoenix. He wasn't good at management, so he handed everything over to his brother-in-law, who had strong management skills and a broad perspective. Plus, he worked hard. He was still one of their own. Too perfect. Speak of the devil. As soon as Chen Xiao stepped out, he ran into Jiang Yunhan, coming towards him with 2 members of the base. Chen Xiao noticed that the 2 base members were staring at him intently, seemingly with a hint of admiration. Chen Xiao, I was just looking for you. The neighboring Dacheng city is going to hold a Dacheng auction, and here's the invitation. We received it a week ago. Chen Xiao received a red plastic card, which printed, Dacheng auction, the most comprehensive auction in the apocalypse. Below the card, there were many hot items listed for the auction: pork, horse meat, chicken, and various kinds of meat, drinks, tobacco, oil, and other essential materials for maintaining societal operations. There were even quite a few contracts for S-level talent owners. The reporting time was at 1 p.m. tomorrow. What surprised Chen Xiao the most was the small print at the bottom, clearly stating, can use evolution points for purchase. For Chen Xiao, this was an outrageous field. As someone who had experienced 2 opportunities, he expressed confusion. How do you trade evolution points? Aren't evolution points supposed to be injected into evolution opportunities? Does the organizer of Dacheng possess a device to extract evolution points? Or is this device itself an opportunity for evolution? Is there a problem? Jiang Yunhan's voice interrupted Chen Xiao's thoughts. Chen Xiao came back to his senses. How many auctions has Dacheng held? Jiang Yunhan also seemed unsure, turning to a young man beside him. He slightly bowed. Boss Chen. This is the 3rd time Jianghe Granary has received an invitation, and we've never gone before. Chen Xiao nodded and looked at Jiang Yunhan. Are you planning to go? Jiang Yunhan shook his head. That's exactly why I was looking for you. Right now, the Triangle forces are building a fast passage. And I can't leave at all. Chen Xiao contemplated. In that case, I will go. Jiang Yunhan smiled slightly. If you find something you like but don't have enough evolution points, you can buy it on credit. And we can arrange for someone to deliver it later. The face of our Jiangbei triangle. They will be happy to give it. After Jiang Yunhan finished speaking, the young man behind him excitedly chimed in. Now Boss Chen's name is known far and wide in the Sanjiang area. Who wouldn't shudder at the mention of the madman butcher? Chen Xiao cleared his throat and interrupted. All right, it's not a nice name. And I unilaterally do not acknowledge this nickname. The young man immediately shut up, standing up straight. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yunhan and the others, Chen Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that there was something very wrong with this Dacheng auction. Perhaps he could gain some benefits from it. Not long after, Chen Xiao returned to the 7th floor. Tang Shiro and Jiang Chugzu were chatting in the room. These 2 women always seemed to have endless topics. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. When did you become so polite? Knocking on the door even with a key? Chen Xiao chuckled and entered the room. Shiro Chugzu. I'm going to Dacheng City early tomorrow. Ah, Dacheng City? What for? Jiang Chugzu's bright eyes sparkled. She didn't want to be apart from Chen Xiao for so long. Tang Shiro also moved closer. Yeah, what are you going to Dacheng City for? Chen Xiao helplessly replied. Dacheng City is holding an auction, and I plan to see what's inside. Can we go with you? Tang Shiro asked the crucial question. And Jiang Chugzu nodded along. Chen Xiao thought for a moment. No, I feel this auction won't be that simple. This was the truth. That phrase about using evolution points for purchases had already made Chen Xiao feel a sense of foreboding. Other people had less exposure to the opportunity of the plan and might not raise any doubts. But as someone who had used evolution points twice, he had a say. Evolution points must represent opportunities. Chen Xiao speculated. They had held 3 auctions, and it was likely that the first opportunity arose during the blood moon. And they still hadn't gathered enough evolution points until today. Such a massive force. It had been a month since the apocalypse, and they had used various methods. Even holding 3 auctions. How could they not open that opportunity? What level of treasure could this be? Based on fragmented memories, there had indeed been a powerful awakener appear in Dacheng City. Could he be seizing this opportunity? In any case, he must go to Dacheng without a doubt. Even if he didn't go now, he would have to make a trip later. All right, then we want go. Jiang Chugzu pouted. We've hardly spent any time together. Chen Xiao awkwardly smiled. It's my fault. How about I reward you 2 beauties now? Hey, you're so annoying. Chen Xiao, you're shameless. Chapter 82 Dacheng Auction. The next day, Chen Xiao sat in the passenger seat. A jeep was heading towards Dacheng City. And the driver was Wang Miao, the captain of the 7th team in Jianghe District. There were 3 reasons for bringing her along. First, her strength was formidable, capable of handling most troubles. After all, Chen Xiao was quite lazy. Why should the leader handle everything? Second, her identity as a captain was just right. The organizer wouldn't underestimate her too much, nor would they overvalue her, allowing him to act without hindrance. After all, his current identity is the Mad Ghost Slayer. Once exposed, they would definitely be on guard, and might even change their plans directly. Thirdly, this woman's talent is a rule-type talent, Be Queen Barrier. If faced with a danger at the horse face level, he could attempt to overlay the 2 rules to suppress the opponent to the greatest extent. Fighting at the edge of the boundary. Dear boss, ahead is Dacheng City. Wang Miao was as sarcastic as ever. Ever since she was forcefully pushed by Chen Xiao, she would always make a sarcastic remark whenever she saw him. Chen Xiao was too lazy to respond to her, still keeping his eyes closed as if he were asleep. Once we arrive, you lead the team. Just go with the flow, don't worry about me. Huh, I lead the team? You're the boss. Chen Xiao coldly corrected her. If I say you lead the team, then you lead it. Do you want me to punish you in the car? Wang Miao snorted. No longer engaging with Chen Xiao. In Chen Xiao's impression, Dacheng City is the strongest city in the Sanjiang River Basin. Having achieved unification of the 8 major forces early on, The number 1 ranked is the direct descendant of Shushan, Li Tailong. The second is the Elephant Awakened, Yang Beiying. The 5th is the SSS level Awakened, Lin Xingyan. In the Sanjiang Battle Power ranking, the top 5 occupy 3 seats. Their strength is far superior to that of Jiangbei. Of course, this ranking is based on the Eagle Eye News Agency's assessment of its own demise. In the latest ranking, he would undoubtedly become the absolute first. He just hadn't had the chance to check yet. The car slowly entered Dacheng City, and the outskirts were no different from Jiangbei City, almost entirely occupied by new humans. There were bloodstains and unknown liquids everywhere. Only a small road was cleared, specifically to welcome vehicles from outside the city. Stop. Inspection. A loud voice stopped Chen Xiao's car. Chen Xiao and Wiang Miao got out to accept the inspection. Where are you from? Jiangbei Triangle. After Wiang Miao spoke, the guard showed respectful expressions and re-evaluated the two. What are your identities? The captain of the 7th team and my subordinate. Tokens and invitation letters. This. What is your purpose? To attend the auction. Did your boss really wipe out the 3 major families? Is this also a routine inquiry? Wiang Miao asked speechlessly, crossing her arms and waiting for an explanation. The guard awkwardly smiled. That doesn't count. I asked casually. Let them through. They got back in the car and headed towards the core Xingyu base of Dacheng. As the vehicle continued to advance, a previously unseen massive complex gradually emerged from the ruins and desolation, like a steel city rising from the wasteland. As they drew closer, its majestic presence became even more shocking. The base was like a huge magnet, attracting people's gazes. The towering walls, the staggered buildings, and the extensive road network were much more impressive than Jiangbei Triangle. Chen Xiao even thought about bringing Jiang Yunhan and others here for an inspection, to learn from Dacheng City and improve Jiangbei Triangle. The auction was located in the central area of the Xingyu base, in an open square named Irilui. In the center of the square stood a magnificent statue, soaring into the clouds, resembling a guardian deity with its solemn and dignified presence. This was the spiritual symbol and landmark of the Xingyu base. In front of the statue, an auction platform was set up, surrounded by tiered seating. These seats were arranged in a clear hierarchy from close to far, providing excellent visibility for those about to participate in the auction. At this moment, those seats were already packed with bidders from all over. They were bustling with excitement, their eyes filled with anticipation and enthusiasm. Especially the leaders of some small bases, who brought a group of people, were there just to gather enough evolution points to exchange for necessary meat. The 3rd auction has finally arrived. The beef I won last time has long been eaten. Yes, last time I bid for 1,000 pounds of chicken, and the big shots in our base finished it all in 3 days, constantly urging me to come again. I've heard that this auction also has many beautiful women and even contracts for S-level talent. It's truly a celebration of the apocalypse. In our Sanjiang Basin, it seems only Dacheng City has this kind of strength. Have you forgotten about Jiangbei Triangle? Their leader. I dare not speak carelessly. The crowd below was noisy. But in fact, the auction had not yet started, and preparations were proceeding in an orderly manner. Behind the stage, in the hall of the Xingyu base, 2 middle-aged men were sitting around a tea table. One was dressed in a blue outfit, and the other in a suit. Beside the tea table, a sexy and charming girl was demonstrating tea art, with high mountains and flowing water. The man in blue was stroking the girl's thigh, laughing. Don't worry. This should be the last auction. As long as I get it, I will be the next mad ghost slayer. The man in the suit nodded, somewhat worried. Speaking of which, you seem to have sent an invitation to Jiangbei. The man in blue's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. Yes. Who would have thought that such a character would hide in a small place like Jiangbei? But fortunately, he is currently very popular. So he must be busy with many affairs and won't have time to attend our small-scale auction. The man in the suit agreed. This makes sense. It seems our grand plans will come to fruition. Dacheng will rise. Ha ha ha. As their arrogant laughter echoed, the auction was about to officially begin on stage. They probably wouldn't expect that they only guessed the first half. Indeed, Chen Xiao had been busy with daily affairs, but he hadn't done anything at all. Chapter 83. I deserve it. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, good afternoon. Welcome to the Dacheng auction. I am the auctioneer, Lianqing. A magnetic female voice broke through the noisy environment. This voice was not loud, but it immediately silenced the crowd, as everyone knew the auction was about to begin. On the auction stage, Lianqing was dressed in a dark professional skirt, her wavy hair cascading down, exuding elegance, with bright and confident eyes. Holding the auction hammer, her demeanor revealed an intellectual charm and professional aura, instantly capturing everyone's attention. I am honored to host today's auction for everyone. This auction is based on the principles of openness, fairness, and justice, and will be conducted entirely through barter. Of course, evolution points can still be used to pay in this auction, with the Xingyu base facilitating material exchanges and covering the price difference. And items purchased using this method will be at a 30% discount. Everyone is welcome to bid enthusiastically. Now, let's get straight to the main event, the auction segment. Please welcome the first item up for bid. Saying this, a large cart was pushed onto the stage, filled with vacuum-sealed meat. The pork from pig spirit, 2,000 pounds. Starting bid, equivalent strategic level resources, or 3,000 evolution points. Each bid must increase by no less than 100 points. As soon as the words fell, many eager bidders began to bid, all impatient to participate. 3,001 evolution points. 3,005 evolution points. 3,008 evolution points. As the bidding began, the entire auction started to get on track. It is worth mentioning that although the rules stated barter, everyone was using evolution points to bid. The reason is simple. Evolution points are practically useless, and most people feel like they're getting a free ride. Evolution points are of no use at all. There are so many people in our base. Everyone should chip in to pay. Exchanging evolution points for pork, the Xingyu base is truly a philanthropist. I'm so tempted. I have 800 evolution points by myself. Our Ganji's base must win this pork. Chen Xiao and Wang Miao were arranged in the front row, with an excellent view and an elegant environment. Listening to the discussions around her, Wang Miao spoke up. Chen Xiao, what exactly is the use of evolution points that the Xingyu base collects them so fervently? Chen Xiao chuckled. Who knows? Evolution points can even be traded now. So the Xingyu base must have some secrets, just not wanting to disclose them. Wang Miao pondered. I have over 5,000 evolution points. But there's really no place to use them. Chen Xiao was startled. How much? Over 5,000. Wow, this bee woman is more formidable than I thought. 5,000 is no small amount. Is it a lot? How much do you have? Chen Xiao casually deflected. About the same as you. About the same. 50,000. Speaking of which, the reason his evolution points were so explosive was mainly thanks to the top 3 families. In their bases, there were indeed many experts. And countless evolution points exceeding 100 were gained from killing them. As numerous as the stars in the sky, he had wiped out the 3 families and killed thousands. This number was not surprising. On the stage, the auction for pork concluded, with the final transaction price being 8,000 evolution points. Next up was donkey meat. The competition was still fierce. However, none of this piqued Chen Xiao's interest. He was waiting for the final payment stage. He wanted to see what kind of mysterious goods were being sold in Dacheng City. For the next auction items, including the selling contract of an S-level talent holder, Chen Xiao didn't even glance at them. Instead, Wang Miao, at Chen Xiao's request, used her evolution points to buy 300 gene of chicken. Until a man in a gray short-sleeved shirt approached Chen Xiao and Wang Miao. May I ask, are you two the distinguished guests from Jiangbei? Indeed. Wang Miao replied succinctly. Please follow me. You can now pay and collect the chicken you just bid on. Wang Miao glanced at Chen Xiao, and after he nodded, the two followed the guide to the back of the stage. 2 middle-aged men approached them. One in green spoke amiably. Jiangbei Triangle, a name that resonates, huh? Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Shungan, the 3rd in command of the Xingyu base. The man in a suit beside him said, I am Hizong Liu, a team leader at the Xingyu base. I work with Brother Yan. Wang Miao nodded. So, how should I pay for my evolution points? Lin Shungan chuckled. I didn't know if you two came with any companions. After all, 3,000 points is no small amount. The chicken only requires 3,000 evolution points. I alone am sufficient. Lin Shungan was momentarily speechless, seemingly not expecting this young girl to have so many evolution points. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He continued, if the young lady has a lot of evolution points, our Xingyu base will definitely provide the corresponding supplies. Wang Miao was puzzled. What do you mean? Lin Shungan explained. It means that as long as you pay the evolution points, we can completely clear your value. Wang Miao had never had the opportunity to understand the intricacies of this and could only seek help from Chen Xiao. Of course, Chen Xiao knew Lin Shungan wasn't lying. Evolution points were like this, hard-earned, yet could be taken away at any moment. He nodded to signal Wang Miao to proceed with the payment. Soon, Hizong Liu brought over a huge stone, covered with an opaque black cloth. Go ahead and pay. Place your hand on it. We've already packaged the chicken, fair and square. After Hizong Liu finished speaking, he gestured for them to begin. Wang Miao didn't hesitate and placed her hand on it, seemingly on the verge of a glow breaking through the black cloth. Chen Xiao noticed a change in Wang Miao's expression, likely seeing an opportunity for evolution. However, he wasn't in a hurry to take it away, as it would probably require a significant amount of evolution points. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this auction. 500,000. Currently, 439,000. This was the information Wang Miao conveyed to him. Chen Xiao narrowed his eyes. This opportunity was a bit terrifying. All right, Xiang Liu. Go find the next one. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurred. Lin Shingan was ambushed, right in front of Chen Xiao and the others. Blood gushed uncontrollably from Lin Xinjian's back as a horrifying wound was reopened. Lin Shingan collapsed into the pool of blood, his consciousness fading as he murmured, "He Xiang Liu." Struggling amidst the blood, he couldn't survive. He Xiang Liu, who had just dealt a lethal blow, didn't care at all about Chen Xiao and the others being present. Laughing heartily, "Sorry, Brother Yan. With your strength, you don't deserve this opportunity. Of course, I don't either." Ha ha ha. Chen Xiao didn't expect things to develop so suddenly. Indeed, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. This applies at all times. The planned opportunity was about to open, while Lin Shingan was likely still fantasizing about how to rampage. Little did he know, in such critical moments, developments were more prone to getting out of control. Sure enough, he was backstabbed. It's the apocalypse. Everywhere is backstabbing. Chen Xiao shook his head and stepped forward. "You say you all don't deserve it. Then give that opportunity to me." "I do." Chapter 84, The Crazy Li Terong. He Xiang Liu, distinguished guest from Jiangbei, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. Just pretend you didn't see it, or else. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. Or else what? He Xiang Liu's lips curled slightly. Or else, I'll have to kill you one by one. The Jiangbei Triangle can't protect you. Given the intimidation of the mad ghost slaughterer, He Xiang Li didn't dare to turn hostile, but he certainly wouldn't show any good face. After all, the mad ghost slaughterer was the mad ghost slaughterer, and the little minions from Jiangbei were just that. Wang Miao frowned. Do you know whose territory the Jiangbei Triangle is? He Xiang Liu hadn't answered, yet when a calm voice came from outside the door. Even if the mad ghost slaughterer comes, you still have to pay your evolution points today. The newcomer was a young man in a blue long robe, appearing quite formidable and confident. At his waist was a jade sword, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Upon seeing the newcomer, He Xiang Liu quickly bowed, smilingly flattering. Young Master Terong, you finally arrived. This opportunity is just one step away. Li Terong continued. It's a pity about Brother Shingan, who wanted to monopolize the treasure without considering our Xingyu base. He Xiang Liu chimed in. He deserved to die? As the saying goes, a fine sword matches a hero, and opportunities belong to the strong. This level of opportunity can only be unlocked by young Master Terong. Li Terong shook his head. This opportunity is indeed precious, but I possess the inheritance of Shushan. Those talents will affect my path. So I plan to give this opportunity to Baiying. At this moment, a person standing behind him revealed himself. This person was large and muscular, comparable to a mountain, and his aura was even thicker than that of a mountain. He spoke in a deep voice. If Baiying obtains this opportunity, he will do everything in his power to assist young Master Terong in dominating the apocalypse. He Xiang Liu felt a bit envious, but could only chuckle. It's a great fortune for our Xingyu base that Brother Baiying has obtained this talent. At this moment, Chen Xiao suddenly realized why the little monk never mentioned his talent, and the sword-wielding boy had never revealed any talent-related power. Because talents would affect the path of inheritance. These are entirely different paths. The ancient martial arts lineage was more mysterious than Chen Xiao had imagined. He just didn't know how the inheritance of ancient Greece worked. The more he thought, the more he pondered, and Chen Xiao quickly halted his wandering thoughts, looking at the scene. The two of them were completely ignored. Those people were conversing without any reservations. But the more it was like this, the more something felt off, because these words didn't seem meant for the living. He Xiang Liu, young Master Terong, about the evolution points. Li Terong smiled wickedly. Even in the apocalypse, Brother Shingan is still so gentle. This mindset won't lead to opportunities. Yang Beiying took a step forward. Then we. Li Terong nodded. Surround everyone. I want to collect evolution points one by one. He Xiang Liu was taken aback. Young Master Talong, those forces won't let Dacheng off. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Chen Xiao and the others, seemingly reminding Jiangbei of this tough nut to crack. Li Talong remained unbothered. Xiang Liu, you've been with Brother Shingan for a few days. Why have you become so indecisive? The dead can't speak. He Xiang Liu didn't expect Li Talong to have such guts. Once this matter was exposed, Dacheng would immediately become the public enemy of the surrounding cities. He swallowed hard and gritted his teeth. I will follow young Master Talong's orders. Soon, the previously quiet auction house erupted with a tremendous sound, accompanied by rising dust. The auction platform collapsed in an instant, shattered debris flying everywhere, and the scene was chaotic. Following that, a series of rustling footsteps echoed in everyone's ears. What the hell? The auction house has been blown up. What is going on? Is it an attack by new humans? It's fine, everyone stay calm. The boss of Xingyu Base is Li Tailong. Even a third-tier new human can't take a strike from him. Yeah, no matter who dares to provoke Da Cheng. With young Master Tailong here, they will definitely return empty-handed. That is true, I feel relieved. As the platform collapsed, the courtyard where Chen Xiao and the others were located was completely connected to the auction house. Chen Xiao, what do we do? Wang Miao stared at Chen Xiao, not daring to act rashly. If it were her, she wouldn't bother with such matters. Li Tailong's strength was formidable, and she didn't want to take risks. Chen Xiao smiled faintly. Wait for an opportunity to evolve. The next moment, thousands of armed troops rushed out, surrounding the entire auction house. These people wore black uniforms, carried specialized tactical equipment, and their facial expressions were stern and resolute. Fully armed, they formed an iron wall, tightly sealing off the entire auction house. A dozen drones circled in the air, clearly indicating that this was a meticulously planned and well-organized operation. The tense atmosphere instantly froze like ice. What are you doing? This is Dacheng City's armed forces. Your guns aren't aimed at new humans. Why are they pointed at us? Are you going to kidnap us? I don't have any money on me. Where is young Master Tailong? We demand an explanation. If you Dacheng City want to make enemies of all the cities in the Sanjiang Basin, I advise you to think it over. Don't forget, there are people from Jiangbei here. That man and woman just now are the subordinates of the mad ghost slayer. Just as everyone was discussing, Li Tailong appeared with a smile. Ha ha, everyone stay calm. I don't want your money or your treasures. I only want your evolution value. Hearing this, everyone became even angrier. It seemed that Li Tailong had no intention of trading fairly. This was outright robbery. Young Master Tailong, are you really going to make an enemy of Sanjiang? If you let us go now, we can swear not to mention this matter. Yes, young Master Tailong, the Sanjiang Basin has many talented people. No matter how strong you are, you can't be so arrogant. Some even scoffed. Do you really think you're the mad ghost slayer? Bang. The next moment, the person who just scoffed was instantly split in half by a sword chi. Blood splattered everywhere. What the hell, Lao Sun? One sword killed him. Sun Hao is one of the leaders of the Zhangzhou Extreme Path base, known as the Extreme Path Fist Demon. How dare Li Tailong kill him? This is insane. Both Dacheng City and Li Tailong are crazy. Li Tailong had long retracted his earlier smile and looked coldly at everyone. The Mad Ghost Slayer can wipe out the top 3 families. I, Li Tailong, can also annihilate the entire Sanjiang Basin. Chapter 85, Map of Mountains and Rivers. With grandiose words, Li Tailong showed no regard for anyone, even the Mad Ghost Slayer. Now, line up one by one to hand over your evolution values. And I can spare you. A stone wrapped in black cloth was pushed forward by Hizang Liu, placed before everyone. The crowd looked at each other. In everyone's heart regarding Li Tailong's words, there was a million disbelief. In such a situation, who would believe that you would let us go? You start. Saying this, Li Tailong casually pointed at a person. That person was stunned for a moment. As a senior member of the base, he had his pride, but at this moment, he softened. He gritted his teeth, about to step forward. Uft. The sword chi hit the ground, and a head fell. Young Master Tailong, isn't this a bit excessive? The person was just about to step forward. How can you not follow the rules? How can we trust you if you do this? Li Tailong listened to the accusations from below without responding, but directly pointed at the person who just spoke. You start. Almost instantly, that person directly ran to hand over his evolution value, completely losing the earlier bravado. Instead, he had a face full of flattery. Everyone knew he was right. If he hesitated for even a second, he would definitely die. Next, you. Next. Next. As Li Tailong's voice rang out, more and more people hurriedly ran towards Hizang Liu. Their speed increased with each passing moment. They were in a rush. All those who had emptied their evolution values were detained in a neighboring room. What awaited them wouldn't be good. With a continuous stream of people emptying their evolution values, Chen Xiao estimated that Li Tailong had already called out nearly 200 people. The evolution value would likely reach 10,000. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. No one knew what he was thinking. It's your turn, Jiangbei. Li Tailong had a grim expression as he pointed at Chen Xiao, impatiently sorting. Even though the other party came from Jiangbei, he remained unafraid. Chen Xiao was the calmest among everyone. He slowly stepped forward. Are you sure you want me to go? Li Tailong's expression darkened. What are you questioning? Chen Xiao smiled and stopped speaking, walking to Hizang Liu's side, asking again. Are you sure you want my evolution value? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Hizang Liu was getting impatient. Everyone else was eager to kneel and contribute their evolution values. Why do you have so many questions? Chen Xiao's mouth slightly lifted as he shook his head. All right, this is what you all wanted. Saying this, he placed his hand on the black cloth. Opportunity for evolution, 4595550500000. The next moment, the light beneath the black cloth burst forth instantly. Like a supernova exploding in the vast universe, it instantly engulfed all colors. What the hell is happening? My eyes. This is too dazzling. Is Li Tailong trying to blind us? What on earth is going on? Many who had not contributed their evolution values were startled by the blinding white light. They had no idea why such a strange thing suddenly happened. But the core personnel of Xingyu Base knew. Li Tailong was taken aback. Wasn't it still short by 50 or 60,000? Why the hell did it activate directly? He Xiangliu, what is going on? Yang Beiying, risking the danger of having his eyes pierced, stared hard at the source of the opportunity. But the white light blocked all his vision. What the hell? This is impossible. The opportunity was right in front of him. Could it be? He Xiangliu, who was closest, felt his head buzzing. He was the first to be attacked by the white light, and he was horrified. He had just tried it out. There were clearly still more than 40,000 evolution values left. At least a few hundred more people were needed to meet young Master Tailong's requirement of 10,000 evolution values. What on earth was going on? He didn't know either. Opportunity for evolution, 5000005000000. Animal number 230001. Gained opportunity for evolution, map of mountains and rivers, description, a strange object, containing the universe within. It holds endless geographical spirit and natural laws. Effect 1. The holder can materialize the scenery within the map of mountains and rivers into reality. Effect 2. The holder can draw vitality from the ecosystem, rapidly recovering injuries and stamina. Effect 3. The holder can freely use the space within the map of mountains and rivers, placing and retrieving items at will. The moment the prompt appeared, the white light slowly faded. Chen Xiao held a scroll in his hand, its appearance exuding a sense of mystery, with a soft and glossy texture. The surrounding image was adorned with an ancient and elegant cloud pattern border, golden threads outlining intricate and luxurious designs at the edges. The ends of the scroll were embedded with exquisite rosewood caps, intricately carved with vivid landscapes. He casually unfurled the scroll. The painting was over a meter wide and more than 3 meters long. Chen Xiao could only glimpse half of the scenery within. The mountains towered, rivers twisted, and the interplay of lake and mountain colors was distinctly layered, striking the heart. Even the gods would struggle to paint something like this. Damn it! Yang Beiying was furious. His hefty body, soaring directly towards Chen Xiao. Put down that divine object, and I will spare your life. Chen Xiao smirked slightly, lifting the landscape painting and pointing it lightly at the charging Yang Beiying. River. As the word fell, the static mountains and waters in the painting suddenly came to life, as if infused with vitality. In an instant, a colorless vortex appeared at the top of the landscape painting, resembling the chaotic source at the dawn of creation. The vortex suddenly began to spin faster, gradually expanding and sending rippling waves outward. Wherever the waves passed, the mountain and water scenes within the scroll instantly became blurred and distorted. A tremendous force surged forth from the vortex, transforming into an overwhelmingly oppressive river. Torrential waves surged, flowing endlessly. Everything is water. Chen Xiao did not settle for just the impact of the river, but directly manipulated the magnificent river with everything is water. It transformed into a blade of light and shadow, hidden with knives in the river. Instantly, it lunged towards Yang Beiying. Yang Beiying frowned, shocked. This divine object was even more terrifying than he had imagined. But the final beneficiary would not be him. After working hard to help Li Tailong, finally seeing the meat within reach, only to be intercepted, this was unacceptable. The elephant god descended. Yang Beiying shouted loudly, and his already formidable body swelled even further, reaching an astonishing 4 meters. His terrifying muscles confronted the towering waves head-on. Divine objects paired with heroes. Even if you possessed a divine object, you could not unleash your strongest power. Yang Beiying laughed heartily, the immense power giving him extreme confidence. This kid was incredibly lucky to have acquired the treasure planned by Dazang City. Luck? This was clearly misfortune. He had no idea how serious the situation was. He was doomed. I, as a native of Dazang City, understood Yang Beiying's capabilities too well. He was the strongest person in the Sanjiang region. Even Li Tailong acknowledged this. Regardless of whether it was an accident, that young man would have to bear Yang Beiying's wrath. How tragic. Countless people saw Yang Beiying, whose muscular body resembled a skyscraper, and their feelings of helplessness became clearer. Today, they had underestimated the human heart at the end of the world. Dazang City feared nothing from the Sanjiang River basin. Li Tailong coldly stared at Chen Xiao, as if looking at a corpse. In his heart, he felt a glimmer of relief. At least the opportunity gained was a treasure, not a talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to salvage the situation. Even killing that kid from Jiangbei wouldn't make up for the loss of 500,000 evolution points. But in the current situation, no matter how he created this accident, he could never take this opportunity away. In an instant, the great river had surged past, crashing into Yang Beiying's solid body, causing a tremendous noise. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying waves and blades instantly engulfed him. Uft, uft, uft. His muscles split open, blood splattering where the blades had cut. Around him, more than a dozen awakened individuals from Dazang were also caught in the chaos, instantly shredded to pieces, merging into the Blade River, vanishing without a trace. One side of the auction hall was also shattered by the terrifying waves, slowly dissipating into starlight. It turned out that the Great River just now was merely the energy transformed from the landscape painting, which is why it was endless. Chapter 86. Another reward of a city. As the starlight of the Great River faded, the battlefield revealed its remnants. Yang Beiying's originally powerful and massive body was now bloodied, half consumed by the blades. His left arm and leg, standing diagonally forward, were reduced to bloody bones. Half of his face was entirely destroyed, one eye blinded, looking utterly tragic. Cough. Yet he did not die. This was the testament of his tenacious vitality. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations. Yang Beiying had lost. This was not just a loss, it was sheer brutality, with no ability to fight back. Yet, on the Sanjiang combat power list, he was the third strongest beneath the Madman Butcher and young Master Tailong. After the apocalypse, ruthless people emerged. One must not recklessly provoke some old foxes, who could be pretending to be weak while hiding their strength. In my view, this deity had long anticipated that there would be something amiss at this auction and came to punish Dazang. But I wonder about the deity's character. Will they save us? The crowd, keeping their distance, watched as the scene spiraled out of control, shock filling their hearts, lamenting. Li Tailong's expression darkened as he approached Yang Beiying with a dozen awakened individuals. Yet he discovered that Yang Beiying had just breathed his last. His confidant was dead. Chen Xiao calmly rolled up the landscape painting, slinging the over-meter-long scroll diagonally behind him, resembling someone carrying a heavy battle axe. His heart was also immensely shocked. This painting was even more powerful than he had imagined. This was just one of the three major effects. Visualization. When he manipulated the rivers within the painting to surge forth, it created the grand scene of water flooding the stars and moon just now. Even Yang Beiying, the awakened elephant in the Sanjiang combat power list, couldn't withstand a single blow. Moreover, the landscape painting had two other major abilities, a power bank and a large backpack. The former was not very significant since few could injure him. However, restoring stamina was immensely useful. After all, the cost of many talents is stamina consumption, such as his own invisibility. With the landscape painting, his invisibility ability would be further enhanced, free from stamina limitations. The most crucial effect, of course, was the spatial aspect of the landscape painting, which could be accessed with just a thought. This allowed Chen Xiao to traverse the world with a single painting. No longer would he worry about food and clothing. Once he returned, he would crazily stockpile resources in the landscape painting. Jiangbei, you've also realized that the opportunity you obtained is strong. But have you considered what the cost of acquiring such a powerful weapon is? Li Tailong did not want to completely turn against Chen Xiao. After all, Chen Xiao had just asserted dominance, intimidating everyone. To take down Chen Xiao, Li Tailong felt that even if he took action himself, he would have to pay a considerable price. Chen Xiao, you're not implying that the cost is being coveted by others, right? Li Tailong nodded. You are not the Madman Butcher. You do not have the ability to preserve this opportunity. Even if you go back, this opportunity will only belong to him, not you. I now promise you that as long as you hand over the opportunity, the Star Moon base will protect you forever. I guarantee this as the leader of Star Moon. Chen Xiao chuckled. Brother Tailong, are you insulting my intelligence? Li Tailong shook his head. Why walk the sunny path when you can seek your own death? Saying this, he drew a jade sword from his waist. A surge of overwhelming sword intent soaring into the sky. The green serpent jade sword, a family heirloom of Shushan, and when young Master Tailong made his move, he was dead serious. He drew his sword. It was rumored that once this sword was drawn, it would slay all enemies. Could this young man, relying on the treasure he just obtained, withstand a blow? It was unlikely. As you said, the treasure just obtained, no matter how strong, required time to adapt. If he died, wouldn't we be doomed? Seeing so many secrets revealed, I couldn't even imagine how Dazang would treat us. Chen Xiao saw the jade sword in his hand and naturally heard the introductions from the others. A hint of greed arose in his heart. Li Tailong noticed the glimmer of greed in Chen Xiao's eyes, and his anger surged. External things are ultimately external, and human strength is weak, leaving one to die without a burial place. Only by complementing each other with the green snake and the jade sword can one truly achieve the unity of man and sword. As he spoke, he drew his sword, and the sword energy surged. Chen Xiao remained completely calm. This sword energy was not as powerful as Li Taiyuan's. 8 directions killing directly crushed the space, dissipating the sword energy without a trace. Immediately after, Chen Xiao took out a scroll from behind. He decided to test the ability of the mountain river map. With a thought, he instantly connected to the profound dimensions of the world within the painting. The top of the auction house seemed to be torn open by an invisible force, revealing a huge vortex. In an instant, a massive object that blocked out the sun plummeted from the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a towering mountain, blocking the sun, carrying terrifying power. It was about to fall on Li Tailong and the others, and there was no time to lose. Unfortunately, Chen Xiao lacked the strength and stamina to directly move mountains and seas, and could only take out a small hill from the mountain river map. Moreover, it was far lighter than a real mountain, as the entire mountain was composed of energy gathered from the mountain river map. It wasn't particularly thrilling. However, it looked quite impressive. It could easily crush 99% of Awaken ones. Unfortunately, if it were directly a Mount Tai pressing down, even the horse face couldn't withstand it. This was a new direction for Chen Xiao's strength enhancement. What the hell is this? What kind of means can summon meteors? I've entered the high martial realm. Young Master Tailong, save us. Beside Li Tailong, everyone was in a panic, running and trying to take cover. Many were crying for help. Naturally, Li Tailong would not sit idly by. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain his position as leader. However, deep down, he was even more determined that this opportunity must belong to him. It was not a non-talent, nor something governed by rules. It was a treasure that he could use. Shushan sword technique, one sword to tilt the heavens. Buzz. In an instant, a magnificent sword light surged forth, striking the sky above the small mountain. Boom. The next moment, the mountain was completely sliced apart by the sword energy, turning into countless stones, successfully relieving the force. The lives of those around were saved. Chen Xiao clapped. Reward me with another one. Li Tailong, what did you say? Boom. Li Tailong looked up in shock, only to see another terrifying giant stone falling from the sky. It was even larger than the previous one. Chapter 87, Blood Chi Secret Method. Shushan Sword Technique, Majestic. Boom. Li Tailong raised his hand and swung his sword, and terrifying sword energy surged out again, directly destroying the Starlight Mountain. No wonder it was a direct descendant. Some strength. Chen Xiao nodded. Impressive. Li Tailong turned around. Are you insulting me? Do you really think that with that painting in your hand, you can contend with Dacheng? Chen Xiao chuckled. You're right. External things are ultimately external. As he spoke, Chen Xiao placed the mountain river map behind him. What do you mean? Li Tailong was baffled. Did this kid go mad? I casually said a couple of words, and he really doesn't want to use his treasure? It seems he is not that great after all. Since he had finished testing the power of the mountain river map, Chen Xiao said lightly, Be woman, let's destroy Dacheng together. Li Tailong laughed. Ha. What do you mean destroy Dacheng? I'm really curious. Who gave you the confidence? Even the madman butcher wouldn't dare to speak like that. The spectators also did not expect this kid who obtained the treasure to be so arrogant. Not only did he put away the treasure, but he also angered Li Tailong like this. It was simply seeking death. He was really crazy, clearly having a treasure. Yet he insists on putting it away and getting beaten. I can't take it anymore. Isn't this just foolishness? Placing such high hopes on him was a wrong decision. Today, we are bound to fall into Li Tailong's clutches. I just hope that if I obediently hand over my evolution points, he will spare my life. No one had high hopes for Chen Xiao. Only the bee woman slowly stepped forward, received. Seeking death. In an instant, the people behind Li Tailong moved. He was the 12th on the Sanjiang power ranking. An SS-level magical talent, thread bearer. Wang Kuan. I'll capture this little woman first. Wang Kuan thought to himself. He was going to pick the softest persimmon. That alluring woman in black was just a small team leader from Jiangbei. And he was one of the big leaders of the Xingyu base. This was a great opportunity to perform in front of young Master Tailong. He moved at incredible speed. Thread, magic wrapping around him, transforming into waves of black light, exuding evil. Buzz. The next moment, to his surprise, chains suddenly appeared in the space, locking him tightly. The mud pit, the swamp. Even his movements became sluggish. Li Tailong's eyes narrowed. and he immediately realized that this woman opposite him had an impressive talent. Probably starting from SSS level. But why would such a talent be willing to stay in a poor place like Jiangbei, where the base construction was far inferior to his Xinyu base? Just as Wang Kuan was locked by the chains, the bee woman also flashed to the center of the battlefield. With a flying kick, she actually kicked Wang Kuan several meters away, his jaw broken, and his bloody tongue revealed. Wang Kuan struggled to get up and escape. He had kicked a hard nut. He didn't expect that little woman's strength to be so monstrous. Jiangbei already had a madman butcher, which was scary enough. And now there was a man who could move mountains at will, and a woman who could apply chains to him. Dacheng City didn't have such depth. Wang Miao naturally wouldn't give her a chance to escape, moving at an astonishing speed. A cold light quickly appeared in her palm. In a flash, Wang Kuan was completely dead. Single kill. Li Tailong sighed. He knew Wang Kuan's thoughts very well. Today, Dacheng City suffered heavy losses, all because of that kid. This had already surpassed his limit of patience. To Jiangbei, I have given you many opportunities. Why don't you cherish them? I said, even if the madman butcher came. He would have to swallow his anger, because if I want him dead, he will die. I will strip your muscles and bones, and then send the woman beside you to the chaos district of Dacheng. This is the consequence of offending me. As he spoke, Li Tailong raised the green snake and jade sword, and a strong red light suddenly radiated from his body. The red light was blazing and dazzling, like a raging flame, illuminating the entire space as if it were stained with blood. Under the illumination of the red light, the green snake and jade sword seemed to come alive. The green snake carved on the sword body appeared lifelike, moving between the red light, exuding immense pressure. Chen Xiao recalled the power ranking he had seen in Sangzhou. Li Tailong seemed to have mastered a method to enhance blood qi. This scene corresponded perfectly. Damn it, Li Tailong is furious, directly unleashing his full power. How are we going to play now? He used this move to wipe out hundreds of Awaken ones. The combination of the green snake and jade sword with his blood qi enhancement was the ultimate technique of Shushan. Alas, with Li Tailong possessing this strength, we are probably doomed today. Damn it. Chen Xiao took a step forward. Another step forward. He slowly walked towards Li Tailong, hands behind his back, with a calm demeanor and a smile on his lips, showing no sign of fear. This kid is crazy. I admire him. He's looking for death. Open the painting. You fool. You don't need the divine weapon. I'll use it. Hurry and hand the divine weapon over to me. Under the radiance of the red light, Li Tailong looked like a demon crawling out of hell. He chuckled. Jiangbei, you won't be able to withstand this next move. Not even your boss, the madman butcher. I mean it. Boom. The next moment, Li Tailong shot out like a rocket. His speed was so fast it was almost as if he disappeared. The red light scattered across the sky, directly striking Chen Xiao. Humph, truly self-inflicted suffering. Young Master Tailong's strength far exceeds what the outside world claims. They don't understand. But we at Dacheng know best. If Tai Longzi weren't so low-key, he would have stormed into the capital long ago. In my opinion, that Li Tai Xian from the capital is just a name without substance. Although he shares a character with our boss, he is definitely not as good as Tai Longzi. That's for sure. I heard that Li Tai Xian was pinned to the city wall by a spear. You can't imagine how tragic that was. Just as the core members of Dacheng witnessed Li Tai Long's secret technique erupting, they also heard a faint voice. It was only 4 words. 9 feet. Seal. Stamp. Chen Xiao slowly raised his hand, speaking word by word. Dragon breath. He probed, and a red light appeared, already 3 meters in front of him. The corners of Li Tai Long's mouth curled up. He had already foreseen that the kid from Jiangbei would be in pieces. Under his secret technique, no one could withstand this sword. Not even a madman could withstand it. Slap. A hand fiercely struck Li Tai Long's face. Li Tai Long frantically activated the secret technique of his blood and energy, along with the sword energy of Mount Shu surrounding him, but to his astonishment, it was all gone. Li Tai Long. But how could this be possible? I am the only one of my kind, the chosen descendant of ancient martial arts. He had no time to think further, as the terrifying force from the slap far exceeded his imagination. Boom. He was sent flying horizontally for hundreds of meters. All his teeth fell out. Blood turned into a blood serpent, filling the air with blood mist. Finally, he crashed hard against the wall of a distant building, embedding himself deep into it. His figure vanished. Among the rubble and smoke, only flowing blood remained. Chapter 88. Bright Lamp. Unfortunately, the prompt for the evolution value never rang. This slap silenced the entire venue. Whether it was the attendees of the auction or the 1,000 armed members of Dacheng, everyone was agape. This scene was something they had never dreamed of. That was Li Tai Long. He was actually slapped into a state of uncertainty regarding his life and death. Is this real or fake? What are you waiting for? Shoot. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, revealing his urgency. The 1,000 armed personnel immediately raised their guns, aiming at Chen Xiao and Wang Miao, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Why do some people always have blind faith in firearms? Faith in science. Chen Xiao shook his head lightly, and the map of mountains and rivers unfolded directly, followed by torrents of rivers surging out from the map. It was an endless flow, transforming into a massive water curtain, completely enveloping the two. Could he have really killed Li Tailong? How could someone like that, so reckless and dog-like, be Tai Longzi? He should be called Tai Long Dog Thief. He actually tried to scheme against us in the name of the auction, plotting to steal everyone's evolution value. Thanks to that brother from Jiangbei. I am a fan of Jiangbei's Madman Butcher, and now I'm a fan of both. Chen Xiao held the map of mountains and rivers, a smile on his lips, and stepped closer to the Dacheng troops. Countless bullets couldn't even approach Chen Xiao by a fraction. They were all deflected by ripples. Seeing this, everyone gave up resistance, threw down their guns, and began to flee. At this moment, Chen Xiao no longer held back. From the map of mountains and rivers, he directly materialized a towering object, a presence far exceeding the previous 2 mountains. This was the limit of what Chen Xiao could mobilize within the map of mountains and rivers. Boom. Above the sky, Mount Tai pressed down. The terrifying might spread, causing the entire auction venue to tremble, and the mountain was rapidly falling. Suddenly, a sigh came. Above the sky, the mountain was shattered. The method was remarkably similar to 8 Directions of Massacre. Chen Xiao snorted coldly. He had long sensed a very powerful force lurking in the shadows, extremely sneaky. As expected, they couldn't sit still now. A figure stepped out. It was a young man. He wore a feather-woven crown and a complex and ornate ethnic costume. In his hand, he held a bright lamp. "You are Zhou Sun," Wang Miao exclaimed in shock, her eyes trembling. "Why is this person appearing here?" Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. "Do you know him?" Wang Miao swallowed hard. "I've seen him once. He is the 2nd executive officer of the capital, and Xian Ning. The 2 of them had been to the Zhang family together. As someone who had once been a thug for the Zhang family, Wang Miao's understanding of the apocalypse's dynamics and characters far exceeded Chen Xiao's. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao chuckled. These executive officers from the capital are so meddlesome. First, Yuan Qingzheng brought Li Taixian to attend the wedding of the Yang family. Then Pei Tianyuan obstructed me from annihilating the Zhang family. Now, an Xian Ning has come. Chen Xiao felt somewhat irritated. Zhou Sun held the bright lamp and said nothing. Behind him, a man in military uniform slowly walked out, his gaze sharp, with an extremely prominent, hooked nose. Chen Xiao, he is an Xian Ning. Wang Miao rubbed her forehead. Exasperated, an Xian Ning is the famous military flower of the military district, and certainly not a man. The man spoke. "I am the 1st executive officer of the Dacheng military district. My name is Li Xiang." Chen Xiao said lightly. "So, if I want to destroy the Xingyu base, do you have any objections?" Li Xiang sighed again. "If you were the Madman Butcher, I might have been intimidated. But with just that painting of yours, I fear you cannot achieve it." Zhou Sun stepped forward. "Hand over the painting, and I will spare your life." Chen Xiao's expression was somewhat strange. "Why do you all think I'm not the Madman Butcher?" Li Xiang directly replied. "With the Madman Butcher style of action, we would have long been dead." Chen Xiao. "So it turns out my gentleness has given these people the wrong impression." Li Xiang sneered. "If you want to flaunt your power, you need to first see if you are worthy of it. Your strength relies entirely on divine artifacts. And you dare to provoke the Madman Butcher? Indeed, up until now, Chen Xiao's displayed abilities had no relation to the Madman Butcher. Zhou Sun, make your move. Grab that divine artifact, and your mission will be accomplished. You can return to report to officer, and Li Xiang slowly spoke, effectively sentencing Chen Xiao to death. Zhou Sun nodded and stepped forward, the bright lamp in front of him instantly radiating a terrifying aura. This was also an opportunity for evolution. An existence similar to the map of mountains and rivers. The military truly had some skills. The next moment, the space around Chen Xiao began to shatter. This familiar feeling was too similar to his 8 Directions of Massacre. No longer hesitating, Chen Xiao directly summoned boundless water from the map of mountains and rivers to block all damage. With a wave of his hand, 9 feet seal. Zhou Sun was instantly enveloped by a sinister force, as if sinking into an endless quagmire. Helpless, slow, like glue. The next moment, Chen Xiao's fist appeared right before him. Zhou Sun was alarmed. Reforge. Buzz. Chen Xiao's punch directly pierced through space, as if striking into another time and space. This Zhou Sun and the bright lamp in his hand seemed somewhat outrageous. His 9 feet seal was supposed to be a 99 sealing rate. How could he still use his abilities? While Chen Xiao remained calm and analytical, Zhou Sun was nearly scared to death. Just a moment ago, He had even thought he was going to die. His Spider SSS-level talent space construction was completely unusable. It felt like he was dead. Fortunately, his bright lamp played a crucial role. Otherwise, his fate would probably be worse than Li Tai Long's. Rule talent holders cannot be contended with, quickly widening the distance. Zhou Sun took a deep breath, having temporarily escaped from the grasp of death. Damn, what is going on here? The new people sent by Da Cheng seem quite formidable. I recognize him. He is from Officer N's people in the capital. I met him 2 weeks ago in the capital. From the capital? If Da Cheng's affairs involve the capital, then we're in trouble. With our meager strength, it's tough enough to contend with Da Cheng. How can we compete with the military district of the capital? Don't panic, brothers. I see there may still be a turning point. Why is this big shot from Jiangbei getting stronger as the battle goes on? The crowd on the field saw the immensely magnificent mountain and thought the big shot from Jiangbei had the upper hand. Unexpectedly, another awakened being from the Beijing military district emerged, and according to those in the know, this person is quite strong. Fortunately, in their first encounter, Zhou Sun was slightly at a disadvantage. The big shot from Jiangbei held the advantage. Li Xiang frowned. Zhou Sun, what is going on? Zhou Sun, no longer calm. Crouched low, ready for battle. Director Li, it's a bit tricky. Director and only agreed to assist you once. In principle, what just happened already counts as a full effort. Li Xiang felt a surge of anger. What do you mean? Are we running now? You're abandoning Da Cheng and provoking the relationship between Beijing and Da Cheng. He panicked. Was Zhou Sun selling him out? Chapter 89. A portrait if he ran now. What would happen to him? Besides, he had just provoked them. Wouldn't he be torn to shreds? Director Li, this matter concerning Da Cheng must not be exposed, otherwise, both you and I will undoubtedly die. It was Li Tailong's voice, covered in blood, in a sorry state, half of his body nearly beaten to collapse. He walked with a limp. Do you really need to say that? Li Xiang's face contorted with anger. Li Tailong, you promised me that as long as Da Cheng gathered enough evolution points, you would fully support my entry into the Beijing military district. And what about now? Where's the opportunity? You yourself are half paralyzed. Li Tailong gritted his teeth. I didn't expect that opportunity to be so powerful. Li Xiang's teeth itched with resentment. Do you know how much favor I used to invite Zhou Sun for this matter? Who would have thought you would dare to invite someone from Jiangbei to participate in the auction? You really want to find someone. Zhou Sun, holding a lantern, nervously said, what is the use of being angry now? Find a way out. We both know Director N's talent. You know best whether she has a backup plan. It's already this time. Stop dawdling. Li Xiang's face was serious, his eyes filled with hatred, and he nodded. Why aren't we fighting? Chen Xiao chuckled and looked at the three. Li Tailong's green snake jade sword, Zhou Sun's lantern. He really liked them. So let us change ownership. He flashed forward, his black figure like a demon in broad daylight. It made Zhou Sun and Li Xiang feel the pressure of a mountain pressing down on them. Li Xiang's own strength was already weak, continuously retreating, and fell directly onto a stool. What a disgrace. Damn it. Li Xiang gritted his teeth in hatred. Director N. Something has indeed happened in Da Cheng. Come quickly. Just as Li Xiang's words fell, a sharp female voice suddenly appeared. Why are you calling me about Da Cheng's matter? Buzz. Bang. Bang. Immediately, 3 black iron gates fell from the sky above Chen Xiao, crashing onto the floor and blocking his path. He leaped up and stood on top of the gates. Beside the Da Cheng trio, a black vortex slowly emerged. Like a black hole. This breath. Another spatial talent. It looks like group teleportation. How amazing. Following that, 7 or 8 streams of powerful energy surged from within the vortex. Under Dragon Breath. They were all at Zhou Sun's level. There was even one energy source at the same level as the Wolf King Chun Mo under the support of 1,000 people. The newcomers were not friendly. The strongest energy body was a tall man, over 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like mountains, his face stern, exuding a strong aura. What impressed Chen Xiao the most was that on his hunched back were actually 4 massive black gates. The gates glimmered with a cold metallic sheen, as if containing the weight of destruction. No doubt, the gate under Chen Xiao's feet and the ones embedded in the ground around him all belonged to him. 7 gates in total? What a strange person. Li Xiang, you borrowed people from me, yet you used the Beijing passage without permission. What is your intention? A confident woman spoke. An Xian Ning, the 2nd execution officer of the Beijing military district. She was dressed in a fitted military uniform, her posture straight as a gun, her ponytail swaying in the wind. The tightly cinched military belt accentuated her slender waist and full curves, showcasing both strength and grace. Her facial features were 3-dimensional and delicate, radiating a powerful aura with every move. The presence of a strong woman dominated the scene. Anyone who saw her would have to admit that she was a remarkable woman. Upon seeing this woman, Li Xiang didn't dare entertain any lustful thoughts. Directorin, that kid over there in Dacheng has been obstructing my plans. You must know. If I stay in the Dacheng military district, my assistance to you would be pitifully small. Just let me enter the Beijing military district, and I will definitely follow your lead in the future. And Xian Ning didn't respond, but turned to Zhou Sun. Zhou Sun, what is going on? Zhou Sun nervously glanced at Chen Xiao before speaking. It's a long story. Didn't you ask me to assist Director Li in completing a task? Director Li arranged for me to help the Dacheng armed forces to kidnap the people from the Sanjiang region participating in the auction. As long as they get the opportunity, Director Li will gain the support of the Xingyu base for his entry into the Beijing military district, paving the way. Just as Zhou Sun was stating the objective facts, and Xian Ning interrupted. No need to say more. You've kidnapped the wrong people. Zhou Sun helplessly replied. The Sanjiang region is full of hidden talents. First, there was the mad ghost butcher, and now another one has popped up. Li Xiang asked, Directorin, what do we do now? And Xian Ning coldly replied, Didn't you see how many people I brought? Anyone who comes today will die. I guarantee your entry into Beijing. Li Xiang was overjoyed. This was the guarantee of the second execution officer of Beijing. A promise worth 1,000 gold. It was taking off, completely taking off. Li Tailong, dragging his bloodied body, was also excited. That slap had almost killed him. Now, he could finally see the Jiangbei kid with no place to bury him. Even if the map in his hand had nothing to do with him, that was enough. After all, with his speed of progress, as long as he followed the Kunlun path, he wouldn't be weaker than anyone. This was the confidence in the ancient martial arts of the great Xia. Li Xiang happily hummed, proudly raising his head. He shouted to Chen Xiao, who stood on the top of the gate with his hands behind his back. Do you really think that by obtaining that opportunity, you are invincible? All these people here possess the strength of the mad ghost butcher. How will you deal with them? Ha ha ha. Just now, he was frightened by Chen Xiao and fell to the ground. Today, he must return the insult doubled. Brothers, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected is about to happen. Who can't see it? And Xian Ning. Dacheng has truly gotten involved with Beijing. They want to put us to death. Didn't that little brat Li Xiang say that those people are all at the level of the mad ghost butcher? We're dead for sure, dead for sure. Who has paper and a pen? I want to write a will. But don't say it. And Xian Ning's figure is really good. That little waist makes me want to hold it. We're about to die, and you're still talking about this. Only when we're about to die can we dare to say it. The participants from various cities in the auction were either passively waiting to die, actively waiting to die, or thinking about trembling while waiting to die. Meanwhile, Chen Xiao stood on top of the gate, indifferent, and said lightly, Each of them has the strength of the mad ghost butcher? That is terrifying. Li Xiang coldly snorted. Now you're scared? It's too late. Director, and it's him. This little thief has been obstructing our plans. Please send someone to kill him quickly. I see the strength of the god general carrying the gate is sufficient. Li Xiang pointed at the tall man with the gate on his back, impatiently. He recognized the god general carrying the gate. He was one of the best in the Beijing military district, far surpassing Zhou Sun and the others. Upon hearing this, an Xian Ning looked in the direction Li Xiang pointed. Her small face stiffened. Her expression gradually lost control. Familiar. Too familiar. Pei Tianyuan had returned to the military district a few days ago. On the wall in the core area, a portrait had been hung. The person on it was him. The most outrageous thing is that beneath the portrait, there are black words written. Whoever dares to provoke him, I will kill your whole family. Chapter 90. The gatekeeper god general once made everyone speculate about who it was that made Pei Tianyuan pay such close attention. Upon inquiry, it was learned that the seemingly gentle young man was actually the mad ghost slayer. Who could have imagined this under the seemingly harmless exterior? Beneath that facade lies a killing god and demon. This is such a stark contrast. At this moment, the portrait gradually overlapped with the young man in front of him. He is Chen Xiao, the mad ghost slayer. Li Xiang saw that an Xian Ning was stunned, and her face looked quite unpleasant. He quickly spoke up, Directorin. What are we waiting for? As long as that little thief is alive, we won't be able to keep the Sanjiang area in check. In my opinion, we should let the gatekeeper god general turn him into meat paste. I can guarantee you that as long as we resolve the issue with Dacheng, I will be your loyal lackey once I enter the capital. And Xian Ning's eyelids twitched, and her cold face darkened. Turn him into meat paste? Then turn him into meat paste. Gatekeeper god general, it's up to you. As soon as she finished speaking, the more than 100 people present let out a sigh. This time, it's really over. How did I stumble upon such a conspiracy? At this moment, I wish I were a deaf mute. Brother, I'm not saying this. But with this happening, all the rats in this auction house are going to die. Sure enough, the end times should not be greedy. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The idea of exchanging evolution points for meat is simply ridiculous to think about now. The next moment, the gatekeeper god general moved towards Li Xiang. At this time, Li Xiang was still babbling insults. Humph, when you're turned into meat paste by the gate. I will definitely take a photo. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the gatekeeper god general stepping towards him. He laughed. God general. He's right on your doorstep. Aren't you going to do something about it? He watched as the gatekeeper god general transformed into a war god with immense strength. With one hand tightly gripping the heavy edge of the door, he leaped up. The movement was smooth and powerful, without any hesitation. What the hell, are you crazy? Directorin, the gatekeeper god general has gone mad. Directorin, say something. He saw the cold and stern face of Directorin, her eyes icy, as if she were looking at a corpse. And Xian Ning coldly spoke. You dare provoke the mad ghost slayer? You really know how to bring me trouble, Directorly. What? Li Xiang's pupils shrank sharply, and he stiffly turned his head to meet Chen Xiao's eyes. They were cold and merciless, looking down from above. Those were numb eyes that had never regarded him as worthy. The mad ghost slayer. He actually is the mad ghost slayer. How can he possibly be the mad ghost slayer? Instantly, he recalled their previous conversation, as if it were a memory before death. Why do you all think I'm not the mad ghost slayer? Why didn't I believe it? Why did I oppose him? Why did he attend the auction? Why, despite having killed the 3 major families? Does he only want to see my joke? Damn. Boom. The heavy door crashed down, blood splattering everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. With each deafening crash, blood splattered in a shocking manner. Each tremor seemed to strike at the soul of everyone present. Da Cheng's first executor, Li Xiang, died with unclosed eyes, turned into meat paste. Just as he wished. What the hell is this? How did they crush that brat Li Xiang to death? This development is really unexpected. What the hell happened? Did anyone hear their conversation? I couldn't hear clearly, but it seems to be a big shot from Jiangbei. Does he have some special identity? Don't scare me. Jiangbei's special identity, isn't that person? Then that's a problem. That person is notoriously mentally unstable. He might just slaughter us too. Don't talk nonsense. The big shot from Jiangbei saved us. Moreover, that legendary figure from Jiangbei exterminated the 3 major families to save his wife. I support him. I even plan to join the Jiangbei Triangle soon. Countless people witnessed Li Xiang's miserable state, feeling a deep sense of revenge. After all, this guy, as the top person in the Dacheng military district, actually sold out Dacheng just to take office in the capital. How shameless. He deserves to die. But the rapid turn of events left people unable to process it. The next moment, the gatekeeper god general looked at Li Tailong. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, causing Li Tailong to take a step back. If he were at his peak, he would have been confident enough to fight this strong man. But now, he simply lacked the ability to lift the Qing Serpent Jade sword again. However, an Xian Ning was there to save Dacheng's auction plan, right? Could it be that she was forsaking her principles for profit? Plotting against that little character from Jiangbei? How despicable. Just as Li Tailong was about to escape, he saw the gatekeeper god general shadowing him again, raising the black door once more. Don't damage my sword. A faint voice came from the coldly observing Chen Xiao. The gatekeeper god general nodded and leaped again. Boom. Ah, why are you listening to him? You're a god general. You belong to an Xian Ning. Have you really gone mad? Li Tailong cried out in pain, unable to comprehend why everyone was siding with that person from Jiangbei. Even the second executor of the capital, an Xian Ning, looked on as he was brutally killed. The gatekeeper god general coldly said, Li Tailong, you provoked him. If I don't kill you, Dacheng will be wiped out. Li Tailong's face turned pale with fear. Why you mean he is? In that moment, Li Tailong understood. He regretted more than he could express. The potential of ancient martial arts inheritance is completely unafraid of any talent. Why did he wade into this muddy water? Believing in Li Xiang's nonsense and overestimating his own strength, he actually provoked that person. How small is the world, to encounter him here? The gatekeeper god general saw that he had grasped his meaning and raised the black door. Boom, 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 until Li Tailong's already broken body was completely turned into a puddle of blood and flesh, leaving only a sword slanted in the ground, glinting coldly. This sword was the last legacy of Li Tailong. Zhou Sun witnessed this and felt extreme shame. The 2 people involved in this matter had died so tragically. He weakly spoke up, Directorin, this. An Xian Ning sighed. Zhou Sun, this time you've really caused a huge disaster. I don't know if you can save yourself. Zhou Sun was horrified. You don't mean to tell me he is? An Xian Ning met Chen Xiao's gaze and spoke sharply. The mad ghost slayer. I have long heard of your great name. Instantly, upon hearing this, Zhou Sun's hand holding the lantern began to tremble. Li Xiang, you beast. Chapter 91. Military Flower and Xian Ning promised to help you with your matters. And now she's risking her life for it? You want me to kill the mad ghost slayer? He raised his gaze, unable to contain the fear in his eyes. It was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. After the battle in the capital, he had entered the Zhang family, and the scenes were like hell on earth. Countless well-known awakened ones died in excruciating ways. Just as an Xian Ning said, he might truly not survive. Not only him, but the others brought by an Xian Ning also gasped, turning to look at Chen Xiao, who stood atop the door. No wonder this young man had shown no emotions from beginning to end, not even a hint of fear, panic, or urgency. It turns out he is the mad ghost slayer. This is the calm brought by absolute strength, the composure brought by absolute pressure. He is the player personally chosen by Director Pei, so young, yet possessing the disposition to wipe out the three major families? What on earth did he do before the end times? I checked, he is just a sophomore. It's really unbelievable. If Commanderin hadn't said anything, I would have thought he was just a poker-faced boy next door, completely unrelated to the Madman Butcher. Everyone present knows the weight of the Madman Butcher's name. He is simply famous in the military district. Among the 10 great generals selected by the Daxia military district, 3 have publicly stated that they are not his match. It should be noted that the 10 great generals are the top combat power of the Daxia military district. They are all extremely proud, and very few are willing to show up or protect the high-ranking officials of Daxia. Among those 3 who have publicly declared, one of them is the 9th general who just made a move, the gatekeeper general. Chen Xiao naturally knew they recognized him, but seeing these people not taking action against Zhou's son, he sighed and decided to finish it himself. In the next moment, a long sword of water slowly emerged in Chen Xiao's hand, spinning rapidly and emitting a cold light. Commanderin, you know how much I've done for you. Zhou Sun looked anxiously at the military district people. They were his last hope. And Xian Ning frowned. She certainly didn't want Zhou Sun to die right now. He was one of her most important confidants. Moreover, the lamp in his hand was a rare opportunity even in the military district. If he died, that opportunity would surely be seized by the Madman Butcher. That young man had already obtained the painting scheme by Yang Beiying and had reserved the Qing Shi Baiyu sword left by Li Tailong. If he also had the lamp, it would be a major incident. Commanderin, killing Li Xiong and Li Tailong is enough. Suddenly, behind the gatekeeper general, a tall and thin man interrupted an Xian Ning's words. He was dressed in white, with long hair cascading down. His face was so thin that it was all bone, and even his lips were frighteningly pale, making one feel he could die at any moment. The gatekeeper general shook his head. You think too simply of him. The tall, thin man scoffed. I should have been the one to take the position of general back then. You people are too despicable. We are the Daxia military district. Brother Jia, it's time for you to step up. Zhou Sun was ecstatic to see someone speaking for him. The tall, thin man disdainfully said, if I save you, then the lamp will be handed over to me. Zhou Sun's face gradually turned cold upon hearing this, but there was no other way now. The only one willing to take action was him alone. And Xian Ning was originally a decisive person, but at this moment, she hesitated. Her rationality told her to listen to Pei Tianyuan. The risk of angering the Madman Butcher was too high, but her emotions made her not want to kill Zhou Sun. She had never seen the strength of the Madman Butcher, and there was indeed a glimmer of hope in her heart. Perhaps he was just mythologized? The common people love to mythologize ordinary people. The tall, thin man saw that an Xian Ning didn't speak and took it as her acquiescence. He stepped forward to meet Chen Xiao's indifferent gaze. Madman Butcher, I am the captain of the Beijing military district, Jia Meng. Beside me is the famous second executor of the military district, an Xian Ning. We have already helped you eliminate Li Xiong and Li Tailong. How about we end it here today? For sentences, each filled with deep strategy. It expressed their status while also showing friendliness. The hope that Chen Xiao would spare Zhou Sun was implied, yet never mentioned directly. Until this moment, the attendees at the auction finally understood who that young man from Jiangbei was. Oh my, the Madman Butcher was just sitting to my left? This is too exciting. It really is him. I guessed it. How could Jiangbei suddenly have 2 such ruthless figures? The first ruthless person in the Sanjiang River Basin. Is he going to confront the Beijing military district head-on? The Beijing military district? I see it as the Daxia military district. That gatekeeper is none other than the Daxia general, right? This is my first time seeing a general-level awakener take action. It is said that foreign awakeners want to come to Daxia to take a share, and they are the ones stopping them. Everyone swallowed and exchanged glances. Continuing to focus on the scene. Madman Butcher, second executor of the Beijing military district, Daxia general. The actions of these big figures could affect their fate. Chen Xiao sneered. And it here? You wouldn't think I need your help, would you? Jia Meng's eyelids twitched. I acknowledge your strength. but there are 8 awakeners from the military district standing here. Immediately after, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind Jiao Ming. Stop now. Your goal has been achieved. Why continue opposing the military district? An Xian Ning bit her lip. She didn't choose to stop everyone, but she also didn't want to say any words of allegiance. This was her way of survival. Zhou Sun saw a glimmer of hope. Madman Butcher, I apologize to you. I was just misled by Li Xiang. Chen Xiao chuckled. Now you know to apologize? If I weren't the Madman Butcher, would I have been dead long ago? Zhou Sun was left speechless by the retort. Indeed. If you weren't the Madman Butcher, I would have killed you long ago. Would I still be apologizing here? But of course, he couldn't say such words. Jiao Ming was somewhat impatient. Madman Butcher, the top 3 families recruited those at the beginning of the apocalypse. They are at most just rotten fish and shrimp. And we in the military district, you can't provoke 10 of us. Go back to Jiangbei early, and let's not interfere with each other. Saying this, he was about to take Zhou Sun back. His eyes were fixed on the lamp, as if he had already secured this treasure. Chen Xiao smiled and said no more. The next second, he suddenly disappeared. The military district had disappointed him greatly. Chapter 92. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Jiao Ming, prepare. He's coming. Zhou Sun shouted loudly, raising the lamp high again. This was the only treasure he had the right to use to counter Chen Xiao. Jiao Ming snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. And his originally weak body instantly inflated. It grew 3 to 4 times larger. At this point, it reached the height and width of the gatekeeper and the door combined. He was a pufferfish awakener, possessing the SSS grade talent, giant expansion, and the A grade talent, puffer toxin, double S grade talent, and above. In the military district, he was an extraordinarily gifted awakener. This was also the confidence that allowed him to challenge Chen Xiao. In a flicker, Chen Xiao activated the 9-foot seal. It directly locked onto Jiao Ming and Zhou Sun. Almost instantly, Jiao Ming shrank like a deflated balloon. His inflated body actually shrank back down to his formerly tall and thin appearance. Rules, irresistible force. Forcefully reverting. Jiao Ming's face turned ashen, almost suffering a heart attack. What kind of technique is this? Zhou Sun, why didn't you tell me he is a rule type? I'm being countered here. Zhou Sun, seeing his fighting spirit vanish, felt frustrated. I thought you were so confident. I didn't think you were afraid. The two cursed each other, fear spilling from their eyes. To simultaneously seal the energy flow of 2 people, that man's talent was likely beyond SSS. But what was above SSS? They had no idea. Could it be God level? Zhou Sun raised the lamp high. Under its light, the space began to shift, attempting to use the same trick to survive. The lamp could manipulate space and absorb damage. But 8 directions of killing shattered his fantasy, directly breaking the spatial fluctuations around the lamp, causing the space around Zhou Sun to become even more chaotic. Puchi Puchi. The power of Dragon Bone erupted instantly, unparalleled. 2 strikes, 2 heads. The moment an Xian Ning saw the blood, she regretted it. They were simply not on the same level. As the heads fell, Chen Xiao stood in the wind, 3 feet above the ground, overlooking all. In his left hand, he held the lamp. In his right, the Qing Shi Baiyu sword. And behind him was the map of mountains and rivers. Every item he possessed was something everyone dreamed of. Bright lamp. Description: a bright lamp that can distort, fold, and even create small spatial domains. Effect 1. Consumes stamina to absorb attacks that appear around the lamp. Effect 2. Consumes stamina to negate surrounding rules. Note: the stronger the attack and the rules, the greater the consumption. From the perspective of Effect 1, this is an extremely powerful defensive opportunity. Zhou Sun used this lamp to block a punch under the 9-foot seal. However, Effect 2 is entirely different, transforming the lamp into an auxiliary item. One could even say that its auxiliary ability surpasses its defensive capability. Because this effect is incredibly powerful, it can actually negate rules. However, the stamina required is also terrifying. After all, even Ma Mian couldn't withstand the rules for long, let alone this lamp. Fortunately, Chen Xiao has the Shanhua map as a backup. Stamina replenishment becomes particularly important for him. He casually tossed the sword and lamp into the Shanhua map and looked back at an Xian Ning. His cold gaze sent a chill down an Xian Ning's spine. The Door God General took a step forward, blocking an Xian Ning's path. His eyes as still as an ancient well. The middle-aged man who had just witnessed the deaths of Jiao Ming and Zhou Sun looked horrified. Mad Ghost Butcher. The capital military district is not the Shangxin family. Do you really dare? An Xian Ning interrupted. Jin Yuan, shut up. Chen Xiao curled his lips into a smile and then instantly vanished from everyone's sight. A strong sense of unease enveloped everyone. Liang Jin Yuan gritted his teeth, continually retreating. He could not fathom how this person could be so bold, fully aware that the person before him was from the military district. Yet he still acted so recklessly. The military district's attitude disappoints me. A faint voice reached in Xi Ning's ears. The next moment, the boundless space shattered like a fragile mirror, transforming into countless crystalline blue ice shards, resembling sharp daggers that had been meticulously polished. They spun rapidly in the air and scattered, each glimmering with a chilling light. Buzz. Mad Ghost Butcher. Liang Jianyuan's talent is crucial. He is the most important research talent in the capital military district. You cannot kill him. The door god general shouted. As the 4 large doors on his back fell to the ground, forming a series of defenses, he felt helpless. Liang Jianyuan still hadn't grasped the situation. And Xi Ning looked sternly around. Chen Xiao, I know you have a deal with Pei Tianyuan. We are all one of our own. Bullshit. A faint voice accompanied the piercing sound of air being sliced. All direction slaughter, all things water. Uft, uft, uft. In just 3 seconds, Liang Jianyuan was reduced to a bloody corpse, unable to fight back at all. He didn't even have a chance to use his talent. When the dust settled and people caught sight of Chen Xiao again, he had already appeared above everyone, holding a blue long sword. The Qingxi Baiyu sword. The sword's body rippled like layers of water waves, seemingly alive. The cold sword light flickered through the waves, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. I indeed have a deal with Pei Tianyuan, but after today, it will be over. Chen Xiao's words made an Xi Ning's previously calm face turn ugly. Liang Jianyuan was an important technological talent in the military district. He was dead, but that was no longer important. The most critical issue was that Pei Tianyuan and Chen Xiao's deal was ruined. One must know that the national fortune game was internally ranked at the blood-red level. As a high-level task, if it truly got affected because of her involvement in the Dacheng incident, the military district's punishment was something she could not bear. Chen Xiao, calm down. But Chen Xiao ignored her, stepping on the wind god, wielding the jade sword, and fiercely charged toward the military district team. And Xi Ning was no longer calm, shocked in her heart. Was Chen Xiao determined to fight to the death? Was he even a normal person? We don't have that much hatred. Uft, uft. This stab pierced the heart of the military district's incoming person. Boom. This punch shattered the body of the military district's incoming person. Uft, uft, uft. And Xi Ning panicked. These were all awakened ones she had painstakingly gathered. They were also her reliance in the military district. But now, they were on the brink of annihilation. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mad Ghost Butcher. She cursed under her breath, no longer hesitating. Run, she ordered with a pale face. This was her first time being so flustered. SSS-level magical talent. Cunning Rabbit has 3 burrows, directly activated. Group teleportation skill. The tactical talent of the military district. This was also her trump card as the second executive officer. Even across the entirety of Daxia, there was no second such level of heaven-defying teleportation. Chapter 93. Need an explanation, but how could Chen Xiao go along with her wishes? The disturbance of all-direction slaughter was the nemesis of space-type talents. Moments later, the originally massive black hole was torn into pieces. No one dared to enter it. Who knew what the consequences of entering would be? What if they were killed upon entry? The door god general frowned. Mad Ghost Butcher, I will fight you. Boom. He wielded the door and dashed forward. If he didn't act, the military district personnel would all be killed. Chen Xiao casually pulled the Baiyu sword from a corpse and looked at the door god general. That man carrying the door was likely the strongest human he had faced. The wind rose, steps like a celestial being. Chen Xiao flickered, quickly closing the distance. The all things water slowly transformed into a blue glowing great halberd. He slowly raised his hand. Door god general. This is the move Chen Xiao used to slay Li Taixian. This voice came from an Xi Ning. She had heard countless people describe how the Mad Ghost Butcher killed Li Taixian. Even to this day, she found it unbelievable. The door god general bellowed. With 4 iron doors on his back, combined with 3 from afar, forming a 7-door defensive stance. Unbreakable, even if the Mad Ghost Butcher was strong. With the door god general's talent and physique, plus 7 steel doors, he should be able to withstand it, right? Others didn't know. But Xi Ning was very familiar with the door god general. He had dual talents. His SSS-level talent, Black Insect Armor, could almost withstand most firearms. And his S-level talent, Insect Power Amplification, gave him even more tyrannical strength. It was incredibly strong, beyond scientific explanation. And Xi Ning prayed in her heart. This was their last hope. Take this halberd. Buzz. Boom. 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 The steel doors crumbled like paper, piece by piece, until the blue great halberd pierced through the door god general's body. Like a shooting star, it rushed toward another sky. There was no obstruction at all. The speed was so fast that one could only see the blue tail. A spray of blood erupted. The door god general knelt on the ground, lifeless. How is this possible? And Xian Ning could no longer remain calm, her lips twitching. One of the Daxia gods. The door god general couldn't withstand a single halberd. Moreover, that halberd was simply too outrageous. Where had it been thrown to? After killing the Shangxin family, would he continue to slaughter the military district? That would be too terrifying. I feel numb seeing blood now. It's almost flowing toward us. Don't say anything. Once I gather enough resources, I will definitely flee to Jiangbei. Take me with you, brother. I feel that our Zhangzhou base is also unstable. Not only was an Xian Ning shocked, but the others attending the auction were also numb. They had personally witnessed Chen Xiao slaughter the military district personnel one by one. After Chen Xiao had cleaned out the core of the military district in Dacheng, he casually shook off the blood on his hands and looked at an Xian Ning, his gaze as cold as an icebound lake. You're the only one left. Then the flickering light and shadow condensed into a small space, approaching an Xian Ning. In her hand was Li Tailong's Qin Shi Baiyu sword, its blade glinting coldly. In just a moment, the sword's edge was already close to an Xian Ning's delicate, snow-white neck, the breath of death enveloping her instantly. Up to this point, an Xian Ning had not taken a step back. Instead, she fixed her gaze defiantly on Chen Xiao, unwilling to lower her head. This made Chen Xiao look at her in a new light, increasing his interest in her. Do you think I dare not kill you? Of course you do. Yuan Qingzheng was killed by you. Then do you think I pity you? When you wiped out the 3 major families, you spared none except for the Genesis-type talent users. Chen Xiao sneered. So you are giving up the struggle? An Xian Ning forced a self-deprecating smile. I will never bow my head, Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao didn't want to pay attention to her story. He was simply curious about her talent. He retracted the blade and tossed it into the Shan He Tuesday. He slowly walked very close to an Xian Ning, bending slightly as his face leaned in. Just as he was about to kiss her, an Xian Ning made her move, swinging a big slap. However, it was precisely intercepted by Chen Xiao, who grabbed her wrist. Within 3 days, I want an explanation from the military district. After speaking, Chen Xiao's expression returned to its coldness. This woman's talent is very strong. Once she advances, she might unleash some powerful talent. He directly called Wang Miao and walked towards the Xingyu base. He was going to loot the supplies of Xingyu. This is a debt. It must be repaid. As for those who participated in the auction, he wasn't interested in them at all. An Xian Ning turned her head and looked at Chen Xiao's departing figure. Her heart bleeding continuously. Her foundation had been completely destroyed by him, and he even wanted an explanation from the military district. Truly unreasonable. But Pei Tianyuan would definitely scold her to death. She bit her lip, and a dark hole quietly appeared behind her. Unfortunately, the group of people who came with her had long since died. She took a step in, the light and shadow swirling, and the surrounding environment changed drastically. In the blink of an eye, she had appeared in her familiar study. This was her office in the military district. At this moment, another man was drinking tea, waiting for her. Pei Tianyuan. When he saw her returning alone, he almost spat his tea on the ground. Xian Ning, where are the others? What happened? Say something. Pei Tianyuan saw an Xian Ning standing still, her eyes seemingly filled with unwillingness, and he felt a sense of foreboding. An Xian Ning raised her head and met Pei Tianyuan's puzzled gaze, and reluctantly spoke. They are dead. All dead. It's my fault. I shouldn't have blindly entered the teleport, too trusting of the military district's power. It made me realize that there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. What? Are you serious? Pei Tianyuan exclaimed, his pupils dilating sharply. He knew exactly who an Xian Ning had taken with her. Among them was even a top general of the Great Siam military district. They are all dead. Are you kidding me? Pei Tianyuan's expression turned serious. Xian Ning, this is no joke. We both know how important those people are. An Xian Ning sighed and turned her head, pouting. Of course I know I wish more than anyone that those people are still alive. Pei Tianyuan helplessly said, what on earth happened? You need to give me a detailed account. This level of battle loss hasn't appeared since the apocalypse. You've caused a big disaster. An Xian Ning looked into Pei Tianyuan's eyes and slowly spoke. We encountered that guy. That guy? You mean? Pei Tianyuan's pupils trembled. The one on the wall. An Xian Ning still hadn't recovered her senses. He actually personally participated in the auction plan, which he single-handedly disrupted. Pei Tianyuan felt a bit anxious. Did you have a conflict with him? Seeing that an Xian Ning was slow to speak, he slapped his thigh, pointing fiercely at the portrait on the wall. Fool. You're a fool. Chapter 94. Harvest Jiangbei, Jianghe District. Chen Xiao got out of the car. striding confidently towards the base. Wang Miao followed behind him. He was secretly counting his gains. This trip could be described as a bountiful harvest. The first and foremost was the Shan He 2. This was an opportunity worth 500,000 evolution points. Dechang gathered the city's strength and held 3 auctions but couldn't assemble it, and in the end, it was a treasure he picked up. Next was the Ming Dang from Zhou Sun, a defensive functional item, also a coveted opportunity for countless people. And there was Li Tailong's Qing Shi Baiyu sword, a family heirloom of the Shu Mountain, a symbol of the ancient martial arts school. With this sword, no, he doesn't even use swords. Usually, he wraps everything in water, and in reality, it's not even as useful as the water blade. But it's okay. Chen Xiao chose to hang this sword at his waist. It indeed made him look much more handsome. The treasures that others covet are just decorations for me. Chen Xiao. Thinking like this made him feel much better. Chen Xiao, why didn't you kill her in the end? Suddenly, Wang Miao, who hadn't spoken for a long time, tugged at Chen Xiao's sleeve. Chen Xiao didn't expect her to ask such a question, pondering for a moment. Because she still has value. Wang Miao scoffed. Oh, I thought your addiction acted up again. Chen Xiao helplessly replied. Do you think I'm a teddy bear? Wang Miao grinned playfully. Aren't you? At this moment, Brother Xiao. Xiao Ge, you're back. Just as they entered the base, 2 girls came towards them. It was Jiang Chu Shui and Tang Shiro. If you hadn't come back, my sister Tang would have turned into a stone statue on the windowsill, directly becoming a stone of longing. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chu Shui's cheerful voice brought a sense of healing to Chen Xiao. In the apocalypse, the only girl who could be this happy every day was her. Previously, her brother-in-law Wu Ti let her suffer the slightest grievance. Now that she has become his woman, she is even more precious. On the other hand, Tang Shiro, who had suffered many calamities, was strong-willed and understanding. Hearing Jiang Chu Shui say that, Chen Xiao understood. No wonder they came all the way to greet him. It turned out that Tang Shiro had been waiting by the window every day, hoping for his return. Chu Shui, are you trying to expose my shortcomings? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Tang Shiro playfully bumped Jiang Chu Shui with her left arm, as if punishing her. Seeing this scene, Chen Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. Today, Tang Shiro was wearing a light pink dress, perfectly highlighting her gentle yet lively temperament. Jiang Chu Shui, on the other hand, wore a white shirt paired with a deep blue high-waisted straight skirt, the collegiate-style collar revealing a small piece of snow-white skin. 2 beauties. It's been a long time, I miss you. Chen Xiao chuckled and stepped forward. Jiang Chu Shui and Tang Shiro each hugged one of his arms, smiling brightly. Chen Xiao was slightly puzzled, wondering what the 2 had communicated during this time. Why were they suddenly so proactive? Wang Miao was left behind, huffing as she swiftly headed towards the Jianghe building. Jiang Chu Shui secretly glanced at Wang Miao leaving and exchanged a knowing look with Tang Shiro. Both of them couldn't help but smile. Chen Xiao cleared his throat, interrupting their secret communication. Brother Xiao, you said you wouldn't take me and Sister Tang. So why did you take her? Jiang Chu Shui's somewhat coy voice came, shaking Chen Xiao's arm as she spoke. I took her for a reason. Humph, Brother Chen Xiao. I see you're prioritizing beauty over kindness. Cough cough. Chen Xiao was caught off guard by Jiang Chu Shui's words and coughed, glancing at Tang Shiro. At this moment, Tang Shiro was quietly holding onto her own arm, tilting her head to look at him, her gaze filled with tenderness. In the past, if Chu Shui said something like this, she would have definitely felt shy. Unexpectedly, she was so calm now. Of course, I haven't forgotten you both. In the past 2 days in Dechang City, I bought a lot of gifts for you too. Really? Thank you, Brother Chen Xiao. Xiao Ge, what is it? Upon hearing Chen Xiao's words, the 2 women perked up. Chen Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Hee, there's plenty. Let me casually take out a few for you. As he spoke, Chen Xiao focused his mind and activated the map of mountains and rivers. Inside it were countless resources. As for the source of these resources, it was certainly not from what he claimed to have bought in Dacheng. Instead, it was simply the result of raiding 8 warehouses at the Xingyu base. These were once the warehouses of the 8 major forces in Dacheng City, which were consolidated and relocated by Li Tailong. This made it easier for Chen Xiao to take action. Chen Xiao could confidently say that anyone who entered the interior of these 8 bases would come out crying, having been completely cleaned out. The map of mountains and rivers was vast, not to mention 8 warehouses. Even if there were 800, 8,000, or 80,000 bases, they could all be collected. As for what would happen to the people at Xingyu base, whether they could survive without resources had nothing to do with him. Amidst Chen Xiao's chuckles, 2 skirts, one red and one black, appeared in his hands. These 2 garments were exquisitely designed and made of lightweight material. The red one was passionate and vibrant, while the black one was mysterious and alluring. Chapter 95. Borrowing. Chen Xiao was in a very good mood. He estimated that there were at least 1,000 such garments in the 8 warehouses of various types. It would be a waste not to use them. Chen Xiao did not allow anyone to be wasteful. In the apocalypse, resources were paramount. Accompanied by the 2 women, he arrived at the base beneath the Jianghe building. In the reception room, as soon as Chen Xiao entered, he heard a familiar voice. Up, down, left, right, Alibaba. Wait, why are there only 30 of you? Oh no. You must have inputted it wrong. A large and a small figure were playing games on the sofa in the reception room. This kind of treatment was not something ordinary people could enjoy. Fatty, you're doing pretty well, Chen Xiao said as he leaned on the sofa. The fatty, upon hearing this, immediately put down the controller, his eyes lighting up. Chen Xiao, you're finally back. You have no idea how hard it was for me to come from Cangzhou to Jiangbei. The little monk also put down his controller. Chen Xiao, come play with me. I'm super awesome. Chen Xiao helplessly patted the little monk's head. Playing is fine, but don't neglect your training. He didn't want to see a rising star's future ruined because he pampered him too much. Others could afford to be comfortable, but the little monk could not. Because his potential was extremely high. After being modified in his previous life, he could be among the top ranks globally, which was no easy feat. The little monk looked confused. Training? Oh dear, I've forgotten about that these past few days. Chen Xiao, just a reminder is enough. After comforting the fatty for a bit, Chen Xiao stopped paying attention to the gaming duo and walked over to the round table. Only one person was seated there, Jiang Yunhan. He was originally drawing something on a map of Jianghe when he saw Chen Xiao and the others return. Jiang Chugs, you just missed you for one day and was worried sick. Even I, as her brother, envy you, Chen Xiao. As Jiang Yunhan spoke, there was a hint of sourness. His good little sister had only known Chen Xiao for such a short time, and it seemed her soul had been captivated. Jiang Chugs, you quickly covered Jiang Yunhan's mouth to prevent him from saying more, pouting and sitting angrily at the table. Jiang Yunhan chuckled. Are you really not considering staying at the base permanently? With the banner of the Mad Ghost Butcher raised, our base's development could advance several levels, and it would be the safest choice for you. Chen Xiao smiled lightly. In a while, I will rest at the base for some time. As for the Mad Ghost Butcher, I don't think we need to raise a banner. Those who want to join will naturally investigate. You're quite carefree. Did you manage to get what you wanted? Sort of, I bought a bit. Jiang Yunhan nodded, stood up, and pointed to where Dacheng was on the map. Dacheng is still Dacheng, the first city in the Sanjiang River Basin. You've seen the Xingyu base. I heard it's very luxurious after the 8 major forces merged. Only such a force is worthy of holding an auction. Although our Jiangbei Triangle has inherited the legacy of the top 3 families, we still need time to develop. Your standard of allowing 3 family members for A grade and above is really too harsh. I'll lower the standard to allow 5 family members per person. What do you think? Chen Xiao smiled lightly, sitting in the chair. I don't think that's acceptable. The base I want to build must be filled with talent. A ratio of 1 to 5 is simply too low. Jiang Yunhan questioned. The problem is, our current expansion speed is very slow, and resources far exceed demand. Chen Xiao was unconcerned. Don't worry, in a few days, you might find your resources insufficient. Jiang Yunhan was puzzled. What do you mean? Chen Xiao laughed heartily. Dr. Jiang, trust my judgment. Soon your workload will increase. After saying that, Chen Xiao patted Jiang Yunhan's shoulder. He had single-handedly taken all the resources from Dacheng City, and countless Awaken ones would be looking for a place to go. The Jiangbei Triangle was undoubtedly the most reliable force. Moreover, he had demonstrated his strength against the military region at the auction. Those in the audience might also be tempted to switch sides. In short, in the near future, the Jiangbei Triangle would definitely experience rapid expansion. Xiao Gu, I heard from Dr. Jiang that you only took 2 people to the auction this time. Your evolution value must not be enough, right? Tang Shiru spoke, looking at Chen Xiao with concern. Only then did Jiang Yunhan remember that Chen Xiao's participation in the auction was quite significant, likely costing a lot of resources. Right. That's the main thing. How much did you owe this time? I'll send someone to Dacheng. Let us be clear. The base can only cover you for 20,000 evolution points. With 9,000 sets of clothing, we can't provide any more. Jiang Chugs, you also knew some of the details. Chen Xiao Gu. It's not my brother's fault. Our base is currently exchanging resources with Cangzhou next door, and clothing resources are the most scarce. Jiang Yunhan nodded, looking at Chen Xiao, hoping he wouldn't mention any shocking numbers. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiao shook his head. Jiang Yunhan, is it that serious? You'd rather sever ties with Dacheng than pay it back? Chen Xiao, didn't you say there's a shortage of clothes? Take these 20,000 sets first. As he spoke, Chen Xiao waved his hand. Instantly, the outer area of the reception room was filled with all kinds of clothing. The sheer volume was astonishing. A full 20,000 sets of clothing were stacked together, and at a glance, one could hardly see the end. What is going on? This isn't some magic trick, is it? Where did you get so many clothes? Tang and Jiang both covered their mouths, looking incredulously at the mountain of clothes. Their hearts trembling. Only Jiang Yunhan seemed to have guessed something. You didn't rob Dacheng, did you? And how did you carry so many resources with you? What exactly did you do while you were out? Chen Xiao did not deny it. Between civilized people, we should call it borrowing. Jiang Yunhan, borrowing? You make it sound like a trade. Chen Xiao, did you really rob Dacheng? Jiang Xiao exclaimed, drawing the attention of the little monk and the fatty, who also approached. Seeing the mountain of clothes at the entrance, they swallowed hard. Chen Xiao, did you go robbing? The little monk articulated word by word. Experiencing the mortal world, robbery, is a required course. Chen Xiao, you must take me next time. Chen Xiao smiled faintly, looking at Jiang Yunhan. Dr. Jiang, now do you understand why I said the Jiangbei Triangle lacks people? Chapter 96. Sincerity. Jiang Yunhan smiled helplessly. Isn't that obvious? This kid plundered Dacheng's resources. How could it support those Awaken ones? Without a doubt, the first batch of Awaken ones from Dacheng is almost here. My workload just skyrocketed. All thanks to Chen Xiao. After saying goodbye to Jiang Yunhan and the others, Chen Xiao went to check on Dasan. Just looking from a distance, one could see the mountain behind the base, constantly pounding its body. According to others, ever since the mountain lost Tang Shiru, it has been training for at least 12 hours every day after day of persistence. No one knows what he is thinking. Sighing, Chen Xiao chose not to disturb him. Instead, he took the two girls back to the Jianghe building. It could also be considered a form of exercise. After all, the enhancement of physical strength and power is tangible. On the 8th floor, Chen Xiao's own room, he lit a cigarette and stood by the window. Tomorrow night is the blood moon, the third blood moon. Although he rejected the military's cooperation, the reward from the national fortune game is to awaken a second animal. For others, it might just be a significant improvement, but for the flamboyantly enhanced version of himself, it is an unbeatable upgrade. Songlong, mammoth, pterosaur, saber-toothed tiger, these are simply too enticing. If they don't send someone to beg him to continue cooperating, then Chen Xiao can only take a knife to cut them down. After all, the opportunities in the courtyard must belong to him, and the rewards must belong to him. Knock, knock, knock. It seemed to respond to Chen Xiao's thoughts. The door to the room was knocked on. The visitor was Jiang Xiu. She peeked in. Hee. Jiang Xiu quickly said, Brother Chen Xiao, I have something important to discuss. Chen Xiao guessed, someone is looking for me? Jiang Xiu squinted her eyes and cutely nodded. How did you know? A big beauty has come. Chen Xiao confirmed his guess and chuckled. You two chat. The person outside is indeed considered an important matter. After saying that, Chen Xiao put on his clothes and flashed out of the Jianghe building. Jianghe District. Reception room. Today, a woman of high status has come. And Zinning. At this moment, she was sitting in a chair with a high ponytail, dressed in military uniform, looking exceptionally capable. Her heroic demeanor attracted everyone's attention. Behind her stood 3 or 4 military district personnel, all looking quite nervous. On the Jiangbei side, 7 or 8 powerful Awaken ones were also guarding around. All S level or above. Jiang Yunhan sat beside her. Director, N's visit to Jiangbei is truly an honor. I wonder what brings you here in person. And Zinning's expression was calm. Wait until the madman Slaughter arrives, then I will naturally explain. She was also extremely anxious inside, but had to bow her head. This was for the greater good of Daxia, for the capital military district, and for herself. Angering the madman Slaughter, Pei Tianyuan had scolded her for an entire day, bringing in dozens of high-ranking officials from the Daxia military district to discuss solutions. In the end, she could only apologize and was recorded for a major demerit. This was the first time she had been recorded since graduating from military school. It was truly a disgrace. Oh, who is this? And Zinning, Director N. A sarcastic voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Chen Xiao, dressed in black, walked into the reception room with his hands in his pockets and a faint smile. As soon as Chen Xiao appeared, the Jiangbei people instantly stood up in unison. Some had seen Chen Xiao before, some had not. But they all held him in high respect. He was the behind-the-scenes big boss of Jiangbei Triangle. The people from the capital military district also stood up, looking at Chen Xiao seriously. This seemingly harmless young man is the madman Slaughter who exterminated the top 3 families and killed the Daxia Divine General? Chen Xiao, Director, and came all the way to Jiangbei just to find you, Jiang Yunhan said, not knowing their relationship, and could only state objectively. Chen Xiao nodded. Of course I know. They are here to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Jiang Yunhan's pupils contracted. Are you sure? She was trying to remind Chen Xiao not to be too arrogant. The strength of the Daxia military district was unfathomable. Chen Xiao patted Jiang Yunhan's shoulder and walked past him, and Zinning slowly stood up, her height of 1.78 meters, making her only about 10 centimeters shorter than Chen Xiao. She raised her proud eyes to look directly at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, I'm here to apologize. Chen Xiao shook his head. Is this your attitude? And Zinning seemed to realize she couldn't be so arrogant and slightly lowered her head. I brought 50,000 pounds of meat, 30,000 pieces of daily necessities, and 30,000 sets of clothing. This is the greatest sincerity the capital military district can offer. She stated cleanly, waiting for Chen Xiao's reply. So many supplies were enough to sustain a small base. As the boss of Jiangbei, Chen Xiao should really appreciate these supplies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cut off Dacheng's grain supply after the battle and searched for all the materials. But she didn't expect Chen Xiao to sneer. Are you trying to send me off like a beggar? If this is sincerity, you might as well leave. And Zinning frowned. Chen Xiao, do you know what these supplies mean? This is not sincerity. She was increasingly confused by Chen Xiao. What exactly does this man want? Chen Xiao shook his head. How about this? Chen Xiao said, beckoning for Zinning to come closer. And Zinning tilted her ear. Chen Xiao leaned close to her ear and spoke without any reservation. I need true sincerity. Chapter 97. Bunny Girl. Although his mouth was already close to Zinning's ear, his voice was not small at all. Everyone around could hear it. Jiang Yunhan quickly coughed a few times, his face becoming somewhat unnatural. The several awakened ones from Jiangbei Triangle next to him had looks of admiration. That was Zinning from the capital, the goddess of countless people, the military flower. Being flirted with by the boss like this is too exciting. The 4 people from the capital military district, however, looked grim. Although they were here to apologize, it didn't mean they should be insulted. Chen Xiao's actions were undoubtedly teasing Zinning. And Zinning herself was even more shocked, her beautiful eyes trembling and her mouth agape, forgetting to close it. Over the years, who dared to tease her like this? You insult me. And Zinning's cheeks flushed slightly with anger, making her skin appear as white as snow. A slight frown appeared on her high nose, and her tightly clenched teeth reflected coldness. Chen Xiao sneered. If you think I am insulting you, then you may leave. After saying that, Chen Xiao walked out of the reception room without looking back, leisurely. As he was about to exit the hall, Chen Xiao paused. Jianghe Building, 8023. As soon as the words fell, and Zinning trembled all over. What does this man think of himself? Going to his room to chat? Her abilities are completely dominated by his talent. And going to his room would be no different from entering the tiger's den. Jiang Yunhan didn't expect things to develop this way and was about to explain a few things. After all, they were from the capital military district, traveling a long way to apologize. But Zinning unexpectedly coldly said, You all go back, I will apologize. This sentence was naturally directed at the people from the capital military district. This startled a few of them. Director and you can't go. This is a feast of Huguan. Yes, Director and your future is limitless. Daxia needs your talent. There's no need to take risks. If you go, I can't even imagine the consequences. Rumor has it that the madman Slaughter has a particular fondness for beautiful women, so you absolutely must not go. One after another, they urged Zinning. In their hearts. Zinning was undoubtedly a goddess. A 29-year-old high-ranking official in the military district. She was also so beautiful and well-built. An image that is sacred and inviolable. But at this moment, she received an invitation from the devil, which was unacceptable. Zinning shook her head. You don't understand him. If I don't go, Daxia will fall behind. The national fortune game involves opportunities that could affect the world map. If someone with Chen Xiao's strength does not participate, it would be a huge loss for Daxia. The Yin family has fought for Daxia for generations. Zinning has been educated since childhood to prioritize the overall situation and Daxia above all. Ministerin, although you are doing this for the great Xia, there are no ifs. You should return to the capital. I will definitely bring him back. This is a fight to the death. As long as Chen Xiao doesn't make overly excessive demands, she is willing to help with whatever she can. Just like that, shortly after Chen Xiao left, an Xian Ning also headed towards the Jianghe building. Looking at her tall and slender figure, countless people gritted their teeth, while some were envious and jealous. Jianghe Building, 8023. This was certainly not Chen Xiao's room. His own room was where he kept his beauties. With 2 women inside, it would definitely be inconvenient. That's why the location was set here. At this moment, Chen Xiao was sitting on the sofa drinking cola, waiting for his prey to take the bait. Knock, knock, knock. As the door opened, a graceful figure appeared. An Xian Ning. She stood tall and straight, head held high. Her already good figure was accentuated in this posture. But her cold aura and icy gaze were like an iceberg. Most people didn't dare to meet her eyes. Chen Xiao, Weren't you going to talk about sincerity? I'm here. As she spoke, she pushed the door open and sat directly on the sofa, crossing her legs. The pointed toes of her black boots faced Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao didn't expect this woman to adjust her mindset so quickly. He chuckled, ministering, "Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" And Xian Ning coldly replied, "Let's cut to the chase. What sincerity do you want?" Chen Xiao didn't expect her to be so eager. Even chatting was not possible. He helplessly lifted his chin, indicating her to look towards the bed. On that soft bed lay an eye-catching outfit, a bunny girl costume, and it was extremely daring. The overall design was black lace fabric, with a tight-fitting short vest on top, and the neckline was pitifully low. The bottom was a super short skirt, the hem adorned with fluffy, soft bunny tails. Next to the costume was a delicate black waist belt and a pair of sexy, alluring black stockings. Chen Xiao had even thoughtfully prepared 2 large bunny ears. The moment an Xian Ning saw this filth, she lost her composure. Her small face instantly turned ugly, and her brows furrowed tightly. "Chen Xiao?" She gritted her teeth, spitting out those 2 words. Chen Xiao smiled. "What's wrong?" And Xian Ning forced herself to suppress her anger. But her tone was very serious. "Do you enjoy insulting others? Your talent is, cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The animal you awakened is a rabbit. And you actually want me to play the bunny girl? This is simply a tailor-made insult." Chen Xiao shook his head. "I haven't even stated my request yet. How do you know it's an insult?" And Xian Ning's expression improved slightly. "As long as this outfit wasn't meant for her, it was fine. Then what is your request?" "I can apply for the maximum apology quota on behalf of the Capital Military District." Seeing an Xian Ning's anxious expression, Chen Xiao chuckled. "My request is very simple. It's been so long since the apocalypse. I at least have a little wealth, yet I don't even have a maid. This is too beneath my status. So I want to find a maid. Don't worry, the outfit you see is prepared for her." And Xian Ning's mouth twitched. "You're too unreliable in your speech. A little wealth? You've taken away the foundation of the top 3 families all by yourself. If you have a little wealth, then everyone else might as well just go crash to death." She helplessly said, "If it's just that simple, I could arrange it right now. I can definitely find you a young, beautiful, diligent, and capable maid. How about that?" Chen Xiao shook his head. "I have my own requirements." And Xian Ning finally had a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Of course, you can say it." To her surprise, the infamous madman of the Great Xia was actually a creature that thought with his lower half. What kind of woman we in the Capital Military District can find? As for whether that woman agrees or not, it doesn't matter. Everything is for the Great Xia. Chapter 98. The Thief of Opportunities. One Hope. The maid is over 175 centimeters tall. She must have a perfect figure, outstanding temperament, big eyes, and a high nose. She should have a high ponytail and speak coldly. Most importantly, she must be from the military district. Oh right. She should also have a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. At first, an Xian Ning was carefully noting down the requirements, but gradually realized something was off. When it came to the military district and the beauty mark, she completely understood. He was still toying with her. After all this talk, weren't these requirements just describing herself? And Xian Ning's lips trembled with anger. "Chen Xiao, can you change some of the requirements? These details are too specific. They could be more general to make it easier for us to find someone, and we could deliver her to Jiangbei faster." Chen Xiao shook his head. "No changes. This is the requirement. You 2 should send someone over in the next 2 days. I need someone to change clothes early." And Xian Ning. Chen Xiao raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Unwilling?" Beep, 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 and Xian Ning was about to explode when her satellite phone in her chest rang. She shot a glare at Chen Xiao. Taking a deep breath, she answered the phone. "Yes, I'm in Jiangbei. What happened?" Before she finished speaking, her face turned pale. "What did you say?" "Dacheng is under attack. Thieves of opportunities. How could it be so fast? Are you sure?" "All right, I understand. I'll head over immediately." After hanging up the phone, an Xian Ning's expression was extremely grim, clearly indicating that something serious had occurred. Even when facing Chen Xiao's blade, she hadn't been this anxious. An Xian Ning turned around and spoke seriously. "Chen Xiao, are you a person of Great Xia?" Chen Xiao was confused. "Of course." An Xian Ning gritted her teeth. "The Dacheng Xingyu base has been breached. It was attacked by the Thieves of Opportunities. According to Dacheng's intelligence, there are 2 individuals within the thieves whose strength is comparable to divine generals. Dacheng is completely unable to fight back, because the main force has all been killed by you. The other awakened ones are either dead or fled. Right now, Dacheng is completely waiting to be slaughtered. Other military districts' reinforcements are rushing to Dacheng, but it will take at least half a day, and I only need a second. I need your help." Chen Xiao was slightly taken aback. "Thieves of opportunities?" And Xian Ning explained. "They are spies, people who steal opportunities. They have been lurking in the dark. This time, Their mission is probably to loot Dacheng. After hearing all this, Chen Xiao decisively replied, "Oh, I'm not going. These idiots still want to loot Dacheng? They've already been looted by me. It's not your turn yet." And Xian Ning didn't expect his refusal to be so straightforward. Her gaze fixed on Chen Xiao's eyes, trying to see through his true intentions. Those were the lives of the entire population of Dacheng. How could he say so frankly that he wouldn't go? The education she received since childhood was not like that, nor should it be. Chen Xiao said lightly, "Don't forget. You came to Jiangbei to apologize, not to collect debts." And Xian Ning bit her lip tightly. "Chen Xiao, what if I say I can find the maid you requested?" Chen Xiao's lips curled up slightly. "In that case, I can consider it. But are you sure you can find her?" A hint of blush appeared on an Xian Ning's fair cheeks. "I will do my best." Chen Xiao scoffed, "Trying your best won't do? If it's just an empty promise, you can go by yourself. I'm going to eat roasted meat from Sister Chug's. As he spoke, Chen Xiao was about to walk to the door, and Xian Ning hurriedly called out to stop him, her trembling voice. "I guarantee I can find her." Chen Xiao questioned, "How many days?" And Xian Ning gritted her teeth, "1 week." At this moment, and Xian Ning had no way to refuse. At worst, she would dig 3 feet into the ground. She had to find a woman similar to herself within the military district, because the invaders of Dacheng were very likely from the Sakura country, the archenemy of the Yin family. Countless ancestors of the Yin family had died at the hands of the Sakura country. Even if she died, she didn't want to see Dacheng perish, being slaughtered by the thieves of opportunities from the Sakura country while they took advantage of Dacheng's weakness. And Xian Ning's heart was bleeding. Chen Xiao chuckled. "All right. You said it. Put the clothes away, and let my maid wear this to see me." And Xian Ning was continuously patting her chest, quite angry. Furiously, she threw the bunny girl outfit into the newly opened black hole, not knowing where it went. Then she added, if the maid I find is unwilling to serve you, you must manage her humanely and cannot control her." Chen Xiao nodded. "My bottom line is half a month." This was true, because it only required a bit of goodwill to gain favor. In half a month, one could definitely reach a high level. As for what would happen after half a month, it depended on his mood. After receiving a positive response, an Xian Ning waved her hand, and another black hole appeared. "Chen Xiao, I have deployed a cave in Dacheng. Follow me. By the way, the infiltrator might be from Sakura country. Keep this in mind for easier communication." After saying that, an Xian Ning tossed Chen Xiao a black earbud, and then stepped into the black hole. Chen Xiao took the earbud and put it on. Hearing a certain sound play in his ear, he instantly understood. This was a simultaneous interpretation device, and it was the latest model from the military district. It was indeed suitable for someone like him who was terrible at foreign languages. Moreover, he was surprised to learn that the infiltrator actually came from Sakura country. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. He couldn't believe those invaders from Sakura country still dared to cause trouble even in the apocalypse. He no longer hesitated and quickly followed an Xian Ning into the black hole. In an instant, it felt like the whole world was flipping upside down beneath his feet, with chaos all around. Once the dizziness faded and his vision cleared, he found himself inside the Xingyu base in Dacheng City. Under the night sky, a strong smell of rust filled the air, sharp and unpleasant. This was the smell of blood. Many people must have died here. The streets of Dacheng were covered in bloodstains. At this moment, the Xingyu base was on high alert, with countless B and C-class awakened individuals spontaneously forming teams. They had to band together to survive. An Xian Ning casually pulled over a young man and asked, "Where are those 2 people from Sakura country?" The young man didn't know an Xian Ning and Chen Xiao, but seeing their stable demeanor, they didn't seem like ordinary people. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Xiao stepped in first. "No need to ask, just follow me." After saying that, he quickly moved southward. An Xian Ning, puzzled, followed suit. "How many talents do you actually have? Do you have a scouting type?" In her investigation, Chen Xiao was already a multi-talented individual. The powers of water authority, immense strength, flight, and teleportation were all extremely strong abilities. Having just one would place him among the elite. Yet today, it seemed like Chen Xiao was showcasing a scouting talent as well. But could one person really awaken so many talents? Chen Xiao smiled faintly. "Scouting type? No. My sixth sense is very accurate." An Xian Ning didn't believe him, and closely followed behind Chen Xiao, curious. Soon, Chen Xiao took an Xian Ning to a large theater. This was the largest reception facility in Dacheng City, capable of accommodating 10,000 people and extremely luxurious. Chen Xiao picked up an Xian Ning. She was the tallest woman he had ever held, yet surprisingly soft. Her long legs arched high when he held her in a princess carry. Amidst the gusts of wind, they rushed toward the top of the theater. "Chen Xiao, Can you please warn me before you touch me next time? A serious voice echoed in his ears. Chen Xiao nodded. I'll definitely let you know next time. Chapter 99. Inhumane Horror. Some plot elements based on the real 731 incident, using the National Fortune game to thoroughly crush Sakura, due to unavoidable circumstances. Some parts of this chapter have been deleted. Please excuse any disjointedness. It will be better in the next chapter. Dacheng Theater. First floor lobby. Brightly lit. In the center of the spacious stage stood a unique iron room. The surroundings were made of iron, an extremely bizarre design. The metallic surface reflected a cold luster, contrasting sharply with the luxurious theater decor. Below the stage were a dozen or so awakened individuals from Sakura country. They were communicating in Sakura language. Yo, I really didn't expect that, after all this time, we could still witness this grand performance. Yamamoto-kun, make sure to send me this precious footage when you get back. Arigato. Don't worry, Araki-kun, I will loop this footage in our North Railway Museum. Oh, the impact might not be good, Yamamoto-kun. Rest assured, it's already the apocalypse. It's no longer a time of peace. They will enjoy this experiment too. Does maternal love change? Ha ha ha, Araki-kun, take a good look at this grand performance. Next, a mother and child were brought onto the stage. The mother appeared to be in her 30s, slightly haggard, her eyes revealing anxiety and evasion. She tightly held the hand of the 5 or 6-year-old child beside her. The child's innocent eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity, completely unaware of what was about to happen. Notably, the mother and child stood barefoot, with no shoes on their feet. Let us begin the long-awaited maternal love experiment. In his eyes, a hint of madness and fervor emerged. In the pushing from behind, the woman and child had no ability to resist at all. Even though their abilities were B-class, Ram-S Horn, and B-class, Hoof, they still seemed utterly powerless. They hadn't resisted for lack of will, but because resisting would only lead to a brutal beating. The seated individuals were all above S-class. They were the elite of Sakura country. I can't wait. Amidst the discordant laughter, they heated up. But the next moment, the mother resolutely picked up her child. The real experiment began. The individuals from Sakura country below the stage cheered with excitement at this scene. There were wails and laughter. On the iron plate, blood was evaporating. The military district wouldn't arrive for at least until tomorrow morning. Ha! Yamamoto Kirihara said with a smile, continuously applauding, as if cheering for the mother in the iron room on stage. Touching. But everyone knew this was the whisper of a devil. Yes, touching. A cold male voice suddenly rang out, causing Yamamoto Kirihara to stop laughing immediately. Because this sentence was in Chinese. Everyone present was from Sakura country. How could anyone speak Chinese alone? Bang. Boom. The next moment, a giant hand made of flowing water burst forth from the side of the iron room. It twisted and intertwined like tree roots, tightly wrapping around the entire iron room. With a sudden explosion of power, the sound of metal clashing and the roar of collapsing buildings echoed throughout the theater. The room flew up instantly. Then it crashed down heavily. The stage was completely destroyed by the tremendous impact, revealing a gruesome scene inside. But it wasn't over yet. Next, the originally terrifying giant hand transformed, becoming a crescent beam of light. It suddenly shot out. Uffed. Yamamoto Kirihara hadn't reacted yet when he was instantly knocked away. Ah, an ambush. Who is it? The one who struck was naturally Chen Xiao. An ex-Iron Ning quickly ran and carried the woman and child out from the iron plate. But at this moment, the woman could no longer stand, her consciousness lost in the searing heat. Lying on the ground, she tightly held her child. Beasts are still beasts. An ex-Iron Ning gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at the infiltrators below. These people were actually replicating those horrific and morally outrageous experiments. They truly deserve to die. Second executor of the capital city, an ex-Iron Ning? You arrived quite fast. Yamamoto Kirihara covered his bloody right arm and spoke these words fluently in Chinese, creating a sense of dissonance. Almost all of these people understood Chinese, and some even had Chinese proficiency sufficient to obtain a Mandarin certificate. The gatekeepers have all been slaughtered by the mad ghost butcher. Do you still dare to come here? You really don't put us awakeners of Sakura country in your eyes. As he spoke, a black figure appeared. Behind this figure was a rolled-up painting slung over his shoulder. Although he was just standing there normally, he exuded immense pressure. Chapter 100. Evil Ghosts, Mad Ghost Butchers. Why are you mixed together? Don't you have a grudge? Yamazaki Kiera's pupils shrank, cursing in his heart. He had led people to loot the storage of the Dacheng Xingyu base, and had nearly been cleaned out by the Mad Ghost Butcher. Theoretically, he shouldn't be appearing in Dacheng again. Araki stepped forward. Yamazaki-kun, stay calm. Our strength can withstand the Mad Ghost Butcher, no problem. Yamazaki Kiera nodded. Don't underestimate that man. I saw him kill the gatekeeper with my own eyes. Araki chuckled. That gatekeeper was nothing special. You're being too cautious. You beasts, hiding in Daxia, actually doing such things. And Xian Ning was rarely this angry. Even when insulted by Chen Xiao, she hadn't been this furious. Her small face turned slightly red, her lips trembling. Araki was unconcerned, instead curling the corners of his mouth into a chilling smile. Such things? Ha ha ha. Decades ago, our predecessors used Daxia people as experimental materials. Today we can too. And Xian Ning, after being slaughtered by the mad ghost butcher, you still haven't recognized the situation. This is the apocalypse. No one, no organization can punish us. My favorite is hearing the screams of women and children. That sound is so wonderful. With so many apocalypse refugees in Dacheng City, it's simply a breeding ground for experiments. Buzz. In an instant, a magnificent blue light flashed. Araki's speed was already fast. He sidestepped and nearly avoided it all. Just as he was about to mock, he suddenly realized something was wrong. He had been grazed by the overwhelming blue light. Just that graze. It changed his expression drastically. The power was shocking. Boom, boom, boom. In the theater's audience, Araki was swept away like fallen leaves by a tremendous force. He crashed through more than 10 rows of seats and even shattered 2 walls. He spun in the air several times before stabilizing himself, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. He had an SSS-level magical talent, Dear God, S-Echo. With both formidable combat strength and extreme alertness, since the apocalypse, few could hit him due to this talent. Even the predecessors of Sakura Country acknowledged his superb reflexes. It was like the observation haki from a comic. He never expected to be hit today, and so badly. How could this be? Araki-kun's talent is Echo. He can foresee danger in advance. This mad ghost butcher seems much stronger than imagined. When I was chased by Daxia's third god general, I didn't feel this kind of pressure at all. The people of Sakura Country were astonished that Araki was knocked away in one encounter. This exceeded their understanding. Chen Xiao didn't have time to waste with them. 9-foot seal. With a thought, he weaved the threads. In an instant, 9 rules of measurement directly enveloped the people of Sakura Country. Almost at the same moment, an indescribable sense of stagnation swept over everyone. It felt as if the soles of their feet were glued. It felt as if their bodies were locked. Araki and Yamazaki Kiera reacted quickly. They had more thoughts than the others. They wanted to break free from the 9-foot range. They didn't believe the rules would be endless. But Chen Xiao was faster. In a flash, the divine wind rapidly approached. The landscape map appeared in his hand. The rolling waves of mountains, rivers, and lakes became increasingly hazy and blurred, as if merging with the real world. Buzz. A stone mountain landed, firmly blocking everyone's escape route. It locked them tightly within the 9-foot range. Damn it. With the same evolution time, why is he so strong? I also got 2 chances. Theoretically, I shouldn't be behind. Yamazaki-kun, Araki-kun, what do we do now? Yamazaki, Kara, and Araki were the leaders of this operation. But at this moment, their faces were somewhat pale. Before the confrontation, they had never imagined they would collapse in just a few seconds. They had heard of the mad ghost butcher's various incredible achievements. But only in real combat did the suffocating feeling hit them, the most terrifying. The strength was not even on the same dimension. Bakayara, let's fight together, Araki shouted, ready to mobilize all his strength. But he found, just like before, Dear Goddess Echo seemed as if it had died. Yamazaki also yelled Baka, completely panicked. The man opposite was not only a rules-type talent holder, but the coverage of this talent was immense. But he clearly had such strong physical skills and abilities. In the landscape map, the ceaseless waves broke free from the constraints of the painting, instantly transforming into gigantic hands that swept toward the awakeners of Sakura Country. Without their talents, they were like lambs to the slaughter. In front of the giant hands formed by the waves, they appeared helpless and small. They were tightly grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air, reaching the ceiling. Chen Xiao's flickering figure instantly appeared in the sky, one against the crowd, crushing. And Xian Ning breathed a sigh of relief. She knew bringing Chen Xiao here was the right choice. If she had brought the gatekeeper, it would have inevitably led to a tough battle. Chen Xiao was too strong. Just the cost of inviting him out made an Xian Ning's heart tremble. And she didn't dare to think further. Chen Xiao strolled in the air, his hands behind his back, staring intently at the few people from Sakura Country. You said, decades ago those beasts could use Daxia people as experimental materials, so you can too. I disagree. But you said, the screams are beautiful. I agree with that. Araki struggled in the giant hand of water, trying to speak. Mad ghost, I was just joking. Slap. The next second, Chen Xiao suddenly flashed in front of Araki. With a powerful hand, he slapped away all his teeth. Then he fiercely grabbed Araki's hair. Araki, You're right to like screams because I like them too, The deep, cold laughter made Araki's heart bleed. His face was covered in blood. Unable to utter a complete word, he felt an uncontrollable fear, as if facing a natural disaster. As if facing a demon. I see you all like that iron house. How about this? I'll lock you all inside, and see who survives to the end. As for the reward for the last one, it will be to slice off his flesh piece by piece until he dies from pain. Isn't that perfect? Chapter 101, National Fortune Envoy. After hearing these words, Xian Ning shivered. Especially Chen Xiao's calm tone made her even more horrified. But at this moment, she only felt relieved. This man, who had initially refused to act, this man who had always been against her, was so reassuring when he was truly on her side. Just as she was lost in thought, the waters once again transformed into a torrent, fluidly wrapping the iron house. It accurately recovered it over the furnace. Meanwhile, the giant hand of water was not idle. One by one, sending the powerless people of Sakura country into the iron house, and precisely removing their shoes, subjecting them to extreme pain. No matter how much they begged for mercy or offered various conditions, Chen Xiao ignored them. The 9-foot seal firmly locked the iron house, ensuring that these people could not use their talents or escape. Chen Xiao slowly walked closer, turning the furnace switch. This is a cleverly designed torture device from the land of cherry blossoms. Nowadays, it can only be considered self-inflicted. Crazy Ghost, shall we cooperate? The land of cherry blossoms can give you everything you want. Crazy Ghost Butcher, let's talk this out. I'm from the island, one of the land of cherry blossoms. You can inquire about my family. You can't treat us like this, you damn Daxia person. Inside the metal room, the temperature is rising rapidly, especially the metal beneath our feet, which is starting to become unbearably hot, even burning. They are like squid on a hot plate, waiting to be cooked. Baka, the hot plate is starting to heat up. Yamazaki-kun, this is all your fault. You insisted on conducting that experiment. Island 1, weren't you just laughing happily a moment ago? Now you're blaming me. Baka, at this rate, we're all going to die? At this moment, humanity is like a beast awakening from deep within, being stirred. When it comes to a life and death crisis, everyone tears off their masks. Here, under the suppression of Crazy Ghost Butcher's rules, everyone is no different from ordinary people. Everyone is at the same starting line. Oh, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to be done for. Island 1, I'm sorry. Bakayara, you force me. With Crazy Ghost suppression, let's see who among you is my match. Inside the metal room, everyone is being roasted by the scorching metal, enduring the pain on their skin. This pain far exceeds ordinary suffering. It feels more like mental torment. Blood splatters onto the metal, then evaporates. A cherry blossom country awakener is pinned to the ground. Countless people swarm up, stepping on him tightly. This is a lifeline. One after another, people start to act, and chaos ensues inside the metal room. Every time they touch the metal, they let out painful wails. This sound is indeed quite pleasing. Xian Ning let out a sigh of relief and walked over to Chen Xiao, who was sitting in the audience. She also slowly took a seat. To be honest, what you did feels quite cathartic. I was about to be infuriated. These beasts from the land of cherry blossoms. They actually took advantage of the situation. Once this matter leaks internationally, the Daxia military district will truly lose face. Chen Xiao chuckled. They brought this upon themselves. To take a step back? Only I can bully DeChong. Those from the land of cherry blossoms are nothing. Xian Ning thought he would say something about patriotism and justice. But in the end, he said this. Do you think you are justified? Chen Xiao countered. Aren't you? Xian Ning tightened her hair, which had become a bit disheveled, her expression returning to its usual coldness. You are right. These people truly deserve to die. Chen Xiao slowly stood up and walked outside the metal room, looking through the glass at the horrifying scene inside. The entire room was covered in mottled bloodstains, each streak telling a tale of brutal struggle. The rusty smell of blood wafted through the gaps of the metal room. Bang! A bloody human face suddenly pressed against the window. It was Yamazaki Tohara, who had lost an arm. I am the National Fortune Envoy of the land of cherry blossoms, and I am your superior. How dare you disrespect your seniors? He screamed in pain, but behind him, several large hands were pressing down, about to roast him on the hot plate. National Fortune Envoy? Xian Ning also walked over, exchanging a glance with Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao directly pulled Yamazaki Tohara out. At this moment, his feet had been burned, and he had multiple severe burns on his body. It seems he had received quite a bit of attention in the metal room. It appears this leader treats his team members poorly. Speak up. Aren't you the National Fortune Envoy? Chen Xiao kicked Yamazaki Tohara, specifically targeting the burned areas. Yamazaki Tohara howled in pain once more. Daxia's insects. You truly deserve to die. Bakayara. Xian Ning also raised her boot, smashing his leg bone. This time, Which participants from the land of cherry blossoms are in the national fortune games? Yamazaki Tohara nearly convulsed to death, but still struggled to speak. Do you think our people from the land of cherry blossoms lack backbone? Hee. I tell you, I have the noble blood of the cherry blossom flowing through me. I would rather disembowel myself than tell you any useful information. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiao kicked his groin, and blood gushed out from his pants uncontrollably. Ah! Chen Xiao slowly squatted down and gave Yamazaki Tohara's inner thigh a brutal squeeze. The power of Dragon Bone was directly activated, almost tearing off every piece of flesh. Oh, kill me, crazy ghost. You kill me. This level of pain made Yamazaki Tohara want to die immediately. And Xian Ning couldn't bear to watch any longer and slightly turned her head. In the military district, torturing spies isn't this violent, with blood splattering everywhere. It was uncertain when Yamazaki would suddenly die. Ah, I beg you, I beg you. Yamazaki Tohara was exhausted, his voice becoming hoarse and weaker. Chen Xiao rolled up his sleeves, about to proceed with the next round of torture. He spoke up. Cough, cough. I'll tell you, I'll tell you. But after I tell you, I demand that you kill me immediately. I beg you. At this moment, he had lost all dignity. He had lost all strength. He had even lost the ability to commit suicide. This was the most tragic thing.